Introduction. Once just an ordinary individual, I unexpectedly found myself reborn 18 years ago. The trajectory of my fate altered, leading me to rise within the political arena. It was only when I faced formidable adversaries that I uncovered the hidden intricacies of my lineage. Astonishingly, the most prestigious families in the country sought me out. Both of my uncles are influential figures, and my brother commands a special forces unit. The Zhong family is indeed remarkable. Chapter 1. A Cloud of Transformation. 2018. The third day of the third lunar month. It was an exceedingly mundane day. Within Taishan province, a minibus ambled along the road, its passengers swaying gently with the vehicle's motion, many succumbing to drowsiness. Among them sat a young man in his 30s, his attire relatively neat, yet his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, a visage of desolation. This individual was named Chen Xiaomao, a lamentable product of the post-80s generation. He had been an ordinary worker at the Hongxing paper mill in Qiantang County, Liaohua City. In a workplace accident, he lost 4 fingers to a machine, rendering him incapable of performing labor. Subsequently, the factory concocted an excuse to terminate his employment. As if misfortune were not enough, having lost both fingers in his job, Chen Xiaomao found himself enveloped in profound despondency, uncertain of how to alleviate his sorrow. Local tradition dictates that on the third day of the third lunar month, one should ascend Mount Tai, a prominent peak in Taishan province. Steeped in myriad myths and legends, that it is said that reaching the summit on this day and praying can bestow good fortune upon oneself. Thus, on this fateful day, Chen Xiaomao resolved to abandon his usual air of defeat. He tidied himself up and boarded the train bound for Mount Tai. Located a mere 200 kilometers from his city, Mount Tai, named after the mountain itself, thrives on tourism, invigorating the local economy with a steady influx of visitors. Each year, enhancing the vitality of the area's dining and lodging establishments. Upon arriving at the foot of Mount Tai, he gazed upward at the towering peak, feeling a surge of energy as he joined the throngs of climbers making their ascent. The number of visitors was particularly high that day on the somewhat narrow mountain paths. Chen Xiaomao found himself questioning whether he was climbing with his own effort or being propelled upward by the crowd around him. After a grueling trek, he finally reached the summit. Standing atop a massive rock, he beheld the billowing clouds beneath him, their ethereal dance mesmerizing. The nearby clouds twisted and turned, while the distant mountains and rivers sprawled magnificently before him. Chen Xiaomao's heart swelled with emotion as he reflected on the turbulent 30 years of his life, fraught with hardships and unforeseen challenges. Once a youth with grand aspirations, he now merely existed, struggling to survive. Lost in thought, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he made a solemn vow. Should I, Chen Xiaomao, be granted another life I shall not live in the same pitiful manner as in this existence, I will traverse the world with grandeur and grace. Lifting his gaze, he caught sight of his right hand, with its solitary finger raised in a gesture of despair. His spirits plummeted once more. Alas, it seemed he could never hold his head high again. How he longed for a second chance to show those who belittled him that he, Chen Xiaomao, was a man of strength and integrity. As he watched the clouds drift away, and beneath the clear mountain cliffs, a few birds soared freely. An impulse surged within him. He too yearned to soar through the air like those birds, unfettered by earthly constraints. With resolute determination, Chen Xiaomao strode toward the precipice, oblivious to the world around him, where others reveled in their own blissful moments, unaware of his distress. Taking a leap, he felt as if he were a feather-light cloud, gently cascading toward the abyss below. Chapter 2. Rebirth in the Millennium. Xiaomao, wake up. What time is it? Still sleeping in? We agreed to visit your grandmother today. Accompanied by a gentle stream of nagging, Chen Xiaomao stirred from his slumber, his head still throbbing, unable to gauge how long he had been asleep, as if he had been lost in dreams for an eternity. Mom, I know, I'm getting up now. Stretching his arms, he welcomed the sunlight streaming through the window, his fair hands slightly tinged with pink, devoid of the grease stains and calluses that years of labor in the workshop had left behind. Gazing at his right hand, the 5 fingers appeared delicate and graceful, akin to those of a woman, leaving him bewildered. The pain from machines seemed to linger in his heart. Yet what presented itself before him now was a pair of flawless hands. Quickly, Chen Xiaomao leaped from his bed and hurried to the mirror hanging on the wall. Within it, he saw a slightly youthful visage. Pinching his thigh hard, a sharp pain confirmed that he was not dreaming. Could it be that the countless fantasies of rebirth had truly come to pass? In a flurry, Chen Xiaomao donned his sports attire from the bedside and flung open the door. Before him stood his mother, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she appeared far more youthful than the frail image etched in his memory. "Mom, what year is it?" His mother approached, affectionately brushing her hand against his forehead. "You silly child, not even knowing what year it is? It's the year 2000, the millennium." Thinking back, he realized that in 2000, he should still be attending university in Taipei City. The version of himself from that year was a freshman, reflecting on his time at Taipei University, majoring in Chinese language and literature. The 4 years spent there left little impression on Chen Xiaomao, for he was exceedingly ordinary, blending into the crowd, unremarkable. There was, however, one matter that surfaced in his mind, a long-buried person, a girl who walked gracefully, named Li Yan. He recalled the scene of their first encounter vividly. It was during military training in his freshman year when he turned and spotted a girl clad in camouflage, radiating brilliance. Her petite face was adorned with a gentle smile, standing there peacefully and quietly. As military training concluded and university life unfolded, Chen Xiaomao learned more about her. They were both from the same province, hailing from the somewhat remote city of Liaohai, specifically from Qiantang County. However, he attended Qiantang No. 1 High School, while Ian graduated from Qiantang No. 2 High School, leaving them previously unacquainted. For many days, Chen Xiaomao felt exhilarated, unable to sleep well, sensing that fate had finally arrived. Having read numerous literary masterpieces, he had never been in love, yet yearned for a pure and passionate romance. Seeing a girl like Li Yan, he felt as though love had finally graced him. Every day after meals, he would arrive at the classroom early, his gaze often drifting to the window, watching as the enchanting girl approached from afar, her light steps gradually making their way into Xiaomao's heart. Finally, the day came when he mustered the courage to approach Li Yan. Stammering, he said, Li Yan, hello, I'm Chen Xiaomao." "Hello, I know. You're Chen Xiaomao." He. Li Yan's laughter sparkled in her crescent-shaped eyes. Chen Xiaomao chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed at a loss for words. From that day forth, Chen Xiaomao transformed into an infatuated youth, his spirits soaring daily. With a heart brimming with emotions from extensive reading, he found himself compelled to pour his feelings into writing love letters, slipping them into Li Yan's books after class, culminating in a remarkable 17-page letter on one occasion. Gradually, the news of Chen Xiaomao's affection for Li Yan spread throughout the class and even to other students in the department, eliciting laughter from many. Perhaps it was because Chen Xiaomao was too ordinary, while Li Yan resembled a proud swan. A frog could only dream of such a beauty, and in the eyes of others, he became the object of ridicule. Once, as Li Yan left class to shop at a supermarket, she passed by a group of boys from other classes who stood by the roadside, gazing at her. A mischievous boy began to shout, "Chen Xiaomao, Chen Xiaomao." The others erupted into laughter, echoing his name. Chen Xiaomao felt utterly bewildered. Was his love destined to end before it even began? Now, with this sudden rebirth, he understood that he would once again face Li Yan, her figure both clear and hazy, flooding his heart. Chen Xiaomao's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 3. Returning to school. In his memories, during the 2015 National Anti-Corruption Campaign, his uncle had been implicated, resigning before the age of 50 and subsequently sinking into a deep melancholy, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Yet now, his uncle was youthful and vibrant, having been promoted to a department head in his 30s, brimming with ambition. At the dinner table, Luo Jiarong inquired, "Xiaomao, what do you plan to do after graduation? With the nation's policies now more open, there are excellent opportunities in both business and employment." Faced with his uncle's question, Chen Xiaomao fell into contemplation. As someone who had been granted a second chance at life, he was no longer the simple-minded youth he once was. It was time to thoughtfully plan his future. He could not squander the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate, armed with memories of the next 18 years. How should he embark on this new journey? Through his previous life of hardship in the factory, he had witnessed the capriciousness of human relationships and learned a valuable lesson. In this world, the strong flourish while the weak languish. Few truly empathize with the weak. Instead, society reveres the powerful. In this life, he vowed to become a formidable figure. Through his uncle's introductions and interactions with classmates, Chen Xiaomao recognized that no matter how much wealth one amassed, they remained subservient to government officials. To live with dignity, he resolved to pursue a political career and become a high-ranking official. With this goal in mind, Chen Xiaomao's thoughts became clearer. If he aspired to be a civil servant, he must commence preparations immediately. The government had already instituted civil service examination policies. He would consciously study with the aim of passing the exam upon graduation, wasting no time. As for matters of the heart, he realized there was no need to rush. What does a man have to fear without a wife? Only by becoming strong would beautiful women come his way. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had foolishly adored Li Yin, only to receive endless ridicule, he understood that he needed to focus on self-improvement and allow everything else to unfold naturally. The next morning, Chen Xiaomao boarded a bus to Taipei City. After a bumpy journey, he finally arrived at Taipei University. Gazing at the grand entrance of the school, he was filled with a multitude of emotions. He never imagined he would return to this place for his studies. Though the university may not rank highly nationally, it remained his unforgettable alma mater, the campus where his first love blossomed. After dropping off his luggage in the dormitory and resting briefly, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the classroom. Upon entering, he spotted Li Yin seated in the middle of the front row, one hand cradling a book while the other twirled a pen incessantly. The pen glimmered in the sunlight, casting radiant halos around it, while Li Yin's delicate face radiated a gentle glow, stirring something deep within Chen Xiaomao's heart. Pausing momentarily, Xiaomao found himself lost in thought once again. Despite the passage of several years, he still struggled to maintain a sense of tranquility. At that moment, Li Yin, having heard the sound of footsteps, lifted her head slightly and smiled. "Good morning, Chen Xiaomao." "Good morning. You're here quite early," he replied. Xiaomao's heart swiftly calmed. After all, he was no longer the same person he used to be, but rather someone whose spirit had been tempered by years of societal challenges. He walked past Li Yin with a gentle smile. Li Yin seemed taken aback, perhaps sensing the subtle change in him. Had this young man matured somewhat during the winter break? Upon reaching his desk, he opened his backpack and discovered several of Jin Yang's martial arts novels nestled inside. In the past, he had been an avid reader of such tales, devouring countless works from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Often reading 3 novels a day while envisioning himself as a chivalrous hero traversing the world, forging connections with many kindred spirits. Of course, Xiaomao also indulged in classic literature, one of his favorites being Liu Yao's Ordinary World, which he had impatiently finished in a single day, despite its hefty word count of 1 million. It was precisely because Xiaomao had immersed himself in so many books that he had been able to compose a 17-page love letter to Li Yin. Yet, in retrospect, he now viewed that act as somewhat foolish. Even if he penned 100 pages, it was uncertain whether a girl would have the time to read them. Before long, classmates began to trickle into the classroom, each preoccupied with their own affairs, and few noticed Xiaomao, who had become somewhat of an invisible presence during his freshman year. However, a slightly portly boy entered and cheerfully took a seat beside him, initiating a conversation. This boy, Liu Chong, hailed from the provincial capital of Taipei City. His family was involved in construction, and his father had once been a contractor, amassing wealth through city redevelopment projects. As a result, Liu Chong had become somewhat of a nouveau riche. Liu Chong was one of Xiaomao's few friends. Due to his slightly overweight appearance, he was often perceived as an oddity among their peers, which fostered a bond between him and the equally unremarkable Xiaomao. "Xiaomao, where did you go for the winter break?" "My family celebrated the New Year in Sanya, Hainan. It was so warm there, unlike the chill we have here. You should definitely visit Hainan. It's truly a wonderful place," Xiaomao responded. Just then, a voice echoed from the front. "Everyone, please settle down. Most of our classmates have arrived. We will now begin class." It was Professor Wang Wen, their homeroom teacher. At just 40 years old, Professor Wang was considered relatively young among the faculty at Taipei University. He possessed profound knowledge in the field of Chinese literature, particularly ancient texts, and was also a moderately renowned calligrapher. His teaching style was anything but rigid. He often deviated from the textbook, drawing inspiration from various sources, captivating his students with engaging anecdotes. Thus began the second semester of Xiaomao's freshman year. Chapter 4. A letter from home. A few days passed, and the weekend arrived. Xiaomao had not forgotten his most pressing task. He quietly made his way to a bookstore, where he carefully selected essential materials for civil service examinations. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found that his roommates had all gone out. He rummaged through some old newspapers and wrapped his new books in makeshift covers, locking most of them away in his trunk while keeping one to study diligently. In the past, Xiaomao would have eagerly joined his classmates for leisure activities on a rare weekend. A small hill behind the school, several hundred meters high, was a popular hiking spot, and many students would venture there. Couples, in particular, would make early plans to enjoy a day of relaxation together. However, Xiaomao had changed. He now had a clear goal and dedicated his time to his studies. Time was a precious commodity, and he resolved not to waste it on regrets when faced with unavoidable choices. To avoid appearing too out of place, he wrapped his newly purchased books in old newspapers, hoping to conceal his intentions from his classmates. Days flew by, and Xiaomao grew accustomed to this new routine, diligently attending classes and dedicating his spare time to studying for the civil service exams. He noticed no disappointment in Lian's gaze, only a hint of surprise and curiosity as she occasionally observed him, perhaps struggling to adapt to his newfound diligence. On one particular day, Lu Chong burst into the classroom, exclaiming loudly, "Xiaomao, I have a letter for you. Is it from your girlfriend back home?" His boisterous voice captured the attention of those remaining in the classroom, including Lian, who tilted her head, half smiling, as she watched Xiaomao receive the letter. Xiaomao felt somewhat dazed. It had been quite some time since he had received a handwritten letter. Reflecting on it, he remembered that back in those days, mobile phones were not yet widespread, and internet cafes were just beginning to emerge. Many people had registered for online chat tools, but the practice of writing letters by hand was still a common means of communication. As Xiaomao glanced at the envelope, he recognized the elegant yet firm handwriting and immediately knew who it was from. Lu Chong, still hovering nearby, urged him, "Open it quickly. Is it from a beautiful girl?" "Get lost, it's from my little sister," Xiaomao retorted. "How many little sisters do you have? Why does each one sound so frail?" Lu Chong laughed, singing a popular Taiwanese song as he exited the classroom. Xiaomao retrieved the letter from his desk and slowly began to read. "Dear brother Xiaomao, have you started the new semester? Is everything going smoothly? I thought of writing sooner, but I knew you would be busy settling in, so I waited until now. I hope you're well." The letter, though brief and filled with mundane details, plunged Xiaomao into deep reflection. He vividly recalled the girl named Xia Rongyan, who had been a high school student like him, boarding at a school in the countryside. The dormitories would turn off the lights at 11, and restless boys would chat long into the night, often staving off sleep as they shared stories. Each night, Xiaomao would drift off to sleep listening to her enchanting voice, which made his dreams all the sweeter. There was a song that sang, "I will sleep with your name as my pillow," but for Xiaomao, it was her voice that lulled him to rest. He remembered the charming host named Hua Air, who would fill the airwaves with delightful sounds, saying, "In this world, nothing can bridge hearts like language. It is a bond. A bridge connecting the sincerity and simplicity between us and the endless tales of the night." Previously, Xiaomao had only been acquainted with popular songs. But after Xia Rongyan's introduction, he began to listen to the melancholic melodies of Zhong, which resonated deeply within his soul. Later on, the two individuals began to jointly explore the ancient poem Spring River, Flower Moon Night by Zhong. Overall, their exchanges were lighthearted and enjoyable. Chen Xiaomao could sense that the girl on the other end of the letter, whom he had never met, was genuinely a pure and lovely girl. Thus, their correspondence continued. With seasons passing by, the young girl transformed from a middle school student into a high school student, and 2 years later, Chen Xiaomao, despite not excelling academically, managed to enroll in a university in the provincial capital with barely passing scores after the college entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, the two pen pals, who had never met, had been corresponding for 3 to 4 years. Chapter 5. Changing Attitudes. I still remember my former self, who, upon entering university, was preoccupied with pursuing Lian, neglecting other matters. In retrospect, my intentions were good, but my words were often unkind, inadvertently hurting the girl's pride. Years passed, yet I never forgot that girl. The joyful exchanges we had suddenly came to an end, leaving a tinge of regret. In one of her letters, I saw once more the expression of her hope to attend the same university as I did after the entrance exam, wishing to be my junior. Time flew during those diligent days, and, alongside my studies, I gradually absorbed the content for the civil service examination. My interactions with Li Yin became less fervent. Instead, she approached me twice, striking up conversations to inquire about what I had been busy with recently. I told her I was not occupied with much, just reading. She smiled and walked away. Previously, due to my rural background, I lacked experience in interacting with girls. During middle school, when seated next to a girl, I would draw an imaginary line down the middle of the desk with a compass, so when I later encountered a girl, I would blush, unsure of what to say. However, I was no longer the same. Having spent over a decade in factory life, I frequently joked with female workers in the workshop, making me less sensitive and unfamiliar with the opposite sex. Consequently, my conversations with Li Yin became quite natural, I no longer blushed or felt nervous, and there was no need to put on an act. Everything unfolded naturally. This surprised my classmates, as I had remained quite low-key throughout my freshman year. Though I had participated in several activities, I had always taken on the role of an observer. I sensed many eyes, like stars, following me, and one particular gaze seemed to come from Lian, a feeling I had never experienced before, which made me secretly delighted. As a result, my class won first prize in the recent competition. Upon returning to class, our professor, Wang Wen, praised me, which led to some of the other male students looking at me with a hint of jealousy. Following this event, my relationship with Li Yin grew closer. After discussing a question one day, she asked if I had a QQ account, mentioning that many people used it for chatting and that it was quite interesting. Coincidentally, I had just registered for one during the winter break, though I hadn't used it much. So I quickly found the number I had written down and shared it with her. Our school had a computer room, and if luck was on my side, I could find an unoccupied machine to use the internet. One evening, after dinner, I recalled Li Yan's mention of her QQ account. So I set my books aside and headed to the computer room. I noticed a classmate had just left and seized the opportunity to log in. Suddenly, I heard two beeping sounds from the speakers, and the little penguin avatar was bouncing continuously. I clicked to check and saw a notification for a new friend request. Upon opening it, I found a young girl-esque avatar with a username Green Ivy Tree. I couldn't help but feel curious, thinking it must be Li Yin, as no one else knew my QQ number. I wondered why she chose such an unusual name. What kind of tree was a green ivy tree? After adding her as a friend, a message promptly arrived. Hello, I am Li Yin. Just as I suspected, it turned out she had gone to an internet CAF with a few classmates and unexpectedly found me online, leading to our chat. I asked her why she had chosen such a peculiar name, and she replied that it held no particular meaning. While creating her username, she had struggled to think of one until she noticed a green ivy nearby and decided on Green Ivy Tree. We continued to chat about our hometown, as we both hail from the same county. Although I had grown up in the countryside, I had attended high school in the county city. While we didn't go to the same high school, several of my middle school classmates had enrolled in the same secondary school, so we shared a few mutual acquaintances. Our exchanges with Li Yin were delightful, and the absence of face-to-face interaction made the conversation feel casual and enjoyable. Chapter 6. Xiaorongyan's College Entrance Examination. In the past 2 months, Xiaorongyan had seldom written to me, likely due to the heavy academic workload as she focused all her energy on studying, hoping for excellent results. The sweltering weather felt stifling, and the school officially transitioned into summer vacation mode. Having planned ahead, I decided to find work during the summer, so I opted to stay in the provincial capital, where job opportunities were more abundant and finding employment was somewhat easier. However, I underestimated the challenges of job hunting. Since I could only work for 2 months, many employers were reluctant to hire me. For positions requiring some skill, employers worried that I would leave as soon as I learned the job. After searching extensively, I eventually found a position as a server at a hot pot restaurant not far from the school. During lunch and dinner hours, I had to arrive early to help with preparations, and when customers arrived, I served plates and dishes. Time passed quickly in the bustling and fulfilling days, and before I knew it, summer vacation was coming to an end. My earnings at the restaurant amounted to 10 yuan a day, which meant I made about 500 yuan over roughly 50 days, enough to cover my living expenses for 2 months. Soon, the second year of university would commence. Just a couple of days after the semester started, I received a letter from Xiaorongyan. Upon opening it, I saw she had drawn a small crying face with a fountain pen, followed by the words, Brother Xiaomao, I'm sorry, I have to break my promise. I had initially intended to apply to the university you attend, but my parents insisted against it, saying my scores could get me into a better school. When they asked me why I wanted to attend Taipei University, I didn't dare to mention you. So I had to heed their advice and applied to Huaxia Minzu University in the capital. Brother Xiaomao, I want to cry. I truly wish to attend university with you. Looking at this girl who had experienced a year of university life, she seemed to have blossomed even more beautifully, her shoulder-length hair appearing fresh and vibrant. I inquired about her life back home, and she smiled, replying, it's fine. I eat my mother's cooking every day, and in the evenings, my family strolls around the square in the county city. Life in the small town is quite pleasant, with far fewer cars than in the provincial capital, but it can be a bit dull. How about you? Are you living it up in the provincial capital? I chuckled. Heaven knows how I've managed these past 2 months, sweating profusely and smelling of lamb meat. If this counts as living it up, I think I'd rather not. I then added, are you free for lunch? I'd like to treat you, to welcome you. Sure, this is your first time treating me. I'm going to make you pay for a feast. I patted my empty wallet, thinking about how much a big meal would cost. Just yesterday, I had informed my family that they need not send me money for the next 2 months, as I had earned enough through my work. But it seemed I might not make it through the 2 months after all. Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin each ordered a bowl of noodles. It was the first time they dined alone together, and it was evident that Li Yin felt somewhat awkward, while Chen Xiaomao appeared unfazed, no longer feeling the tension of such an occasion. They began reminiscing about their hometown, with Chen Xiaomao sharing amusing anecdotes from his middle school days. For instance, there was an occasion when he and an older brother rode their bicycles to school, only to be caught in a torrential downpour. Eager to reach school quickly, they pedaled vigorously, but due to the age of their bikes, the older brother lost a pedal. They hurriedly stopped to search for it. Amidst the heavy rain, the ground was flooded, and they fumbled around in the water as if fishing, eventually drenched to the bone before they finally found the missing pedal. Balancing on the remaining pedal, he exerted immense effort to reach school, leaving their teacher astonished at their appearance, who then instructed them to change clothes in the dormitory and seek assistance for the bicycle repair. Li Yin laughed heartily, exclaiming that their experience was truly entertaining. As a city girl, she had never encountered such adventures. Hearing this, she grew anxious and asked if he had been submerged. Chen Xiaomao reassured her that he had managed to escape unscathed, as several villagers were nearby watering their fields and promptly rescued him. Li Yin expressed her curiosity, remarking that she had not anticipated him having such perilous experiences. Chen Xiaomao mentioned that he might have been too startled to feel fear at the time, only recalling the coldness of the weather, as the incident occurred at night, leaving him shivering. Li Yin responded, "Surviving great calamities surely brings future blessings. You must take care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao was taken aback, reflecting that the true calamity he had survived was not this incident, but rather his leap from the summit of Taishan. What future blessings could arise from that? He found himself lost in thought. Chapter 7. Xia Rongyan's University Life. Chen Xiaomao contemplated how to accumulate more capital within a year, pondering which low-priced stocks to invest in beforehand. How could he gather a sum of money in a short time? Relying on his family's assistance was impractical. His mother earned a meager income of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan annually from farming, just enough to cover his tuition and maintain household expenses. Thus, he needed to devise alternative strategies. The colorful lottery tickets were currently very popular, with a grand prize of 5 million yuan for correctly guessing all 7 numbers. Regrettably, Chen Xiaomao never anticipated a day of rebirth. If only he could remember the winning numbers from a particular draw. He decided to put those thoughts aside, believing that leveraging his 18 years of future memories to earn some pocket money would not be overly challenging. He resolved to focus on his studies, understanding that only by continually enriching his mind could he unlock greater potential in society. His correspondence with Xia Rongyan became more frequent, revealing that the young woman had relaxed since entering university. Excitement radiated from her as she described the beauty of her campus and the diverse backgrounds of her classmates, recounting weekend shopping excursions in the capital's commercial districts. Everything felt new and exhilarating. In her letters, she expressed a longing to meet Chen Xiaomao. But since they had not ended up at the same university and were now separated by distance, she hesitated, suggesting that the mystery of not having met face-to-face was quite delightful, and perhaps it would be best to preserve that intrigue. Chen Xiaomao, however, felt indifferent. The ambiguity of a pen-pal relationship was pleasant, allowing them to appreciate each other's strengths without the blemishes that frequent face-to-face interactions might reveal. Later, Xia Rongyan mentioned that she had joined the university's poetry club and participated in various recitation events. She also noted that many boys looked at her with great admiration, which made her feel somewhat shy. Time passed swiftly, and before long, half of the sophomore year had elapsed, with the winter break approaching. Chen Xiaomao had meticulously planned his study schedule, which bore early fruits. He found past civil service exam papers to work on, achieving a passing level, though it was insufficient for successful application. Nevertheless, after just 1 year of study, he had established a foundation. His mother had prepared his favorite hometown dishes, filling their rural home with warmth. Although their family was not affluent, and he had never experienced a life of luxury, the joy of his childhood was not lacking. In the final days of the year, his mother began frying various snacks, such as meatballs and eggplant fritters, in preparation for the new year. On New Year's Eve, Chen Xiaomao sat beside his mother watching the Spring Festival Gala, while enjoying simple stir-fried dishes. He shared a little wine with her. Even in his past life, he was not much of a drinker, as his daily routine was monotonous, with few friends, and he typically only indulged in beer. This time, he poured just a small amount of liquor into his cup, pondering why such an unpleasant drink could be addictive. His mother also drank sparingly, merely to enhance the festive atmosphere. His maternal grandparents lived about 5 kilometers away, reachable by bicycle in half an hour. At this time, they were still in good health. Chen Xiaomao recalled that before his leap from Taishan, his grandmother had been bedridden and somewhat confused, sometimes failing to recognize him. After chatting with his grandparents, Chen Xiaomao surveyed their home, where they had lived for decades, enduring the passage of time in that old house. Built of stone, the exterior walls had weathered considerably, with the marks of history etched deeply into them. Inside, while simple, the space was relatively tidy. As he examined the room's decor, his gaze landed on a painting hanging on the wall. A proud eagle perched on a branch, its round eyes alert, feathers a glistening black, and bony claws gripping the branch firmly, accompanied by 2 powerful characters that read distant vision. Having visited his grandmother's home countless times throughout his life, he had always seen this painting but had never paid it much attention due to his limited experience. However, after a year of studying and reading biographies and introductions to famous artists, this ancient piece immediately captured his interest. Chen Xiaomao's heart raced, for those 2 characters were not unfamiliar to him. He knew there was a village called 30 Lipu in his town, named for its distance of approximately 30 li from the county seat. This village had gained fame due to a notable individual. A century ago, a boy was born in 30 Lipu. Though he came from humble beginnings, he possessed a deep passion for painting from a young age and demonstrated remarkable talent. Eventually, he left home and, in his 20s, became a disciple of a renowned artist, subsequently achieving great success in the field of painting and calligraphy. His surname was Wang, and his given name was Zhu, later adopting the pen name Kuzu. In his later years, he became particularly adept at painting eagles, earning the title Eagle King of the Central Plains. By the age of 50, he was widely recognized as Master Kuzu, a prominent figure in the art world of China. Chapter 8. Unexpected Startup Capital. Chen Xiaomao gazed at the painting hanging on the wall, his heart wavering in uncertainty over whether it was an authentic work by the renowned artist Kuzu. The artist's fame was immense, and in recent years, the art market had become increasingly vibrant, resulting in a proliferation of imitative forgeries. Xiaomao stepped into the courtyard and sat beside his grandfather, softly inquiring, "Grandfather, where did that old eagle painting in our main room come from?" His grandfather replied, "Ah, that painting indeed has a tale. It was during the 70s when many people nearby struggled to find enough to eat, some even resorting to begging. One day, an elderly gentleman, tattered and worn, came to our home seeking a meal. I learned he lived not far away in the same town, and due to a severe drought that year, his family was beset by famine with too many mouths to feed. Thus, he ventured out, hoping to find someone who might offer assistance. I had some education and worked as a teacher in the village school, earning a modest income, so I had a bit of flour to spare. Seeing the old man's plight, I filled a bag with some dark flour for him. Months later, he returned, expressing his gratitude for the relief I had provided, stating that without it, dire consequences might have ensued. He had come to offer his thanks and presented me with this painting, remarking that as a learned man, I might appreciate it. He had kept it at home, but lacking education, he could not comprehend its value. Thus he gifted it to me. Listening to his grandfather's account, Xiaomao fell into contemplation. Given the considerable passage of time and the prevailing poverty among the common folk, there had been little enthusiasm for artworks or antiques, resulting in fewer forgeries. Furthermore, since Master Ku Zhu hailed from this very town, it was plausible that the painting had been passed along to a friend for some reason, suggesting a significant likelihood that it was indeed authentic. Observing Xiaomao's thoughtful demeanor, his grandfather remarked, "Xiaomao, that painting serves no purpose hanging there. If you like it, consider it a gift." Xiaomao felt a jolt of surprise. His grandfather was unaware of the painting's potential worth. If it truly were an original by Ku Zhu, its value would be considerable. Yet, he soon pondered that even if his grandfather were aware of its worth, dealing with it could be cumbersome. Given his current circumstances, he could use the painting as a lever to initiate his ascent, particularly when the stock market dipped next year, allowing him to maximize future gains. His grandfather was unfamiliar with the stock market, and convincing them to invest would likely be a challenge. Since his grandfather had offered it as a gift, Xiaomao resolved to use the painting as a fulcrum for his rise. "Thank you, grandfather," Xiaomao replied. "I truly appreciate this painting, and I will gladly accept it." Upon returning indoors, he cautiously removed the painting, brushed off the dust with a cloth, and gently rolled it up. Regrettably, their town lacked an internet CAF. Otherwise, he would have eagerly researched the painting's value. The county seat was over 40 miles away, requiring a bike ride of more than an hour, which felt exhausting. He decided to endure for a few more days until school resumed, planning to investigate there. The day of the new semester arrived, and Xiaomao bid farewell to his mother, leaving his hometown once more to attend university. That very evening, he could not resist visiting the computer lab, where many students, perhaps unable to access the internet at home, had flocked. Seeing the crowded room and the line of students outside, he opted to venture to the internet CAF nearby. At the CAF, he paid the deposit and selected a computer. Opening the browser, he typed how much his Ku Zhu's eagle painting. The computer's speed was sluggish, and as the web page gradually loaded, his excitement grew. Finally, the page opened successfully, revealing various introductions to Master Ku Zhu's works. It turned out that Ku Zhu had painted numerous landscapes, but his most famous piece was indeed the eagle painting. Throughout his life, he had created many renditions of eagles, each varying in value, yet the current market price for any would exceed $1 million. Xiaomao felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. While he understood that $1 million might not seem substantial in a decade, given the soaring real estate prices in big cities, possessing such a sum felt monumental in his current context. In this era, most people's monthly salaries barely reached 1,000 yuan. A childhood friend of his had graduated from vocational school over a year ago and now earned merely 700 yuan a month teaching at a local primary school. To amass $1 million, one would need to work for a century without spending a penny, and Xiaomao fantasized about the prospect of holding $1 million in his hands. Reflecting on his previous life, Xiaomao realized that his salary had been meager and he had never experienced the sensation of wealth. Knowing the approximate value of the painting led him to contemplate the next steps for monetizing it. He could not simply shout in the streets that he possessed a painting by Master Ku Zhu. Such a revelation could lead to complications, as he understood the principle of keeping wealth discreet. While he was lost in thought, the sound of a chair being moved caught his attention, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Turning, he saw a delicate face framed by a chic bob hairstyle. A charming young woman had taken a seat beside him. Xiaomao promptly stood and greeted her. Lian, hello. How was your new year? Hello, Chen Xiaomao. What a coincidence. You are here to surf the internet as well. I'm doing well. How about you? Although many people now own mobile phones, with models evolving from the bulky brick phones to sleek Nokias and Motorola's, most still lack the means to purchase one. Perhaps some could afford it, but felt they had little use for it, especially among university students. Anyone who pulled out a phone to make a call would instantly attract envious glances. Once he sold the painting, Xiaomao resolved to buy a phone, as it would make staying connected with family and friends far more convenient, a notion he found himself unable to shake. Chapter 9. Chen Xiaomao enters an online romance. Time flew, and 2 months into the semester, his correspondence with Li Yin had shifted predominantly toward discussions of literary classics. Under his recommendation, she had finished reading Ordinary World. She remarked that although Xiaoxia's life was brief, she had experienced genuine love. Despite not marrying Xiaoping, their heartfelt affection for one another was a comfort in itself. In her last letter, Xiaoyang asked Xiaomao, what does true love really look like? What does it feel like to fall in love? Upon reading her questions, Xiaomao pondered the essence of true love. His thoughts drifted to Li Yan, the girl who had captured his heart from their very first meeting. In his previous life, every encounter with her had left him flushed and breathless. Perhaps that was the essence of love. I often think of you. Chatting with you brings me much joy. I have a good friend who has had a pen pal for many years. Though they have never met, they have discussed love and decided to pursue a romance through letters, planning to meet once their relationship flourishes. I find it quite amusing, Xiaomao. Would you consider developing a romance through letters with me? Xiaomao felt a flush of embarrassment upon reading her proposition. Was this not the very essence of online romance born from the proliferation of the internet? In truth, he had enjoyed conversing with a young girl. Despite being 2 years younger, shared his enthusiasm for literature and music, fostering a profound connection. However, the idea of engaging in a romance without ever meeting was something Xiaomao had never contemplated. Recalling his previous stern rejection that had hurt this innocent girl's feelings, he found himself unwilling to refuse her a second time. If online romance was what it would be, who could predict what the future held? Perhaps there truly exists an opportunity for them to meet and develop their relationship. Subsequently, Chen Xiaomao informed Chen Xiaomao that she had newly registered a QQ account, suggesting they could arrange a time to chat online on weekend afternoons, provided they were both free. When the agreed weekend arrived, Chen Xiaomao once again visited the internet CAF, opened her QQ account, and added Xiao Rongyan as a friend. Thus, Chen Xiaomao's QQ account now boasted 2 companions. As she observed the mischievous girl's avatar flickering on the screen, it became evident that Xia Rongyan had indeed logged on. Unlike traditional letter writing, online chatting allowed for a more fluid exchange. In a mere 2 hours, they conversed extensively, fostering a deeper understanding between them. Xia Rongyan shared tales from her childhood, her joys and her troubles, while Chen Xiaomao often assumed the role of a listener, gradually unraveling the inner world of this delightful girl. Occasionally, memories from Chen Xiaomao's past life would intrude upon her thoughts, leaving her with an unsettling feeling, as though she were a nefarious middle-aged man, luring a sweet young girl with promises of candy. In any case, their conversations grew increasingly enjoyable, and anticipation for the next weekend blossomed. However, amidst this sweetness, the importance of academic pursuits could not be overlooked. Daytime classes demanded attention, and evenings were devoted to diligently studying materials for civil service examinations. Furthermore, due to her commendable study habits, Chen Xiaomao's grasp of her major surged forward. Particularly with the guidance of Professor Wang Wan, an expert in ancient literature, her understanding of historical knowledge deepened. She frequently sought Professor Wang's advice on calligraphy, having dabbled in brush writing since elementary school. Although her skills were not exceptional, they surpassed those of many classmates. Thus, Professor Wang, a renowned calligrapher, was pleased to offer her guidance. In addition to her academic endeavors, Chen Xiaomao began to shift her mindset, eagerly participating in various activities organized by her class and school. Her recent performance in a speech contest and knowledge competition showcased her abilities to both teachers and classmates, resulting in her election as the class publicity officer in the new student council. This position afforded her more opportunities to interact with Li Yan, the class's youth league secretary. Li Yan was truly an outstanding girl, possessing remarkable organizational skills and personal qualities. Beyond her role as secretary, she was also a member of the student council. As their interactions continued, Chen Xiaomao became aware of the discussions among classmates regarding girls like Li Yan, who would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers. He began to hear names, some familiar, others not, with the most notable being Wang Tianxiang, the current president of the student council, a name that resonated with grandeur. He was a year ahead and currently in his 3rd year, reputed for his strong organizational abilities and charismatic leadership. Rumor had it that Wang Tianxiang's father was a high-ranking official in the province, granting him early exposure to various officials, thus making him adept at navigating social interactions. Recently, Li Yan seemed to hold a favorable view of Chen Xiaomao. Aside from class gatherings, they had shared several meals together. Although these meals consisted of simple fare, such as noodles and rice vermicelli, they provided opportunities for more intimate exchanges. In truth, a girl like Li Yan, with her vibrant personality and capabilities, could not be easily swayed by material wealth alone. Chapter 10. Joining the Student Council. Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Li Yan's words. In his previous life, he had failed to realize that pursuing a girl required more than merely seeking her out. It necessitated self-improvement to attract her attention genuinely. One day, during lunch break, a bespectacled boy approached the classroom door, inquiring for Chen Xiaomao. Chen Xiaomao promptly stood and walked to the door. "I am Chen Xiaomao. May I ask who you are?" To his surprise, the invitation extended to him was unexpected, given he had been living a carefree life, having only recently assumed a position in the class leadership. Nevertheless, upon receiving the invitation, he readily agreed to join the student council. A few days later, news of Chen Xiaomao's formal induction into the student council spread throughout the class. Li Yan approached him, saying, "Congratulations, Chen Xiaomao. We are both student council members now. Let us discuss matters frequently." Chen Xiaomao replied, "Sure, as a senior member. Please guide me." Li Yan chuckled at this remark, her lips curling into a smile. At that moment, the chubby Lu Chong joined them, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend. Now that you are a student council officer, you must look out for me." Chen Xiaomao retorted, "Do you really need my protection? Look at you, flaunting those designer brands as if you want everyone to know your father is wealthy." Lu Chong laughed, "What can I do? With this body, I'm not exactly appealing. If I get too close to girls, I scare them away. So, I'm enhancing my appearance first, hoping to meet a few beauties." Li Yan watched the exchange with a smile, and Lu Chong suddenly realized, "Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. I'll take my leave." After hearing Lu Chong's words, a hint of pink appeared on Li Yan's fair cheeks as she turned to Chen Xiaomao. "I must go now. Let's have dinner together later to celebrate." With a beautiful girl extending an invitation, Chen Xiaomao quickly agreed. That evening, the two met at the school gate, and he said, "Today, Let me take you somewhere you might enjoy. Li Yan smiled. Sure, but I'll treat you today to celebrate. Chen Xiaomao replied, it doesn't matter who pays. Let us hurry before we miss out on a table. They crossed the street and arrived at the entrance of a recently opened restaurant. The bright sign reading Mengshan fried chicken, instantly evoking memories of their hometown's flavors. Li Yan's spirits lifted at the sight. After several months of dining in the school cafeteria, she missed the taste of home. They ordered half a chicken, as the restaurant, aware of the student clientele, allowed for flexible portion sizes. Additionally, they requested a hometown-style stir-fried bean sprout dish, quite ordinary yet uniquely flavored, not typically found in restaurants in the provincial capital. As they savored the familiar taste of home, they unconsciously lapsed into their hometown dialect, growing increasingly close. Li Yan appeared less aloof, resembling a neighborly girl, quietly engaging in conversation. They ordered 2 bottles of inexpensive glass-bottled drinks, savoring them slowly, akin to indulging in wine, while the dim lighting of the restaurant cast a romantic ambience. Nearing the end of their meal, Chen Xiaomao excused himself to the restroom and discreetly settled the bill with the owner. When they finished dining and Li Yan stood to pay, Chen Xiaomao informed her that he had already taken care of it. She was taken aback. When did you pay? Didn't we agree I'd treat you today? Chen Xiaomao replied, it's fine. I'll let you treat me next time. Li Yan did not press further. Additionally, he had been exploring the art of calligraphy and painting transactions lately. If he could find a buyer and authenticate a painting for a successful sale, all problems would be resolved. That evening, feeling quite content, Chen Xiaomao's heart raced as he watched the girl walking beside him. Not only was Li Yan beautiful, but her graceful stride was equally captivating. Her long, slender legs, accentuated by her jeans, appeared irresistibly alluring. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xiaomao suggested, Li Yan, the night is still young. Shall we take a stroll around the school playground? Neither had experienced romance before, so their evenings were typically spent studying in the library or resting in their dormitory, leaving them unprepared for the enchanting scene that awaited them on the campus playground. Chapter 11. A kiss on Li Yan's lips. As Chen Xiaomao strolled alongside Li Yan, he felt warmth rise to his cheeks while observing various couples around them. He surmised that Li Yan might also be feeling a touch of awkwardness. Suddenly, he felt his right hand, swaying with his body, brush against something smooth and cool. He instinctively grasped it, realizing it was Li Yan's delicate hand, soft and pleasantly cool to the touch. A wave of comfort washed over him, and he thought, is this not the sensation I have only ever experienced in dreams? This time, it was not a dream. He was genuinely holding Li Yan's hand. Glancing at her fair and exquisite face, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight, he noticed a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She softly remarked, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Chen Xiaomao tightened his grip slightly. Li Yan playfully stuck out her tender tongue and said, Xiaomao, you're hurting me. He eased his hold and continued walking hand in hand with her. You know, this is the first time a boy has held my hand, and you're holding on quite tightly, she teased. As they walked and chatted, the moonlight seemed to take on a charming glow. If a girl does not resist a boy holding her hand, it likely indicates she has developed feelings for him, a stark contrast to boys who are usually eager to hold hands with any pretty girl they encounter. Li Yan appeared transformed, her previous aloofness replaced by a gentle demeanor, her eyes glistening with a newfound warmth as they gazed at Xiaomao. After class, they naturally gravitated towards a small table in the cafeteria, drawing the attention of their familiar classmates. Whispers quickly spread. While it was acceptable for groups of boys and girls to share a meal, the sight of just the 2 of them together sparked curiosity. At that moment, a boy approached from a distance, of average height, with dark hair neatly parted and clad in rimmed glasses. He strode confidently to their table, wearing a faint smile. Chen Xiaomao noticed a piercing gaze from behind the thick lenses sweeping over his face. Li Yan, haven't finished eating yet? He greeted her. It dawned on Chen Xiaomao that this seemingly mature young man was Wang Tianxiang, the student council president. No wonder there was an air of rivalry in his gaze. He was one of Li Yan's many admirers. Wang Tianxiang then turned to Chen Xiaomao, casually inquiring, is this your classmate? He offered no greeting, merely nodding before adding, enjoy your meal. I'll be over there. Chen Xiaomao had anticipated some dramatic reaction from Wang Tianxiang upon seeing him with Li Yan, but this young man bore a maturity beyond his years, presenting himself as a formidable rival. He sensed a hint of disdain directed at him, likely stemming from the confidence afforded by his background. Chen Xiaomao thought, perhaps some may still look down upon me, but I, Chen Xiaomao, will one day earn their respect. From that point on, whenever free time permitted, Chen Xiaomao would spend it with Li Yan, sharing meals, strolling through shops, and enjoying evening walks on the campus playground. Their physical closeness remained limited to holding hands and the occasional brush of bare arms. They had yet to explore deeper intimacy. In the interim, the school organized a calligraphy competition to promote traditional culture, and both Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin signed up. He soon discovered that Li Yin had practiced calligraphy for many years, a rarity among girls. When the results were announced, Chen Xiaomao's solid fundamentals earned him first prize, while Li Yin secured second. Along with the certificates, there were cash rewards, 200 yuan for first place and 100 yuan for second. Elated, they agreed to celebrate their victories with a feast at a local eatery that evening. As they walked, fatigue began to set in, prompting them to find a place to sit. They shared amusing anecdotes from school and discussed their dreams for the future. Chen Xiaomao found himself captivated by the sight of Li Yan's lips as they moved enticingly, her tongue flickering playfully. He felt a surge of desire, to the point where he struggled to focus on her words. Suddenly, Li Yan paused, her large, grape-like eyes fixed on him. "Xiaomao, what are you thinking? You seem distracted." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed into his eyes. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Chen Xiaomao beheld her slightly parted, rosy lips, and he could not resist the urge to kiss her. Li Yin appeared to shy away, but he tenderly wrapped his arms around her slender shoulders, preventing her escape. The warmth of their lips, mingled with the lingering minty scent of her gum, enveloped him in a euphoric haze. It felt as though centuries passed before they emerged from their daze, and under the moonlight, Li Yan's face was flushed a radiant red. Chapter 12. Participation in a treasure appraisal program. The kiss with Li Yin was truly enchanting. It marked Chen Xiaomao's first kiss. In his previous life, due to poverty, he had reached his 30s without ever having a girlfriend. Experiencing his first kiss with a girl he deeply cherished in this life was an indescribably profound sensation. Reaching deep into his heart, Li Yin, too, seemed to be experiencing this for the first time, her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated. Chen Xiaomao gazed at her, finding himself increasingly enamored. He silently vowed that if possible, he would always remain by her side, cherishing her as his princess. The blissful days flew by, and before long, the time for final exams arrived. Since the beginning of their freshman year, Li Yin had consistently ranked first in her major, excelling in all subjects with a significant lead over her peers. In contrast, Chen Xiaomao's performance during his first year was rather unremarkable, landing him in the lower middle tier. However, since entering his sophomore year, he had gradually improved, and his scores for the final exams had reached a commendable level. Following the exams, the student council began organizing various initiatives, primarily aimed at assisting students from underprivileged backgrounds with work-study opportunities. They also prepared for welcoming new students after the summer break, devising plans for those who could arrive early to assist with the preparations. Additionally, other minor matters were discussed in a unified meeting. Chen Xiaomao, having joined the student council's publicity department, had attended a few meetings and contributed to drafting documents and reviewing text. This occasion marked his participation in a general assembly of the student council. He sat beside Li Yin, while the student council president, Wang Tianxiang, sat at the center of the podium, passionately delivering a speech. Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin listened attentively, eager to identify any tasks they could undertake. As the meeting concluded and attendees began to file out, Li Yin halted and asked, "What is the matter, President Wang?" Wang Tianxiang scrutinized Chen Xiaomao with a probing gaze, hesitating briefly before smiling and saying, "Great. We welcome Chen Xiaomao to join the new student orientation efforts, though I wonder if he has the time." The emphasis in his voice was unmistakable. Chen Xiaomao perceived Wang Tianxiang's countenance darken, sensing that this was a gesture of defiance. The glare from behind his glasses was fierce, yet he remained speechless. Those who possess family heirlooms or cherished artworks are invited to present them for complimentary appraisal by experts, who will also provide current market valuations. Chen Xiaomao resolved to attend the event to have the painting by Master Kuzu evaluated, hoping to ascertain its authenticity and, should it prove genuine and reasonably priced, to convert it into liquid assets. The first participant to take the stage was an alluring young woman, who, perhaps fearing her beauty would be obscured, had opted not to wear a mask. She presented a necklace of heavenly beads, her voice laced with feigned sweetness as she declared, "This celestial bead was gifted to me by my godfather, who claims that there are fewer than 3 of this quality in the world, valued at several tens of millions. I have no intention of selling it. I merely wish for you to admire it." At the mention of her godfather, the audience erupted in laughter, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. "Madam, The elderly expert interjected without hesitation. I must inform you that this celestial bead is a replica, not an authentic specimen. While the craftsmanship is indeed impressive, it possesses only aesthetic value, lacking any collectible worth. Chapter 13. The Frenzy of Acquisition. Upon hearing the expert's words, the young lady's face flushed crimson, and she retorted loudly. Sir, how old are you? Have your eyes deceived you? You dare declare my invaluable celestial bead worthless? Are you even capable of appraisal? The elder, visibly agitated, took his seat, seemingly ill-equipped for debate. The beautiful host from the capital's television station swiftly took the microphone and addressed the young woman. Greetings. Our expert merely offers his assessment. Should you disagree, you are welcome to seek further opinions. We provide this as a reference. And now, shall we invite our next participant? The young lady left the stage in displeasure, eliciting another round of laughter from the audience. The second individual to present was a rural man, cradling a dark, vase-like object. Following the appraisal by a porcelain expert, it was revealed to be a classic piece from the Ru kiln of the Song dynasty, valued at approximately 1 million. The audience gasped in admiration as a porcelain enthusiast in attendance promptly offered 980,000 to acquire the item. When it was Chen Xiaomao's turn, he approached the stage wearing a mask, keen to avoid recognition due to his youth and the ensuing complications. As he unfurled the painting of an eagle by Master Kuzu, the atmosphere fell silent. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire rose from the panel of experts, circling the artwork thrice, nodding in approval. He then took the microphone, his voice resonating. Upon my assessment, this eagle painting in the possession of the third participant is indeed an authentic work by Master Kuzu, a mature piece from the artist's middle period. It is remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of damage or restoration. Thus, considering the current market for Master Kuzu's works, I appraised this painting at 5 million. The audience erupted in astonishment. None had anticipated the emergence of such a masterpiece so swiftly. A painting valued at 5 million was no trifling sum, especially in 2001 when most salaries were modest, and even those in business had yet to amass such wealth. At that moment, two individuals from the front row stood up, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit and an elderly gentleman, robust and vibrant. They approached the stage to examine the painting closely. The suited man turned to Chen Xiaomao, stating, I trust Mr. Li's judgment. Young man, I shall purchase this painting for 5 million. Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of excitement and was about to agree when a deep voice interrupted. Wait. It was the elderly gentleman who had approached alongside the suited man. Addressing Chen Xiaomao, he introduced himself. I am Ma Chia, a devoted collector, particularly enamored with Master Kuzu's works. Young man, I, too, have a fondness for this painting. I offer you 2 million. Would you consider parting with it? Chen Xiaomao was momentarily taken aback by the competition. However, it was not necessarily a bad turn of events. He hoped the suited gentleman would continue to raise the bid, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Mr. Ma smiled at the suited man, saying, Your generous offer is greatly appreciated, and I invite you to visit my antique shop, Bengazhai, whenever you have the opportunity. Turning back to Chen Xiaomao, he added, If you agree to the transaction, I shall provide you with my business card. I run a well-regarded antique shop in the capital, focusing primarily on calligraphy and paintings. Today, your presentation of Master Kuzu's exquisite work signifies a fortuitous connection. I hope we may have the chance to share tea together. Considering the elder's words, Chen Xiaomao surmised that selling the painting to him was likely the best course of action. Although he knew that in a decade's time, the genuine work of Master Kuzu could fetch over 10 million, he felt unable to wait. Moreover, the prospect of securing 5 million now was enticing, with a strong belief that it could multiply in value within the coming years. The elder's shop seemed reputable, and establishing a friendship could prove beneficial for future visits to the capital. Thus, after the necessary formalities and tax calculations, Chen Xiaomao received approximately 8 million in cash, which was promptly transferred to his bank account. He discreetly exited the venue, pocketing Mr. Ma's business card, which bore his address and phone number. As for the subsequent treasures presented, Chen Xiaomao had lost interest. Clutching the thin bank card felt akin to holding a heavy brick, albeit one of gold. With more than a month remaining before the end of summer vacation, Chen Xiaomao was unconcerned about seeking employment. With such wealth in hand, the need for a job seemed superfluous. He suddenly contemplated the rapid growth of the real estate market across the nation in the coming years, especially in provincial capitals where properties could soon exceed 10,000 per square meter. He resolved to allocate some fund for next year's stock market and to set aside a portion for purchasing a home for his own convenience. With determination, Chen Xiaomao dedicated several days to studying current real estate developments, evaluating which community would suit him best. Ultimately, he selected a modestly priced unit in a neighborhood closer to school. Although the area was not particularly bustling, he had his eye on a layout of fewer than 200 square meters, with a total price slightly above 200,000, securing a third-floor unit along with a 30-square-meter garage. The community, established a few years prior, remained unsold due to its slightly remote location, but this posed no issue for Chen Xiaomao, who recalled that the area would soon be designated for development, promising a price surge. With the housing matter settled, he felt a significant achievement had been realized. Yet, he suddenly remembered he did not own a mobile phone. While he had little need for one at present, having grown accustomed to the device in his previous life, it felt odd not to possess a phone. Chen Xiaomao visited a telecommunications company and chose a popular model named Bodeo. Known for its catchy slogan, "Choose Bodeo for your mobile needs," the fighter jet among phones. After some consideration, he decided to purchase one for Li Yan as well, ensuring easy communication in the future. After making the purchase, he suddenly recalled the conundrum of how to present it to her. Although the phone was only priced around 1,000 yuan, given her understanding of his financial situation, she would know he lacked the means to gift her such an item. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone addressing this dilemma for the time being. Chapter 14. Li Yan returns to campus. In that era, mobile phones were not adorned with vibrant colors. They were primarily available in the mundane hues of red, white, and silver. Gazing at the two compact flip phones before him, one silver and the other red, Chen Xiaomao contemplated that he would keep the silver one for himself and intended to bestow the red one upon Li Yan, having already programmed it with contact numbers. He had also devised a plausible reason for the gift. He had recently purchased several lottery tickets for the 7-color ball and fortuitously won a 5th prize, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. Eager to spend his unexpected windfall, he decided to buy 2 phones for easier communication in the future. Chen Xiaomao visited several renovation companies and selected one that appeared relatively reputable to arrange the decoration of his newly acquired apartment. With less than a month until the new semester and the necessity to participate in the student union's orientation activities, he found himself pressed for time. Hence, he opted for a full-service renovation firm, requiring minimal oversight on his part. Once the renovation plan was agreed upon, he allowed the company to schedule the work as needed. He chose a tranquil wooden decor style for the apartment, as he preferred a serene space to read and enjoy tea, allowing himself moments of relaxation. This holiday seemed to pass swiftly, with less than 5 days remaining before classes resumed and the student union's assembly time approaching. On that day, Chen Xiaomao had an early breakfast and arrived at the student union's publicity department, where he found Minister Chen Dongliang already engrossed in writing at a desk. He greeted him. "Hello, Minister Chen." Chen Xiaomao replied, "Of course, Minister, just direct me as needed." Chen Dongliang handed him a note he had been writing, saying, "Xiaomao, your handwriting is excellent. Please transcribe these welcoming slogans for the new students to be posted on the bulletin board." Chen Xiaomao glanced at the content, which merely welcomed the new enrollees, and promptly said, "No problem, Minister, I will write them right away." Thus, they both busied themselves diligently. Shortly after, several other members of the department arrived, preparing for their respective tasks. The two groups soon converged, as most were familiar with one another being fellow student union members, and they began to chat. Li Yan, dressed in dark blue jeans and a simple top, displayed a refreshing appearance that accentuated her graceful figure. Chen Xiaomao watched her with a smile, discreetly admiring her beauty while refraining from any overtly affectionate gestures due to the presence of others. Li Yan had achieved the highest score in her class during university entrance examinations and joined the student union's academic department early on, which consisted of the top students from various classes, all high achievers. For this orientation, the academic department had not been assigned many tasks, merely selecting a few available students to assist with basic duties. Chen Xiaomao and Li Yan, in perfect harmony, separately wandered around the school grounds before finding each other again, linking arms as they strolled towards the playground. There, they discovered a secluded spot and sat down. Chen Xiaomao retrieved the prepared phone from his pocket, instructing Li Yan, "Close your eyes. I have a gift for you." Obediently, Li Yan closed her beautiful eyes. Chen Xiaomao observed her alluringly closed eyes and felt a surge of emotion, finding her irresistibly enchanting. Yet, he managed to suppress his feelings and gently placed the red phone in her palm. Upon feeling something in her hand, Li Yan opened her eyes wider and exclaimed, Xiaomao, where did you get this phone? Did you buy it? Where did you find the money? Chen Xiaomao recounted the story he had crafted, relying on his years of life experience to maintain a calm demeanor, ensuring Li Yin did not detect any incongruity in his tale. Li Yin remarked, "You are incredibly lucky, but you should save your money for more important things. Having a phone isn't that essential for us." Chen Xiaomao responded, "Haha, once I earn some money, I will buy a small car and take you for a drive every day." Li Yin smiled and replied, "Stop dreaming. Cars are expensive. When will you earn enough to buy one?" In truth, Chen Xiaomao wanted to say that acquiring a car was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Yet he decided against it, knowing that many aspects were difficult to explain. Moreover, driving to university at this stage felt somewhat ostentatious. He continued, "This phone has a feature that allows for texting without making calls. Let me teach you how to send messages." Li Yin appeared intrigued, as her previous understanding of phones was limited to making calls, and she was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of this new form of communication. In years to come, mobile phones would evolve into indispensable tools, fully embracing smart technology. In the 2 years leading up to my rebirth, a software called Short Message had begun to gain popularity, enabling communication through data rather than traditional calls. Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin enthusiastically explored the capabilities of the diminutive phone, and it was evident that Li Yin was quite enamored with it. Although Chen Xiaomao had encountered more advanced models, he feigned curiosity, engaging with her in their exploration. Chapter 15. Finding Fault. Soon, the day of a new semester arrived, and both Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin officially entered their third-year studies. The student union had set up several tables at the school entrance, adorned with bright red banners welcoming the class of 2001. Most of these slogans had been handwritten by Chen Xiaomao. As new students began to arrive, the student union deployed a team of volunteers to assist, primarily helping those with heavy luggage transport their belongings to the dormitories. After a long day of bustling activity, the sun began to set, signaling the end of their efforts. The volunteers were exhausted, some resting by the roadside, while others stepped aside to hydrate. The student union members commenced packing up their supplies, discussing where to dine together to unwind after a laborious day. Suddenly, a group of students emerged from the campus, led by a student with a side-parted hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses, gesturing emphatically as he conversed with those around him. They soon approached the tables. It was none other than Wang Tianxiang, the president of the student union, accompanied by several junior leaders, come to inspect the scene. Wang Tianxiang surveyed the surroundings, and for a moment, his gaze seemed to linger on Chen Xiaomao, though he said nothing. After a brief pause, he proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for your hard work today, especially our volunteers who tirelessly ran about. On behalf of all student union members, I extend my sincere gratitude." Today's orientation was a resounding success. Polite applause followed, though it lacked enthusiasm, likely due to collective fatigue. Wang Tianxiang appeared dissatisfied with the lukewarm response. Once the clapping subsided, he theatrically scanned the area again and addressed Chen Dongliang, "Minister Chen, today, operations went smoothly, but I must point out an issue with the welcoming slogans that your publicity department is responsible for." Wang Tianxiang frowned. "I am not criticizing the quality of the writing. However, with the advocacy for simplified Chinese, several traditional characters in these slogans complicate recognition for new students. It seems as though someone is attempting to showcase their intellect by using such forms." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao felt a sense of unease, thinking, "Is this criticism directed at me?" Before the commencement of the semester, Li Yin had once recommended Chen Xiaomao to compose slogans, which Wang Tianxiang surely recognized. Now, given the current situation, it seems rather intentional. However, he is currently questioning the publicity minister, Chen Dongliang, while Chen Xiaomao chooses to remain silent, observing how Chen Dongliang will respond. Chen Dongliang's face reddens as he faces Wang Tianxiang's accusations in front of so many people, clearly feeling a blow to his pride. He retorts loudly, "Wang Tianxiang, do not create trouble where there is none. I see no issue with this slogan. You are merely looking for a reason to argue. Others may fear you, but I do not. Do you even know how you became this president?" Wang Tianxiang, evidently flustered, shouts back as the student council president, "I am merely pointing out your shortcomings. What kind of attitude is this?" Chen Xiaomao did not anticipate Chen Dongliang's strong stance. Wang Tianxiang, as the student council president, is often regarded with high esteem and likely seldom faces such confrontation. After all, Wang Tianxiang has always been considered a prodigy, hailing from a distinguished family, excelling academically, and possessing strong organizational skills, making him a prominent figure on campus. The surrounding students are taken aback, bewildered by the sudden escalation of their argument. Many attempt to mediate, urging both parties to calm down and take a step back. As more students gather to witness the scene, both Wang Tianxiang and Chen Dongliang, not wishing to escalate matters further, gradually cease their quarrel, though the atmosphere remains decidedly awkward. At that moment, Li Yin arrives at the scene, accompanied by a refined middle-aged man, their homeroom teacher, Professor Wang Wen. Recognized by all present, the professor commands respect due to his distinguished demeanor. With a cheerful smile, he inquires, "What has transpired here, my young friends? Why is the atmosphere so tense?" A student familiar with Professor Wang steps forward and recounts the events. Upon hearing the situation, Professor Wang glances at the slogan, then at Chen Xiaomao, offering a knowing nod. Having studied under him for over a year, he likely recognizes Chen Xiaomao's handwriting. Professor Wang turns to Wang Tianxiang and states, "May I have a word, Xiao Wang?" He continues, "Chinese traditional culture boasts a rich history spanning millennia, and calligraphy has always been a gem within this cultural tapestry. Many renowned calligraphers have left us with invaluable works. Because of the numerous ancient calligraphic pieces that have been passed down, it is common for later generations to emulate the works of their predecessors. Thus, calligraphy enthusiasts typically write in traditional characters, which are more symmetrical and aesthetically pleasing due to their lesser white space. This is why calligraphic works are often expressed in traditional script." With a smile, Professor Wang observes Wang Tianxiang, his wise gaze glimmering behind thick glasses. At this moment, it is evident that Wang Tianxiang feels somewhat thwarted, wanting to retort, but unable to find the words, ultimately conceding with a defeated, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor Wang. I have learned something today. I must take my leave now." With that, he and his companions walk away into the school's interior. Only Professor Wang, Chen Dongliang, Li Yin, and Chen Xiaomao remain. Chen Xiaomao approaches Professor Wang to greet him. The professor smiles warmly and remarks, "Your writing is quite commendable, though there are areas that could benefit from further refinement." He then points out specific aspects of Chen Xiaomao's calligraphy that require improvement. Chen Xiaomao, eager to learn, listens attentively, as do Chen Dongliang and Li Yin, though it is uncertain if they fully grasp the nuances. Chen Xiaomao turns to Chen Dongliang and expresses, "Thank you for today, Minister Chen. After all, I'm the one who wrote those characters, and you ended up embroiled in a dispute with President Wang." Chen Dongliang replies with a smile, "Do not mention it, Xiaomao. I simply cannot abide those who carry themselves with such arrogance. What's so remarkable about them? They merely rely on their family's influence, bullying others within the school. I refuse to be intimidated." It seems Chen Dongliang and Wang Tianxiang do not see eye to eye. Chapter 16. Li Yin accompanies me to the new apartment. After a while, Chen Dongliang, realizing the conversation has lost its intrigue, smiles and says, "I must get back to work, so I won't take up any more of your time." He winks at Chen Xiaomao, indicating he is aware of the dynamics between the two. Chen Xiaomao is confident that Chen Dongliang also knows of Wang Tianxiang's affection for Li Yin, which elucidates Wang Tianxiang's earlier provocations. It appears Chen Dongliang's outburst was more to support Chen Xiaomao than anything else. Chen Xiaomao inquires of Li Yin, "How did you come to be with Professor Wang?" Li Yin smiles and replies softly, "It was merely coincidental. I happened to see Professor Wang on my way here and walked alongside him. I never anticipated such a situation would arise, and I am grateful for his intervention. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for both sides to reach an understanding." Chen Xiaomao agrees. Indeed, Professor Wang commands great respect. Both faculty and students hold him in high regard. Chen Xiaomao reflects, Professor Wang possesses the capability and charisma. At only 40, he has a promising future ahead. As their junior year progresses, life settles into a routine, with students displaying varied attitudes. Some have begun preparing for graduate school, while others explore career options post-graduation. Those from well-off backgrounds seem to carelessly squander their youth. Chen Xiaomao continues discussing future employment with Li Yin, who, influenced by him, decides to take the civil service examination after graduation. Together, they dedicate their free time to studying for it. Summer Rongyin's letters arrive with regularity, typically every week. On weekends, they chat online, sharing stories from far and wide, and occasionally, she playfully flirts with Chen Xiaomao, maintaining their online romantic relationship. Chen Xiaomao's choice of renovation company proves efficient. Within a month of the semester's start, the apartment is nearly complete. The bright and tidy living space significantly uplifts his spirits. During the weekend, he selects some favorite furniture, arranging for it to be delivered as soon as the renovations are finalized. Chen Xiaomao dreams of the day he can bring Li Yin to see the place, wondering if she will like it. Beyond academics, the workload within the student council has increased this semester. Chen Dongliang seems to value Chen Xiaomao, particularly entrusting him with many written materials and proposing him as the deputy minister of the publicity department. As their cohort prepares for graduation next year, this position essentially paves the way for Chen Xiaomao to assume the ministerial role in the following year. He does not hesitate to accept, as his current schedule allows him to manage the responsibilities. Due to limited interaction with Wang Tianxiang, Chen Xiaomao has managed to avoid further conflict. While his relationship with Li Yin deepens, they exchange numerous messages daily. Though each costs a penny, it is a trivial expense given his financial situation. Occasionally, Li Yin asks if the phone bill is high and if she should contribute. Chen Xiaomao reassures her to use it freely, stating he has plenty of winnings left unspent. At such moments, she smiles and playfully responds, "All right then, I shall indulge this newfound wealth of yours." The house has finally been completely renovated, and arrangements have been made for the furniture store to deliver all the furnishings. The curtains have also been installed, and when the weather permits, I open the windows to ventilate the space. By the time New Year's arrives, it will be ready for occupancy. Of course, many eyes are also drawn to Li Yin, who from the very beginning of her school journey was deemed the belle of her class and is celebrated as one of the 4 great beauties in the entire school. Li Yin furrowed her brow as she looked at Chen Xiaomao and said, "What should we do? Today, Aunt Wang is on duty in our dormitory, and she is quite strict. It might be difficult to knock on her door." Chen Xiaomao pondered for a moment and replied, "I have a relative who has gone abroad. Their house is nearby, and they entrusted me to look after it, so I have the key. Why don't we spend the night there?" Li Yan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Chen Xiaomao. "Really? Just the 2 of us? Isn't that inappropriate?" Chen Xiaomao reassured her, "Don't worry. The house is empty anyway, and it has 3 bedrooms. We can each have our own room." After a moment's contemplation, Li Yan agreed, "All right, but we must each have our own room and not disturb each other." Chen Xiaomao chuckled, "Rest assured, I'm a gentleman and won't take advantage of you." As they spoke, they changed direction and arrived at the neighborhood where the house was located. Walking along the tree-lined path in the community, Li Yin remarked to Chen Xiaomao, "This neighborhood has excellent greenery. It looks like a new community." Upon entering the house, Li Yin gasped in amazement at the decor and exclaimed, "Xiaomao, everything is brand new. It's so beautiful. Isn't it inappropriate for us to stay here? Your relative won't be upset, will they?" Chen Xiaomao reassured her, "Don't worry. This relative is very close to me. They won't mind. Just enjoy your stay." They turned on the television and took some snacks from the refrigerator, engaging in light-hearted banter. After watching TV for a while, both felt a bit tired from the day's activities. Chen Xiaomao suggested, "Why don't you take a shower to relax? It will make sleeping much more comfortable." Li Yin playfully blinked her large eyes at him and said, "I'm going to shower now, but you must not peek." Chen Xiaomao replied, "Rest assured, I guarantee I won't look." Li Yin laughed and ran off, and soon the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Imagining the scene of beauty bathing behind the door, Chen Xiaomao's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 17, A Night Embraced in Sleep. It felt like an eternity before the bathroom door finally opened. Li Yin emerged wearing the sleepwear Chen Xiaomao had thoughtfully prepared for her, a pink outfit adorned with little bunny patterns, her hair still damp from the shower. The flush on her fair cheeks resembled ripened apples, making her irresistibly alluring. She sat on the sofa, gazing at Chen Xiaomao, who was awestruck and playfully asked, "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized?" Chen Xiaomao chuckled, "Indeed, you look stunning." Feeling a bit shy, Li Yin suggested, "You should wash up too. It feels really refreshing." Chen Xiaomao replied, "All right, I'll go wash up and then we can chat." He thought to himself that this rare opportunity must be seized to get closer to the beautiful girl. After Chen Xiaomao finished a shower, he saw Li Yin gracefully seated on the sofa, her complexion restored to its natural radiance, looking lovely without any makeup. Unable to resist, he approached her, gently placing his hand on her delicate shoulder and pulling her closer, experiencing the soft warmth of her body. The sensation was markedly different from their usual embraces while clothed. The thin, soft fabric of her sleepwear clung to her exquisite figure, making the embrace incredibly comforting. Li Yin gently nudged Chen Xiaomao's waist and whispered, "What are you doing?" "We agreed to sleep in separate rooms." Chen Xiaomao grinned, "I never said we couldn't be in the same room. If you want to sleep together, that could be arranged." Li Yin stuck out her tongue and responded, "No way. Who wants to sleep in the same room with you? I'm tired and going to bed now." Chen Xiaomao escorted Li Yin to a cozy little bedroom, and upon seeing the beautiful bed, She expressed her delight. All right. You go to your room now. I'm going to sleep. After reading for a while, Lian's phone vibrated on the nightstand. Currently, the only contact in her phone was Chen Xiaomao. He opened the message and discovered it was from her. Are you asleep? I'm a bit scared alone. Can you come in and keep me company? Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of joy and immediately got out of bed, heading towards Li Yan's room. Upon entering, he found her lying quietly in bed, the thin blanket outlining her charming curves. Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He sat beside her, took her small hand, and asked, "What's wrong, beautiful? Are you having trouble sleeping in this new place?" Lian opened her large eyes and replied, "Yes. Everything here is so wonderful. It feels surreal, making it hard to fall asleep." Chen Xiaomao reassured her, "It's all right. You'll get used to it. Soon, we'll be living in this beautiful house together, sharing meals and seasons, and perhaps even raising a bunch of children." Li Yan Skufaliguli. Who wants to have a bunch of kids? One is enough. Chen Xiaomao laughed. "All right, we'll only have one child, preferably a girl as beautiful as you." Lian stuck out her tongue and softly said, "No way. Who said anything about marrying you and having kids?" Chen Xiaomao turned to lie on the bed, holding Lian's hand tightly, and gazed into her eyes with determination. "In this lifetime, you can only marry me, you know? I want to let you go." Lian playfully punched Chen Xiaomao's shoulder and said, "With that scary look of yours, I understand. I'll only marry you." Chen Xiaomao gazed deeply into Li Yan's eyes, unable to find words, and leaned in to kiss her luscious lips. Time seemed to stretch as he felt her hand gently pushing against his body. He raised his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Xiaomao lifted himself slightly and inquired, "Did I hurt you?" "Not really. Just be a bit gentler. It's a bit intimidating," she replied. "All right, I'll be more gentle," Chen Xiaomao said with a smile. It seemed the little lady was still getting accustomed to more intimate gestures, and he chuckled. "Okay, I want to move. We could just lie here and talk." Gently, Chen Xiaomao kissed her small hand and assured her, "Don't worry, darling. We'll take our time. In the future, I will marry you and spend a lifetime cherishing you." Lian appeared touched by his words, wrapping her arms around Chen Xiaomao's head and initiating a kiss. This was the first time she had actively shown affection. The two continued to chat and share sweet gestures in the warmth of the blanket, and before they knew it, midnight arrived. As yawns escaped them, they both felt sleepy, and it was unclear who fell asleep first. It wasn't until the next morning, when sunlight streamed in that Chen Xiaomao finally opened his eyes. Before him lay a pure and beautiful face, with long lashes resting on her closed eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. Lian's sleeping visage was simply enchanting. As the following day marked New Year's Day, Chen Xiaomao felt no urgency to rise from bed. Instead, he continued to bask in the beauty of Lian. After a while, Lian slowly opened her eyes and, upon noticing Chen Xiaomao gazing at her, appeared slightly startled. She softly inquired, "How long have you been awake? Why didn't you wake me?" Chen Xiaomao replied, "Today is a leisurely day. I wanted you to sleep a little longer. A woman's beauty flourishes with ample rest. You seem quite knowledgeable. It appears you have done your research on how to win a girl's heart. I only need to focus on winning Lian's affection. Oh, please, you only know how to make me happy." Outside, the sun shone vibrantly, and the warmth of the room heralded the beginning of another beautiful day. Chapter 18. A visit to Lu Chang's home after New Year's. The bustling academic life resumed, with Chen Xiaomao juggling responsibilities in the student council alongside his coursework, all while finding time to study for civil service examinations. His position as the deputy minister of the propaganda department had been solidified after some minor hurdles, including differing opinions expressed by Chairman Wang Tianxiang during the review of the candidate list. Fortunately, Minister Chen Dongliang was well-liked, and the other vice presidents of the student council unanimously supported him. Eventually, the teacher overseeing the student council affairs intervened, stating that each department should have a say in selecting its successors. Thus, Chen Xiaomao commenced his duties as the deputy minister of propaganda smoothly. Through several interactions with Minister Chen Dongliang, Chen Xiaomao realized that the minister genuinely cared for his subordinates while maintaining his own thoughts and principles, rather than blindly following superiors. Time flew, and soon enough, the academic year for the third-year students approached its conclusion. Due to Minister Chen Dongliang's focus on graduation defenses and job hunting, Chen Xiaomao took over most of the responsibilities in the student council as propaganda department. He was officially inducted as a probationary party member in the following semester, recognizing the necessity of early party membership as he aspired to a political career. Similarly, Lian became a probationary member as well, given her long-standing involvement in the student council, which garnered favorable policies from the school. Additionally, at the start of the second semester of their third year, the stock market in Huaxiao reached approximately 1,600 points, mirroring trends from his previous life. Chen Xiaomao transferred all 4 million yuan from his bank account into the stock market and selected a pharmaceutical stock from his hometown, recalling that it performed well. Particularly in April and May of that year, a wave of illness was expected, which, while not causing significant casualties, would have a considerable impact and stimulate the pharmaceutical sector. Indeed, shortly after purchasing the stock, a pandemic emerged in southern Huaxia, gradually spreading northward. Citizens stayed indoors, wary of venturing outside. Trains operated with few passengers, and Tsinghua University opted for lockdown. The announcement reached those outside, instilling a sense of panic. This wave of illness lasted several months before eventually dissipating, with the central government formally declaring its conclusion, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. The stock purchased by Chen Xiaomao began to rise, with the initial investment of 4 million yuan approaching 5 million within a few months. He remained unhurried to sell, as he did not urgently need the funds. Aside from investment in stocks, he had around 300,000 yuan at his disposal to cover current expenses. Furthermore, he distinctly remembered that in approximately 5 years, the stock market would enter a bull market, with many stocks multiplying in value. Thus, Chen Xiaomao welcomed the final summer vacation of his university years, choosing to remain in the provincial capital to dedicate more time to study and reflection. Regarding Lu Chong, he had found him to be a decent person over the years, straightforward and without malice. Although their friendship was solid, Chen Xiaomao had never visited Lu Chong's home or met his father. When Lu Chong invited him over, he gladly accepted. At the appointed time, Lu Chong arrived at the school gate in a brand-new Volkswagen Santana. Upon entering the vehicle, the fresh scent of the new car enveloped Chen Xiaomao. Lu Chong informed him that this was a car recently acquired by his father, who needed it for some government projects to enhance their image. Lu Chong also mentioned he obtained his driver's license in his second year and had practiced with a family van, making him quite adept at driving. Chen Xiaomao, upon hearing this, realized he too should swiftly obtain his driver's license, as it would become more challenging in the coming years. Following Lu Chong into a residential complex, he parked next to a mid-rise building and led Chen Xiaomao to the east unit on the first floor. Upon entering, they found a slightly portly middle-aged man seated on the couch with a cup in hand, watching television. The man stood up upon their arrival and, with a friendly smile, exclaimed, "Xiaomao, I've heard so much about you from Chong. Welcome to our home." Chen Xiaomao eagerly approached, shaking Lu Chong's father's hand, and warmly replied, "Hello, uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you." They settled on the couch and began to converse. Through their conversation, Chen Xiaomao learned that Lu Chong's father managed an engineering team of over 100 people and was becoming quite reputable in the area. He was not only engaged with real estate companies, but was also attempting to secure smaller government contracts. However, due to a lack of solid connections within the government, receiving payment for completed work often proved arduous, requiring considerable effort. Lu Chong's father expressed his frustrations, stating that if things remained as difficult, he would refrain from accepting government contracts altogether, as they were too taxing. After contemplating, Chen Xiaomao addressed Lu Chong's father, saying, "Uncle, I believe our city has been developing rapidly in recent years, with many urban villages being demolished. As businesses expand, they will be able to acquire land from the government for development, rather than merely serving as contractors. The future of real estate development holds significant profit potential." Chapter 19. Dialogue. Upon hearing Chen Xiaomao's words, Lu Chong's father sank into thought and replied, "Xiaomao, I have considered establishing a real estate development company. Yet, I often feel there is no backing, and I end up hesitating. It feels more straightforward to engage in manual labor. At times, it's quite disheartening to see that we do the hardest work while developers reap the substantial profits." Chen Xiaomao responded, from the perspective of future trends. Achieving success will necessitate pursuing real estate development. Please reflect on my suggestion. Lu Chong's father nodded affirmatively. "All right, Xiaomao, I will seriously consider your advice. It's almost mealtime. Let us enjoy some drinks at home." The thought of drinking made Chen Xiaomao slightly uneasy, recalling the harsh taste of the liquor he had consumed during the New Year, which was far more bitter than traditional medicine. At that time, the price of Matai was not exorbitant, yet it was still over 700 yuan per bottle, making it the priciest among all spirits. Gazing at the Matai laid out on the table, Chen Xiaomao suddenly realized that in a decade or so, Matai would transition from a common liquor to a luxury item, becoming a resource heavily speculated upon by capital investors. The stock of Matai liquor has surged from several dozen yuan per share to over 2,000 yuan, becoming a timeless topic of conversation in the stock market. Many individuals have transformed into legends through this stock, ascending to the ranks of millionaires and even billionaires. Contemplating this, Chen Xiaomao quietly resolved to exchange all his stocks for Matai shares as soon as the market opened the next day. Although the pharmaceutical stock from his hometown was also performing well, it paled in comparison to Matai. Lu Chang's father was evidently in high spirits that day. After consuming a couple of glasses of Matai, he became quite talkative, advising Lu Chang to engage more with Chen Xiaomao, to learn from and assist each other. He explained that once they graduated and entered society, they would come to appreciate how precious, genuine friendships formed during their university years were, as the professional world would be fraught with deceit, making it difficult to find true friends again, despite having consumed only a modest amount. Chen Xiaomao was influenced by Lu Chang's father's words. His cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke robustly to Lu Chang's father, assuring him, "Uncle, rest assured. Lu Chang and I will be the best of friends. We will strive together and advance hand in hand." Lu Chang echoed this sentiment, saying, "Come on, buddy. Let us drink to that. We'll face whatever comes our way together." The pleasant banquet concluded, and since Lu Chang had been drinking, he was unable to drive Chen Xiaomao home. They decided to rest at the house across the street, which was also part of Lu Chang's family property, designated as his future marital home. The following day, after enjoying breakfast outside the community, Lu Chang suggested they visit his cousin's driving school to inquire about obtaining a driver's license, as he had no other plans for the day. Lu Chang's father, understanding their intentions, generously allowed Lu Chang to drive their Santana, as he wouldn't need the car that day, making their errands more convenient. Thus, they soon arrived at the entrance of a driving school, where bold black characters proclaimed, "Taipei City Green Island Driving School." It appeared quite substantial, and upon entering, they observed rows of pickup trucks and students practicing their driving skills. This driving school was conveniently located near Taipei University with a direct bus line, prompting Chen Xiaomao to conclude that this would be an ideal choice. Lu Chang's cousin, Yu Zhonglei, a tall figure with distinct military bearing, welcomed them warmly upon realizing his cousin had brought a friend. He provided a thorough introduction to the driving school's offerings. Green Island indeed boasted a reputable standing in the city, with the standard fee for obtaining a license set at 2,980 yuan. However, thanks to Lu Chang's cousin, they receive an internal discount of 2,800 yuan. For Chen Xiaomao, this small sum was not of great concern, though a discount was certainly appreciated. After withdrawing cash from the nearby bank and settling the tuition, he was ready to commence his driving lessons the following day. Notably, the school arranged for you, Lu Chang's cousin, to be Chen Xiaomao's instructor. This arrangement felt promising, as he assumed you would take his teachings seriously, especially considering their familial connection. In truth, Chen Xiaomao hoped for a more amiable attitude from the instructor, having heard tales of driving teachers with notoriously bad tempers who could be quite domineering with their students. Reflecting on the final years before his rebirth, he recalled how many friends and classmates had acquired their own cars, while he had only ridden his electric bicycle to work due to the proximity of the factory and his modest salary, which had never inspired thoughts of purchasing a private vehicle. This time, he was determined to practice diligently. Otherwise, once he bought a car, he would be ill-prepared to drive it, which could be perilous. As he gazed at the sum accumulating in his account, he felt a serene calm wash over him. In this lifetime, Chen Xiaomao resolved not to be swayed by mere monetary concerns, recognizing that wealth was merely a tool to fulfill daily material needs. His aspirations extended beyond the fleeting joys of materialism. He longed to pursue endeavors of deeper significance. Deep down, he reminded himself that he was not yet sufficiently strong. Only through perseverance could he cultivate the strength needed to ward off any oppression. With the pursuit of his driver's license underway, time flew by, and before he knew it, over a month had passed. Throughout this period, Chen Xiaomao diligently honed his driving skills, feeling confident that he had mastered the necessary techniques for the upcoming examination. The written test posed no challenge, as he easily scored above 90. During the practical exam, he demonstrated steady performance, executing maneuvers flawlessly. Thus, prior to the commencement of his senior year, Chen Xiaomao proudly obtained his driver's license. Chapter 20, Graduation. Holding the pristine little booklet in his hands, Chen Xiaomao felt an immense joy. Men often harbor an inexplicable fondness for machinery. As a child, he had been captivated by beautiful toy cars, and as he matured, he found himself irresistibly drawn to larger, powerful vehicles. Now that he had acquired his license, he felt an impulsive urge to purchase a car immediately. However, after a moment of reflection, he reconsidered. As a university student, driving a car seemed too ostentatious, and it was wiser to remain modest. With the completion of his driving lessons, Chen Xiaomao's final summer vacation as a student came to a close, and he was soon to embark on his senior year. The atmosphere upon returning to campus felt markedly different, having spent 4 years within its confines. The impending departure stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Additionally, the reality that job placements were no longer guaranteed added to the pressure, leaving many students, himself included, grappling with uncertainty about the future. Of course, those with more affluent backgrounds experienced less of this anxiety. Some students had parents who owned businesses, seamlessly transitioning into internships upon graduation. Others had parents who were civil servants, leveraging their connections to secure desirable positions for their children. Influenced by these sentiments, many seniors began to busily prepare for their futures. Those with connections sought to network early, while others delved back into their textbooks, gearing up for national civil service examinations post-graduation. In contrast, Chen Xiaomao maintained a composed demeanor, driven by steadfast goals and a commitment to his studies. Adhering to a balanced and orderly lifestyle, Lian was also diligently poring over civil service exam materials. Their bond deepened with time, though they had yet to cross the threshold into romantic involvement. As the time for thesis writing approached, the imminent sound of graduation bells echoed. During the first semester of their senior year, Professor Wang, their homeroom teacher, indeed took on the role of the department's deputy director. It was rumored that after guiding this cohort, he would transition to administrative duties, relinquishing his teaching position. Chen Xiaomao felt a twinge of regret at the thought of such an exceptional professor no longer imparting knowledge. For his thesis, Chen Xiaomao chose to explore the inheritance and application of calligraphy in contemporary society. Throughout the writing process, Professor Wang offered tremendous support, granting him access to his extensive library of books. Alongside Li Yin and a few other students he held in high regard, they meticulously researched, and with Professor Wang's guidance, successfully navigated their thesis submissions. As July arrived, graduation season was upon them. Perhaps due to the impending departure, male hormones surged, and emotional stability wavered, especially among those facing breakups. Teachers exhibited unusual leniency towards students' erratic behaviors. Even the notoriously stern dormitory supervisor softened considerably. On the final night before leaving school, a sudden crash echoed from outside the window, perhaps a kettle or a basin hurled from the building, igniting the long-simmering frustrations of the university students. A cacophony ensued as various objects were cast from the dormitory, and even the nearby girls' dormitory joined in the chaos. In such a moment of farewell, it seemed that both genders sought an outlet for their emotions. Amidst the swaying of the vehicle, Li Yin, seated beside Chen Xiaomao, stifled a yawn, likely due to the restless night caused by the uproar in the dorms, where kettles, basins, and lunch boxes littered the ground, and some even threw their blankets down, creating a clatter that persisted into the night. Indeed, before the bus had even departed the city, Li Yin had leaned against Chen Xiaomao's shoulder and drifted into slumber. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her fair visage, her elegantly curved eyelashes framing her eyes, a petite nose standing delicately, and her rosy lips slightly quivering, adding to her enchanting beauty. Chen Xiaomao found himself entranced, cherishing the sight of this lovely girl peacefully sleeping beside him, his heart brimming with happiness, resolved to ensure her continued joy. After more than 2 hours on the road, the bus finally arrived at the Qiantang County bus station in Liaoa City. Chen Xiaomao escorted her to the station entrance, hailing a rickshaw, a common sight in the county, for the short distance to the Environmental Protection Bureau's family compound. After negotiating a fare, he handed the driver 5 yuan, instructing him to take Li Yin home. Upon reaching home, Chen Xiaomao sent Li Yin a text to inform her of his arrival. Receiving the message filled him with excitement. After years of preparation, the moment of reckoning was finally at hand. He had decided not to pursue an internship and instead awaited the civil service examination. From that day forth, Chen Xiaomao dedicated himself to his studies, hoping to perform well on the exam. Xiaomao, you can't just bury your head in books every day. You might lose your mind. You should take some breaks and go for a walk. His mother's incessant nagging echoed in his ears, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Reflecting on her words, he recognized the wisdom in her advice. A balance between work and leisure was indeed necessary. Thus, he resolved to stroll around the small town of Shijing, his hometown, Xijing was named after a stone well located on the main street, a well that had never run dry. Irrespective of droughts, its depth a mystery. The townsfolk often brought buckets to draw water, finding its taste uniquely sweet. The town was small, consisting of only 2 main streets lined with shops. Fortunately, a new internet CAF had opened last year, providing Chen Xiaomao with a place to unwind. Upon entering the CAF, he noticed it was predominantly filled with adolescents engrossed in online games. Their fervor puzzled him, leaving him to wonder what made these games so captivating. Amidst this realization, he recalled that he had been preoccupied with graduation matters and had not logged into his QQ account for some time, neglecting to chat with his online partner, Xiaorongyang. After sending a lengthy message, he felt a pang of disinterest upon seeing her gray avatar, unsure of what to do next. With boredom creeping in, he turned to a boy nearby who was deeply immersed in a game. "What game are you playing, little brother? Is it fun?" he inquired. "Warcraft Empire," the boy replied, his enthusiasm evident. Intrigued, Chen Xiaomao considered trying it himself. Scanning the game icons on the desktop, he found Warcraft Empire and thought to give it a go. Suddenly, he spotted a cartoon character holding a sword, labeled Blood and Blood Jianghu, and clicked on it, leading him to choose a profession to register. With options of swordsman, gunman, swordsman, and healer, he arbitrarily selected the swordsman class, naming his character Nan Feiyong, inspired by a character from Jin Yong's martial arts novels. After returning home, he resumed his studies for the civil service exam, recognizing that this was his paramount focus. Passing on the first attempt was crucial, as he was uncertain of what else to pursue. Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin maintained their communication through calls and texts, both equally engrossed in their exam preparations. They encouraged one another, hoping for mutual success. Chen Xiaomao's uncle, who had served as a section chief in the Civil Affairs Bureau for several years, frequently interacted with officials and could offer valuable guidance. After listening to his uncle, Chen Xiaomao fell silent. Indeed, he came from a farming family without connections, which put him at a disadvantage against those with influential backgrounds. He asked his uncle, "Which position do you think would suit me?" His uncle smiled and pointed to a job listing at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which sought 3 recruits. Chen Xiaomao felt perplexed. The cooperative was familiar to him from childhood, a place where goods were scarce and often rationed. However, with the market now fully liberalized, its significance had waned. Why then did his uncle recommend this position? His uncle explained, "Xiaomao, I recommend this role for 3 main reasons. Firstly, it's not a highly sought-after position, so competition is likely to be less intense. Secondly, do you know who the current director of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative is? Director Wang Fu is from the village of Hosher in Xijing Town, and over the past few years, several individuals from Xijing have joined the cooperative. It's advantageous to have connections. Lastly, the head of the personnel department, Yang Bing, is a former classmate of mine. He might be able to put in a good word for you." After hearing his uncle's reasoning, Chen Xiaomao found it quite compelling. Given these factors, the position at the cooperative seemed rather fitting. His uncle added, "Don't dismiss the cooperative as lacking in prospects. The most crucial step is to enter the system. Once you're in, other opportunities will arise. You're still young, so take your time." Without much hesitation, Chen Xiaomao confidently replied, "All right, uncle. I understand. I will apply for this position." After lunch at his uncle's house, he walked out of the community and texted Li Yin, "Where are you?" "I'm in a county town. Do you have time to meet?" A moment later, he heard the familiar notification sound and saw her reply, "My parents are going to work soon. Please wait for me at the Environmental Protection Bureau's family compound at 3 o'clock. Noting the time was still early, he strolled towards the compound. Having transferred from Xijing Town Middle School to Qiantang No. 1 High School, he had spent 3 years in this county town. Although he hadn't had much time for leisurely strolls, the streets felt familiar, as Qiantang County was undeniably small compared to the towering buildings of the provincial capital. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaomao found himself at the entrance of an aged yet tidy residential community. Flanking the entrance stood 2 unadorned concrete pillars, and peering inside revealed a tranquil path bordered by modest flowers and grasses. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were only 5 minutes until 3 o'clock when suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from within the complex. As she drew nearer, her flowing dark green dress swayed gently in the breeze, her shoulder-length hair glistening like obsidian, and her porcelain complexion exuding delicate charm. She carried a petite backpack, a style that seemed to be trending lately, leaving him curious about what treasures it might hold. Lost in thought, Li Yin approached Chen Xiaomao, and as he gazed at the smiling girl, his tender eyes lingered on her. Li Yin felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and softly suggested, "Let's walk and talk." Sure, I remember that just ahead is Qiantang Lake Park. Let's stroll by the lake, he replied. That sounds delightful. I often enjoy walking by the lake as well. The scenery there is quite lovely. Thus, Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin sauntered leisurely towards the lakeside park. Along the way, Li Yin eagerly inquired, Xiaomao, which position did you apply for? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative. What about you? Ah, how did you end up at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Is there a problem? Chen Xiaomao retorted, his curiosity piqued. Well, not exactly a problem. It just seems that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has a somewhat outdated reputation. Given your talents, I would have thought you'd apply for the propaganda department or something similar. With a smile, Chen Xiaomao relayed his uncle's analysis, prompting Li Yin to nod in agreement. That's reasonable. My uncle is right. It's best to secure a job first, and there will be opportunities to adjust later. Li Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted. Who said I was going to marry you? Dream on. After a brief pause, she continued. I applied to the County Finance Bureau because my father works at the Environmental Protection Bureau. To avoid any conflict of interest, I figured any position other than at the Environmental Bureau would suffice. Of course, this was also my father's suggestion. He has a decent rapport with Director Li Xingwang from the Finance Bureau. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao's steps faltered momentarily. Li Yin, if your father is on good terms with the Finance Bureau Director, he must hold a significant position, right? Li Yin smiled softly. My father is merely a subordinate deputy director at the Environmental Bureau. He is not a big shot by any means. Though Li Yin spoke lightly, Chen Xiaomao felt a weight in his heart. Having endured years of societal trials in his previous life, he was aware of the harsh realities. Many mismatched couples were torn apart by the stronger party's family, and few truly ended up together. He recalled a beautiful female university student who had interned at his workshop. At that time, he was single and believed his status as one of the few university students in the workshop might win her over. However, upon discovering her father was a vice president at the factory, he quickly quelled his aspirations. Now, hearing about Li Yan's family background, he couldn't help but feel insecure. After all, he was just a poor rural boy who lost his father at a young age, growing up in a home stripped of wealth. Managing to attend and graduate from university felt like a stroke of luck. Sensing his silence, Li Yan gently grasped Chen Xiaomao's hand, reassuringly saying, Xiaomao, I understand your worries. Rest assured, my family is my family, and I am my own person. In the future, I will stand by your side. After hearing Li Yan's words, Chen Xiaomao felt a slight relief wash over him. Indeed, why dwell on such matters? Even if Li Yan's parents initially disapproved of him, with hard work and achievements, he could prove his worth. Before long, they reached Qiantang Lake Park, situated in the heart of the county. The park, with its serene lake, served as a favored retreat for the locals, particularly in the evenings when the gentle breeze stirred the willow branches, creating a picturesque scene that drew many for leisurely strolls. At this hour, being a weekday afternoon, the park was noticeably less crowded, as they ambled along the lakeside, cherishing the tranquil moment. The weather in September had turned pleasantly mild, with refreshing breezes that dispelled the sticky discomfort of summer. Chen Xiaomao, captivated by the beauty beside him, couldn't resist placing his hand on Li Yin's slender waist. He felt her body tense ever so slightly, and she whispered, What are you doing? If someone sees us, it could be troublesome. Fear not. You are my girlfriend, after all. Besides, look around. There are hardly any people here. Trust me, it's fine. He replied with a teasing smile. Li Yin ceased her resistance, allowing Chen Xiaomao to hold her waist as they continued walking. When they felt fatigued, they sought shaded spots to rest. Time seemed to fly by, and just as they were beginning to savor the softness of the moment, the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting a warm glow over the lake. Let us hurry, he exclaimed, hailing a rickshaw to the bus station. Upon returning home, he found his mother waiting with a pot of egg soup simmering on the stove. In the rural areas of Qiantang County, where living conditions had once been dire, families typically had 2 meals a day, breakfast around 9 and another meal around 3 in the afternoon, with dinner being optional based on hunger. If one felt a bit peckish, they might simmer some soup or buy a steaming bowl of hot tofu from street vendors. This simple fare, topped with a dash of chili, was cherished by the locals. Over the years, as living standards improved, families had the means to enjoy 3 meals a day, yet many remained accustomed to their previous routines, finding satisfaction in the simplicity of 2 meals and a light evening snack. Some had adopted more modern habits, having a full dinner, only to feel discomfort and take evening strolls to aid digestion. In time, those who wandered after dinner became the subject of light-hearted ridicule, labeled as overindulgent. Reflecting on this, Chen Xiaomao thought of city dwellers who often strolled around their neighborhoods post-dinner, realizing that they too were indulging. The rural custom of 2 meals a day had its merits. As days swiftly passed, the following day marked the written examination for civil servants in Qiantang County. Chen Xiaomao prepared his identification and exam materials, planning to take a bus to the county town that day and find a hotel to stay overnight. The exam was set to commence at 8 in the morning, and departing from home at that hour would be too rushed. It was prudent to arrive a day early. As he stepped outside, he noticed several elderly villagers seated across the road, engaging in casual conversation about local affairs and the successes of various families. Greeting a few familiar faces, Chen Xiaomao made his way to the north of the village, where minibuses to the county passed every hour. Not long after setting off, he distinctly heard whispers behind him, discussing university graduates who remained idle at home, contributing nothing and seemingly wasting their years. Chen Xiaomao thought to himself, they must be talking about me. It was only natural. Having graduated months ago and spent his time idly at home, it was hard not to attract gossip. Yet he brushed off their words, focusing instead on maintaining a positive attitude as he prepared for the upcoming examination. Upon arriving in the county town, Chen Xiaomao contemplated the necessity of securing a more upscale hotel for a restful night ahead of his examination the following day. Having previously attended high school in this town, he recalled the Mengshan Hotel, renowned for its higher standards and often chosen as the venue for significant government conferences. During events such as the People's Congress, securing a room there would be nearly impossible. He hailed a tricycle and soon found himself before the Grand Hotel building. While it may not compare to those in the provincial capital, it certainly stood as a commendable establishment in this small county. Entering the bustling lobby, Chen Xiaomao noticed the throngs of people and momentarily worried about availability. Inquiring at the front desk, he learned that many were there for civil service examinations, indicating that others shared his desire for a conducive resting environment, willing to spend a little extra for comfort. The rate for a deluxe room was 298 yuan per night, a bit steep for the county, yet for Chen Xiaomao, it was a mere trifle, especially considering he had nearly 300,000 yuan in cash and over 5 million in stocks. Observing the crowd, he hastily paid for a room, anxious to reserve it before it filled up. After completing the check-in process, he took his luggage and stepped into the adjacent elevator, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. As the doors began to close, a voice called out, "Wait, wait." He quickly pressed the button to reopen the doors, and a young man with black-rimmed glasses entered. Upon entering the elevator, the young man smiled at Chen Xiaomao and expressed his gratitude. Noticing the button Chen had pressed, he cheerfully remarked, "You're on the 3rd floor too? I'm in 317. How about you?" Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but smile at the notion of having a neighbor in a hotel. "Yes, I am," he replied. The young man extended his hand with a grin, introducing himself as Yang Shuai, freshly graduated from Liaohai Normal University. Chen Xiaomao introduced himself as well, and they quickly established a rapport. Before long, they arrived on the 3rd floor, finding their rooms remarkably close, just one between them. As they entered, Yang Shuai turned and said, "I'll come knock on your door later." Chen Xiaomao anticipated a potential chatterbox, feeling a slight headache coming on. After dropping off his luggage and washing his face, Chen Xiaomao barely had time to rest before a knock at the door announced Yang Shuai's arrival. "Xiaomao, it's lunchtime. Let us go have dumplings. I know a great place nearby." His stomach grumbled at the mention, as he hadn't eaten since hastily leaving in the morning. They strolled a short distance to the dumpling restaurant Yang had mentioned, which was said to have originated from a county company that had spun off due to staff surplus. The dumplings, known for their thin skin and generous filling, had become quite popular, drawing a full house at every meal. They ordered 2 servings of cabbage and pork dumplings and settled into a corner to enjoy their meal. As they ate, Yang Shuai continued to chatter animatedly, his enthusiasm seemingly uncontainable. Is this personality really suited for a civil servant? Chen Xiaomao pondered. Just then, Yang Shuai looked up and asked Xiaomao, "Which position did you apply for?" "The supply and marketing cooperative," Chen Xiaomao replied, surprised to find they had applied for the same position. "What coincidence?" Yang Shuai laughed heartily. "No worries. Let us just rely on our own abilities. May the best man win. It would be great if we both get in and become colleagues." Chen Xiaomao thought, "Let us hope so." He then curiously asked, "Aren't you a pedagogy major? Why not become a teacher? They're increasingly valued these days." Yang Shuai lowered his voice, confiding, "Xiaomao, don't tell anyone. But my brother is the human resources director at the supply and marketing cooperative. That's why I applied for this position." The name of Yang Bing, the HR director, sprang to Chen Xiaomao's mind, realizing it was the same classmate his uncle had mentioned. What a small world, or more accurately, what a small county town. Chen Xiaomao refrained from mentioning this connection, knowing it would come to light in time. They concluded their meal, discussing their reasons for applying to the county's supply and marketing cooperative. Yang Shuai insisted on paying, declaring, "Whoever organizes the outing pays." Chen Xiaomao acquiesced, promising to treat him to dinner later. Back in his room, Chen Xiaomao sent a message to Li Yin about the upcoming exam, exchanging words of encouragement. With everything in place, he was prepared for the challenge ahead. The next day dawned bright and clear. Together with Yang Shuai, he arrived at the examination venue, the second high school of the county. Having previously attended the first high school, this was his first time here. The classroom furnishings were similar to those at his own school, albeit a bit antiquated. As the candidates filed in, the invigilator announced the commencement of the exam. Chen Xiaomao glanced through the paper, noting that aside from a few current affairs questions at the beginning, history and literature comprised a significant portion. Given his aspiration to enter politics, he had closely followed national policies and major events, making those questions quite manageable. As for literature and history, being a literature student, he found those subjects to be an area of enjoyment and expertise, rendering the exam less challenging than a typical school test. After thoroughly reviewing his answers and finding no issues, he submitted his paper and exited the examination room about half an hour early. A few others had already left, perhaps feeling confident or simply unwilling to linger. Waiting outside, he spotted Yang Shuai emerging from the school. "How did it go, buddy? Did you do well?" Chen Xiaomao inquired. "Don't worry, I have my strengths," Yang Shuai replied with a confident smirk. "Great, let us hope we both pass. How about I treat you to stir-fried chicken for lunch?" Stir-fried chicken was a local specialty, well known throughout the province. Many visitors were taken to experience it. Chen Xiaomao, having studied away from home for several years, hadn't he had the chance to indulge much, although he had enjoyed it a few times with Li Yin at a local eatery. They made their way to a popular stir-fried chicken restaurant in the county, and the owner prepared a free-range chicken for them while they chatted over tea. Just then, Chen Xiaomao's phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Li Yin. Chen Xiaomao informed her of his location, inviting her to join him for a meal. Li Yin inquired about the company, and he mentioned a new friend, encouraging her to come and meet him. After she agreed, he ended the call. Yang Shuai exclaimed, "Great, buddy. It turns out you're a wealthy man, already owning a mobile phone. Is your girlfriend coming over?" Chen Xiaomao replied, "Yes. My girlfriend is also taking the exam and will be here shortly to meet you." Yang Shuai lamented dramatically. "Ah, are you trying to torture us single folks? My life is so miserable." Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated response. Chapter 25. Achieving the top score in the county. After enjoying tea for a while, the fried chicken had yet to arrive when Li Yin appeared. She wore a simple white shirt and light blue jeans, exuding a fresh and charming aura. Yang Shuai exclaimed, "Xiaomao, your girlfriend is stunning. Come, let me shake her hand." Chen Xiaomao swiftly swatted his hand away, saying, "No way, you scoundrel. My girlfriend's hand is not for you to touch." Li Yin stared at the two, momentarily taken aback, wondering what kind of friends he had made, as they seemed rather unreliable. Chen Xiaomao stood up to introduce Li Yin. "Li Yin, this is Yang Shuai, who has also just taken the civil service exam. And like me, he applied to the supply and marketing cooperative." Li Yin was surprised and scrutinized him, likely thinking how coincidental it was that so many people had applied for such an overlooked position. She then turned to Yang Shuai and said, "Yang Shuai, this is my girlfriend, Li Yin, who applied to the finance bureau. I hope all three of us can successfully reach the interview stage." After inviting everyone to sit down, a large plate of steaming fried chicken was brought to the table. The three of them chatted amicably while eating. Li Yin gazed at Chen Xiaomao and softly asked how he felt about the exam. After he responded, they both laughed and said, "You're quite confident, aren't you?" Chen Xiaomao replied, "Just wait and see. Let us keep our fingers crossed." After a delightful meal, Yang Shuai, being considerate, bid farewell, leaving the time for Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin. Yang Shuai hailed from a town east of the county, with his parents residing in the countryside. He and his brother had both excelled academically, gaining admission to university, and his brother, Yang Bing, had become the personnel director at the supply and marketing cooperative, a position that garnered admiration in their village, leading many to say that the Chen family's ancestral grave must be blessed, as they had produced a high-ranking official. Once Yang Shuai departed, Chen Xiaomao and Li Yin made their way to Qian'an Lake Park. The weather was refreshingly cool, and they rented a small boat, gently paddling towards the lake center. Soon, they reached the middle of the lake, and seeing no one around, Chen Xiaomao paused paddling, drawing Li Yin close as they exchanged tender whispers. After languishing at home for 7 or 8 days, one day, the phone rang incessantly. A rarity since the primary contact was Li Yin. He answered, and she exclaimed, "Xiaomao, I have magnificent news for you." Hearing her tone, he anticipated the results were out. "Xiaomao, today the results were released. You scored 92 points, ranking first in the entire county." Chen Xiaomao was pleasantly surprised. While he expected a decent score, he never imagined he would top the county. He quickly asked Li Yin, "How did you do? What is your score?" No sooner had he hung up than he received a call from Yang Shuai, who sounded somewhat dejected. "Xiaomao, you're truly impressive, scoring first in the county. My written score was below 80, and I'm ranked 5th for the supply and marketing cooperative. It seems unlikely I'll make it to the top 3. Chen Xiaomao reassured him, "Don't be disheartened, Yang Shuai. If you perform well in the interview, you might still make it to the top 3. Keep pushing." Yang Shuai replied, "All right, don't worry. I'll definitely study hard and aim to be your colleague." That day, the phone rang more times than it had in the past month, as several friends and relatives inquired about Chen Xiaomao's exam results. His uncle, Luo Jiarong, also called, expressing his joy over Chen Xiaomao's achievement and offering encouragement. Lu Chang, far away in the provincial capital, also called, wishing Chen Xiaomao success in the interview and expressing hope to congratulate him once he became a civil servant. Receiving such warm wishes from friends and family filled Chen Xiaomao with happiness. To live a life filled with loving parents, a close partner, and a few kindred spirits, such a life could indeed be deemed fortunate. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaomao harbored a single regret: the early passing of his father. He had succumbed to illness before Chen Xiaomao reached adulthood, depriving him of the chance to grow up under his father's guidance. This absence forced Chen Xiaomao to endure hardships that most children did not face. When bullied by other kids, he could only endure in silence, for there was no father to support him. Chen Xiaomao's family in Shijing Town's Chenjiao village could be considered a large clan. His grandfather had 3 brothers, and by the time it reached Chen Xiaomao's father, there were 7 or 8 male cousins. In Chen Xiaomao's generation alone, there were over 10 boys. Typically, such large families would not be bullied. However, it was said that Chen Xiaomao's father had been adopted and had grown up facing ridicule. After finally marrying and having a son, the cycle of bullying extended to Chen Xiaomao due to his father's discrimination. Even family members, intentionally or unintentionally, found amusement in oppressing Chen Xiaomao and his father. Ultimately, his father passed away under the weight of this tragic fate, leaving Chen Xiaomao to bear it alone. Chen Xiaomao had once fought back fiercely. When confronted by 1 or 2 bullies, he would resist vigorously, sometimes even gaining the upper hand against 1, 2, or 3 peers. Yet often, other children would summon their friends to gang up on him, or older siblings would intimidate him. Countless times, Chen Xiaomao envisioned how different things would be if his father had not been adopted. Then, his father would not have faced such humiliation, and he himself would not have been discriminated against by the village children. But deep down, young Chen Xiaomao understood that this was his fate, and some things were beyond his ability to change. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaomao, as he pondered these long-ago memories, a silver-haired yet vigorous elder in a strict villa in the southern suburbs of the capital was lost in thought. Beside him, a kindly elderly woman poured him tea, remarking softly, "Old man, you're thinking of our little third again, aren't you? We've been searching for decades, yet there's still no news. I fear we may never see our youngest son in this lifetime." With that, she sighed deeply. Chapter 26. Reuniting with childhood friend Gao Jiqiang. "Xiaomao, come out quickly. Your classmate Jiqiang has come to visit." Upon hearing his mother's call, Chen Xiaomao stepped outside, finding 3 young men chatting at the door. Among them was one with a crew cut, standing nearly 6 feet tall, exuding a spirited and capable demeanor. Chen Xiaomao recognized him as Gao Jiqiang, a primary school classmate he hadn't seen in years. The Gao family was a small clan in Chenjiao village, consisting of only a few households, and Gao Jiqiang was the only one among his childhood peers with whom Chen Xiaomao had formed a bond. In their youth, Gao Jiqiang had been quite slender and often excluded from games by others, but Chen Xiaomao, who faced his own share of ridicule, would play with him during spare moments. Hence, they shared a mutual understanding of each other's struggles. After Chen Xiaomao moved to the county city for high school, they had not met again, though he had heard that Gao Jiqiang had gone to work in a coastal city, Hongdao. Despite the years apart, their sudden reunion felt surprisingly intimate. The other 2 young men sported side-parted hairstyles, sharing a resemblance, with one appearing slightly more mature. The two individuals are members of Chen Xiaomao's family. The elder is named Chen Guisong, while the younger is called Chen Guibai, making them brothers and cousins to Chen Xiaomao. These two were among those who bullied Chen Xiaomao in the past, with Chen Guibai frequently tormenting him, as he and Chen Xiaomao, along with Gao Jiqiang, were classmates. Whenever Chen Guibai faced any repercussions, his older brother Chen Guisong would intervene and retaliate against Chen Xiaomao. Thus, the sight of the two brothers stirred a profound discomfort within Chen Xiaomao. "Hello, Xiaomao. It's been years, and you've grown stronger," Gao Jiqiang greeted him warmly. "Indeed, Jiqiang, it has been quite some time. I heard you were in Hongdao. That is wonderful. I sent it," Chen Xiaomao replied. At this moment, Chen Guibai chimed in. "Jiqiang is doing quite well in Hongdao. He is now the head chef at a large restaurant." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao turned to Gao Jiqiang and exclaimed, "Is that so? Congratulations. That is commendable. Establishing oneself in a big city is no small feat," Chen Xiaomao added. Chen Guibai interjected, Yes. Jiqiang is the most successful among our group. I plan to venture to Hongdao as well, so I hope you look out for me." It dawned on Chen Xiaomao that the previously arrogant brothers were now seeking something from Gao Jiqiang, which explained their unusually cordial demeanor. Chen Guisong, who had been silent until now, produced a pack of cigarettes. He offered one to Gao Jiqiang, lit it for him, then tossed one to his brother Chen Guibai before lighting one for himself, taking a deep drag and exhaling a stylish smoke ring. Throughout this, Chen Guisong chose to ignore Chen Xiaomao, a habit he had cultivated. Chen Xiaomao remained unfazed, aware of the brothers' nature. They would eagerly fawn over those they deemed useful, but would show disdain to those they considered insignificant. Gao Jiqiang, sensing the awkwardness, took out a box of Yushi cigarettes and offered one to Chen Xiaomao. Inquiring if he had learned to smoke yet, Chen Xiaomao replied that he had not, prompting Gao Jiqiang to put the cigarette back in his pocket. The brothers eyed the Yushi with longing, their own cigarettes suddenly seeming less appealing. After a brief conversation, Gao Jiqiang asked Xiaomao, "I heard you've graduated from university. What are your plans for work? I recommend you come to Hongdao. There are many opportunities in the island city, and with your education and knowledge, I believe you will thrive." Chen Guibai chimed in with a mocking tone. Xiaomao is a university graduate. He would stoop to our level and work as a mere chef. His expression was insufferable, as if fearing Chen Xiaomao might encroach upon his culinary position. Ignoring him, Chen Xiaomao smiled at Gao Jiqiang. "I'm not in a rush. I haven't made any decisions yet. When I do head to Hongdao, I will certainly get in touch." Gao Jiqiang replied with a smile, "That would be wonderful. I truly hope we can reunite in Hongdao. Guibai plans to accompany me there. He intends to learn cooking, and I'll take him along." "Great. When are you leaving?" "We plan to set off tomorrow. My restaurant cannot do without me, and my mentor has kindly agreed to cover for me for a couple of days, so I can't linger at home." "All right. I'll make sure to visit your restaurant when I have the chance to go to Hongdao." Chen Xiaomao, who had never been particular about his attire during university, realized he needed to pay more attention to his image now that he was about to enter the workforce. With this in mind, he sent a message to Li Yan. "Are you busy?" Moments later, his phone rang. It was Li Yan calling. "What is up? Miss me after just 2 days?" "Yes. I wish I could see you every day," Chen Xiaomao replied. "By the way, let us make plans to go shopping tomorrow. I want to buy us both some outfits in preparation for interviews," he said into the receiver. You just thought of that? I've been thinking about it for a while. I've already picked out an outfit for you. Come to the county town to try it on. If it doesn't fit, we can exchange it." Chen Xiaomao felt a wave of happiness wash over him. It was his first time receiving a gift from a girl he liked, and the feeling was simply delightful. Chapter 27. Shopping early the next morning, Chen Xiaomao boarded a minibus to Qiantang County. Today, he had arranged to meet Li Yan at the county department store, where she had reserved a Zhongshan suit for him to try on. Over the years, Li Yan had memorized Chen Xiaomao's measurements, so she was confident about the fit. It was just a matter of seeing how it looked on him. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Xiaomao entered the first floor of the county department store, which was one of the most upscale shopping centers in the area, with a long-standing reputation. Many locals of some standing frequented this establishment for their clothing needs. He approached Li Yan and softly said, "Hello, beautiful. What are you looking at?" Without further ado, he smiled and took her hand as they ascended the stairs. A nearby sales clerk cast a disdainful glance at them, as if to say that two impoverished students had no business browsing. Upon reaching the men's clothing section on the third floor, Li Yan led Chen Xiaomao to a brand of men's clothing. The sales clerk quickly recognized her as the girl who had reserved the suit yesterday and promptly retrieved a sharp-looking Zhongshan suit. Li Yin chuckled. What do you think of this outfit? Initially, I considered a suit, but then I thought many candidates wear suits for interviews, which feels rather kitsch. This Zhongshan suit is also formal and exquisitely crafted. I believe it will catch the examiner's eye. With a playful smile, she added, "You're bragging again. Come try it on." Chen Xiaomao took the suit to the fitting room, and shortly after, he emerged, wearing the Zhongshan suit. It was evident from the sparkling eyes of Li Yin and the sales clerk that it looked exceptionally good. Indeed, after circling him, Li Yin declared, "This is the one. You look quite handsome." When Chen Xiaomao prepared to pay, he realized Li Yin had already taken care of it the previous day. Thinking to himself how sweet and thoughtful she was, he kept the new outfit on and led Li Yin to the shoe and hat section, feeling that his old shoes no longer matched his new attire, so he selected a pair of leather shoes. Chen Xiaomao was not one to suffer from indecision. He quickly picked out a traditional pair of leather shoes and, after much persuasion from Li Yin, bought her a beautiful pair of women's shoes. With ample funds at his disposal, he was delighted to spend on the woman he cherished. After they had both completed their ensemble, it was time for lunch. Knowing that Li Yin had already taken leave from her parents, they excitedly prepared to dine together. Upon discovering a self-service restaurant on the top floor of the department store, they were both curious to try it out. Previously, they had heard of such establishments where one could eat and drink freely for a fixed price, but they had never experienced it. Upon reaching the top floor, they found a restaurant decorated in a Western cowboy style, with neon lights forming the words Han Self-Service Restaurant. After inquiring, they learned that each person had a fixed charge of 58 yuan for unlimited access to the culinary offerings, which seemed reasonable. Chen Xiaomao paid, and together they entered the restaurant. Before me stands an elongated, oval-shaped counter, adorned with a dazzling array of delicacies, seafood, pastries, and fruits among them. Two individuals, filled with joy, select a few items and find a small table to sit down. They then approach a nearby beverage dispenser to fetch 2 cups of cola, engaging in lively conversation as they eat. Time slips away amidst the soothing strains of music, and as they near the end of their meal, a voice, slightly grating yet familiar, calls out, "Oh my, is that you, Li Yin? Are you dining here as well?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they see a man with slicked-back hair styled in a sharp parting, his appearance somewhat ostentatious and uncomfortably polished. "Wang Ku, are you also here for a meal?" Li Yin acknowledges the newcomer. "Indeed, beautiful Li, what a coincidence to run into you while dining." The man replies with an insincere charm. "Oh, come now. It's rare to meet. Let us chat a bit more." Wang Ku insists, oblivious to the discomfort he causes. Meanwhile, a young man behind them mutters something, leaving them no choice but to watch as the two depart. Exiting the restaurant, Chen Xiaomao inquires, "What is the deal with that guy? He doesn't seem like a good person." Recalling Wang Ku's antics, Chen Xiaomao reflects on how, given his son's behavior, it's likely that his father, a deputy county magistrate, isn't much better. Chapter 28. Xiaomao and Li Yin both passed the civil service exam. Arriving at the jewelry counter where Li Yin had lingered that morning, Chen Xiaomao notices the saleswoman from earlier, now preening in front of a small mirror. Upon seeing Chen Xiaomao approach, she seems to recall something, disdainfully whispering to another attendant before retreating to the back, resuming her grooming. The nearby attendant, with a round face and a hint of shyness in her smile, catches Chen Xiaomao's eye. He approaches the display of diamond rings that had piqued Li Yin's interest, particularly drawn to one prominently featuring a notably large diamond, surrounded by smaller ones like stars encircling the moon. He smiles at the attendant and requests, "Could you please bring out that central piece for me to examine?" The attendant appears momentarily surprised, but quickly complies, carefully retrieving the ring from the display and placing it on the counter. As Chen Xiaomao gazes at the exquisite diamond ring, its brilliance and size captivate him. It is indeed a remarkable piece, a larger diamond set against a platinum base, radiating an enchanting glow. "I'll take this one. How much is it?" he inquires. The round-faced girl, her mouth agape in disbelief, had not anticipated Chen Xiaomao's serious intent to purchase the ring. "Please hold on, sir. This is our only 1-carat diamond ring, and since inquiries are rare, it isn't priced. I must consult with the manager to determine a price for you," she responds excitedly. "Of course, please go ahead." The attendant hurriedly exits, likely to seek the manager. The earlier saleswoman, having overheard something, anxiously approaches Chen Xiaomao, softly offering, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll fetch you a glass of water." She swiftly fills a cup at the water dispenser and places it in front of him. "Thank you," Chen Xiaomao replies quietly. "Sir, I was the one who assisted you earlier. May I continue to serve you?" The attendant suggests, shyly casting a flirtatious glance. "That one tea be necessary." The previous girl was quite helpful, Chen Xiaomao firmly responds. Upon hearing this, the attendant casts a lingering, wistful glance at him, but refrains from further comment. Chen Xiaomao understands that sales staff in such boutiques earn their wages through commission. The more they sell, the more they profit. However, he knows that the opportunity presented itself. It was up to him to seize it. Before long, a slightly plump middle-aged woman, following the earlier attendant, approaches with hurried steps. She arrives before Chen Xiaomao and carefully states, "Good day, sir. You are inquiring about our store's prized possession, the Century Star diamond ring, correct?" Chen Xiaomao acknowledges her, intrigued by the name. "Yes, the one displayed on the counter. Could you provide a price?" "Certainly. The Century Star diamond ring is our store's crowning jewel. Having been displayed for 5 years without a sale, hence it lacks a price tag. Based on current market conditions, we can offer it to you for 888 yuan." She replies. Chen Xiaomao finds the price amusingly auspicious, a string of eights, and chuckles at the merchant's penchant for such marketing. "All right, I'll take it. Please wrap it up," he states decisively. The three attendants momentarily pause in surprise, likely contemplating the rarity of such a straightforward customer who doesn't haggle. This kind of extravagant patron is not commonly encountered. After completing the transaction with his bank card, Chen Xiaomao slips the Century Star diamond ring into his pocket and swiftly exits the department store, leaving the jewelry staff murmuring in astonishment behind him. A few days later, he receives the long-awaited notice for his interview. Dressed in his newly acquired attire, he feels invigorated as he heads to the interview. Meanwhile, Lian enters another examination hall. 3 days later, as Chen Xiaomao remains in bed, a flurry of urgent ringing interrupts his slumber. Checking his phone, he sees it's Yang Shuai, the ever-chatty friend. Xiaomao, I got in. Ha! Yang Shuai's jubilant voice booms through the speaker as he opens the call. Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You're still as impressive as ever. First in both the written and interview parts, with an overall score at the top. I placed 5th in the written exam, but my interview was decent, landing me 3rd overall, just enough to qualify. We'll be colleagues soon. Yang Shuai exclaims, his words flowing like a rapid-fire machine gun. Is that so? That's wonderful news. Congratulations. How'd you find out? The results haven't been announced yet, have they? Chen Xiaomao inquires. The announcement is today. My brother tipped me off. Get ready for work. We'll meet on reporting day. I have to run now, Yang Shuai replies. All right, goodbye. Chen Xiaomao hangs up, only for Lian's call to come through. She is placed second among candidates for the Finance Bureau, making her prospects equally bright. They exchange congratulations and then indulge in sweet nothings, both filled with hopeful visions of the future. Lian, let us celebrate with a meal when we report to the county in a few days, Chen Xiaomao suggests. Yes, I was thinking the same. It's a moment worth celebrating since we're starting our careers together, Lian readily agrees. After hanging up, Chen Xiaomao rushes outside to find his mother, who is busy in the yard, sorting through the autumn harvest of corn. The golden kernels glisten in the sunlight, and her slightly stooped figure busily tends to the crop. Chen Xiaomao pauses, reflecting on his mother's years of toil. Her health has deteriorated over time. Should he reveal the true state of his finances? He hesitates, unsure how to explain the origin of the funds. Perhaps he should first share the good news about passing the civil service exam to bring her some joy. As anticipated, upon hearing her son has become a civil servant at the illustrious Supply and Marketing Cooperative, his mother beams with pride, immediately setting aside her tools to prepare a celebratory feast. Savoring the homemade dishes, Chen Xiaomao tells her mom, now that I have a stable income, you needn't farm anymore. Come enjoy life with me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao falls silent, realizing his mother's singular focus has always been on how to support him, selflessly and without complaint. Such is the heart of most mothers. Chapter 29. Joining the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. By the way, Xiaomao, make sure to pick up 2 boxes of quality cigarettes in advance, his mother reminds him. Mom, I don't smoke. Why would I buy cigarettes? Chen Xiaomao replies. Silly child, you are about to join a new workplace. You should buy 2 boxes of fine cigarettes to share with your leaders and colleagues. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chen Xiaomao felt there was indeed some truth to it. In his previous life, while working in a workshop, he did not smoke himself and was unaware of the custom of offering cigarettes to superiors. Thus, he was never regarded as highly by the leadership compared to those who shared smoke with them. This time, he resolved to be mindful of social etiquette. In the afternoon, Chen Xiaomao went to a shop and purchased 2 boxes of Yushi cigarettes, placing them in his suitcase in preparation for his orientation at the new job. Several days later, after completing a series of procedures including political review and medical examinations, Chen Xiaomao finally received the notification for his job reporting. With the receipt of this notice, his journey as a civil servant officially commenced. On October 18, 2004, Chen Xiaomao rode his bicycle alone to the office building of the Qiantang County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The five-story building before him exuded a sense of antiquity, clearly showing the passage of time since its construction. After greeting the elderly security guard, Chen Xiaomao made his way directly to the Human Resources Department on the third floor of the office building. He lightly knocked on the door, and a pleasant baritone voice called from within, "Please enter." Chen Xiaomao straightened his attire and gently pushed open the partially ajar wooden door. Inside sat a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, engrossed in writing something at a desk. Upon hearing the door creak, he lifted his head. Chen Xiaomao observed that the man appeared to be in his late 30s, with a fair complexion and an elegant demeanor, giving off an immediate impression of someone quite composed and reliable. Approaching, he presented his reporting notice and said softly, "Hello, I am here to report for duty. My name is Chen Xiaomao." The bespectacled man smiled as he looked at Chen Xiaomao. "So you are Chen Xiaomao? Luo Jiarong is your uncle. He has mentioned you to me. I see you have performed excellently on your exams. Welcome to our team. You must be Section Chief Yang. I look forward to your guidance," Chen Xiaomao replied, as he discreetly handed over the prepared box of Yushi cigarettes. "Ah, excellent choice of cigarettes. Too bad I don't smoke," Yang Bing chuckled. He then produced a form and said to Chen Xiaomao, "Please fill out this employment information sheet, and I will escort you to your department shortly." Chen Xiaomao took a seat at the desk opposite and diligently completed the form. After a short while, he handed the completed form to Yang Bing, saying, "Section Chief Yang, I am finished." Yang Bing took the form, glanced through it, and remarked, "Very well. Your handwriting is impressive, clearly indicative of someone who has put in effort. Come, follow me. You will be assigned to the general department for the time being." With that, he stood and walked out, prompting Chen Xiaomao to quickly follow suit. They arrived on the second floor, where they found an office with a sign reading General Department. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomao noticed that this office was significantly larger than the Human Resources Department upstairs, furnished with 4 desks, where 3 people were busily engaged in their tasks. A rotund, middle-aged man seated at the far end lifted his head upon their entrance and quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Section Chief Yang has come to inspect our work. Welcome." Yang Bing and Jin Chengwei nodded in agreement, seemingly indicating that Chen Xiaomao was indeed a promising addition. Yang Bing excused himself to Jin Chengwei, who then introduced Chen Xiaomao to his new colleagues, Deputy Section Chief Li Feng and staff member Jiang Yue. It was mentioned that a female staff member named Wang Jing was on leave that day. Chen Xiaomao again produced the Yushi cigarettes. This time the offering went smoothly, except for Deputy Section Chief Li Feng, who did not smoke. Jin Chengwei and Jiang Yue, however, were clearly seasoned smokers, and upon receiving the cigarettes, they immediately began to indulge, commenting on how fortuitous it was that Wang Jing was absent, allowing them to smoke freely. Chen Xiaomao could not help but imagine an imposing figure resembling a fierce matron when he thought of Wang Jing. Noticing that Chen Xiaomao did not smoke, Jin Chengwei promptly advised him not to bring any cigarettes in the future, saying it was unnecessary to be so courteous if he did not smoke. Chen Xiaomao appreciated this friendliness. His new colleagues were quite reasonable, contrary to his expectations of bureaucratic cynicism. He smiled and placed both boxes of cigarettes on the table, saying, "I don't smoke, so these boxes are of no use to me. Feel free to enjoy them." The 2 smokers nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Chen Xiaomao inquired about what tasks he could undertake. Jin Chengwei cheerfully responded, "There isn't much to do right now. You might as well get a water cup, for now. You don't have an office desk, so just sit on the sofa and read the newspaper." Chen Xiaomao was taken aback. Was work really this easy? He had barely settled on the sofa when Yang Bing entered again, followed by a young man wearing oversized black-rimmed glasses. Wasn't he that Yang Shuai? This time, Yang Bing did not elaborate, merely introducing Yang Shuai briefly to Jin Chengwei before leaving, giving the impression that he was not particularly fond of Yang Shuai. This left Jin Chengwei and the others puzzled, wondering if this Yang Shuai had somehow offended Section Chief Yang, which could be problematic, as Yang Bing was a key figure in personnel matters and a favored associate of Director Wang Fu of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Yang Shuai, however, seemed oblivious to any potential issues, glancing around curiously until his eyes lit up upon spotting Chen Xiaomao, perhaps surprised that Chen Xiaomao had arrived so early. Jin Chengwei relayed his earlier comments to Yang Shuai, instructing both of them to sit on the sofa and read the newspaper while the 3 older men busied themselves at the desk. Chen Xiaomao and Yang Shui dared not speak loudly, quietly flipping through the pages of the newspaper. Time seemed to drag on until finally, as the clock on the wall struck 11:30, Section Chief Jean announced that they could leave for the day. The two quickly stood up and followed Jean Chengwei and the others out of the office. Chapter 30, Delivering the Diamond Ring to Li Yan. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative building, Yang Shui exhaled deeply, turning to Chen Xiaomao with a smile. Xiaomao, we've finally finished for the day. It was stifling in the office. Let us have lunch together and chat as we eat. The two found a nearby noodle shop that was clean and settled down. Before the noodles arrived, Yang Shui began to chatter away like a machine gun, sharing that there were originally 4 people in the general department, including 2 section chiefs. Making it quite interesting, with the addition of the 2 of them, the department was finally fortified. He went on to mention that the staff member Wang Jing, who was on leave, was renowned as a beauty within the cooperative, which took Chen Xiaomao by surprise, as his mental image of her did not align with that of a beauty at all. It seemed that Yang Shui had a knack for gathering information. Perhaps he had learned these details from his brother. However, considering how Yang Bing had introduced him that day, it didn't seem as though there was much interaction between them. Chen Xiaomao recalled that the supply and marketing cooperative had hired 3 people this year. Why had only 2 reported? When he inquired about this, Yang Shui explained with a smile, "You really are naive. Just because they hired 3 people doesn't mean they all went to the general department. There's another girl named Dai Yuqian who was assigned to the Human Resources Department to help organize files." After hearing this, Chen Xiaomao laughed and said to Yang Shui, "With a name like that, she must be a beauty. Since you don't have a girlfriend, perhaps you could pursue something with her." "Oh, don't even think about it. I've seen her file. She wears glasses even larger than mine. For the sake of future generations, I'd rather not find another nearsighted partner," Yang Shui replied with a grin. At this, Chen Xiaomao chuckled and chose not to comment further. The boss soon brought their noodles, and the two began to eat heartily. An hour before the end of the workday, the head of the Human Resources Department, Yang Bing, arranged for someone to assist in finding a dormitory in the residential area behind the office building. They secured a room with 2 beds, perfectly accommodating Chen Xiaomao and Yang Shui together. Thus, Chen Xiaomao finally had a legitimate place to settle in the town of Tan County. The following day, Chen Xiaomao rose early. As a newcomer in the office, he took the initiative to tidy up and refill the water kettle, undertaking these tasks with a sense of responsibility. Just 5 minutes before the workday commenced, the office had transformed, and as Chen Xiaomao settled onto the sofa to catch his breath, a fragrant breeze swept through the doorway. A stunning woman clad in a floral dress glided in. Her gently wavy long hair cascaded down, her complexion fair and delicate, with large, soulful eyes that exuded a hint of melancholy and allure. Truly a captivating beauty. "May I help you?" Chen Xiaomao momentarily faltered, momentarily perplexed, considering it was still before working hours, wondering if she had come for some official matter. Upon hearing his question, she regarded him with a playful smile and replied in a soothing tone, "I am part of this office. My name is Wang Jing. You must be the new university graduate." It dawned on him that this enchanting woman was indeed Wang Jing, a stark contrast to the image he had conjured in his mind. With a sweet demeanor, she gracefully approached a desk in the office and took her seat. Before long, Yang Shui and the other colleagues arrived, and after introducing Yang Shui to Wang Jing, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Shortly before the morning shift ended, the Human Resources Department informed them of an increase in personnel in the Comprehensive Department and allocated a new office at the east end of the 2nd floor. Wang Jing led Chen Xiaomao and Yang Shui to their new workspace. This marked the moment Chen Xiaomao finally acquired his own desk. As he gradually got accustomed to his surroundings, he learned through conversation that Wang Jing was 6 years his senior, married for 2 years, with her husband working at the County Grain Bureau. Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but think she certainly did not appear to be married. She looked much like a fresh graduate herself. 2 days later, Chen Xiaomao's work seemed to settle into a routine, and the prevailing sentiment about his job could be summed up in one word: too leisurely. Perhaps due to the initial phase, there was little for him to do, merely assisting with some physical tasks while the real work seemed to elude him in Yang Shui, starkly contrasting with his imagined busy schedule. He deliberately chose a restaurant with a romantic ambience, reserving a moderately sized private room adorned with elegant decor, eagerly awaiting Li Yan's arrival. As the sound of delicate footsteps approached, Chen Xiaomao recognized it was Li Yan and hurried to open the door. Indeed, standing outside was the graceful Li Yan. "Xiaomao, why go to such a fine restaurant for just the 2 of us? We could have simply had something light," she remarked softly while setting down her small bag. Today cannot be too simple. There is something quite significant to discuss shortly, Chen Xiaomao replied. What is it? You're being mysterious. Do tell, Li Yin urged, her lips forming a playful pout. Let me have a kiss, and then I'll reveal it, he teased. No way. Always teasing me. Just tell me already. Li Yin blushed as she spoke. Chen Xiaomao retrieved an exquisite little box from his pocket and extended it to her. What is this? She inquired, accepting the box. Open to find out, he encouraged. Li Yin placed the box on the table and, perhaps overwhelmed by its beauty, cautiously opened it, revealing a dazzling diamond ring. She was momentarily entranced, unable to look away. Suddenly, realization struck, and she gazed up at Chen Xiaomao. Isn't this the diamond ring displayed at the department store? How did you get it? Silly girl, it's for you, he declared. For me? Really? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, that day I was only looking at the smaller rings nearby and didn't dare to gaze too long at this one. It's so much more magnificent than the others. Then, recalling something, she added, this ring doesn't have a price tag, so it must be quite expensive. You just started working. How could you afford it? It appeared she had not been swept away by the ring's allure and still retained her practicality. Chen Xiaomao explained, I hadn't spent the winnings from my last lottery ticket, and since I knew you adored diamond rings, I decided to buy this one. It's all I could afford. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's gaze remained tender as they shared a moment filled with palpable intimacy. Chapter 31. Chen Xiaomao joins the work group. Just as they were lost in each other's eyes, contemplating their next move, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a waiter entered with their dishes. Chen Xiaomao had specifically ordered several signature dishes, a delightful array of colors that whetted their appetites. As the dishes arrived one after another, they enjoyed a hearty meal, conversing freely. Through their dialogue, Chen Xiaomao learned that not all positions were as leisurely as theirs at the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Yin's role at the finance bureau was far more demanding. With the 3 newly hired graduates assigned tasks on their very first day, and finishing before the end of the day was considered an achievement. He had heard that others, such as those in the organization department and the discipline inspection commission, were also exceedingly busy, leaving Chen Xiaomao with a bittersweet sense of either relief or envy. Being young, he found the lack of busyness somewhat disconcerting. Once all the dishes had been served and the waiter ceased to intrude, they switched from sitting opposite each other to a side-by-side position on the sofa, sharing their meal and indulging in subtle, flirtatious gestures. Xiaomao, please don't, she playfully admonished. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Chen Xiaomao's hands had found their way to her chest, prompting her discontent. Although they had previously shared intimate moments, this was in a restaurant, and Li Yin was apprehensive about unexpected interruptions from the staff. Chen Xiaomao, sensing her discomfort, relented and refrained from any further advances. He gently held her hand, and, as they finished their meal, they continued their soft conversation. Chen Xiaomao had placed the diamond ring on Li Yin's right hand, and although it appeared slightly oversized compared to her slender finger, it did not detract from its beauty. The exquisite ring accentuated the elegance of her hand. With a hint of admiration, he gazed at Li Yin's hand as they discussed their future, both yearning to work diligently for several years before stepping into the sacred realm of marriage together. This meal became an unforgettable memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia for years to come. The tranquil atmosphere at the supply and marketing cooperative did not last long. On Monday, as the work week commenced, Yang Bing summoned Chen Xiaomao to his office to convey a decision made by the cooperative. Due to the restructuring of the production materials company under the cooperative, employees faced potential layoffs, stirring considerable unrest which had led to multiple protests of the county government. Consequently, the county had dispatched several departments to form a task force dedicated to addressing the bankruptcy and restructuring of the production materials company. It was reported that additional units would participate in the restructuring process, making it imperative that the production materials company's transition proceed without error. The county was placing significant emphasis on this matter, appointing Deputy County Head Cheng Bin to lead the task force, with Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong of the Public Security Bureau and Deputy Director Zhuo Tengfei of the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative serving as vice leaders. The task force members comprised personnel drawn from the county's petition office, the Public Security Bureau, and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Due to the production materials company being affiliated with the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the leadership of the cooperative has been invigorated, taking on the responsibility to cooperate with the working group. Initially, several members from various departments were selected. The personnel department sent a deputy section chief, accompanied by a newly recruited university graduate, Dai Yuqian, to manage document and file organization. Meanwhile, from the comprehensive department, Wang Jing and Chen Xiaomao were assigned to assist the public security and petitioning departments in calming the staff. Additionally, personnel from the finance department, the discipline inspection office, and the labor union were also drawn into the effort. Thus, the working group was indeed a formidable assembly. However, due to the busy schedule of Deputy County Head Cheng Bin, he only convened a meeting of all working group members on the second day after its establishment, offering encouragement and outlining work requirements before rarely making further appearances. The personnel drafted from the public security and petitioning departments viewed their roles as merely supportive, contemplating that they would only intervene should uncontrollable situations arise. Consequently, the majority of preliminary tasks were left to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon joining the working group, Chen Xiaomao meticulously reviewed the bankruptcy restructuring documents of the production materials company, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation. With the recent deregulation of certain monopolized goods, many private owners are now permitted to sell fertilizers and pesticides, and with several stores located in rural areas, it has become convenient for locals to purchase goods, often without immediate cash, deferring payments until harvest time. Gradually, the products of the production materials company became unsellable. A significant portion of the workforce depended on the annual sales of agricultural supplies for their salaries and bonuses, and suddenly, their financial lifeline was severed. This situation persisted for several years, and the meager subsidies from the county supply and marketing cooperative proved insufficient. Consequently, the county decided to initiate the bankruptcy restructuring of the production materials company, essentially reallocating some of the established leadership to other departments within the cooperative, while others, lacking formal positions, faced layoffs. Chen Xiaomao also learned that some employees were middle-aged individuals around 40, with aging parents and children still in school, uncertain of what they would do after being laid off. These individuals faced the most significant challenges. Furthermore, there were compensation policies for laid-off workers based on their years of service, calculated by multiplying their length of service by their monthly income to determine the basic compensation. Additional unemployment benefits and several other compensations were also provided, allowing long-serving employees to receive compensation ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. The crux of the conflict lay primarily in two issues: the definition of compensation and the placement of laid-off workers. Some individuals felt dissatisfied with their compensation, inciting others to join in protest, thereby hindering the restructuring process. Chapter 32. The Government Courtyard Blocked. The working group's efforts progressed systematically as planned. Initially, Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing had little specific work, primarily focusing on Dai Yuqian and her team in the personnel department, who were organizing employee records and verifying work tenure. The finance department calculated the compensation standards based on the approved work years, making these two tasks critically important due to their direct impact on the employees' interests. Meanwhile, personnel from the supply and marketing cooperative's discipline inspection office collaborated with higher-level inspection departments to scrutinize the leadership of the production materials company, operating covertly akin to intelligence agents, occasionally retrieving documents in hopes of uncovering significant misconduct. During this period, Chen Xiaomao and his colleagues gathered first-hand information, including that the most vocal protester was a divorced woman in her 40s named Hui Ping. Her warm and exuberant personality had earned her considerable popularity at work. After her divorce, due to personality clashes with her husband, she was raising her son alone, who was currently in high school, while also caring for elderly relatives. Consequently, the news of the production materials company's bankruptcy was unbearable for her, prompting her to rally a large group to protest. Recognizing the situation, Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing analyzed that Hui Ping was a pivotal figure. Her influence was substantial, as most employees did not share her level of financial pressure and could accept certain compensations. Many were simply following her lead. Thus, resolving the matter would require addressing Hui Ping's personal challenges. They reported this to the working group leaders, who indicated a willingness to provide new job placements for those facing reemployment difficulties. In the following days, Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing diligently studied documents together, occasionally exchanging information, thus becoming more acquainted. Observing Wang Jing's radiant complexion and subtly melancholic eyes, Chen Xiaomao found it hard to believe that this beautiful woman was 6 years his senior. She appeared almost like a university student. Through their conversations, he learned that Wang Jing had a penchant for reading, having read nearly all the works of renowned female authors such as San Mao, Eileen Chong, and Xiong Yao, which perhaps explained her slightly pensive demeanor. Just as they were deliberating strategies, they received a notification from the working group instructing all members to gather at the county government courtyard. As the employees of the production materials company had congregated there to petition, Cheng Bin, upon hearing of the large turnout, was understandably dismayed, immediately ordering the working group members to address the situation. Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing promptly descended the stairs, noticing fellow working group members streaming down from above. The county supply and marketing cooperative had a van capable of seating 7, and they squeezed in, heading toward the county government courtyard. As they approached the government courtyard, the clamor of voices grew louder. 100 meters from the entrance, the driver halted the vehicle, as passage ahead was blocked, not only by the employees of the production materials company, but also by nearby habitual petitioners and onlookers, creating the appearance of hundreds at the scene. No wonder County Head Li Jiahao was infuriated. The group proceeded on foot, and, as they drew closer to the entrance, they spotted a robust man clad in police uniform, his square face and prominent brows lending him a commanding presence. He was addressing the crowd, urging them to step back and clear the entrance to allow government personnel to work, assuring them that their concerns regarding the production materials company had been acknowledged with the establishment of a working group, of which he was the deputy leader. He requested that a few representatives step forward. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao immediately recognized that the speaker was indeed the deputy leader of the working group, Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong of the county police. Despite Cheng Fangxiong's imposing stature and booming voice, he seemed to lack the authority to quell the tumultuous atmosphere. As the crowd continued to stir, the noise escalating and suggesting a loss of control, Chen Xiaomao sharpened his focus, scanning the scene with keen eyes until they landed on a figure slightly behind the throng, a woman of medium build, with a round face and mushroom-shaped haircut, her eyes sparkling with intensity. She stood somewhat apart, not shouting with the crowd, resembling a mere observer. Yet, Chen Xiaomao recognized her instantly, knowing her to be Hui Ping, the representative of the workers. He had seen her photo in the files, and, through facial recognition and a strong instinct, he was certain he had not erred. Through her position beside Hui Ping and her demeanor at the scene, Chen Xiaomao could ascertain that this was a shrewd individual. Although the bustling atmosphere seemed to have little to do with her, Chen Xiaomao recognized the significance of this key figure. Quietly, she approached and stood close to Hui Ping, feeling the composed aura that surrounded her. The grand spectacle did not seem to overly agitate her. Chen Xiaomao cast her gaze toward the crowd ahead, feigning indifference to Hui Ping, and remarked aloud, "These individuals do not appear particularly astute. What issues can they resolve by causing a ruckus at the government gates?" Upon hearing this, Hui Ping turned her face toward Chen Xiaomao, a slight smile tugging at her lips as she responded, "Young man, you strike me as a recent graduate. Are you employed by the government? What do you believe is the solution to these problems?" Chen Xiaomao, recognizing that Hui Ping perceived him as more than just a bystander, candidly replied, "You must be Sister Hui Ping. I am Chen Xiaomao, newly appointed at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. We are colleagues, in a sense. I believe that this commotion brings no benefit to anyone. It would be wiser to sit down and discuss terms." At this, Hui Ping shook her head slightly, a sorrowful smile gracing her features. "Had you arrived a year earlier, we could have considered ourselves colleagues, but alas, what good is that now? We are all facing layoffs, confronting the grim prospect of hunger. I envy young individuals like you, with your education and qualifications, who can secure satisfactory employment." After a pause, she continued, "You seem young enough to be my son. He is in his second year of high school and excels academically. With his education, he should be able to find a good position like yours in the future." Seemingly encouraged by thoughts of her son, Hui Ping engaged Chen Xiaomao in further conversation. After listening to her, Chen Xiaomao felt a spark of hope. It was clear that Hui Ping's son was a source of pride for her. He ventured, "Sister Hui Ping, your son's academic achievements bode well for him. Given the government's policy of requiring examinations for civil service positions, he is bound to secure a good job. If you do not mind, I would be happy to offer some advice. I ranked first in this year's county civil service examination and possess some insights on the process." Hui Ping's eyes momentarily sparkled with interest before dimming again as she replied, "You are quite the young man. I enjoy hearing your thoughts. However, calling me sister seems a bit presumptuous. Don't you think? You are hardly older than my son." Chen Xiaomao chuckled and said, "It is merely because you appear so youthful, Sister Hui Ping. I would guess you are in your 30s. Finally, Hui Ping laughed heartily. "You young man, do not try to charm me. I know you have your own motives, wishing for us to refrain from causing a scene. We are typically law-abiding workers. but we are left with little choice but to resort to this. Chen Xiaomao felt a pang of sympathy, understanding the plight of these individuals. Were there stable jobs available, even with modest pay, no one would resort to protests. He reassured Huiping, "Trust me, we comprehend your difficulties. The government is currently reviewing everyone's records and will provide tailored solutions based on individual circumstances. For instance, Sister Huiping, since you're the sole breadwinner for your family, we recognize how challenging that is. The task force has already researched your situation and aims to secure alternative employment for you after the company has closure." Upon hearing Chen Xiaomao articulate her struggles, Huiping felt tears welling in her eyes. It struck a chord within her. The prospect of being offered a new job brought a flicker of joy to her face, though she remained skeptical, asking, "Young brother, is this truly the case? Can the government genuinely arrange a job for me?" Noting Huiping's hesitation, Chen Xiaomao further elaborated, "Sister Huiping, as I regard you as family, let me speak candidly. Leading the charge to block the government gates is a grave misstep that could adversely affect your son's future civil service prospects. Even if he manages to secure a position within the government, your past actions may hinder his development." Huiping appeared deeply affected by Chen Xiaomao's insights. Her demeanor shifted from calm to contemplative as she murmured, "All right, I will persuade everyone to disperse." However, before either could act, a young man in the crowd shouted defiantly, "Don't listen to him. What good is that deputy leader? Can he prevent our layoffs? Let us confront the county head." As he spoke, he pressed forward, brandishing a belt with metal clasps, seemingly ready to strike anyone who obstructed his path. Witnessing the escalation, the highest-ranking officer on site, Cheng Fangxiong, felt a surge of anxiety. Chen Xiaomao turned to Huiping, who immediately grasped his intent, whispering, "The young man with the belt is Xie Yuzhu. We call him Zhuzi. He works in the company's security department and frequently interacts with unsavory elements, making him somewhat of a hothead." Chen Xiaomao felt a wave of apprehension. He feared dealing with clever individuals, but was wary of the unreasonable behavior of such impulsive youths. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, he shouted, "Stop! This is the county government. What do you intend to do?" Yet, the agitated crowd, already swept up in fervor, ignored his plea and continued to surge forward toward the government gates. Among the government personnel attempting to impede the advance, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Cheng Fangxiong, stood resolutely, embodying a formidable barrier against the tide of protesters. His tall stature and police uniform lent him an air of authority, dissuading the crowd from pushing forward with force. As Chen Xiaomao rushed to the forefront, he suddenly noticed Xie Yuzhu veering toward the side of the crowd, raising his belt to strike Cheng Fangxiong from behind. Realizing the impending danger, Chen Xiaomao acted instinctively, lunging to shove Cheng Fangxiong aside while attempting to grab the swinging belt. Cheng Fangxiong, taken by surprise, stumbled backward but successfully evaded the blow. Though Chen Xiaomao managed to deflect the belt, he was unprepared for its arc. The hard metal clasp struck him sharply on the head, causing a jolt of pain. Warm blood began to flow down his cheek as he reflexively touched his face, finding his hand stained with bright red blood. The sight of Chen Xiaomao, bloodied and injured, brought the chaotic scene to a halt. Even the protesters paused, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Cheng Fangxiong was the first to regain his composure, urgently calling for medical assistance. Given the prior unrest, the task force had prepared for potential injuries, and medical personnel were nearby, quickly arriving to tend to Chen Xiaomao's wounds. Subsequently, Cheng Fangxiong dispatched several officers to detain Xie Yuzhu. Many witnesses had seen him wielding the belt, leaving him with no chance of evasion. As word of the incident spread, many employees began to reconsider their participation. Recognizing the futility of the situation and fearing repercussions, they hastily sought to withdraw. In Chapter 34, the task force concluded their efforts successfully. At the Tang County People's Hospital, within the pristine white walls of the ward, Chen Xiaomao quickly tucked his book beneath his pillow upon hearing a pleasant voice. Having been in the hospital for 3 days, he felt remarkably well. After all, he had only partially deflected the belt's force, and the injury, though painful, was not severe. However, upon reflection, that fellow named Zhuzi truly is a Navi youth. If he had struck Vice Director Cheng Fangxiong of the Public Security Bureau squarely on the back of his head, one can only imagine the severity of the injury. Was he not aware of the implications of assaulting a police officer? Thus, from another perspective, this incident can be seen as a significant favor that Chen Xiaomao did for him. Otherwise, he might have faced even graver charges. As a result of this occurrence, Vice Director Cheng Fangxiong has been visiting daily under the pretense that Chen Xiaomao's cooperation is needed for the case involving Xie Yuzhu. But in truth, he is primarily concerned about Chen Xiaomao's injury, as it can be considered a burden he has shouldered on Cheng's behalf. Chen Xiaomao holds a genuine admiration for this stalwart man, resulting in a burgeoning camaraderie between them. During these days, the most frequent visitor to the hospital room has been Yang Shuai, the incessant talker. With little to occupy his time, he often finds his way to the ward. There is, of course, a more compelling reason for his visits. He is keen to engage in conversation with the nurses, particularly Zhao Meiting, who is on duty today. With her tranquil demeanor and gentle voice, she embodies the image of Yang Shuai's ideal partner. So, whenever she is on shift, he seizes the opportunity to chat and laugh with her for extended periods. This leaves Zhao Meiting feeling quite helpless, as dealing with such persistent family members of patients is beyond her control. Additionally, Lian also makes time to accompany Chen Xiaomao in the ward whenever she is not busy. Initially, she scolded him for his recklessness, expressing relief that his injuries were not severe, as that would have complicated matters. However, she soon ceased her admonishments and began visiting daily to converse with Chen Xiaomao, share stories about their work, and bring him some treats, much like a caring companion. Following this incident, the employees of the production materials company settled down significantly. With Xie Yuzhu still detained at the Public Security Bureau, no one dared to cause further disturbances. Thanks to Hui Ping's mediation, most individuals gradually began to accept negotiations. And the working group endeavored to meet the actual needs of the employees by offering either one-time compensation or assistance in securing new employment based on their circumstances and desires. Negotiations progressed smoothly, and it seemed merely a matter of time before all issues would be resolved. Chen Xiaomao could not remain in the hospital for more than a week. He was eager to discharge himself. This dissatisfaction was shared by Yang Shuai, who would no longer have a valid excuse to visit Zhao Meiting. Nevertheless, it appeared that Yang had managed to acquire the beautiful nurse's phone number, suggesting that he might pursue contact independently in the future. A few days after his discharge, Chen Xiaomao received a call from Vice Director Cheng Fangxiong. Brother Chen, it's old Cheng. Are you free tonight? Let's gather and introduce you to a couple of friends. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaomao agreed, as he had developed a pleasant rapport with this older brother, who was over a decade his senior. That evening, upon arriving at the designated location, he entered the restaurant's private room to find Cheng Fangxiong seated with two young men, both of whom were spirited and striking with their prominent brows and bright eyes. Upon noticing Chen Xiaomao's arrival, they rose from their seats. Cheng Fangxiong gestured for Chen to sit beside him, saying, "Come, Xiaomao, take a seat next to me. Let me introduce you. This is Li Jian, the deputy captain of the county's criminal police team, and this is Huang Xiaohua, the captain of the county's public security team. You need no introduction, do you? My younger brother Chen Xiaomao here has saved me this time. From now on, we are all good brothers. Let's sit down and enjoy a drink together." Due to his still healing head injury, Cheng Fangxiong forbade Chen Xiaomao from drinking alcohol, so he settled for tea instead. The four engaged in delightful conversation, exchanged contact information, and agreed to meet again in the future. 2 months passed, and the working group announced the successful completion of their tasks. The county's production materials company entered bankruptcy proceedings, with 89 employees gradually signing compensation agreements. For those facing significant difficulties in reemployment, the government assisted in securing new job placements, facilitating the secondary employment of the workers. Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing also played their part in the negotiations, particularly in coordinating with Hui Ping. They visited Hui Ping's home multiple times to understand her family's actual hardships and conveyed accurate reflections to the working group. During this time, Chen Xiaomao met Hui Ping's son, Yu Zhongze, a diligent high school student with exceptional academic performance. Their conversation flowed smoothly, and Yu expressed his deep concern for his mother, who was raising him alone. Chen Xiaomao could empathize, having grown up in a single-parent household himself. In terms of academics, Chen Xiaomao didn't exert much influence, as Yu's performance was already commendable. They merely discussed future career paths and the selection of majors, with Yu still in his sophomore year and not overly anxious about securing university. Hui Ping was pleased to see her son engaging well with Chen Xiaomao, hoping he would associate with remarkable individuals and eventually become an outstanding person himself. Through the working group's efforts, Hui Ping was practically assured a position at the county park management office, likely involving tick inspection, a job that would not be too taxing. And she seemed very satisfied with this arrangement. With Hui Ping's situation resolved, both Chen Xiaomao and Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. as they had witnessed firsthand the considerable difficulties faced by her family. Successfully addressing her issues felt like a significant accomplishment for them. Chapter 35. Recognition as January 2005 arrived. The work of the bankruptcy liquidation group for the county's production materials company came to a successful conclusion. Due to his outstanding performance, Chen Xiaomao was awarded the Outstanding Contribution Award by the working group, receiving unanimous recognition from its leaders. During the award ceremony, the group leader and Vice County Mayor Cheng Bin personally presented the award to him, shaking Chen Xiaomao's hand firmly while offering encouraging words. "Young man, you are quite impressive. Full of energy. Keep up the good work. I look forward to seeing you achieve even greater success." This left Chen Xiaomao exhilarated. The Vice County Mayor was the highest-ranking official he had personally encountered in his lifetime. Though only a vice mayor, he held considerable weight in their small county. Additionally, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative began recognizing outstanding employees from the previous year, and due to Chen Xiaomao's commendable performance in the working group, he also received the annual outstanding recognition from the county's cooperative, which, while lacking material rewards, included a large red honor certificate. Later, when inquiring with the cooperative's know-it-all, Yang Shuai, he learned that the individual in question was Wang Fu's secretary, named Jia Yong. In truth, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was merely a departmental unit. The director was not of a rank that warranted a secretary. However, as a first-level organization, the director occasionally needed to attend county meetings and deliver speeches, necessitating someone to draft notes. Thus, a capable staff member was selected from the cooperative's office to assist Director Wang Fu. Yang Shuai explained that the cooperative had initially allocated 5 outstanding awards, 4 of which were designated for department heads and individuals with strong connections to higher-ups. The final award was intended for Jia Yong. However, due to Chen Xiaomao's exceptional performance in the working group, the cooperative was compelled to reconsider this distribution. Moreover, since Vice Director Cheng Fangxiong had mentioned Chen Xiaomao's merit to Director Wang Fu, despite Cheng being merely a vice director, he wielded considerable influence within the police bureau, making his words worthy of attention. Consequently, the award ultimately went to Chen Xiaomao, inadvertently offending Jia Yong. Chen Xiaomao protested his innocence, telling Yang Shuai, "I never sought this honor for myself. If he wanted it, he should have received it." Yang Shuai remarked, "Xiaomao, you may not comprehend this, but do not underestimate the value of excellence. Though it may merely be a certificate, it possesses significant merit. In the future, should you encounter a competitive promotion scenario requiring comprehensive evaluations, such a certificate could indeed enhance your prospects. Just observe how much Jia Yong values this matter. Since we have already offended, there is no need to dwell excessively on it. Let the chips fall where they may. While the society provides only everyday items, the variety is considerable, creating an impression of a fruitful return. Faced with a pile of welfare goods, Chen Xiaomao felt an impulsion to purchase a car. The absence of one has become rather inconvenient. In recent years, private cars have proliferated, no longer the exclusive domain of small business owners. Car prices have become more accessible, with affordable options available for those earning an average salary, prompting many office workers to acquire their own vehicles. In the village, the Chen family is numerous. However, this mother and son seldom partake in significant family matters. Chen Xiaomao, having spent many years studying away from home, has had limited interaction with his relatives. Thus, the celebration of the new year consists merely of a few visits on the morning of the first day, with a handful of family members exchanging greetings and little more. In the evening, he arranged to meet Li Yan, and the 3 of them, university classmates, were joined by Lu Chong, making Chen Xiaomao and Li Yan feel like the hosts. They gathered at a uniquely decorated Mongshan stir-fried chicken restaurant in Tang County, renowned not only for its famous dish, but also for other local specialties. The trio engaged in lively conversation, having not seen each other for over 6 months, each having embarked on their own career paths. 2 had entered the civil service while 1 was thriving in the family business, a testament to the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Chapter 36. Conflict. Time passed swiftly in the pleasant atmosphere. Chen Xiaomao recognized Li Yan's melodic voice, laced with a hint of anger, yet still enchanting. He stepped forward, pulling Li Yan beside him, and addressed the others. "What are your intentions? If you have matters to discuss, do so without resorting to violence." Wang Ku, seemingly under the influence of alcohol, glared at Chen Xiaomao with menacing eyes and sneered. "Well, who left their pants unbuckled? Exposing you? Who do you think you are?" Chen Xiaomao responded resolutely, "I am Li Yan's boyfriend. If you have an issue, confront me directly. Wang Ke's anger intensified upon hearing this, and he muttered curses. At that moment, a scruffy-haired companion of Wang Ke approached, threatening, "Who dares to provoke my brother Wang? I'll take care of him." As he attempted to grab Chen Xiaomao by the collar, Chen Xiaomao skillfully deflected him. The assailant then swung a fist at Chen Xiaomao's head, but unexpectedly, a stout figure burst onto the scene, kicking the scruffy-haired individual aside. It was Lu Chong, having heard the commotion and rushed out to assist. Quickly realizing the involvement of his friend Chen Xiaomao, a crowd gathered, pointing and whispering, yet no one dared intervene, while the restaurant owner discreetly called the police. Von Kiskiviko, seemingly disoriented, yelled, "You dare to fight? You don't know who I am, do you? I'll have you all arrested." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed at the restaurant entrance as several uniformed police officers entered, inquiring about the altercation. The lead officer, a middle-aged man, declared, "Both parties will accompany me to the station for further investigation." Upon arrival at the station, the lead officer began questioning them, piecing together the events. The only point of contention was who initiated the altercation. Chen Xiaomao asserted that the scruffy-haired individual struck first, while Wang Ke claimed the opposite. The police decided to examine the restaurant surveillance footage to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Ke insisted on calling his father, Vice County Head Wang Guishan. The middle-aged officer, upon hearing this, did not dare neglect the matter and allowed Wang Ke to make the call. When Wang Guishan answered, after listening to his son's grievances, he erupted in anger and abruptly hung up, leaving Wang Ke startled and without assurance of rescue. On the other end, Vice County Head Wang Guishan seethed with frustration. His irresponsible son had a history of trouble, frequently dragging him into such situations. While he was angry, he could not disregard his son's plight. After all, he was his only cherished child, and the boy's reckless behavior could be attributed to his mother's overindulgence. After a moment's reflection, he picked up the phone and contacted Lu Sipin, the head of the Public Security Bureau, to relay his son's predicament, instructing him to handle the matter strictly according to the law, without regard for his reputation. Lu Sipin, upon receiving the call, could not suppress a smirk. Wang Gishan's son was indeed a handful. He had previously intervened on several occasions, minimizing the consequences of Wang Ke's actions. Lu Sipin, also a deputy county head and the head of a powerful department, was not obligated to heed Wang Guishan's requests. However, both men were esteemed by County Party Secretary Go Ziki, making them allies in the same trench, and Lu Sipin preferred to maintain amicable relations, offering assistance when possible. Moreover, such assistance was not without its reciprocation. At their level, mutual benefit was paramount. Wang Guishan oversaw industry, a significant position that could lead to future collaboration. Contemplating this, Lu Sipin dialed the Zhongshan Road police station mentioned by Wang Guishan. Moments later, a resonant voice greeted him. "Hello, Zhongshan Road police station. How may I assist you?" "This is Lu Sipin. Who am I speaking to?" Lu Sipin replied in a deep tone. "Hello, Director Lu. I am Deputy Chief Zhong Ziyuan." The middle-aged officer sprang from his chair upon recognizing the voice. "Yes, Director Lu. I will act immediately." Deputy Chief Zhong Ziyuan appeared to perspire, whether from the room's temperature or the excitement of speaking with Lu Sipin, a figure he rarely encountered. Chapter 37. Meeting Li Yan's father. Deputy Chief Zhong Ziyuan of the Zhongshan Road police station was currently troubled. The footage from the restaurant clearly indicated that Wang Ke's scruffy-haired companion instigated the conflict, with Chen Xiaomao merely retaliating. This predicament left Zhong in a quandary. Normally, the situation would warrant action against Wang Ke and his accomplice. Yet, Lu Sipin's earlier remarks hinted at favoring Vice County Head Wang Gishan's son. Though unspoken, the implications were clear. One must read between the lines and not expect the higher-ups to be overly explicit. Reflecting on the situation, Zhong Ziyuan summoned the on-duty police officers and whispered instructions to them. Subsequently, the officers stepped outside to fetch Chen Xiaomao and Wang Ke, addressing them with the following statement. "Based on the surveillance footage and the testimonies of bystanders, our department has unanimously determined that both parties were involved in mutual combat. Now, I must ask if you are willing to accept mediation. If so, each side will be required to pay a fine of 500 yuan. If no injuries were sustained, no further compensation will be necessary. We will then allow your family members or representatives to come and collect you." Upon hearing this, Wang Ke muttered something under his breath, seemingly discontent. The officer inwardly cursed, thinking, "What an idiot. This penalty is already quite lenient. If we adhered strictly to the regulations, he would be looking at 10 to 15 days of detention. What more does he want?" Chen Xiaomao and his two companions, however, found the terms acceptable, as they too had engaged in the altercation. Paying a fine was manageable, but arranging for someone to come to the station posed a challenge. They were reluctant to inform their workplaces, and Lu Chang's family resided far away in Taipei, making it impossible for anyone to come. Although Chen Xiaomao's family lived locally, he had only his elderly mother in the countryside and did not wish to disturb her. After some discussion, they decided to have Li Yin call her father for assistance. On the other side, Wang Ko also relayed the outcome to his father, likely receiving a scolding in return, which made him more subdued as he obediently paid the fine and awaited his father's arrival. Chen Xiaomao ignored him, conversing quietly with Li Yin, which turned Wang Ku's face a shade of green with anger. Not long after Wang Ku and his companions departed, a lean, middle-aged man entered the police station. His expression somber. Li Yin quietly rose and softly called out, "Dad." Chen Xiaomao was taken aback to find himself face-to-face with Li Yan's father in such a setting. He hastily stood up alongside Lu Chang and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Yan's father wore a serious countenance, merely nodding in acknowledgement before seeking out the station chief for a discussion. It was Deputy Chief Zhong who attended to him, and this time, Zhong's demeanor was less cordial. In a low voice, he stated, "You are here to collect these individuals, I presume? Please verify their identities and complete the necessary procedures before taking them." Zhong had not anticipated that this man held a position within the system, despite the Environmental Protection Bureau's limited influence. Attaining the rank of deputy director indicated he was no ordinary figure. Hence, he resolved to tread carefully, adjusting his tone to a more amicable one as he said, "Director Li, please take a seat. It's really no major issue. The youths were simply hot-headed after a few drinks. A little reprimand and education should suffice." Li Min, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. His daughter had informed him over the phone that two classmates had come from the provincial capital and, during dinner, had encountered trouble, leading to an inexplicable brawl. He was astonished. His daughter had never caused him distress before, always being well-behaved and sensible. What had started as a simple gathering had escalated into this incident. Arriving at the police station, he found his daughter dining with two male classmates, which was difficult for him to accept, as it shattered the image he held of her. Chen Xiaomao had already paid the fine, and Li Min merely needed to sign a few documents before they could leave. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao quickly bid farewell to Li Yin and her father, and the two made their way to the street to hail a taxi, heading for the hotel where Lu Chang was staying. During the ride, Lu Chang leaned back against the taxi seat and sighed, "So, Xiaomao, I suppose today I truly stood by my friends, huh? It's my first time in a police station." Chen Xiaomao chuckled, responding, "Not bad, my friend. You performed admirably today. How about we find a place to grab a drink?" Lu Chang replied, "Let us save that for tomorrow. I'm exhausted from traveling today. Besides, your girlfriend's father doesn't seem very easy to deal with. Good luck with that." Chen Xiaomao recalled Li Yan's father's grim expression and agreed that he indeed did not seem particularly amicable. Li Yimin retorted angrily, "Ask your precious daughter about it. Dining out late with two boys and getting into a fight. What a disgrace." Chapter 38. An unforgettable evening in a budget hotel in Qiantang County. Chen Xiaomao found himself unable to sleep, partly due to the thunderous snoring of Lu Chang in the adjacent bed, and partly because his mind was preoccupied with the events of the day and the somber visage of Li Yan's father, leaving him feeling somewhat oppressed. The two had taken a leisurely stroll in Qian'an Lake Park, enjoyed a simple lunch, and, in the afternoon, sent Lu Chang off on a bus to the provincial capital of Taipei. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the first official workday of the year, everyone appeared jubilant, exchanging New Year greetings and sharing auspicious words. Yang Shuai had even brought local specialties from his hometown for everyone to taste. Chen Xiaomao had not seen Wang Jing for several days, and today she appeared in a striking red coat, radiant like a bride. It is said that beauty can be a feast for the eyes, and Chen Xiaomao felt uplifted just by being able to see such beauty at work each day. Every year on this day, an extravagant lantern festival is held along the shores of Qiantang Lake, organized by various departments within the county, showcasing an array of vibrant lanterns that captivate the eye. Early that morning, Chen Xiaomao had called Li Yin to invite her to the lantern festival in the evening. Although she seemed somewhat uninterested, she ultimately agreed to join. By 6 o'clock that evening, the two arrived at Qiantang Lake Park, walking along the lakeside path. A considerable number of locals had gathered, and the once sparsely populated county town suddenly felt bustling with life, transforming into a sea of people. Initially, Li Yin appeared somewhat discontent, but as they marveled at the beautiful lanterns and engaged with the riddles to be solved, her spirits lifted, and the two enjoyed a cheerful stroll. Feeling fatigued from walking, Chen Xiaomao suggested they try a local eatery. After their meal, Li Yin turned to Chen Xiaomao and said, "It's not far from your dormitory. I've never seen where you live. Is it convenient to visit today?" Li Yin shukla Taishan. "Are you worried I might see your stinky socks scattered about?" As they spoke, they arrived at the dormitory building of a supply and marketing cooperative and entered Chen Xiaomao's room. Fortunately, it was relatively clean that day, and Li Yin nodded approvingly, praising them for not living in a pigsty. As time passed, they found themselves enveloped in an intimate embrace, the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly charged. Unlike her usual demeanor, Li Yin was no longer hesitant. Amid playful resistance, their garments gradually came off. Chen Xiaomao's hands caressed Li Yin's skin, and both found themselves lost in each other's gaze. Chen Xiaomao had never felt such exhilaration before. He could not comprehend why Li Yin was so forward today, but he could no longer restrain himself. She was his beloved, and in the presence of such a woman, he was driven by primal instinct. Once everything settled, Li Yin lay quietly beside Chen Xiaomao. She understood that she had become a true woman, giving her first to him, a decision made deep within her heart. Chen Xiaomao gazed at her, gently kissing her cheek while repeatedly whispering, "Li Yin, I love you." Li Yin beamed a breathtaking smile and replied, "Xiaomao, I love you too. My feelings will never change." Hearing her words of affection filled Chen Xiaomao with immense happiness. After resting for a moment, Li Yin remarked with a smile, "It's not quite the right time yet, but I'll let you know when it is." After tidying their clothes, Chen Xiaomao accompanied Li Yin downstairs, and together they headed towards the Environmental Protection Bureau's housing complex. After an intimate encounter with Li Yin, Chen Xiaomao's heart overflowed with happiness. He yearned for the day when he could step into the sacred halls of matrimony with her, dedicating his life to cherishing her. "So what have you been up to? Are you with that poor boy?" Li Yin's mother questioned first. Li Yin suppressed her irritation, remaining silent. "Will your silence resolve anything? Didn't your father and I explain it clearly to you yesterday? You're still young and don't understand how treacherous this society can be. Many impoverished boys from the countryside aim to ensnare a girl from a wealthy city family, and I fear you become their target." "Old Li, you should say something too. Our child is young and may have strayed. It is our duty as adults to help correct her path," Li Yimin added, his tone somber. "Indeed, Xiaoyan, as your parents, we only wish the best for you. Last time, Uncle Wang mentioned you should consider dating Wang Ku. It's worth contemplating. You've known each other since childhood. The emotional foundation is there, far stronger than with some later acquaintance from the poorer classes." Upon hearing Wang Ku's name, Li Yan suprasa anje arupta. "Wang Ku is nothing but a thug. He harassed me at the hotel, and that's why Chen Xiaomao got into a fight with him." Li Yimin responded, "Wang Ku was merely trying to express his affection by chatting with you. Young people often do foolish things when infatuated. That poor boy is just jealous and quick to throw punches. I doubt he has much to offer. Breaking up sooner would be wise." Li Yin realized that no matter what she said, it would be futile. Her parents had already concluded that Chen Xiaomao was merely a parasitic poor boy, and now, with Wang Gishan's influence, changing their minds was unrealistic. She could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 39. Breakup in Recent Days. Chen Xiaomao experienced the happiest moments of his life, feeling invigorated and arriving at work early to tidy up, humming cheerful tunes. Leaving Wang Jing and Yang Shuai puzzled about his sudden change. Had he won the lottery? Yang Shuai had asked him several times. But how could Chen Xiaomao reveal the true source of his elation? As the weekend approached, he called Li Yin, hoping to invite her to dinner. The phone rang several times before disconnecting. After several hours of silence, he felt restless, dialing her number again, but once more it went unanswered. Lunchtime passed without a word from Li Yin, and his irritation grew, overshadowing any hunger. By afternoon, feeling dejected, he left the dormitory and tried calling her several more times, only to find the line switched off, which intensified his ominous premonitions. Skipping lunch, he headed directly to the Environmental Protection Bureau's residential complex. Alone, he waited quietly at the entrance, knowing Li Yin was usually home on weekends. Hours passed until, as the sun dipped in the west, he finally spotted her silhouette emerging from the complex. As she approached, Chen Xiaomao noticed that today she appeared markedly different, devoid of her usual spirited demeanor, looking utterly despondent. Even as he neared, Li Yin seemed oblivious to his presence. Feeling a pang of empathy, he rushed forward, grasping her hand gently, asking, "Li Yin, what happened? Why haven't you been answering my calls?" Upon hearing his urgent voice, Li Yin finally recognized him, her eyes instantly reddening, tears brimming as she gazed sorrowfully at him. Chen Xiaomao, we need to break up. I have no choice but to end things with you. Panic surged through Chen Xiaomao at her words. He tightened his grip on her hand, shaking it slightly. Li Yin, what is going on? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. Xiaomao, please don't rush me. She replied, after that incident at the restaurant with Wang Ku, his father, Wang Guishan, invited my parents to dinner, insisting I accompany them. That was when my parents learned about us, and they both disapprove of our relationship. She continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. Moreover, Wang Guishan promised my father he would help him secure the next position as director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. You don't understand, Xiaomao. Though my father is a technician, he craves power. Once he heard Wang Guishan's words, he couldn't contain his excitement. When Wang Guishan suggested that Wang Ku and I be friends, my parents didn't object. I firmly opposed it. But my mother threatened to have a heart attack if I disagreed. Xiaomao, I truly cannot continue this. I fear for my mother's health. Remember that time in middle school when she had a heart attack? It terrified me. I thought I might lose her. I had to listen to them. We must break up. The last words escaped her lips amid tears. Xiaomao, I'm so sorry. Please forget me. Soda. As she cried, she broke free from his grasp and hurried back into the residential complex. Hearing the news of their breakup shattered Chen Xiaomao, the pain echoing within him. Even across 2 lifetimes, was this the feeling of heartbreak? He never anticipated that in this life, he would lose Li Yin. In his previous existence, their relationship had not delved into profound love, so his unrequited pursuit had not inflicted deep anguish. Yet in this life, they had traversed from superficial affection to a deeper connection, their souls intertwining, only to be forcibly separated by the harsh realities of life, something he found unbearable. Despite possessing memories from 2 lives, foreseeing the significant events that awaited them in the coming years, he could not alter Li Yan's parents' sentiments or extricate her from her predicament. He contemplated revealing his substantial savings to Li Yan, with millions resting in his stock account, but what significance would that hold? Her parents looked down on him, and with Li Yimin now swayed by Deputy County Head Wang Guishan, it seemed wealth alone could not sway their opinions. This weekend passed in a haze of heartache, and by Monday, when he returned to work, Yang Shuai and Wang Jing noticed a stark change. The Chen Xiaomao who had once hummed joyfully was gone. After 2 days of this state, he gradually found himself returning to normal, speaking softly with Yang Shuai and Wang Jing, appreciating their concern, assuring them he was all right. That day, Yang Bing, the personnel chief at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, summoned Chen Xiaomao to his office, earnestly advising him, Xiaomao, I've noticed you haven't been yourself lately. It's normal for young people to encounter difficulties. You must adjust your mindset. Throughout life, we face various challenges that require us to confront them with courage and resilience. Thank you, Director Yang. I have indeed faced some issues recently, but I assure you, I will gradually come to terms with them. Chen Xiaomao replied earnestly. Chapter 40. 5 years of rebirth. Xiaomao, I believe in you. You will find your way back to your true self, Yang Bing said, gazing intently at Chen Xiaomao. Today, I called you here for a matter of significance. The local supply and marketing cooperative's subsidiary companies, namely the local produce company and the recycling resources company, are facing impending bankruptcy and liquidation akin to the production materials company. Our cooperative plans to establish a dedicated task force, similar to last time, to resolve the issues of these 2 companies within the span of this year. The county will not intervene initially. Instead, we will tackle the situation independently based on last year's experiences. Given your commendable performance in the previous task force, I propose you take up the role of deputy leader, while the group leader will be appointed from the senior management of our cooperative, with your role being to assist in various tasks. Although this deputy position does not confer any elevation in rank, excelling in this task force will undoubtedly hone your capabilities, potentially paving the way for your promotion to a deputy section chief in due course. Chen Xiaomao understood that a deputy section chief at a supply and marketing cooperative does not carry much weight. The county's director Wang Fu is the true cadre-level official, with the position of deputy director being the actual deputy level within the civil service system of Huaxia. However, as a recent university graduate, having a substantive role to engage in is commendable and is a testament to his previous efforts. Furthermore, the strong recommendation from personnel chief Yang Bing played a crucial role. Chen Xiaomao had heard that Yang Bing shares a robust rapport with Director Wang Fu, hence his endorsement was likely to be acknowledged. In this regard, Chen Xiaomao felt genuine gratitude towards Yang Bing. Yang Shuai, a colleague, inquired about matters concerning the personnel department. Chen Xiaomao was aware that until the official announcement, it was prudent to refrain from discussing internal affairs publicly, as uncertainties abound. His apprehension was justified. The following day, a meeting of the directors at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative convened, focusing on this year's priorities and the formation of a task force. By that afternoon, news had circulated that Yang Bing's proposal for Chen Xiaomao to assume the role of deputy leader had been rejected. Initially, Director Wang Fu and several other leaders had no substantial objections, but the director's secretary, Jia Yong, submitted a copy of an inquiry record. Consequently, that afternoon, Yang Bing summoned Chen Xiaomao to his office to clarify the situation. Upon learning the truth, Yang Bing sighed and informed Chen Xiaomao, "It seems this time you cannot take on the role of deputy leader. I heard that Jia Yong's childhood friend works at the Zhongshan Road police station, and after the incident, they happened to dine together the next day. When the altercation involving a supply and marketing cooperative employee was mentioned, he immediately took interest. After identifying you as the individual involved, he managed to procure an inquiry record, which led to the revelation of your situation at the meeting." Chen Xiaomao felt disheartened. He never anticipated that such a trivial matter could be exploited against him. Jia Yong proved to be rather petty, having previously overshadowed him when vying for an excellence award. And now he was reaping the consequences of that rivalry. Yang Bing concluded, "Given the circumstances, you need not join the task force. You may continue in the comprehensive department, and we can revisit opportunities later." "Thank you, Director Yang." She often reminisced about the tender moments shared with Chen Xiaomao, harboring no regrets. Previously resistant to advancing their relationship, she had intended to reserve her best self for their wedding night. Regardless of future outcomes, she had entrusted her body to him, the man she loved most dearly. The sudden cessation of their relationship left Chen Xiaomao in a state of disarray. He trudged through workdays in a daze, while evenings were spent immersed in the internet CAF nearby. Online, he frequently encountered Xia Rongyan, whose sweet words and affectionate calls of husband failed to ignite his interest, leading him to engage in lackluster conversations. Days of this mundane existence passed until he realized that the upcoming weekend marked the third day of the third lunar month, a traditional day for climbing Tai Mountain. It had been 5 years since he last leapt from its summit. In those 5 years, he had merely experienced a fleeting romance with Li Yin. Transitioning from student to civil servant, he found little distinction from the path he had previously chosen. With no apparent hope for a future with Li Yin, he resolved to devote his energies to his work, vowing to avoid further despondency and striving to achieve notable success in his career. This was, after all, the essence of his rebirth. It was essential to remain true to his original aspirations. Moreover, he mused that as he attained career accomplishments, perhaps his relationship with Li Yin would also undergo a transformation. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xiaomao decided to ascend Tai Mountain once more this weekend, seeking solace and clarity. Unbeknownst to him, this journey would prove serendipitous, leading to a fortuitous encounter that would significantly influence his future path. Chapter 41. Reascending Tai Mountain. Chen Xiaomao meticulously planned his return to Tai Mountain and suddenly considered that perhaps it was time to purchase a vehicle. Previously, he had harbored numerous reservations, but with his beloved girlfriend gone, there was little left to hesitate about. He resolved to buy whatever car he desired, disregarding others' opinions. With this newfound freedom, he withdrew 400,000 from the stock market. On Saturday morning, he boarded a bus to Liaohai City, a prefecture-level city under the jurisdiction of Dongshan Province. With a population of approximately 8 million, comprising 5 counties and 3 districts. Economically, Liaohai City ranks below the middle tier within the province, primarily due to the more developed coastal cities in eastern Dongshan. Currently, there were no automobile dealerships in Qiantang County, so Chen Xiaomao needed to travel to Liaohai City to purchase a vehicle. At that time, the market was dominated by joint venture brands, and Chen Xiaomao had set his sights on acquiring a Passat, a model favored by government personnel for its understated elegance. Upon arriving at Liaohai's bus station, he took a taxi to the dealership, where he inquired about the Passat's inventory. He learned that, aside from the base model, there was a fully equipped version that had just arrived a few days prior, with a price difference of around 100,000. Chen Xiaomao prioritized safety and comfort over cost, and without much deliberation, he chose to reserve the top-tier model. The saleswoman, elated by his swift decision, treated him with exceptional warmth. Noticing his youth and apparent single status, she felt a flutter of affection and considered asking for his contact information. Chen Xiaomao, however, was not in the mood for such distractions and politely declined her advances. Despite her slight disappointment, The saleswoman efficiently completed all necessary paperwork in less than half a day, affixing a temporary license plate to the vehicle. After a quick meal at the dealership, Chen Xiaomao set off towards Tai Mountain. Though his driving experience was limited, the current light traffic allowed him to navigate with increasing confidence. After an hour on the national highway, he began to acclimate to the driving experience. Ultimately, before nightfall, Chen Xiaomao's new Passat glided into the parking lot of the Tai Mountain Scenic Area. He resolved to commence his ascent that evening, aiming to reach the summit in time to witness the sunrise, a sight he had missed during his previous visit, known to embody the mountain's unparalleled beauty. As dusk began to settle, Chen Xiaomao observed a multitude of individuals descending the mountain. At that moment, the number of tourist boarding vehicles was rather sparse. The higher he ascended, the fewer people he encountered. His mood, however, remained neutral as he climbed steadily towards the summit. Among the few hikers, two figures caught his attention. They appeared to be distinguished gentlemen. The elder, perhaps in his 50s, adorned gold-rimmed glasses and sported a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding an air of authority that struck Chen Xiaomao as oddly familiar, though he could not quite place it. The younger man, slightly less mature, trailed closely behind, displaying an air of deference, likely a subordinate. After several arduous hours of trekking, Chen Xiaomao finally reached the pinnacle of Mount Tai. Yet, the grandeur he had admired during his previous visit was obscured by the encroaching darkness, leaving only scattered lights to illuminate the nearby area. While the distant vistas were shrouded in shadow, he found a stone to sit upon, grateful for his prior experience, which had informed him of the summit's chill. Thus, he had donned a down jacket and brought an additional thick coat, alleviating any concerns about the cold. As he rested, a sudden flash of recognition surged through Chen Xiaomao's mind. He recalled the identity of the man he had encountered during his ascent, Zhu Zian. In his past life, Zhu Zian had emerged as a promising political star in the southern region, achieving remarkable accomplishments at a young age. He had subsequently been appointed as the secretary of the municipal committee in Guangsha City before being promoted to governor of Dongshan province around the time of May Day in 2005. Though his tenure in Dongshan was brief, approximately 5 years, he had significantly revitalized the province's economy, breathing new life into this populous region. The realization thrilled Chen Xiaomao. He had unexpectedly crossed paths with the soon-to-be governor. Indeed, according to the timeline, Zhu Zian had likely just been relieved of his duties in Guangsha and had not yet received official confirmation of his new role in Dongshan. However, it seemed the higher-ups had already made their decision, for a man of Zhu's stature would not casually venture to Mount Tai otherwise. In his past life, after Zhu Zian's dismissal from Guangsha, nearly a month had passed before he was assigned new position. Speculation among some grassroots organizations suggested he had erred, leading to his removal, and that his career might be irretrievably stalled. His remarkable ascent to the position of the youngest deputy ministerial official at such a young age had rendered him a subject of scrutiny, inciting both admiration and criticism. As these memories swirled in his mind, Chen Xiaomao acknowledged that, despite his previous indifference toward domestic politics, Zhu Zian's brilliance had made him an unavoidable topic of discussion. His subsequent role as governor of Dongshan had frequently brought him into the media spotlight, thus imprinting his distinctive visage in Chen Xiaomao's memory. Initially distant from the political sphere in his past life, Chen Xiaomao had momentarily struggled to recollect this connection. Disregarding his previous life, he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity to engage with the newly appointed governor before his official announcement. Many might be hesitant to approach him, but as an inconspicuous individual, he felt he bore no significant stakes in their interaction. He pondered how best to initiate conversation with Zhu Zian. Chapter 42, A Conversation at the Summit of Mount Tai. With a sudden burst of recognition, Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of excitement. Seated on a nearby boulder was Zhu Zian, accompanied by a man who appeared to be in his 30s, likely Zhu's secretary. The secretary attentively produced a thick cushion for Zhu to sit upon, presumably concerned that the stone might be too cold for his superior. As Chen Xiaomao grappled with the dilemma of how to approach Zhu Zian, a brisk wind swept across the mountaintop, catching the attention of those who had gathered to witness the sunrise. Chen Xiaomao glanced at Zhu Zian. Although both had prepared for the ascent, it was evident they had underestimated the mountain's chill. Living in the south, they might have grown accustomed to milder conditions, unaware that while spring had already arrived in their region, the northern heights still bore the remnants of winter-esque grasp. Chen Xiaomao observed a slight shiver from Zhu Zian, suggesting he was particularly sensitive to the cold. In contrast, Chen Xiaomao felt an exhilarating warmth within himself. Although his down jacket was not particularly thick, he felt no discomfort from a chill. Calming his ardor, he endeavored to present himself as amiable. He picked up his thick coat and quietly approached the stone where Zhu Zian sat. As he drew closer, both Zhu and his secretary noticed Chen Xiaomao as approach. The secretary appeared tense, promptly standing to scrutinize him, inquiring, "May I assist you?" Without responding to the secretary, Chen Xiaomao turned to Zhu Zian, smiling as he spoke. "Hello, sir. You seem a bit chilly, and I have an extra coat that I'm not using. Please, take it to keep warm." The term sir was one Chen Xiaomao had deliberated over for some time. Addressing him directly as the governor felt inappropriate given that no official announcement had yet been made. Referring to him as Secretary Zhu was similarly unsuitable, as he had recently stepped down from that role. Calling him sir felt more personable. Zhu Zian smiled at Chen Xiaomao, replying, "Thank you, young man. Do you recognize me?" Chen Xiaomao replied, "I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you while climbing, though I couldn't quite place where I might have encountered you before." Zhu Zian pondered this. His recent relocation to Dongshan was known only to a select few in the higher echelons of government, and it was unlikely that this young man would be aware of it. Perhaps he had caught a glimpse of news coverage during Zhu's previous tenure in the south, which might explain his recognition. Intrigued, Zhu Zian reflected on his early visit to Dongshan. His purpose was to gain insights into the local culture and political climate from ordinary citizens. Observing Chen Xiaomao's attire, he concluded that he likely belonged to the governmental ranks, albeit at a modest level. It seemed fortuitous to engage in conversation with him to learn more about the province. With that thought, Zhu Zian accepted the coat from Chen Xiaomao, and upon donning it, the biting cold dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth that evoked a sense of gratitude towards the young man. He smiled and remarked, "You appear to be involved in government work. Am I correct?" "Yes, sir," Chen Xiaomao replied. "My name is Chen Xiaomao. I graduated from university last year and joined the civil service in the latter half of the year. I've been working for just over 6 months now at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Qiantang County, Liaohai City." "Ah, commendable. Joining the civil service right after graduation is a fine achievement. A significant number of our nation's talented individuals are found within the ranks of civil servants. I hope you strive diligently and endeavor to serve the people in more significant capacities." "Indeed, I will," Chen Xiaomao responded earnestly. "Let me be frank," Zhu Zian continued. "I have spent decades in the political arena, primarily in the south, and I am not well acquainted with conditions in the north. Could you share some insights with me? I am particularly interested in understanding the existing challenges." After listening attentively, Chen Xiaomao pondered for a moment and earnestly addressed Zhu Zian. "Uncle, although my time in government has been brief, I have observed and heard of certain issues within the political realm of Dongshan province." At this point, Chen paused, aware that there were indeed more severe problems that he hesitated to fully disclose, uncertain of the impact it might have on the incoming governor. Zhu Zian, after absorbing Chen Xiaomao's extensive discourse, found himself somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the state of affairs in Dongshan province? The expression on this young comrade's face indicated that there were still numerous matters left unsaid, yet the issues already articulated were significant. Should there be no substantial intervention, it would be exceedingly difficult to alter the current situation, which would undeniably impair the government's credibility. Acknowledging the arduous path ahead, he understood the necessity of confronting these challenges. Turning to Chen Xiaomao, Zhu Zian's tone softened, becoming more amiable as he remarked, "Comrade Xiaomao, the issues you have presented are indeed aspects I had not considered. The political environment in Dongshan differs markedly from that of the southern regions, and there are considerable disparities in certain areas. We must tread this path with diligence." Chen Xiaomao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. In Chapter 43, The Rising Sun in the East, Chen Xiaomao's remarks profoundly impacted Zhu Zian. He had not anticipated the political climate in Dongshan to be so dire. Having spent his political career in the south, he was accustomed to simply focusing on his tasks. But Dongshan posed a different landscape. The subtle hints in Chen Xiaomao's discourse suggested that most local officials might be in a similar predicament, indicative of a prevailing bureaucratic mentality. This was further evidenced by the local populace's desire for their children to pursue civil service careers. While they detested privilege, they nonetheless aspired to join the ranks of the privileged. After a moment of reflection, Zhu Zian looked at Chen Xiaomao and said earnestly, "Comrade Xiaomao, I sense you have much more to convey. Would you be willing to elaborate further?" Nodding slightly, he added with a smile, "You've been quite helpful. Thank you, Xiaomao." You provided me with valuable insights for our future endeavors. He gestured towards the man beside him, introducing him. This is my secretary, Chen Xiaomao. He is a few years your senior, so you may address him as Brother Sunday. Let us exchange contact information. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After these words, feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhu Zian gradually closed his eyes to rest. Chen Xiaomao, invigorated by Zhu Zian's comments, felt elated. Chen Xiaopeng, being the governor's chief secretary, would undoubtedly attract many officials eager to make his acquaintance once Zhu Zian's appointment was announced. To have obtained his phone number so easily and to be invited to call him Brother Sun indicated that Zhu Zian regarded Chen Xiaomao as one of his own, filling him with immense joy. Chen Xiaopeng, upon hearing Zhu Zian's instructions, promptly moved closer to Chen Xiaomao. They exchanged phone numbers, and then Sun remarked, Xiaomao, if you need anything, just call Brother Sunday. I must thank you today. Had you not offered your coat to keep the leader warm, I would bear the weight of his discomfort. I never anticipated Dongshan to be this cold. Chen Xiaomao quickly replied, Brother Sun, you're too kind. I merely happened to bring an extra coat. It was a trivial effort. By the way, how should we address our leader? Chen inquired. Brother Chen, all I can tell you for now is that the leader's surname is Zhu. You'll learn more about how to address him in due time. I cannot disclose further details at the moment. Chen Xiaopeng replied cautiously. Understood. Brother Sunday, rest assured. I won't pry further. Chen Xiaomao responded promptly. All right, Xiaomao. The leader is resting, and I shall take a brief nap as well. Otherwise, I will be too tired tomorrow. Of course, Brother Sun, please rest a bit. I shall do the same. With that, both Chen Xiaomao and Chen Xiaopeng settled into their respective positions, closing their eyes to rest. However, Chen Xiaomao found it difficult to sleep. Today's experiences were too extraordinary, and he needed time to absorb and calm his emotions. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he drifted into a semi-conscious state. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a shout from a nearby teenage girl. The sun is about to rise. Chen Xiaomao quickly opened his eyes and turned to Zhu Zian and the others, realizing they too had been awakened. All eyes turned eastward, where a crimson glow was already ascending, signaling that the sun would soon reveal itself. At that moment, nearby tourists stood up, eagerly anticipating the rising sun. Finally, amidst their eager gazes, the eastern horizon began to shimmer with red, gradually expanding until the sun fully emerged, appearing far larger than usual. A fiery orb hanging in the east, radiating beauty that was truly uplifting. As Chen Xiaomao admired the sunrise, he also observed Zhu Zian, who seemed equally delighted, likely witnessing such a magnificent sunrise for the first time. As the sun ascended higher, the peak of Taishan was bathed in radiant light. The weather was exceptionally clear, and once again, Chen Xiaomao felt the grandeur of Taishan, its splendor surpassing that of his 5 years prior. Many atop the mountain expressed their awe, with some exclaiming their fortune in witnessing such a perfect sunrise, noting that not everyone has the chance to see Taishan's sunrise in its full glory. The atmosphere of joy lingered, and eventually, some began their descent, having fully appreciated the beauty of Taishan, feeling no regrets about their journey. At this moment, Zhu Zian approached Chen Xiaomao and said, Xiaomao, we must head down now. I'll return this coat to you. I must thank you once again, or else I would have suffered last night. Uncle, please keep it. I have no need for it, Chen Xiaomao hastily replied. No, little one, it's bright now, and my inner garments are sufficient. I insist on returning the coat. Chen Xiaomao ceased his objections, accepting the coat and storing it away. Watching Zhu Zian and Chen Xiaopeng descend the mountain step by step, Chen Xiaomao felt that this trip to Taishan had been nothing short of perfect. Initially, there had been no grand plans. He had come on a whim, not anticipating meeting Zhu Zian and engaging in such meaningful discourse. He wondered if he had perhaps overstepped. But considering Zhu Zian's request for his secretary's contact, it seemed that all was well. Chen Xiaomao gradually made his way down the mountain and soon arrived at the parking lot, where he noticed an increase in vehicles, as many early risers had descended. The plates primarily belonged to locals, though a few outsiders were also present. His own Passat, with its temporary license plate, stood out amidst the crowd, as it was new and unregistered, catching the eyes of many. In Chapter 44, registration on Monday morning, due to the antiquated nature of the supply and marketing cooperative's office building and the limited courtyard space, parking was quite inconvenient. Therefore, Chen Xiaomao parked his new car in a small square across from the cooperative, where parking was free. In truth, the present-day Qiandang County town had relatively few paid parking spaces, unlike the provincial capital where every inch of land was precious and parking fees were commonplace. The morning was rather uneventful, Aside from engaging in light banter with Yang Shuai and discussing the works of Sanmao with Wang Jing, he spent time perusing newspapers to pass the time. The work at the supply and marketing cooperative is indeed rather leisurely. As the day drew to a close, Chen Xiaomao made his way to the comprehensive office, where he approached Director Jean to request leave. Director Jean, in a surprisingly agreeable manner, did not inquire further about Chen Xiaomao's reasons and promptly granted the leave, which filled Chen Xiaomao with gratitude. Just as he exited the office, he unexpectedly encountered Jia Yong in the hallway. Chen Xiaomao intended to pass by without acknowledging him, but Jia Yong, with a smirk of amusement, called out to him. Chen Xiaomao, greetings. I am Jia Yong. Although we have not conversed, I believe you are familiar with me. I have heard that you were not selected as the deputy leader of your work group. How unfortunate. At that moment, Jia Yong felt a sense of triumph. Thinking to himself, Chen Xiaomao, my position is rather coveted. Claiming what belongs to me will come at a cost. Chen Xiaomao raised an eyebrow at Jia Yong's words, but quickly suppressed his anger and calmly replied, Hello, Secretary Jia. Thank you for your concern. I am indifferent about the deputy leader position. Not being selected is no great matter. Jia Yong, however, dismissed Chen Xiaomao's words with a sneer, thinking, keep pretending. I wonder how many tears you've shed over this. Chen Xiaomao turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with someone like Jia Yong, believing that their paths were too divergent to align. As Chen Xiaomao walked away, Jia Yong seethed with resentment. After securing his leave, Chen Xiaomao had a light lunch and rested in his dormitory for a while before heading to the small square to drive. He was eager to register his new car that afternoon. Upon entering the small square, he noticed a man and a woman standing by his new vehicle. The man was none other than Jia Yong, whom he had seen earlier that day. The woman, with a robust build and strong facial features, glared at Jia Yong, chastising him loudly. Jia Yong, look at your life. You claim to be a leader's secretary, yet you have nothing. You ride that old bicycle with me everywhere. When we buy a car like this, only then will I consider marrying you. She gestured towards Chen Xiaomao's Passat. Chen Xiaomao was taken aback. How did his car become part of their conversation? He recalled that Yang Shuai had mentioned Jia Yong's poor family background and lack of romantic prospects, indicating that this sturdy young woman was likely the girlfriend he had recently acquired. Ignoring Jia Yong's attempts to please her, Chen Xiaomao approached and pressed the remote key, causing the Passat's headlights to flash impressively. He opened the door, started the engine, and with a flourish, maneuvered the steering wheel as he elegantly drove out of the square. Jia Yong and his girlfriend appeared momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, the young woman exclaimed in a raspy voice, Look at him. So young, yet driving such a fine car. And he is quite handsome too. Meanwhile, Jia Yong was seething with envy. He had recognized Chen Xiaomao as he entered the car, but was astonished that he owned such an impressive vehicle. According to the information he had reviewed, Chen Xiaomao hailed from a rural background much like his own. How could he afford such a luxurious car? Determined to undermine Chen Xiaomao, Jia Yong turned to his girlfriend and said, Sasha, I know this guy. His family is very poor. He could not possibly afford this car. It must be borrowed. Well, I don't care. You need to earn money quickly. I refuse to ride in that old bicycle anymore. All right, I'll find a way to make money soon, and then I'll drive you around in a fine car. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomao had already driven into the courtyard of the Qiantang County Vehicle Management Office. Observing the environment, he couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between it and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's office, which, despite being a legitimate department, operated from an aging building. In contrast, the Vehicle Management Office, a subordinate agency of the Public Security Bureau, boasted a modern workspace. Upon entering the first-floor hall, Chen Xiaomao noticed several individuals already queuing at the service windows. A security officer approached to inquire about their business, and upon hearing it was for new vehicle registration, directed him to a specific window. Chen Xiaomao approached, only to find 4 or 5 people ahead of him, despite it being early afternoon. Evidently, some had arrived well before to secure their place in line. Not overly anxious, Chen Xiaomao thought that since he had taken the afternoon off, he would surely manage to register his car. However, as time slipped by and it neared 3 o'clock, he grew increasingly concerned. Nearly half an hour had passed since the start of business, yet there was still no sign of the staff. The individuals ahead began to grow restless. And just as unrest was about to erupt, a woman in a police uniform with a short ponytail and a slightly plump figure finally arrived at the window. The queue fell silent as the waiting individuals stifled their impatience and began to cooperate with the processing of their paperwork. After more than an hour, the last person was attended to, and Chen Xiaomao, glancing at the clock, noted that it was already 4:30. He feared that his afternoon off would be in vain if he could not complete the registration before closing time. Fortunately, it was now his turn. He hurried to the window, taking a seat before the clerk, and prepared to present his vehicle documentation. Just as he began to speak, a middle-aged male officer approached, accompanied by a stout man adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, whose buoyancy in water was questionable. The middle-aged officer addressed the female clerk, Xiaohuan. "There's an urgent matter here. Please attend to it first," as he handed her a file. Chen Xiaomao observed the document placed on the counter, realizing it too was a new vehicle registration file. Anger surged within him. Unable to contain it any longer, he abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Is this how you conduct business? Is there no regard for order? What is the point of queuing?" The two officers, momentarily taken aback, were quickly met with the female clerk's retort, "Why are you shouting? Just wait your turn. You'll be attended to." At that moment, those who had just completed their transactions, along with others who had recently entered the hall, began to gather around. The middle-aged officer, sensing the growing tension, stepped forward to restore order, urging the crowd to disperse, insisting there was nothing to see. Yet the thronging spectators paid him little heed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the stout man with the gold chain stepped forward, shouting at Chen Xiaomao, "What are you shouting about? If you have the guts, go ahead and cut in line." "I just did. What will you do about it?" As Chen Xiaomao regarded the man's arrogant demeanor, he contemplated whether to retaliate with a punch when a commanding male voice rang out, "What is going on here? Are we still conducting business or not?" The crowd turned to see a burly middle-aged man in a police uniform, flanked by two younger officers, striding into the hall. The middle-aged officer who had attempted to cut in quickly approached him, saying, "Director Cheng, it's an honor to have you here for an inspection." Upon hearing this, Officer Li Guoqiang's face drained of color. Among the ranks of the Qintang County Public Security Bureau, he feared no one more than Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong. Though he was aligned with Bureau Chief Liu Sipin, Cheng Fangxiong was notorious for his uncompromising stance against corruption, and he oversaw the operations of the Vehicle Management Office. Thus, every encounter with him filled Li Guoqiang with trepidation. He hurriedly approached and whispered, "Director Cheng, the man next to me with the gold chain is Luan Fugue, a friend of Director Liu. He was sent here by Liu to handle some business. Just now, there was a little dispute, and the young man behind got upset, which led to this commotion." After listening, Cheng Fangxiong glanced at the plump man, Luan Fugue, and Chen Xiaomao beside him, feigning ignorance of Chen Xiaomao. He turned to Li Guoqiang and instructed, "Take both parties to the office for negotiation and disperse the crowd." Chen Xiaomao and the portly Luan Fugue followed Li Guoqiang and Cheng Fangxiong to the back office. Cheng Fangxiong looked at Chen Xiaomao and said, "Xiaomao, why didn't you give me a call when you came to handle business? Don't you know I'm also in charge of the Vehicle Administration Affairs?" Chen Xiaomao chuckled and replied, "Director Cheng, I just came for a small matter. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Had I known, I would have given you a heads up." Li Guoqiang and Luan Fugue, standing behind Cheng Fangxiong, were taken aback, not expecting Chen Xiaomao to be so familiar with the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Cheng Fangxiong continued, "Xiaomao, this is Li Guoqiang, the Director of our county's Vehicle Administration. They were not following proper procedures earlier, and on behalf of the Bureau, I apologize." Chen Xiaomao quickly replied, "Director Cheng, you're too polite. It's just a small matter." Hearing Cheng Fangxiong's apology, Li Guoqiang couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. At this moment, Cheng Fangxiong turned to him and said, "Director Li, this brother is Chen Xiaomao, a good friend of mine. Please arrange for him to complete his business. I will talk with him here." Throughout, Cheng Fangxiong did not spare a glance at Luan Fugue. Li Guoqiang nodded, turned to leave the office, and, before exiting, pulled Luan Fugue away from the room. Cheng Fangxiong disregarded them and smiled at Chen Xiaomao, asking, "What business are you here for?" "Director Cheng, I bought a new car and came to get a license plate." "That's wonderful news. Do you have any plans for tonight? Let's celebrate." "Haha, Director Cheng, are you eager for a drink? What's there to celebrate for buying a car? I'll arrange it for tonight." "All right, you organize the place, and I'll invite Li Jian and Xiaohua." "Sure, Director Cheng. I'll call you once the place is set." Li Guoqiang approached Chen Xiaomao with a stack of documents, placing a sheet of paper on the table before him. "Brother Chen, take a look. The procedures are all complete. You just need to choose a license plate number from these options. However, on the other hand, such a number plate is quite eye-catching. Wherever the car goes, it attracts attention. If it belongs to an expensive vehicle, it will draw even more spectators. Conversely, if it's a cheaper car worth a few tens of thousands, having such a license plate will also make people speculate about the owner's past. Could it be a former wealthy tycoon now reduced to driving a modest car? The people of our great nation have vivid imaginations." After some thought, Chen Xiaomao decided against choosing an overly conspicuous license plate. Upon reviewing the options again, he noticed a number that was less noticeable yet easy to remember. It wasn't as glaring as the repeating 6s or 8s. Without much hesitation, he said to Li Guoqiang, "Director Li, let's choose this last license plate." Chapter 46, Candidate List. Li Guoqiang quickly leaned in to check, and it turned out the last number printed on the paper was Dong 80016. Chen Xiaomao was quite pleased. He had heard that the license plate would take a week to be made after the procedures were completed, but this one was ready-made, which was even better. After about 10 minutes, Li Guoqiang returned to inform Chen Xiaomao that the license plate and paperwork were complete, and he could drive on the road with peace of mind. Chen Xiaomao expressed his gratitude to Li Guoqiang. Although the man appeared bureaucratic, he understood that in the realm of officials, sometimes one must comply with the directives from above. While Chen Xiaomao harbored resentment towards such privileges, he also enjoyed a taste of privilege today. If it weren't for the influence of Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong, Li Guoqiang wouldn't have offered him such favorable options. Clearly, these auspicious numbers could help Li Guoqiang maintain numerous relationships, but to avoid offending Director Cheng, he willingly presented them, demonstrating his readiness to accommodate those connected to Cheng. As he drove, he passed through an intersection where 2 traffic police officers were on duty. Upon seeing Chen Xiaomao's Passat approaching, one of the officers immediately stood at attention and saluted his vehicle. This caught Chen Xiaomao off guard. Why would the police salute him? He wasn't anyone important. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his license plate number was considered a prestigious one, typically used by the main leaders of the county. Though he didn't know who owned this number 16 plate, he surmised the officers might have mistaken him for a leader. Realizing this, Chen Xiaomao could only smile wryly. It seemed that from this moment on, he had truly become part of the inner circle, entangled in the intricate web of relationships within the county. The evening's gathering was as enjoyable as ever. Cheng Fangxiong's boisterous personality was infectious, which made Li Jian and Huang Xiaohua respect him even more, captivated by his charisma. Chen Xiaomao's alcohol tolerance had also improved. No longer did he merely sip lightly. After drinking with Cheng Fangxiong several times, he could now keep up with a few drinks without getting drunk. The northern nights in March were quite pleasant, and as he walked leisurely along the sidewalk, the cool breeze lifted his spirits after a night of revelry, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. He reflected on how he had been feeling excessively despondent lately, allowing personal matters to impact his work, which was unacceptable. From tomorrow onward, he vowed to approach his work with earnestness and abandon his negativity. While the work at the supply and marketing cooperative was relatively relaxed, it did not mean there was nothing to do. With a proactive mindset, he could keep himself engaged. Though Chen Xiaomao was mentally encouraging himself to work diligently from now on, he was unaware that upon returning to work the next day, certain individuals within the cooperative were already scheming against him, and discussions about him were brewing once again. On Tuesday morning, shortly after the workday began, in the director's office, Director Wang Fu addressed his secretary, Jia Yong, saying, "How is the candidate list for the counterpart support for township construction coming along?" Jia Yong quickly retrieved a sheet of paper from his bag and handed it to Director Wang, saying, "Director, this is the list of employees I've prepared in conjunction with the personnel department, along with the current job assignments of the cooperative staff, proposing a few candidates." Director Wang took the list, scrutinized it, then looked up at Jia Yong, saying, "Among the 3 candidates on this list, Wang Lingling got married last year and is reportedly pregnant, while Lu Hongxian is retiring this year. The support for the township is in a remote mountainous area, and the duration is no less than a year. Clearly, selecting these 2 individuals is unsuitable. It seems you have a preference for the 3rd candidate?" Jia Yong felt as if his thoughts had been laid bare, his face flushing red. However, Director Wang was not overly harsh. After all, Jia Yong had served him for several years. Initially, he had appreciated Jia Yong's writing skills and beautiful penmanship, elevating his opinion of him. Moreover, having come from a poor farming background similar to his own, Director Wang felt a degree of sympathy and had looked out for him in their daily work. However, Director Wang later discovered that Jia Yong was somewhat petty, fixating on many matters and displaying an overly calculating mindset. The recent directive from above was rather urgent, mandating the submission of a list of candidates for the counterpart support of rural towns by today. In a last-minute arrangement, Jia Yong was tasked with selecting potential candidates. And to everyone's surprise, he recommended a young man named Chen Xiaomao. Director Wang Fu had some recollection of Chen Xiaomao. During the previous working group on the bankruptcy of production materials, he had distinguished himself, even assisting Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong of the County Police Bureau, thereby cultivating a rapport with him. As a result of this connection, when Chen Xiaomao made a request, Wang Fu felt obliged to allocate an annual outstanding employee slot to Chen, as the other slots were not available for adjustment. This incident likely fostered some resentment in Jia Yong towards the young man. When the working group was formed after the new year, Jia Yong had already sidelined Chen Xiaomao. And now, as they needed to dispatch someone to a remote rural town, Jia Yong thrust him forward once more. This did not sit well with Wang Fu, who found Jia Yong's behavior rather unbecoming, as he seemed preoccupied with revenge rather than focusing on proper duties. Jia Yong, sensing Wang Fu's unspoken discontent, hastily defended his choice, stating that the personnel at the society were indeed stretched thin. Many office staff had already been reassigned to the newly formed working group after the new year, leaving only a handful available, particularly Chen Xiaomao, who had been rather idle since he was not included in the last working group due to a brawl that the police had classified as mutual fighting. This suggested that Chen Xiaomao's relationship with Chen Fangxiong was not entirely amicable. Otherwise, why wouldn't Chen intervene on his behalf? Yet, what Wang Fu did not realize was that Chen Xiaomao had refrained from contacting Chen Fangxiong, preferring to avoid further complications. Reflecting on this, Wang Fu chose not to press the matter further, instructing Jia Yong to convene a meeting with the party members of the society to finalize the list. At 9:30, in the conference room on the 4th floor of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Wang Fu briefly outlined the situation, informing everyone that the county had requested the list for counterpart rural construction support by today, following initial selections by the personnel and office departments. 3 candidates have been identified for discussion. After delivering this information, he asked Jia Yong to distribute the list of candidates for deliberation among the cooperative's leaders. When Yang Bing, the head of the personnel department, received the list, he furrowed his brow upon glancing at it and then turned to look at the others. Aside from Deputy Director Zhou Tangfei, who displayed a hint of unease, the others appeared indifferent. At this juncture, Wang Fu prompted, "Let us hear everyone's opinions." A slight cough signaled that Wang Lei, the chairman of the labor union, wished to speak. It was his habit to draw attention this way before addressing the group. He began with a somewhat aged tone. "Among these 3 individuals, I am somewhat familiar with Wang Lingling and Lu Hongxian. Old Lu has been with the cooperative for decades and is set to retire this year, while Wang Lingling has been working for a few years and is rumored to be pregnant. Clearly, neither is suitable for rural support due to time constraints. As for this young man, Chen Xiaomao, though I do not know him well, he seems to be the most appropriate choice from the list." As anticipated, Jia Yong, seated in the back, felt a surge of joy, and Wang Fu had already predicted this initial reaction. However, Yang Bing was acutely aware that if he remained silent, the decision would likely be settled in favor of Chen Xiaomao. He quickly cleared his throat and interjected, "If I may, this Chen Xiaomao is a recent university graduate with both education and capability, and he possesses a commendable drive. Would it not be a waste of talent to place such a young individual in a rural setting?" Although posed as a rhetorical question, it clearly conveyed his disapproval of Chen Xiaomao's assignment. At this moment, Deputy Director Han Jiangwo interjected, "Agricultural and rural work is of paramount importance to our nation. Chairman Mao once said that there is great potential in rural areas. Yang, do not underestimate the countryside. I believe it would be beneficial for young people to gain experience there." Yang Bing was taken aback, yet not surprised by Han's response. Knowing their conflicting views made this opposition typical. As the meeting progressed, Wang Fu made a decisive pronouncement. "Let us finalize it. Chen Xiaomao shall go to the countryside for a year of training. This is also a vital opportunity for the cultivation of young cadres. Jia Yong, please draft the necessary documents and submit them to the county before the end of the day." Yang Bing realized that the decision was irrevocable, and he felt a sense of helplessness. Deep down, he did not wish for Chen Xiaomao to undergo such training, despite the pleasant words spoken in the meeting room. None of those present would likely be eager to take on such work. The rural support tasks were often laborious, and many responsibilities that should be handled by local staff would be assigned to the support personnel, leaving them accountable for poor performance without any credit for success, as the achievements would be attributed to the regular workers. After the meeting, Yang Bing called Chen Xiaomao into his office and earnestly conveyed the details of the meeting. He concluded, "Xiaomao, yesterday the director asked me to draft a list of available employees, and I assumed it was for another working group, so I included your name. Little did I know that Jia Yong would take advantage of this. He removed everyone else's names from the list except yours and another individual who is pregnant and a soon-to-retire employee. Clearly, He intends to use this situation to send you to the countryside, and I bear some responsibility for that. Chen Xiaomao responded promptly, "It's all right. I don't mind at all. I come from a rural background and am quite familiar with it. Given my current situation, it doesn't matter where I work. Once I get busy, it might be more fulfilling than staying idle at the cooperative. After all, this leisurely work is not particularly suited for someone my age." In the office of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Secretary Jia Yong was gleefully typing up a document. Evidently, the official notice designating Chen Xiaomao as a participant in the counterpart rural construction support. With each keystroke, Jia Yong's excitement grew, and he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, in the government office building of Qiantang County, Deputy County Head Cheng Bin was somewhat irked as he addressed a man standing before him. Is there truly no suitable candidate for the government office? The middle-aged man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled apologetically. Deputy County Head, we have only a few individuals at the government office. Aside from a couple of dedicated secretaries, we only have Lu Haiba and Gao Yin available. But since Gao is a woman, it would be inconvenient, leaving only Lu Haiba, our reliable workhorse. Li Qiao, you have served as the deputy director of the government office for several years. You know Lu Haiba's temperament well. He is as slippery as an eel. Would it be appropriate for him to accompany me? Li Qiao wiped his forehead and replied, Deputy County Head, since the working group was established for the production materials company, your secretary Zhong expressed an intention to pursue graduate studies. Now that the results are out, he seems more focused on that than on his work, making it difficult to find a suitable secretary to meet your standards promptly. Listening to Li Qiao's ramblings, Cheng Bin's interest was piqued when the working group was mentioned. He said to Li Qiao, Director Li, during the last working group formation, there was a clever young man from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative who even helped Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong of the Police Bureau. I heard he is a recent university graduate. Please look into his background and present it to me before noon. Li Qiao, the Deputy Director of the Qiantang County Government Office, held a document in his hand as he made his way to the office of Vice County Head Cheng Bin. However, his heart was anything but tranquil. As the Deputy Director of the Government Office, procuring civil servant documentation was a straightforward task. Yet, upon glancing at the document, he was taken aback to discover that Chen Xiaomao was actually the top scorer in last year's civil servant examination for Qiantang County. It seemed he indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Otherwise, Cheng Bin would not have remembered him. With this thought in mind, he entered Cheng Bin's office. Cheng Bin, upon seeing him, remarked Director Li, I believe this young man has potential. Perhaps we could transfer him to the county government office. Li Qiao replied with a smile, County Head Cheng. A direct transfer entails formal procedures. It may be wiser to borrow him temporarily. If he proves suitable, I can have the organizational department finalize the paperwork. Very well. You may proceed. Cheng Bin responded succinctly. Once given the directive, Li Qiao wasted no time and immediately contacted the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It was a rare occasion that Vice County Head Cheng took a liking to someone, and it was imperative to secure the arrangement promptly to avoid any unforeseen complications that might arise. As the Deputy Director of the Government Office, whose responsibilities were closely aligned with Vice County Head Cheng, Li Qiao's position was far from easy, given that Cheng was a workaholic with stringent demands. The phone in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's office rang, and Jia Yong, who had just finished drafting a document and was about to stretch, answered the call. As he greeted the caller, a mature, male voice resonated from the receiver. Hello, is this the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? I'm Li Qiao, Deputy Director of the County Government Office. Upon realizing it was the County Government Office, Jia Yong stood up in a start, fully aware that for an entity like the cooperative, the government office represented absolute authority. He quickly lowered his tone, saying, Hello, Deputy Director Li. This is Jia Yong from the cooperative office. How may I assist you? The voice on the other end instructed. Please notify your staff member Chen Xiaomao that the county government office is borrowing him to serve as a temporary secretary for Vice County Head Cheng. If there are no issues, he should report this afternoon. Jia Yong was momentarily dumbfounded by the news, unsure how to respond. Sensing his hesitation, Deputy Director Li inquired impatiently. Did you understand? Jia Yong suppressed his frustration and replied, Yes, Deputy Director Li. I will relay your order immediately. After hanging up, Jia Yong was reluctant to deliver this news to Director Wang Fu. Yet he understood that concealment was futile, as the information would inevitably come to light. Director Wang promptly instructed Jia Yong to revise the candidate list and convene a meeting that afternoon, also requesting that Chen Xiaomao visit his office. Chen Xiaomao, ready to finish his workday, was taken aback when he received Jia Yong's call, informing him of Director Wang Fu's summons. although they hailed from the same township. This would be the first occasion he would speak with the director privately in his over 6 months at the county supply and marketing cooperative. Furthermore, Jia Yong's tone seemed unusual, no longer tinged with sarcasm, but rather laced with flattery. Perhaps, Chen Xiaomao mused. The director intended to discuss a transfer to the township and offer encouragement. With a sense of trepidation, he made his way to the director's office on the 4th floor. It was his inaugural visit to this room, and although the decor appeared somewhat dated, it still exuded an air of grandeur and solemnity. Upon entering, he saw Director Wang Fu, a tall man with a square face and slightly graying hair, stepping around the expansive desk to approach him. Even before reaching him, Wang Fu extended both hands warmly, grasping Chen Xiaomao's hand and exclaiming, "Hello, Comrade Chen Xiaomao. Come in, take a seat." Taken aback by the director's warmth, Chen Xiaomao thought to himself that the working conditions in the township must be quite poor to warrant such reassurance from Wang Fu. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Fu continued, "Xiao Chen, you've been with the cooperative for over 6 months now, and your achievements are evident. The title of Outstanding Worker you received last year is well-deserved." Anticipating the director's impending admonitions about the importance of gaining experience in rural areas, Chen Xiaomao was surprised when Wang Fu instead said, "Xiao Chen, once you start working in the county, remember to think of our cooperative when opportunities arise. After all, this place is your second home. We are all family here." This left Chen Xiaomao momentarily stunned. Working in the county? I was unaware of this. What does it mean? Noticing Chen Xiaomao's perplexed expression, Wang Fu realized his oversight and chuckled. "Oh dear, my age is catching up with me. I forgot to mention that the county government office called today to borrow you for a position as Vice County Head Cheng's secretary. Do you remember him? He was the leader of the production materials working group last time." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao was rendered speechless. Serving as Vice County Head Cheng's secretary? Well, had this transpired? Hadn't they just discussed a rural assignment that morning? Wang Fu, sensing Chen Xiaomao's shock, refrained from interrupting, allowing him a moment to absorb the news. Though Wang Fu had previously decided to send Chen Xiaomao to the countryside, the latter understood that this was primarily influenced by Jia Yong's persuasion. Wang Fu harbored no ill intentions toward Chen Xiaomao, so there was no need for resentment. In fact, Wang Fu felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chen Xiaomao's reaction. The young man showed maturity, not displaying arrogance despite the exciting opportunity to serve as a secretary. Chen Xiaomao was acutely aware that should he truly become Vice County Head Cheng's secretary, his status would become somewhat precarious. He could not afford to be too familiar with the local officials in Xiantang County, as their alliances were uncertain. If he failed to maintain a clear sense of his position, it was likely that his tenure as secretary would be brief. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, it was unwise for Chen Xiaomao to reject the olive branch extended by Director Wang Fu. As he was still an employee of the cooperative and had not yet assumed the secretary role, adopting an air of superiority would be imprudent. Thus, he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Director, you are too kind. You represent the finest of Shijing Town and have contributed immensely to our hometown. Everyone in Shijing is grateful to you, and I hope you will continue to look after us." His words were sincere, as Wang Fu had indeed facilitated access to agricultural supplies during challenging times when purchasing fertilizers and pesticides required careful planning. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Fu instructed Chen Xiaomao to report to the county government office that afternoon, seeking out Deputy Director Li Qiao, assuring him that the cooperative would assist with any necessary formalities. After expressing his gratitude once more, Chen Xiaomao took his leave from Wang Fu. After lunch, he intended to organize his belongings for the meeting with the Vice County Head that afternoon, determined to present himself in a manner befitting the occasion. Upon seeing the neatly tailored attire, he could not help but recall Li Yin, his eyes moistening with emotion. That fleeting figure remained etched in his mind, and though he had deliberately tried to suppress thoughts of her, every quiet night would evoke her image, transitioning from a blur to clarity, causing Chen Xiaomao's heart to ache repeatedly. At that moment, within the family courtyard of the Environmental Protection Bureau in Xiantang County, Li Yin and her family of 3 sat silently at the dining table, the atmosphere heavy with tension as none of them uttered a word. Li Yin appeared noticeably thinner and somewhat pallid. Her originally delicate features now bore a touch of sickly beauty. It was Li Yin's mother who first broke the silence, exclaiming her frustration at the stubbornness of the 2 men in the household. "Every day, neither of you speaks to the other. It's truly unbearable," she sighed. Then turned to Li Yin, saying, "Xiaoyan, why not try talking to Wang Ke? I heard that his father has transferred him to the urban management team, making him a government employee. His father is the deputy county mayor, which aligns well with our family standing. What does Chen Xiaomao have to offer? He is merely a poor boy from the countryside, lacking connections, and unlikely to achieve anything significant. The disparity in our backgrounds is too great for you two to be compatible. Li Yin remained silent, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Observing her distress, her mother refrained from further comments, merely letting out another sigh. In this world, regardless of one's social standing, be it affluent or impoverished, everyone carries their own burdens. Meanwhile, another individual sighed in contemplation within a villa located in the southern suburbs of the capital. Seated in his study, an aura of calm authority enveloped him, a testament to the trials he had endured throughout his life. With the establishment of the new regime, he had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Honing his skills in various roles, and even post-retirement, he was appointed as a national advisor, aiding the government in political affairs. As the years passed, both of his sons thrived in their respective fields. His eldest had ascended to a ministerial position, while the younger served as a deputy commander in a major military district, bearing the rank of Major General. Yet, despite the passage of decades, he had never ceased searching for his youngest son, and the absence of news weighed heavily on him. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by the door being flung open. Old man, came the urgent calls of his wife. Turning with a mix of affection and feigned annoyance, he chided softly, "My dear wife, at your age, why are you still so flustered? Is the sky falling?" The elderly woman, not bothering to argue, reached into her pocket and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears that had begun to flow. This sight startled the old man, who quickly rose to comfort her. "My dear, why are you crying? I'm not truly angry with you." "My dear," she replied, "I am both happy and sorrowful. I just received a call from Zhong. He said he has found our youngest grandson. He is now the commander of the Liao Si military district. It seems he has been searching for information about our third son all these years." She paused, then continued, "Earlier this year, he heard about a family connected to the old acquaintance we entrusted years ago. Over the years, they indeed welcomed a boy into their home. However, I later learned that the child's health deteriorated after he married and had a son, who is now in his 20s and has started working. Fearing the information might be inaccurate, Honkai did not contact us immediately, but he recently confirmed with our second son's child that there is no doubt this is our third son's child." The elderly woman took a breath before adding, "I am overjoyed to have found our grandson, but saddened by the loss of our third son. If he had been here to care for him, he would not have passed so soon." The old man, after absorbing her words, replied solemnly, "Dear wife, do not be too agitated. Having any news is better than none. Have we not already resigned ourselves to the idea of never finding our third son? In those chaotic times, the likelihood of survival was grim. Now that we know he left behind a descendant, we must consider it a blessing. As for our third son, that was his fate. Let us channel our unfulfilled hopes for him into this grandson. By the way, does Honkai know what this child is currently doing? He mentioned that last year. The boy passed the civil service exam and is now working at the Qiantang County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Old man, why not arrange for him to be transferred to the capital? I wish to see what he looks like." The elder pondered, "Dear wife, let us not rush. We should first observe the boy's character before making any decisions. A sudden change in environment might be unsettling for him. Let us wait and see." "You, old man, think too much. What could be wrong with my grandson's character?" "Honestly," she retorted, though it was evident that in this household, the final decisions rested with him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomao had already boarded his Passat, heading towards the Qiantang County government. On the way, he contemplated whether he should park outside, considering that arriving by car might seem overly ostentatious. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that walking in alone would also be cumbersome. After all, the parking lot within the government premises was spacious, and he doubted it would attract much attention. As he navigated through the small town of Qiantang County, having passed through 2 traffic lights, he soon beheld the large entrance to the county government. Flanking the entrance were wooden signs proclaiming the name of the People's Government of Qiantang County, Liao Hai City, Dongshan Province. Upon arriving at the government compound, Chen Xiaomao reduced his speed, mentally preparing himself. When the guard at the entrance halted him, he intended to pull to the side for registration. However, as he approached, the guard saluted sharply and gestured for him to proceed, much to Chen Xiaomao's delight. It seemed his license plate had indeed spared him some hassle. After parking, Chen Xiaomao made his way to the government office building. Upon entering the first floor, he noticed an office with a sign reading document printing room. Knocking gently, he heard a female voice inviting him in. Inside, he was greeted by a round-faced girl who appeared slightly plump. He smiled and asked, "Hello, beautiful. Which floor is the government office on?" The girl blushed slightly and, without hesitation, replied, "The second room on the east side of the third floor." Thanking her, Chen Xiaomao exited and hurried to the third floor. Upon reaching the east side, he spotted the office marked Government Office and was about to knock when the door swung open. A man in his 40s, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, emerged and glanced at Chen Xiaomao, asking brusquely, "Who are you looking for?" Feeling the man's rudeness, Chen Xiaomao quietly responded, "I'm here to report for duty. My name is Chen Xiaomao. Is Director Li in?" Upon hearing his introduction, the man's demeanor seemed to worsen as he barked, "Li Qiao is not in. You wait here." Without another glance, he strode away. Chen Xiaomao stood momentarily bewildered, unsure of who this man was, and reluctantly pushed open the half-closed door to enter the office. To Chen Xiaomao's surprise, there was indeed another person in the office. Seated at a desk was a woman in her 30s, elegantly dressed in a professional suit, diligently writing something down. Upon noticing Chen Xiaomao's entrance, she did not lift her head but continued with her work, perhaps assuming he was a colleague. Chen Xiaomao spotted a sofa nearby and took a seat. As he gazed at the woman, he instinctively turned his head away. It seemed that she only then realized his presence, expressing mild astonishment before asking, "Young man, are you here to see someone?" Chen Xiaomao turned back, standing up with a smile as he replied, "Hello, sister. I'm here to report in. My name is Chen Xiaomao, and the leadership asked me to find Director Li Qiao." "All right, thank you," she said, and Chen Xiaomao sat back down. The woman, after a brief pause to complete her task, looked up with a satisfied smile, as if her work was finished. She then turned her attention to Chen Xiaomao and said, "Chen Xiaomao, are you from Qian'an County? You have quite a sweet tongue, calling me sister. I'm Gao Yin. You can call me Gao Jia from now on." "Thank you, Gao Jia. I'm new to the office and know little about it, so I hope you can guide me." "Haha, you're here to be secretary to Deputy County Head Zhong. If you do well, you'll have to look out for Gao Jia," she replied playfully. "You're too kind, Gao Jia. By the way, I noticed someone leaving as I entered. Is he from our office too? You must be talking about Lu Haiba. He has been here the longest, having started right after college. He worked with a deputy county head for a short while, and since then, he has been doing regular tasks. I heard before your transfer that he was considered to work with Deputy County Head Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao understood why Lu Haiba appeared displeased upon learning of his arrival. He likely felt that Chen Xiaomao was a threat to his position. Just then, the office door swung open, and a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses entered. Upon seeing him, Gao Yin stood up and said, "Director Li, this is Chen Xiaomao. Here to report." Li Qiao turned to the young man who was rising from the sofa, his youth reminding him of his own recent graduation. Standing before Chen Xiaomao, he couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. "Hello, Director Li. I'm Chen Xiaomao, here to report." Chen Xiaomao exclaimed promptly, "All right, I understand. I will work diligently to ensure County Head Chen is satisfied and not bring any shame to you," he added. "Ha, you lad," Li Qiao chuckled, pleased with Chen Xiaomao's earnestness. "What you said is not without merit. I serve as the Deputy Director of the Government Office, specifically for Deputy County Head Chen. You will be his dedicated secretary while also being part of the Government Office. Therefore, I am your direct supervisor, and your desire not to bring me shame is well placed." Chen Xiaomao felt a sense of relief. Gaining Li Qiao's approval was a significant first step into the Qiantan County Government Office. "Chen Xiaomao, come with me to meet Deputy County Head Chen," Li Qiao instructed. Quickly, Chen Xiaomao gathered his notebook and pen, following Li Qiao out of the office. They ascended from the third to the fourth floor, heading toward a smaller room. Upon entering, he observed a slender young man, seemingly under 30, sitting at a desk. Lost in thought, upon noticing Li Qiao, he promptly stood to greet him. "Zhang Yan, this is Chen Xiaomao. You two will need to hand over responsibilities shortly, so it's good to meet," Li Qiao introduced. Zhang Yan looked at Chen Xiaomao, noting that he appeared a couple of years younger and was rather handsome. Feeling a twinge of envy, he chastised himself, recognizing that pursuing graduate studies was his own choice and that Peking University had always been his dream. He resolved not to dwell on such thoughts and to trust in his decisions. As his thoughts flickered, Zhang Yin composed himself and extended his hand. "Hello, Chen Xiaomao. It's a pleasure to meet you." After their pleasantries, Li Qiao led Chen Xiaomao towards a small door within the room, connecting Deputy County Head Cheng's office to the secretary's office. Li Qiao lightly knocked twice on the door, and a robust voice from within called out, "Come in." Upon entering, Chen Xiaomao was immediately struck by the spaciousness of the office compared to the secretary's room. Although the furnishings were somewhat worn, They retained a dignified charm. Behind a large desk, Deputy County Head Zhong was engrossed in a document, his neatly cropped hair the only visible feature until he signed his name and looked up, revealing bright, intelligent eyes radiating wisdom. "County Head, Chen Xiaomao has arrived," Li Qiao announced. "Hello, County Head Zhong." Chen Xiaomao promptly greeted. Cheng Bin regarded Chen Xiaomao and nodded. "Indeed, Chen Xiaomao, this is our second meeting. The last time was when I awarded you a prize." "Yes, County Head Zhong. Thank you for remembering me," Chen Xiaomao replied. His gratitude genuine. He truly owed Cheng Bin a debt of thanks. Had he not recalled Chen Xiaomao, the latter might have been preparing for his rural assignment. While he had no fear of such a task, he understood that once he began working there, it might be a long time before he could return. In this regard, Cheng Bin was indeed a benefactor to him. Cheng Bin smiled and addressed Li Qiao, "By the way, I will be heading to the capital tomorrow to liaise with the Planning Commission regarding the thermal power project, so let Chen Xiaomao accompany me." "County Head, Xiaomao has just arrived and is still unfamiliar with the work. Perhaps Zhang Yin could accompany you on this trip? There is nothing much to familiarize with." "Let Xiaomao come along," Cheng Bin replied. "All right, then I will take Xiaomao to facilitate the handover," Li Qiao confirmed. "Go ahead," Cheng Bin said, returning to his document. As Chen Xiaomao prepared to follow Li Qiao out, he noticed that Cheng Bin's water cup was nearly empty. He promptly filled it from a nearby kettle, only to discover it contained plain boiled water. After setting down the kettle, he quietly approached Zhang Yin's office. Cheng Bin, glancing at Chen Xiaomao's upright posture, couldn't help but smile subtly, thinking that this young man was quite impressive and alert. Once in the secretary's office, Li Qiao organized the two for a work handover. Though termed a handover, there was little to transfer. Zhang Yin produced a thick directory, explaining that it contained contact information for the county and municipal leaders, as well as officials from various departments, all meticulously categorized. After handing over the directory and the keys to the office, along with recent documentation related to Deputy County Head Cheng's work, he grew taciturn, unwilling to elaborate further. Chen Xiaomao understood that, given their limited familiarity, Zhang Yin had little reason to be thorough, especially since he was on the verge of departing. Still, he inquired, "Brother Zhang, I noticed that Deputy County Head Cheng's cup contained plain water. Does he not drink tea?" Upon hearing Chen Xiaomao's inquiry, Zhang Yin felt compelled to explain. "Director Cheng has a delicate stomach and typically avoids green tea. He occasionally indulges in black tea, but more often than not, he simply drinks plain water." Chen Xiaomao nodded, silently committing this information to memory. Once the handover was complete, Zhang Yin experienced a profound sense of relief. It was evident that working alongside a workaholic deputy county head had not been an easy task. With a smile, he remarked to Chen Xiaomao, "From now on, you will be serving Director Cheng. I wish you the best of luck." As Zhang Yin exited the office, Chen Xiaomao began to scrutinize the modest workspace. Though small, it was well appointed with a desk, chairs, a sofa, and a coffee table, albeit slightly more compact than the office of Deputy Director Cheng. In the corner, a file cabinet caught his attention. He approached it, opening the drawers to reveal a haphazard assortment of recent notifications, documents, and speeches from various leaders. The disarray suggested that these files were seldom referenced. Having just completed his transition, Chen Xiaomao found himself at a loss for what to do next. He took it upon himself to organize the chaotic documents, categorizing them by date and type, thus facilitating future retrieval. After over an hour of diligent effort, he had restored some order to the files. Noticing that Deputy Director Cheng had yet to emerge, Chen Xiaomao knocked on the door to refill the water pitcher. Observing that Cheng was still engrossed in work, he quietly retreated. Realizing that it was still early, Chen Xiaomao decided to review the speeches of the county's key leaders from the past year, particularly those of Deputy Director Cheng. This would not only familiarize him with the recent policies of Qiantang County, but also provide insight into Cheng's oratory style, as it was likely that he would be tasked with drafting future speeches for the deputy. These speeches, presumably penned by Zhang Yin, reflected a commendable level of proficiency. Having served alongside Deputy Director Cheng for several years, Zhang's capabilities were evident in the eloquence and depth of the language, which was both accessible and profound. The handwritten drafts exuded an aesthetic quality, characterized by elegant penmanship. Through studying Cheng's speeches, Chen Xiaomao gleaned that the deputy was a pragmatic individual, placing significant emphasis on concrete data, rarely indulging in grandiose rhetoric. This realization was etched in Chen's mind. He understood that future writings for Cheng must eschew extravagant language, lest he incur the deputy's disapproval. Grateful for Li Qiao's assistance, Chen Xiaomao reflected that accommodation was not a pressing concern for him. If he desired greater comfort, he could easily rent a larger space or even purchase a residence. However, as a single man, he saw little necessity in living in a spacious home, and thus had not contemplated buying property at this time. Shortly thereafter, Deputy Director Cheng appeared from his office. Noticing both Li Qiao and Chen Xiaomao present, he first addressed Li Qiao, asking, "Have all the arrangements for tomorrow's business trip been finalized?" Chen Xiaomao remained silent, listening intently. Tomorrow, he would embark on his inaugural journey to the capital, a place imbued with an air of mystery as the epicenter of politics and power. Since leaving his hometown for university, Chen had ventured no farther than the provincial capital, making this upcoming trip to the capital all the more exhilarating for him. Chapter 53, Journey to the Capital. The following day, Chen Xiaomao, having had an early breakfast, arrived at the county government complex. At 7:30, he spotted Deputy Director Cheng descending the stairs alongside Li Qiao from the government office. He promptly approached them, and just then, a sleek black Audi pulled up. From the driver's seat emerged a round-faced, slightly plump young man with a friendly smile. Li Qiao introduced him, saying, "Xiaomao, this is Deputy Director Cheng's driver, Wang Wei." Turning to Wang Wei, he continued, "Wang Wei, this is Chen Xiaomao, who will be taking over Zhong Yan's duties. You'll be seeing a lot of each other." Chen Xiaomao shook hands with Wang Wei, marking their formal introduction. Time was of the essence as they needed to head to Taipei Airport in the provincial capital. After a brief exchange with Wang Wei, Chen hurried to the rear of the car, opening the left door of the back seat for Deputy Director Cheng before taking his place in the front passenger seat. Though he had never served as a secretary before, Chen understood the proper seating arrangement. Bidding farewell to Li Qiao, the trio set off. The newly constructed highway from Qiantang County to Taipei City significantly reduced travel time, and the Audi's performance was incomparable to the large buses Chen was accustomed to. He estimated they would reach Taipei Airport in under 2 hours. Handling the check-in process was naturally Chen Xiaomao's responsibility. Despite never having flown before, he was not intimidated. With a mouth to speak, he could easily ask questions if needed. Moreover, the airport staff, with their gentle voices and charming appearances, provided an opportunity for pleasant exchanges. Once all was in order, as they approached the boarding gate, Chen seized a moment to contact Luo Jian, the driver from the Liaohai City office in Beijing, confirming the arrival time and ensuring that Luo would wait for them at the airport parking lot. It was crucial that if the leaders disembarked and found no transportation waiting, it would reflect poorly on Chen's coordination as a secretary. The concept of a provincial office in Beijing was not novel. Every province typically maintained one to facilitate leaders' business in the capital. However, it was impractical for numerous county-level units to flock to the provincial office for their affairs, as the limited accommodation capacity would be overwhelmed. Consequently, many cities established their own offices in the capital to better serve their leaders. Some affluent county governments even set up offices in Beijing, although recent years had seen a governmental push to reduce the prevalence of such offices due to concerns over corruption and inefficiency. Chen Xiaomao felt optimistic about this journey to the capital, for he was privy to the knowledge that the project was state-sanctioned. Given Qiantang County's location in a coal-rich region, it was ideally suited for the establishment of a large power plant. A small power plant would not necessitate a trip to the National Development and Reform Commission for approval, as projects with capacities under 100,000 kilowatts could be authorized at the provincial level. In some instances, projects exceeding 200,000 kilowatts were strategically segmented into multiple phases to avoid the complexities of national approval. The adage "one does not know the true weight of their authority until they reach the capital" resonated deeply. A county head may wield significant influence at home, but in the capital, one could encounter countless officials of equal or higher rank. Thus, pursuing projects in the capital was no simple feat. Qiantang County was making a bold move, seeking approval for the construction of a 2 million kilowatt power plant. It was impractical to break this massive project into 20 separate provincial approvals. It could only be presented to the National Development and Reform Commission. Chen Xiaomao recalled the excitement surrounding the power plant's eventual completion, marveling at how a small county had managed to erect such a monumental structure. His prior knowledge of the project's success instilled in him a strong sense of confidence for the upcoming trip. As the airplane engines roared to life, the aircraft ascended, soaring into the azure sky. In the serene villa nestled amidst lush greenery in the southern suburbs of the capital, an elderly lady gazes with eager anticipation at her husband seated across from her. My dear, she inquires, what does the information say? What is the situation with our little grandson? The silver-haired old man sets aside a stack of papers, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he responds, Darling, our grandson is doing quite well. The documents indicate that he was the top scorer in the county last year and has been working at the supply and marketing cooperative for over 6 months. Due to his outstanding performance, he has recently caught the eye of Deputy County Head Chen Xiaomao, who has appointed him as a secretary. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes narrow into slits, and she cannot suppress her laughter. You see, my dear, I told you our grandson would not disappoint. With a chuckle, she adds, and there's more that will pique your interest. It seems that Deputy County Head Chen is responsible for a project in their county and is flying to the capital today, bringing along your precious grandson. What? My grandson is coming to the capital? Exclaims the old lady. Quickly, prepare. We must meet him. I can hardly wait. Calm down, my dear, the old man advises. We've waited all these years. A few more days won't hurt. Besides, what will you say when you meet him? Won't it startle him if we reveal ourselves directly? What do you suggest, dear? I have never met this grandson, and now that he is in the capital, how can we not see him? I am nearly 80, and who knows what tomorrow may bring. At this, the old lady retrieves a handkerchief from her pocket to dab at the corners of her eyes. The old man, witnessing her tears, feels helpless. After enduring life's storms together for 60 years, he had never seen her cry in their youth. Yet now, in their twilight years, she weeps more often, leaving him at a loss. All right, my dear, he concedes. Let me think of a plan. ISNT, our eldest son-in-law, the director at the National Development and Reform Commission. I shall ask him to make contact with our grandson and see if there's an opportunity for you to meet. Chapter 54, Liaohai Beijing Office. High above, the airplane glides smoothly through the sky. In the aisle, a lovely flight attendant distributes beverages and snacks, while Chen Xiaomao curiously observes his surroundings. This marks his inaugural flight, and everything feels remarkably novel. He never anticipated that, just 2 days prior, he was at the cooperative discussing plans for rural support. And now he finds himself en route to Beijing, representing the county government in pursuit of a project. How unpredictable fate can be, he reflects inwardly. Seated beside him, Chen Bin is engrossed in reviewing a stack of documents prepared for the project proposal. He diligently scans them multiple times, aiming to familiarize himself with the details to adeptly handle inquiries from the officials at the National Development and Reform Commission. In contrast, Chen Xiaomao feels little pressure, recognizing that there is little he can contribute to these matters. Throughout the flight, Chen Bin remains focused on his papers, engaging in little conversation with Chen Xiaomao. Soon, the melodious voice of the flight attendant announces their arrival at the capital's airport. Following Chen Bin, Chen Xiaomao hastens to exit the airport and makes contact with the driver, Luo Jian. Without much effort, he locates the designated meeting spot. Upon encountering a young man with long hair, Chen Xiaomao's first impression is that he hardly resembles a reliable driver. He seems rather unsteady, akin to a vagabond. As he approaches with luggage in tow, Luo Jian strides forward confidently, extending his hand to Chen Bin, exclaiming, Deputy County Head Chen, I was sent by my uncle to pick you up. He couldn't make it due to other commitments. Chen Bin is taken aback by the driver's audacity, surprised by the informal handshake and the young man's brash demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he reciprocates the handshake and inquires, Who is your uncle? When Chen Bin learns that Luo Goen is his uncle, he understands the driver's demeanor. Luo Goen serves as the director of the Liaohai Municipal Beijing office and holds a deputy division chief rank, similar to Chen Bin. Moreover, his brother, Luo Guoqiang, is the executive vice mayor of Liaohai City, making them significant figures in the region. Consequently, Luo Goen is not one to be trifled with. And even county heads might find themselves in a subordinate position in his presence, let alone an ordinary deputy county head like Chen Bin. Silence envelopes the car, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. As they embark, Luo Jian blasts upbeat music, lost in his own world, disregarding the presence of Chen Xiaomao in the passenger seat. The vehicle navigates through the congested streets of the capital, and Chen Xiaomao grows increasingly anxious, while Luo Jian appears unfazed, immersed in the raucous melodies. At last, they arrive at a building that houses the Liaohai Municipal Beijing office. Ascending the elevator with Luo Jian, Chen Xiaomao discovers that the office occupies an entire floor, featuring fewer than 20 rooms designed to resemble hotel standards, with a small conference room for intimate meetings and a tea room for private discussions. Chen Xiaomao finds the office quite satisfactory, perhaps due to his lack of experience in lavish accommodations, which renders any comparison moot. Cheng Bin, evidently familiar with the place, shows no signs of surprise. Once upstairs, staff assist with their check-in. Given the limited number of officials visiting the office recently, both Chen Xiaomao and Cheng Bin are assigned standard rooms. After a brief lunch at the office, they plan to rest before heading to the National Development and Reform Commission to conduct business in the afternoon. When the clock strikes 2, Chen Xiaomao knocks on Cheng Bin's door, and they prepare their materials, ready to take a taxi to the commission. They opt for a taxi, as Luo Jian is reportedly occupied with another important engagement. At the elevator entrance, Chen Xiaomao presses the button, and, as the doors open, he is greeted by the sight of a rotund figure emerging. As he looks up, he is met with a face of considerable size, seemingly fused with the upper body, rendering the neck nearly invisible. The man, exuding a strong odor of alcohol, chuckles heartily. "Deputy County Head Cheng, good to see you. It's been a while. I apologize for not being able to greet you at the airport." "Not at all, Director Luo," Cheng Bin replies graciously. "You have a significant responsibility attending to a major city S reception. We understand." "Ah, I knew you would be understanding, Deputy County Head Cheng. Today's lunch was special. I was dining with the renowned Niu Xiao, a notable figure in the capital with considerable influence. He can accomplish anything here, and if our city faces any challenges, he is the one to turn to. We must treat him well, lest we find ourselves in a predicament should we need his assistance down the line." Director Luo lets out a belch and continues, "I've heard about the project you're pursuing. It's a tough one, so be prepared. There are many counties vying for the thermal power plant project, and the National Development and Reform Commission is being particularly cautious with approvals lately." Cheng Bin feels a wave of concern wash over him. The county places great importance on this project. Had it not been for County Head Li Jiahao's other commitments, he would have personally traveled to Beijing. Entrusting this matter to another deputy county head left him uneasy, hence his decision to send his most trusted subordinate, Cheng Bin, to handle it. Thus, Cheng Bin now finds himself under immense pressure. Initially, during a meeting at the county government, they analyzed the county's abundant coal resources and the absence of large thermal power plants in the surrounding cities, which seemed to make the establishment of a large power plant an inevitable prospect. However, Cheng Bin was not so optimistic. Navigating the capital was far more complex than it appeared. Upon hearing Luo Goen's remarks, Cheng Bin's heart sank further, and he felt utterly adrift. Chapter 55. Entering the National Development and Reform Commission, noticing Cheng Bin's troubled expression, Luo Goen smiled and reassured him. "Don't be anxious, County Chief Cheng. We'll take it step by step. As I mentioned earlier, with Niu Xiao in the capital, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Why not explore the situation first? If it proves too challenging, we can enlist Niu Xiao's assistance. He has a friend in the planning department of the National Development and Reform Commission who can undoubtedly help." Cheng Bin felt a slight relief upon hearing this. The presence of a potential ally in the Beijing office provided him with another option. "Thank you, Director Luo," he replied earnestly. "Your support is greatly appreciated. County Chief Cheng, it is my duty to assist the leaders from Liaohai City during their visit to the capital." Luo Goen responded, "By the way, since Luo Jian has other arrangements today, let my driver take you." After making a call to instruct his driver to wait downstairs, they proceeded. Observing Luo Goen's somewhat peculiar appearance, Chen Xiaomao noted that he was quite methodical in his speech and actions. Luo Goen's driver, appearing considerably more composed than Luo Jian, shared that Luo Jian was merely a nephew of Luo Goen, having secured a position at the Liaohai City office in Beijing due to family connections. Perhaps due to it being working hours, the roads were relatively clear, allowing them to reach the National Development and Reform Commission's office building in no time. Chen Xiaomao gazed up at the majestic structure, with its grand staircase leading to the entrance and an imposing national emblem glistening above, radiating a sacred brilliance that inspired feelings of reverence in onlookers. This was his first encounter with a government ministry building, and he was utterly awestruck. Cheng Bin, seemingly preoccupied with the project, walked up the steps with a furrowed brow, prompting Chen Xiaomao to hastily keep pace. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by 2 armed police officers standing at attention, who halted them and inquired about their business before contacting the relevant department internally. To initiate a large project, they needed to liaise with the planning department of the National Development and Reform Commission. Chen Xiaomao and Cheng Bin were escorted to a conference room and instructed to wait there until a representative from the planning department could meet them. Inside the conference room, they noticed several other groups also waiting, presumably for similar project approvals. Thus, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao sat in the meeting room for nearly 2 hours, watching as others gradually departed until they were the last two remaining. Finally, a young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses entered the room. He appeared to be in his 30s and exuded an air of superiority. After surveying Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao, he inquired, "Are you from Qiantang County in Taishan Province?" Cheng Bin promptly stood up, smiling as he addressed the young man. "Yes, indeed. I am Cheng Bin, the Deputy County Chief of Qiantang County. May I ask who you are?" The young man seemed indifferent to the title of Deputy County Chief, perhaps due to his frequent encounters with high-ranking officials, rendering the title rather insignificant in this context. His expression remained largely neutral as he replied in a low voice, "My surname is Ding Qinquan. I am responsible for the approval of thermal power projects in the Planning Department of the National Development and Reform Commission." Upon learning that Ding Qinquan oversaw the approval of thermal power projects, Cheng Bin felt a surge of excitement and hastily responded, "Director Ding, it's a pleasure to meet you. I trust the department has reviewed our project. Do you have any feedback?" Uncertain of Ding's exact rank, Cheng Bin opted to address him as director, a title that could denote varying levels of authority. Even the head of the National Development and Reform Commission is referred to as director, while a junior official may also carry the same title. In this instance, Cheng Bin had not erred, for Ding Qinquan was indeed a mid-level officer in the planning department, ranking lower than Cheng Bin. Nonetheless, the stature of the institution necessitated that Cheng Bin yield some of his authority. Ding Qinquan raised his nose slightly and replied sternly, "Deputy County Chief Cheng, many coal-producing regions in the country wish to establish their own thermal power plants, but we cannot approve them all. Who will purchase all this electricity? The common folk consume so little." Cheng Bin felt a wave of urgency and quickly explained, "Director Ding, our coal production is indeed the highest in the province, and currently, there are no thermal power plants in Dongshan Province exceeding 200,000 kilowatts. This project is genuinely suitable." Ding Qinquan's demeanor shifted to one of impatience as he replied brusquely, "What you are saying is irrelevant. Whether it is suitable or not will be determined by our department after deliberation. Just wait for our notification and leave your contact information." Upon returning to the Beijing office, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao appeared disheartened. Luo Goen, seemingly anticipating their disappointment, greeted them with a smile. "County Chief Cheng, how did it go?" "Director Luo, as you predicted. The situation is not very optimistic," Cheng Bin replied. "This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Given that I am well acquainted with the capital, I have my ear to the ground. Would you like me to reach out to Niushao for assistance?" Later that evening, Luo Goen contacted Cheng Bin to inform him that he had arranged for Niushao to host a dinner at a prominent hotel the following day, inviting personnel from the National Development and Reform Commission, with Cheng Bin and Luo Goen as hosts. Luo Goen specifically advised against inviting too many others, primarily referring to Chen Xiaomao. Chen Xiaomao had no objections, as he had little interest in attending such gatherings. At around 10 o'clock that night, Chen Xiaomao's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw that it was Li Qiao, the deputy director of the Qian'an County Government Office, calling. He promptly answered, "Hello, Director Li. What can I do for you?" Li Qiao's voice came through urgently. "Xiaomao, check if County Chief Cheng is asleep. Something major has happened in the county." Chapter 56. The decision receiving the call from Li Qiao at 10 o'clock at night, Chen Xiaomao quickly jumped out of bed, saying, "Director Li, don't worry. I'll see if County Chief Cheng is awake." Cheng Bin's room was not far from Chen Xiaomao's, and after a few steps to the door, he peered through the peephole and noticed the light still on inside. He gently knocked twice on the door. "Who is it?" Cheng Bin's resonant voice called from within, confirming that he had indeed not yet rested. Cheng Bin opened the door and glanced at Chen Xiaomao before taking the phone to his ear. "This is Cheng Bin." Before Chen Xiaomao could step aside, he heard Li Qiao's voice clearly through the receiver. "County Chief Cheng, something serious has happened. County Chief Wu has been in a car accident. I've heard he didn't make it before reaching the hospital." Chen Xiaomao listened intently at the door, fully aware that Qinglu Town was the most remote township in Qiantang County, surrounded by mountains, with narrow roads that required extreme caution, especially at night. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, Li Qiao quietly added, "County Chief Cheng, I heard from driver Xiao Wang that after the news broke, several others couldn't sit still either. 2 or 3 drivers have already received orders to depart for Liaohai tomorrow." Upon hearing Li Qiao's words, Cheng Bin immediately grasped the implication. Wu Yu, the executive deputy county head of Qiantang County, had encountered a mishap, leaving the position vacant. Consequently, there were those who could not remain still, eager to maneuver and secure this position for themselves. Although the role of executive deputy county head is also classified at the vice department level, it holds significant importance. When the county head is at home, this executive deputy serves as the second in command of the county government. Should the county head be indisposed, the executive deputy assumes the responsibility of overseeing the county's government affairs. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for aspiring deputy county heads to seize this opportunity. Chen Bin understood that Li Qiao was subtly reminding him of the situation. Among the several deputy county heads, Chen Bin's capabilities were widely acknowledged. Although some of his ideas diverged from those of the county party secretary, Go Ziki, he had earned the approval of county head Li Jiahao. Go Ziki had been entrenched in Qiantang County for many years, firmly establishing his influence and exercising tight control over personnel matters. However, he could not completely suppress county head Li Jiahao, as Li was a direct subordinate of Shi Wenliang, the secretary of the Liao Hai Municipal Committee. As Li Jiahao's trusted ally in Qiantang County, this opportunity was indeed precious. If Chen Bin were to ascend to the position of executive deputy county head, it could pave the way for him to become the deputy secretary of the county party committee or even directly assume the role of county head in subsequent adjustments. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bin softly replied into the microphone, "Understood." At that moment, Chen Bin's heart experienced a slight stir. Undoubtedly, this was an opportunity. Otherwise, it would not have garnered such attention. Yet, for him, the matters of tomorrow were equally significant. Currently, the likelihood of successfully navigating the power plant project through the normal procedures of the National Development and Reform Commission appeared exceedingly slim. The fact that Niu Xiao could directly arrange a meeting with officials from the commission indicated formidable connections, and Chen Bin was reluctant to relinquish this chance. Thus, he ultimately resolved to remain in the capital for the time being, choosing to observe the developments in Qiantang County from a distance. This decision reflected his characteristic style of conduct, remaining steadfast and unyielding in the face of personal interests. Beside him, Chen Xiaomao did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the situation, but sensed that Chen Bin had just made a challenging decision. Chen Bin refrained from elaborating further and simply smiled at Chen Xiaomao, saying, "Xiaomao, tomorrow morning, Director Luo and I will be attending a luncheon. You need not join us. Since this is your first visit to the capital, feel free to explore and enjoy the sights." Chen Xiaomao promptly replied, "Understood, County Head Chen. You carry on with your affairs, and do not hesitate to reach me if needed." A waiter informed Chen Xiaomao that there was a renowned antique market called Walnut Garden nearby, famous for its diverse collection of relics, antiques, and artworks. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao felt it was indeed worth a visit. Although he lacked extensive knowledge of antiques and paintings, he was eager to broaden his horizons. After inquiring about the directions, he set off on foot. After walking approximately 3 miles west from the Beijing office building, he came upon a broad road, flanked by a grand and ancient archway, adorned with the flamboyant characters, Walnut Garden Market. Recognizing that he had arrived at his destination, Chen Xiaomao leisurely approached the market. Once inside, he noticed that both sides of the road were lined with elegantly decorated storefronts, some specializing in jewelry, while others focused on calligraphy and paintings. The array of shops was quite spectacular, yet Chen Xiaomao had no particular interest in any specific items, so he continued to stroll forward. Suddenly, he spotted a remarkably elegant storefront, its entrance adorned with a simple plaque inscribed with 3 powerful characters, Ben Guzhai. Upon seeing the inscription, Chen Xiaomao momentarily became lost in thought. The characters were exceptionally well crafted, unmistakably the work of a master. However, it was not the artistry that astonished him, but rather the realization that he had encountered these characters before. Drawn by curiosity, Chen Xiaomao stepped into the shop. As he entered, he was struck by the sight before him. The brightly lit interior was filled with an array of calligraphy and paintings, many of which bore names he had only read in books. Lacking the expertise to discern their authenticity, he observed with genuine interest as he wandered through the displays. At that moment, a graceful young woman emerged from the back of the shop. Appearing to be around 18 or 19, she possessed strikingly bright eyes and a captivating countenance. Approaching Chen Xiaomao with a smile, she inquired, "Hello, is there anything you need assistance with?" "I'm just browsing," Chen Xiaomao replied, uncertain if this shop belonged to the esteemed elder he had heard of, and he hesitated to ask immediately. "Very well, if you require anything, please feel free to call for me," she said, seemingly ready to leave. After a moment's thought, Chen Xiaomao asked, "Is there an elder named Ma Chia associated with the shop?" You know my grandfather?" She replied with a melodious laugh. "Is he your grandfather? I met him once, and he mentioned I should come to see him if I had the chance." "Indeed, please wait a moment. My grandfather is meeting with someone inside." I'll call him, she said, retreating into the shop. Following her direction, Chen Xiaomao noticed a modest door on the back wall, presumably leading to another room. After a brief interval, an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair but a vigorous demeanor emerged through the door, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Chen Xiaomao. Young friend, are you looking for me? Upon glancing at Chen Xiaomao's face, the elder appeared to possess no recollection. This wise man, renowned for his ability to remember faces, typically retained the names of those he had encountered. However, he could not recall this particular young man. Mr. Ma, greetings. It has been several years. Your vitality remains as remarkable as ever. We met a few years ago in Taipei City over a magnificent painting by Master Ku Zhu, Chen Xiaomao said. Ah, it is you. Now that you mention it, I recall our meeting. It truly has been years since we last crossed paths. I left you my contact information. Why haven't you reached out to the old man? What brings you to visit now? Chen Xiaomao felt a tinge of embarrassment, as his visit was not specifically to see Mr. Ma, but rather an impulsive decision upon passing the shop and recalling the name. Without delving into extensive explanations, he merely smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I've been preoccupied with my studies and work over the past few years, and I regret not keeping in touch. I happened to be on a business trip to the capital with my leader and found myself nearby, so I thought I would drop in to see if you were available. Mr. Ma offered no further comments but stepped forward, joyfully clasping Chen Xiaomao's arm. Come, young friend, let us go inside for tea and conversation. As they walked, Mr. Ma turned to the young woman and instructed, Xiaoqian, keep an eye on the shop for a moment. Chen Xiaomao ceased to speak, recognizing the serendipity of encountering an old acquaintance in this unfamiliar city. Although he and Mr. Ma were not deeply familiar, it was evident that he was a remarkably astute elder, and engaging with him would undoubtedly yield valuable insights. Entering through the small door, Chen Xiaomao discovered an entirely different realm. Although the room was not particularly large, it was tastefully decorated, with various teapots and artifacts displayed on the walls. In the center stood a large tea table, where a figure sat with his back to them, quietly savoring a cup of tea. Upon sensing their approach, the seated individual turned to face them. Upon seeing the familiar face, Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but smile. Recognizing the middle-aged man who had previously competed with old Master Ma at the antique appraisal conference. At that moment, Ma Chie approached the tea table and addressed the man with a grin. Brother Ji, do you recognize this young lad? The middle-aged man furrowed his thick brows, scrutinizing Chen Xiaomao's appearance before responding, Old Ma, I believe I have not met this young brother before. May I ask his name? Ma Chie smiled and replied, Brother Ji, you have indeed met him before. We three were together at the antique appraisal conference in Taipei City years ago. He added, it's quite a coincidence that the three of us who attended that conference together have reunited today in this little shop of the old man. It must be fate. Turning to Chen Xiaomao, he continued, by the way, my young friend, I noticed you were wearing a mask last time, perhaps to keep your identity a secret, so I did not inquire about your name. I only left you a business card. You must have found your way here by the address on it, correct? May I know your name? Ma Qi interjected, Chen Xiaomao, indeed. Henceforth, we shall call you Xiaomao. He then turned to the middle-aged man beside him, addressing Chen Xiaomao. Xiaomao, allow me to introduce you formally. This is Brother Ji Fengyuan, the chairman of the Capital International Trade Group in the capital city. I wonder if you have heard of it? The Capital International Trade Group is a colossal enterprise with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Chen Xiaomao was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Capital International Trade Group due to its immense reputation. Learning that the man before him was its head left him somewhat astonished. Chapter 58. A deal falls through after listening to old Ma's introduction. Ji Fengyuan smiled calmly and remarked, capital is ultimately just a tool. It merely serves humanity. If one becomes burdened by tools, then life loses its significance. Only individuals like old Ma truly embody the essence of life. Ma Chie chuckled in response. The old man merely indulges in a few personal hobbies and has made a circle of interesting friends like Brother Ji, which adds some richness to life. Chen Xiaomao was not entirely clear on their discourse, but perceived that both men were profound thinkers, having achieved tremendous success in their respective fields, standing at heights unattainable to ordinary individuals. As he pondered this, old Ma continued, no need for formalities. Today, seeing my young friend brings me great joy. Let us sit down, sip tea, and converse. Thus, the three took their seats and began to savor the tea while engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, not far from them, in a private room of a grand hotel, Cheng Bin, the deputy county head of Tang County, wore a look of slight anger on his face as he spoke in a low voice to the person across from him. 300,000, Isn't that a bit excessive? Opposite him sat a young man in his 30s, observing him with a bemused expression. Earlier that morning, Cheng Bin and Luo Goen had arrived at the hotel ahead of schedule. Shortly after settling into the private room, they were overjoyed to see two individuals enter, one of whom was Ding Qianquan. Cheng Bin's heart surged with excitement. The leader of the Development and Reform Commission that Luo Goen mentioned as being acquainted with Niu Xiao was indeed Ding Qianquan. According to Ding Qianquan, he specialized in approving electroplant projects, so his presence today suggested a potential turning point for their endeavors. However, when Cheng Bin glanced at the other person, he instinctively felt a twinge of doubt, as this individual appeared rather slick, sporting a shiny pompadour and an attire that seemed rather incongruous, presenting himself as anything but serious. This person was none other than Niu Xiao. Luo Goen promptly stood up, and after a few introductions, it became clear that the somewhat oily individual was indeed Niu Xiao. Known as Niu Xiao. Once everyone was seated, the prearranged food and drinks began to arrive, and Ding Qianquan maintained his aloof demeanor, hardly engaging in conversation, while Niu Xiao exhibited a hearty appetite, relishing his meal with gusto, much to the delight of those at the table. After a round of feasting, Luo Goen and Ding Qianquan excused themselves to the restroom, leaving only Niu Xiao and Cheng Bin in the room. Niu Xiao candidly presented his terms, stating that he could facilitate the Tang County electric plant project for a commission of 300,000. Cheng Bin was taken aback. While he had considered that some compensation might be necessary, this amount seemed exorbitant, though the county could technically afford it. The logistics of justifying such a fee for personal gain would prove difficult. Even if he reported it to county head Li Jiahao, he doubted it would be met with approval. Seeing Cheng Bin's displeasure, Niu Xiao shrugged it off, thinking to himself, what a simpleton. This amount has frightened him. Yet he spoke, County Head Cheng, this sum is hardly excessive. You must realize that the project you are seeking approval for involves a 200,000 kilowatt generator set. Once completed, it will generate substantial benefits for your county, likely in the tens of billions annually. Isn't 300,000 a trivial concern in comparison? Cheng Bin acknowledged that, indeed, 300,000 was not much compared to the project, but the county had not accounted for such an expense in their budget discussions. Most believed that the matter would proceed through standard channels. Thus, he replied, this decision is not solely mine to make. I will need to consult with our government leaders. Niu Xiao nonchalantly responded, feel free. Whether it proceeds or not depends on you. Cheng Bin then moved to the window, took out his phone, and called County Head Li Jiahao. As anticipated, Li Jiahao swiftly declined, stating that the county government could not open such a precedent. Otherwise, similar requests would arise in the future, leading to chaos. To some extent, Li Jiahao and Cheng Bin shared a similar perspective on their work, focusing primarily on legitimate avenues and rarely considering unscrupulous methods. In fact, paying intermediary fees for government projects was common in many places, where direct bidding could be bypassed for various reasons, leading to additional intermediary expenses. Cheng Bin merely smiled awkwardly at Niu Xiao's proposal, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Afterward, the two exited the private room. Cheng Bin succinctly relayed the earlier conversation, prompting Luo Goen to sigh. Alas, County Head Cheng, your county is handling this rather clumsily. In these extraordinary times, the Development and Reform Commission rarely approves large electric plants. Securing a project is no easy feat. We finally connected with Niu Xiao, who is willing to assist us. While we let this opportunity slip away, other counties pursuing this project will surely laugh at us. With that, Luo Goen sighed once more. Chapter 59. An unexpected call in the capital. At the Walnut Garden Market, Chen Xiaomao was bidding farewell to Ma Qiye, the owner of Bengu Zhai, and Ji Fengyuan, the chairman of the Capital International Trade Group. The trio had enjoyed a delightful morning of conversation, followed by a lunch arranged by old Ma, during which he introduced his granddaughter to Chen Xiaomao. The bright young woman, whom Chen Xiaomao had noticed in the shop, was named Ma Qian and was currently a freshman at Capital University. Old Master Ma appeared particularly cheerful today, warmly grasping Chen Xiaomao's hand and inviting him to visit the shop often in the future. Chen Xiaomao, of course, smiled in agreement, for his conversations with Elder Ma and Ji Fengyuan had proven to be immensely enlightening. He approached the office of Vice County Chief Cheng and gently knocked on the door. Inside, he heard Cheng's voice, albeit lacking its usual resonance. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomao observed that County Chief Cheng Bin appeared somewhat dispirited that day. Uncertain of the cause, he surmised that the discussions during the midday banquet had not gone favorably. Xiaomao, You've returned from your outing quite swiftly. Didn't linger much, did you? Cheng remarked. Concerned that there might be matters requiring your attention, I didn't wander far, just strolled nearby. County Chief, do you have any plans? All right, County Chief. Chen Xiaomao responded promptly, as the timing of his departure held little significance for him. Meanwhile, in the planning department of the National Development and Reform Commission, a man in his mid-30s, possessing sharp features and a resolute gaze, sat at his desk, poring over a stack of documents. The material pertained to a proposal from Qiantang County in Dongshan Province for the establishment of a 200-kilowatt thermal power plant. After reviewing the documents, he picked up the office phone and said, "Come to my office." Before long, there was a knock at the door, and in walked Ding Qianquan, the very person Chen Xiaomao had encountered earlier. The man scrutinized Ding and inquired in a low tone, "Is the representative from Qiantang County still in Beijing?" Upon hearing this, the handsome man cast a sidelong glance at Ding Qianquan and slowly replied, "Notify the individuals from Qiantang County to come to my office at 9 tomorrow morning. I wish to speak with them personally. Additionally, inform those accompanying the county that they should come as well." Director, it seems only a deputy county chief and a young secretary have come from their county. The higher-ups appear somewhat indifferent to this matter, Ding Qianquan cautiously suggested. The man, referred to as director, displayed signs of impatience, raising his voice slightly. "Just relay the message. Have the deputy chief and the secretary arrive together tomorrow. Is that clear?" Seeing the director's rising irritation, Ding Qianquan dared not press further and quickly agreed before exiting the room. Once alone, the handsome man composed himself, contemplating this matter, arranged by the old master himself, must be executed flawlessly. Ding Qianquan, for reasons unknown, seems less than amiable towards the representatives from Qiantang County. If he were aware of the old master's personal involvement, he would surely be frightened. It is curious, however, that the old master has not engaged with governmental affairs for many years. Who exactly is this Chen Xiaomao that merits such attention? I'll look forward to meeting him tomorrow. As Ding Qianquan left, he found himself engulfed in mixed emotions. Earlier that day, he had boasted to the deputy county chief from Qiantang County that their power plant project was doomed. Yet just hours later, the director was arranging a meeting with them. Did these provincial representatives possess connections that could compel the director to intervene? It is worth noting that the director was not of ordinary status. He was closely linked to a family whose influence could shake the very foundations of the capital. Thus, Ding Qianquan felt compelled to act without delay. Seeking the contact details of those from Qiantang County, he discovered 2 telephone numbers listed for Qiantang County, likely as a precaution against a failed connection. Opting to call the young secretary instead of the deputy chief. After all, the director had instructed him to come along. Ding Qianquan dialed the number. At that moment, Chen Xiaomao had just selected his flight for the following day and was about to confirm the details when an unfamiliar number rang in. Noticing the area code indicated a call from the capital, he answered with curiosity. "Hello, is this the representative from Qiantang County?" "This is Ding Qianquan from the National Development and Reform Commission." Recognizing the formidable director from their previous encounter, Chen Xiaomao responded with due respect. "Hello, Director Ding. This is Chen Xiaomao from Qiantang County. How may I assist you? Please convey to your Vice County Chief Cheng that tomorrow at 9 in the morning, our director wishes to meet with you. You should accompany him," Ding instructed before abruptly ending the call. Not daring to delay, Chen Xiaomao hurried to convey this news to Cheng Bin, who listened with evident confusion. Just hours earlier, hadn't Director Ding vehemently dismissed their proposal? Why the sudden change of heart? Chen Xiaomao added, "Director Ding mentioned that I should accompany you." Cheng Bin, while still perplexed, did not find it inappropriate, but rather thought it somewhat excessive for such a minor matter to warrant such attention. Despite his uncertainties, Vice County Chief Cheng felt this could be a positive turn of events. At least, a leader from a National Development and Reform Commission was willing to meet with them. Instilling a sense of hope, his spirits lifted. He promptly reported the situation to County Chief Li Jiahao. That evening, Cheng Bin remained at the Beijing office, feeling somewhat anxious. He meticulously reviewed all documents related to the power plant project in preparation for the next day's meeting. The following morning, after breakfast at the Beijing office, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao bid farewell to Luo Goen, setting out early for the National Development and Reform Commission. Luo Goen, however, was skeptical about the meeting, subtly advising Cheng Bin to exercise caution regarding the influential Niu family in the capital, especially after their earlier encounter with Niu Shao. Upon reflecting that Director Ding had initiated the call, Cheng Bin's unease resurfaced. He lamented that navigating the trip to the capital was proving to be quite challenging, fraught with anxiety. It was no wonder many preferred to avoid such undertakings. The stress could drive a person to madness. Nevertheless, having received the invitation from the National Development and Reform Commission, they resolved to proceed and face the meeting head-on. Thus, Chen Xiaomao accompanied Cheng Bin yet again to the imposing National Development and Reform Commission building. This time, despite its grandeur, Chen Xiaomao felt a sense of calm wash over him. As before, they were ushered into a conference room to await their turn. At 8:50, the door opened, and Ding Qianquan entered, his expression neutral as he surveyed Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao. "Follow me," he instructed. Without further words, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao trailed behind him to an office marked Planning Division. Ding knocked on the door and led them inside. As Chen Xiaomao entered behind Cheng Bin, he noted the office was unpretentiously furnished, with a row of file cabinets lining one wall, brimming with various documents. A large desk sat at the center, behind which a neatly dressed man of seemingly youthful appearance awaited them. Upon hearing their entrance, the man looked up, and Chen Xiaomao could see that he was quite handsome, with strikingly expressive eyes. At that moment, Ding Qianquan stepped forward and addressed the man. "Director, the representatives from Qiantang County have arrived. This is Vice County Chief Cheng Bin, and behind him is his secretary." He naturally overlooked Chen Xiaomao's name. To him, a mere secretary should not be part of this matter. He couldn't quite understand why the director insisted on having him summoned. As the man approached from behind the desk, smiling and extending his hand to Cheng Bin, Ding Qianquan hurriedly introduced him. "This is Director Su Jianjun from our planning department." Cheng Bin quickly stepped forward, firmly grasping Su Jianjun's hand, feeling a wave of appreciation. Here was a director who treated others with warmth, while Ding Qianquan, as a subordinate, carried himself with an air of arrogance. It truly resonated with the old adage, "The king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome." After exchanging cordial greetings with Cheng Bin, Su Jianjun turned his gaze towards Chen Xiaomao, his eyes lingering with curiosity. Noticing Chen Xiaomao was merely in his 20s and appeared youthful, he mused that this might be a descendant of a comrade of the elder statesman. However, he thought the concern seemed a bit excessive. Through his wife's communication, the elder's intention was not only to facilitate initial contact, but also to arrange a discreet meeting, suggesting they create an opportunity for lunch at a hotel, where they would observe from the sidelines, the reasons behind which were unclear, as they did not require a direct encounter. With that thought, he smiled at Chen Xiaomao and inquired, "What may I call this young comrade?" Although Su Jianjun was not particularly old himself, Chen Xiaomao's youth, combined with Su's status as a leader in a national ministry, lent an unspoken brilliance to the term young comrade, making it sound both affectionate and natural. After a brief handshake, Su Jianjun cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, Comrade Chen Xiaomao appears to be a talented and capable individual." This surprised Ding Qianquan immensely. Typically, their director was quite busy with official duties and rarely exhibited such warmth towards lower-ranking officials. Today's behavior was decidedly unusual, especially towards a mere secretary. Chen Xiaomao and Cheng Bin found nothing amiss. They were unaware of Su Jianjun's usual demeanor and perceived the leadership from the National Development and Reform Commission as remarkably approachable. Consequently, these factors likely increased the probability of the project's approval in the office meeting, particularly since it was someone the elder explicitly wished to meet. The depth of the elder's backing remained unknown. Should he genuinely wish to lend his support, it could merely be a matter of passing along a message. Chapter 61. Niu Xiao bows down, reflecting on the elder. Su Jianjun recalled the lunch arrangement and addressed Cheng Bin. "County Chief Cheng, having reviewed your materials and listened to your detailed explanations, I believe this project indeed warrants initiation. However, the final decision will likely rest with our division chief, who must report to the departmental office meeting for further deliberation." Although Su Jianjun understood that the projects he had approved were seldom obstructed by the planning division's chief, and were likely to pass even at the departmental meeting, he refrained from fully articulating this to Cheng Bin. After years of service at the National Development and Reform Commission, he had developed a particular way of communicating. Expressing profound gratitude to Director Su, Cheng Bin prepared to take his leave. Su Jianjun, smiling, remarked, "County Chief Cheng, you have traveled a long way from Dongshan Province, enduring considerable fatigue. As the saying goes, is it not a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Thus, I would like to invite you to lunch on behalf of the planning department." The unexpected invitation left Cheng Bin astonished. He had secretly hoped to invite Director Su for a meal, but had not dared to voice it, assuming the likelihood of such an invitation was minimal. Yet, to his surprise, Su had taken the initiative. Cheng Bin quickly replied, Director Su, I shall arrange lunch today, treating you and your colleagues. County Chief Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, you are guests here, and it is my duty to host. Next time you visit Taishan province, the meal shall be on you. Su Jianjun insisted with a smile. Cheng Bin's heart swelled with joy. Befriending the director of the National Development and Reform Commission's planning department could yield significant future benefits, given the importance of the position. Therefore, he ceased to decline and acquiesced to Su Jianjun's invitation. As time was still on their side, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao confirmed the name of the hotel and proceeded there to await Su Jianjun's arrival after work. The hotel was conveniently located near the National Development and Reform Commission, and they arrived without difficulty. Settling into the sofas in the lobby, Chen Xiaomao fetched 2 glasses of water, and the pair engaged in conversation as they waited. With the workday having concluded, Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao rose to greet Su Jianjun at the hotel entrance. Just as they reached the door, Cheng Bin's expression froze in surprise upon seeing a familiar face entering the hotel. Amidst the opulent lobby, the newcomer was dressed flamboyantly, appearing somewhat out of place. It was none other than Niu Xiao, whom they had met just a couple of days prior. Upon spotting Cheng Bin, Niu Xiao's expression mirrored his surprise. He sidled up to Cheng Bin, grinning broadly, and exclaimed, "Ah, if it ISN T County Chief Cheng, planning to treat someone at this grand hotel today? Let me tell you, without my nod in this capital, your project stands no chance. Don't waste your energy on futile efforts." Cheng Bin, feeling a surge of indignation at Niu Xiao's brazen demeanor, replied tersely, "Our affairs do not concern you, Niu Xiao." As Niu Xiao was about to retort, the 2 individuals accompanying him moved closer, shouting, "Changge, where did these country bumpkins come from? Daring to provoke Changge, are they tired of living?" They advanced towards Cheng Bin. Seeing the escalating situation, Chen Xiaomao instinctively stepped in front of Cheng Bin and boldly confronted them. "What do you intend to do? As a secretary accompanying the leadership, I cannot merely carry bags. I must step up to protect my superior when necessary." The 2 men, taken aback by Chen Xiaomao's defiance, were clearly unwilling to back down and prepared to confront him. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a male voice rang out from the hotel entrance. "What is going on here?" Everyone turned to see Su Jianjun, clad in a suit, approaching with measured steps. Before Cheng Bin could greet him, Niu Xiao rushed to Su Jianjun's side, lowering his head like a submissive dog, and greeted him with a grin. "Brother Su, what brings you here?" Niu Xiao hurriedly explained, "These 2 country bumpkins are rather ignorant. My 2 younger brothers were merely planning to teach them a lesson." Su Jianjun's expression hardened as he retorted, "What nonsense! They are my friends." Niu Xiao, quick to adapt, swiftly shoved his 2 companions behind him and smiled at Cheng Bin. "Ah, County Chief Cheng, had I known you intended to invite Brother Su today, I would have had nothing to say. He is the one I respect most in the capital." Before Cheng Bin could respond, Su Jianjun, with a hint of disdain, stated, "Today, I am treating County Chief Cheng to a meal. If you have no further business, please attend to your own matters." With that, he strode into the hotel, prompting Cheng Bin and Chen Xiaomao to follow closely. Watching the trio's retreating figures, Niu Xiao felt a cold sweat forming. He could not afford to offend Su Jianjun. Despite his family's prominence in the capital, they paled in comparison to the formidable backing Su Jianjun possessed. He had not anticipated that these 2 country bumpkins would forge a connection with Su Jianjun, making their endeavors potentially viable. The thought of nearly securing several million only to see it slip away left him feeling quite vexed. The 2 accompanying individuals seemed to sense a shift and leaned closer to inquire, "Changge, who is that person? He seems quite imposing." Niu Xiao cast a sharp glance at them and whispered, "This person, when you encounter him in the future, keep your distance as much as possible. He is someone whom even I must bow my head to. He is not someone you can afford to provoke." To Cheng Bin's surprise, Su Jianjun did not bring any other members from the planning commission to the luncheon. He arrived alone and chose to sit at a communal table in the hotel lobby. Cheng Bin had anticipated a more private setting, but Su Jianjun insisted on dining in the lobby. Since it was his preference, Cheng Bin chose not to voice any objections. Fortunately, the hotel was of a high standard, and even in the lobby, the atmosphere remained quite serene. In Chapter 62, during the luncheon, Su Jianjun, Cheng Bin, and Chen Xiaomao sat upright at the table. With only 3 of them, they ordered a few simple dishes, and, as it was midday, they opted not to order any beverages. Clearly, they were not fully indulging in the meal. They merely sampled a few dishes before quickly putting down their chopsticks, focusing primarily on conversation rather than eating and drinking without restraint. Unbeknownst to them, at a nearby table, Two elderly gentlemen with graying hair were quietly observing them. Despite having 2 plates of food before them, they had not touched a single morsel. The two elders frequently directed their gaze towards Chen Bin and his companions, with their attention lingering particularly on Chen Xiaomao, the old woman's eyes even glistening with tears. Eventually, this unanticipated luncheon concluded amidst a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Su Jianjun had work commitments in the afternoon, so he ended the gathering early and bid farewell to Chen Bin. Chen Bin and Chen Xiaomao escorted Su Jianjun to the hotel entrance, watching as his vehicle disappeared from sight. Chen Bin could hardly contain his excitement and impatiently called former county chief Li Jiahao. Typically composed, Li Jiahao nearly leaped with joy upon hearing the news. This revelation was sensational. The power plant project from Qiantang County was to be discussed at the ministry's office meeting. As the former county chief, he understood well what the successful operation of a thermal power plant would signify. Not merely a monumental achievement, but a genuine benefit to the local populace. If he could facilitate this during his tenure, it would instill in him a profound sense of accomplishment. Thus, he regarded the news of the project potentially being considered by the National Development and Reform Commission with great enthusiasm. Chen Bin informed Li Jiahao that Director Su had conveyed there were currently no matters requiring attention in the capital, and that the project would need to undergo a process before being presented to the ministry. Li Jiahao was in high spirits, expressing to Chen Bin, County Chief Chen, "You have done exceptionally well with this matter. The Qiantang County government will certainly acknowledge your contributions. I will report this to Secretary Che of the Municipal Committee today. By the way, you must have heard about County Chief Wu. Some individuals in the county are becoming restless again. I will advocate for you at the Municipal Committee. Rest assured, old Chen." Chen Bin was momentarily taken aback by Li Jiahao's words. In the flurry of running to the Planning Commission, he had entirely forgotten about this issue. It was unexpected that Li County Chief would take it upon himself to intervene, indicating that he intended to discuss it with Secretary Che, with whom he shared a special rapport. This matter might indeed hold potential. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Li County Chief, cognizant that supporting his ascent aligned perfectly with Li Jiahao's interests, as Chen Bin was a steadfast ally within the government. Their effective collaboration had been crucial in maintaining a delicate balance with the factions led by County Secretary Goziki. Moreover, their working philosophies aligned well, facilitating a harmonious partnership. Even so, at critical junctures, the extent to which one mobilizes their political resources to wholeheartedly assist the other requires careful consideration of the depth of their relationship. Chen Bin had previously believed he had not yet fully earned Li Jiahao's unwavering support. But it was evident now that Li Jiahao was determined to assist Chen Bin in securing the position of Executive Deputy County Chief. Reflecting on this, Chen Bin recalled the old leader who had supported him in rising to the position of Deputy County Chief. Since beginning his career, he had been fortunate to have such a patron. From a junior position to a department head, and now to Deputy County Chief, the shadow of that old leader had loomed large over his journey. Sadly, the old leader had retired 2 years prior, and Chen Bin remembered the solemn words spoken at that time. "Xiao Cheng, I can no longer provide you with assistance. Those within the system are very pragmatic. Today, I may have influence, but once I retire, some will likely avoid me altogether." Chen Bin was no stranger to the political realm and understood the sincerity behind those words. Subsequent events had proven the truth of the old leader's sentiments. Despite Chen Bin performing admirably in his role, he had missed 2 opportunities for advancement. Having served as a deputy county chief for 2 or 3 years, the prospect of ascending to a higher position seemed distant. He pondered whether he would ever attain the rank of department head before retirement. Now, with Li Jiahao offering to assist in securing the executive deputy county chief role, even if successful, it would still only be a deputy position. Yet, it undeniably brought him a step closer to the coveted rank of department head. While Chen Bin was not solely fixated on climbing the ranks, remaining at the deputy level for his entire career did leave him with a sense of unfulfilled ambition. Thus, achieving the rank of department head before retirement had become a personal goal. Chen Xiaomao nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Although Chen Xiaomao had not distinguished himself in any remarkable way at work, it seemed that since becoming Chen Bin's secretary, his fortunes had significantly improved. Challenges that once appeared daunting now seemed to resolve themselves effortlessly. With such thoughts, a faint smile crept across Chen Bin's lips. As the tickets for the flight to Taipei that day had sold out, he had no choice but to purchase a ticket for a flight to Taipei Airport in Dongshan Province the following morning. Upon boarding the plane and following the flight attendant's request to turn off his phone, the aircraft began its gentle ascent towards Taishan province. In Chapter 63, aboard the flight to Taishan province, Chen Xiaomao turned to see County Chief Cheng Bin resting with his eyes closed. It appeared that the recent trip to the capital had left him somewhat fatigued. All these experiences were so fresh and intriguing, unlike anything Chen Xiaomao had encountered before. Lost in thought, a name suddenly flashed in his mind: Xiao Rongyan. Xiao Rongyan was likely in her 4th year at Huaxia Minzu University in the capital. In the midst of this unexpected business trip, he had completely forgotten about her. However, this was a work-related trip with Deputy County Chief Cheng Bin, and the focus had to remain on professional matters, leaving no time to visit her at school. Of course, even if time permitted, Chen Xiaomao would have to contemplate whether he genuinely wanted to meet her. Their online conversations had flourished over the years, yet they remained confined to the virtual realm. The thought of bringing this online romance into reality was daunting, and he was not yet prepared for such a step. Furthermore, a popular phrase had emerged online: sight kills, where two individuals who communicated well online fell flat upon meeting in person. Additionally, the allure of online interactions faded once the veil of anonymity was lifted, revealing flaws that had previously been hidden. This often led to the failure of online romances. Chen Xiaomao felt that their current mode of communication was quite satisfactory. They provided each other with solace in their hearts. Perhaps when the day came that both found partners in their lives, it would be time to let this relationship gradually fade. Lost in thought, time seemed to fly by, and before long, the outlines of buildings began to materialize ahead. Chen Xiaomao recognized that he was nearing the provincial capital of Taishan province, Taipei City. Upon exiting the airport's passenger corridor, his eyes immediately fell upon Li Qiao, the deputy director of the government office of Qiantang County, waiting outside. On the highway connecting Taipei to Qiantang County in Liaohai City, the Audi glided smoothly along. Chen Xiaomao settled into the passenger seat, while Li Qiao took a seat behind him. Cheng Bin glanced at Li Qiao beside him and asked in a low voice, "Has anything significant occurred in the county these past few days?" "Nothing much, just a matter regarding the executive deputy county chief we discussed over the phone last time. The loudest voices are now in favor of deputy county chief Wang Guishan. He has been strutting around the government office these days, fully embracing the demeanor of an executive deputy county chief," Li Qiao reported in hushed tones. "Li Qiao, mind your words. Avoid discussing others. All matters should adhere to the appointments from higher authorities," Cheng Bin admonished. "Understood, County Chief Cheng. I will be mindful," Li Qiao replied, his face flushing. Wang Wei, a competent driver, kept his hands firmly on the steering wheel, oblivious to the conversations inside the car, solely focused on the road ahead. Soon, they entered the jurisdiction of Qiantang County. Upon arriving at the Qiantang County government, Deputy County Chief Cheng Bin walked into his office. Li Qiao and Chen Xiaomao waited outside in the secretary's room. Li Qiao smiled at Chen Xiaomao and said, "Xiaomao, the county government has a family compound on Fuho Street, and this month the unit has just become available. It will serve as your dormitory." Grateful, Chen Xiaomao quickly responded, "Thank you, Director Li. I will vacate the supply and marketing cooperative's dormitory and move over in the next few days." He understood that the so-called family compound was merely 2 rooms with a small yard, not large but exquisitely maintained. Additionally, the associated utilities came with certain benefits, making allocations quite competitive. It was evident that Li Qiao had put in considerable effort to secure this for him. The next day happened to be the weekend, and Yang Shuai, who was also in the dormitory, helped Chen Xiaomao move his belongings to the county government family compound. Fortunately, Chen Xiaomao did not have many possessions, so one trip sufficed. The environment of the county government family compound was exceptionally beautiful. Although the houses were modest, they were surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flowers, filling the air with delightful fragrances that uplifted one's spirit. The unit allocated to Chen Xiaomao was located on the eastern side of a row of houses. It appeared that the previous occupant had a fondness for gardening, as the small yard still bore some unnamed flowers, making the entire area quite picturesque. Yang Shuai looked at Chen Xiaomao's new residence with an envious expression, exclaiming, "Xiaomao, being the county chief secretary, certainly has its perks. This place rivals that of a bureau chief." While Yang Shuai's observation held some truth, many residents of these family compounds were indeed department heads and deputy heads. Whether they possessed additional residences in the county was uncertain. To express his gratitude for Yang Shuai's assistance, Chen Xiaomao planned to treat him to lunch at the finest hotel in the county, the Mengshan Grand Hotel. Yang Shuai suggested inviting Wang Jing as well, marking it as a farewell meal for their trio from the office. Having attended a few banquets in the capital, Chen Xiaomao found the Mengshan Grand Hotel, despite being the most luxurious in the county, somewhat lacking in sophistication. Smiling quietly, he refrained from speaking. Since his breakup with Li Yan, his perspective on life had shifted significantly. He no longer dwelled on concerns but viewed many matters with a newfound clarity, no longer overly preoccupied with others' opinions. Yang Shuai and Wang Jing were not extravagant either, ordering only a few moderately priced dishes without excessive display. After working together in the same office for several months, the three had grown quite familiar, resulting in a gathering filled with ease and enjoyment. After a moment of silence, Yang Shuai hesitated before saying, "Xiaomao, I just saw someone who seemed to be your girlfriend." Chen Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized Yang Shuai was referring to Li Yan. Before he could respond, Yang Shuai continued, "It looked like she was dining with another man." Chen Xiaomao forced a bitter smile, replying, "We've already broken up." Yang Shuai, taken aback, fell silent. Wang Jing, gazing at Chen Xiaomao with gentle eyes, offered comfort. "Xiaomao, you are now the county chief's secretary, with a promising future ahead. You will undoubtedly encounter better girls. Don't rush. When I find someone suitable, I will think of introducing you." "Thank you, Sister Wang. I'm all right," Chen Xiaomao acknowledged, aware that Wang Jing was expressing her concern. Chapter 64. Encounters. Inside the private room. After hearing Yang Shuai's words, the delectable food and drink at the Mengshan Grand Hotel seemed to lose their flavor. Sensing Chen Xiaomao's low spirits, Yang Shuai and Wang Jing decided to conclude the meal early and walked outside together. As they reached the parking lot, they spotted a slender figure in the distance, holding a small bag and standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for something. Chen Xiaomao recognized her instantly. It was the figure that had lingered in his heart for far too long. Since they had crossed paths, he chose not to retreat and continued walking forward. At that moment, Li Yan also spotted the trio exiting the hotel, her face displaying a mix of crimson and pallor, clearly indicating her emotional turmoil. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke. After a prolonged silence, Li Yan finally broke the ice. "Are you dining with colleagues?" Having seen Yang Shuai before, she recognized them as associates from the supply and marketing cooperative. "Yes, and you? Are you out with friends?" Chen Xiaomao inquired. Upon hearing his question, Li Yan appeared even more embarrassed, merely nodding without uttering a word. Suddenly, a screeching sound broke the air as a car came to a halt beside them. The front window rolled down, revealing Wang Ke's greasy face. He called out to Li Yan, "Hey," while casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xiaomao. Seeing Wang Ke, a surge of anger rose within Chen Xiaomao. The realization that Li Yan was dining with such a scoundrel left him perplexed about her thoughts. It seemed Li Yan wanted to explain herself, but after a moment of hesitation, she turned away and climbed into Wang Ke's car. Wang Ke whistled at Chen Xiaomao and his companions as the car sped away, leaving Chen Xiaomao engulfed in an inexplicable sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that Li Yan would move on so quickly, seemingly forgetting the deep affection they once shared. This time, Chen Xiaomao's heart felt utterly shattered. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaomao drove beyond the county, perhaps due to the small size of Qiantang County. Within moments, the car had zoomed out of town. As the Passat's speed diminished, Chen Xiaomao's emotions began to settle. Just as he was about to turn back toward the county, he noticed a Jeep parked by the roadside, its license plate indicating it was from Taipei City, likely having just exited the highway before breaking down. He observed a burly man bent over the open hood, inspecting something. Feeling an inexplicable urge to lend a hand, he pulled over. Stepping out of the car, he approached the man and softly inquired, "Is everything all right? Is your car broken?" The man raised his head upon hearing the question and grinned broadly, revealing an attractive yet rugged appearance. His skin was tanned from the sun, and his wide smile showcased a set of gleaming white teeth, giving him a somewhat comical look. "It's just a minor issue. A part is broken, and I don't have it with me. If I had that part, I could swap it out without any trouble," he explained, demonstrating a clear understanding of vehicle repairs. Chen Xiaomao smiled and asked, "How can I assist you?" The man, taken aback by Chen Xiaomao's willingness to help, reflected on his earlier attempts to signal for assistance, which had been in vain. After a moment, he responded, "If you could help me find that part, I'd be immensely grateful." After listening, Chen Xiaomao chuckled and remarked, "The first method is rather verbose. However, dragging the car to the county town for repairs seems quite feasible, though I'm unprepared with a towing rope." The man laughed in response, reaching into his vehicle to retrieve a towing rope, saying, "I have one. Please help me tow it into the city." Chen Xiaomao promptly took action, and soon a Passat led the way with the man's Jeep in tow, both vehicles moving slowly towards the county town, tethered by a single rope. Although their speed was somewhat leisurely, they managed to enter the city with relative ease and found a repair shop. As the man had indicated, after replacing a part, the Jeep was able to start normally. The man beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Haha, I didn't expect to meet such a helpful friend on my first visit to Qiantang County. Let us find a place to sit together." Chen Xiaomao replied with a smile. "I've just had my meal. You came from the highway, right? Haven't you eaten yet? Don't rush. We can discuss dinner later. Let us exchange contact information first." They swapped phone numbers, and it was only when it came time to store each other's names that they realized they had not asked for each other's names. The man, realizing this, held up his phone and said with a smile, "I'm Zhong Cheng. What is your name?" "Chen Xiaomao," came the reply. Upon hearing this name, Zhong Cheng paused briefly, prompting Chen Xiaomao to inquire, "What is wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Your name is easy to remember," Zhong Cheng responded with a sheepish grin. However, internally, he was stirred by a revelation. Could this person, Chen Xiaomao, be the one his grandfather spoke of? If so, what a coincidence it was to meet him right upon arriving in Qiantang County. His grandfather had mentioned that this individual was the son of his long-lost younger uncle, making him Zhong Cheng's cousin. He seemed quite amiable, and Zhong Cheng felt inclined to foster a closer relationship. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaomao, his name had already sparked a multitude of thoughts in Zhong Cheng's mind. The latter then said, "Chen Xiaomao, you seem like a good person. From now on, we shall be brothers. I'm 25 years old, so I'm a few years your senior. You can call me Chengge." Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but laugh at the eagerness to establish a brotherly bond so soon after their introduction, thinking that Zhong Cheng must be an only child, yearning to play the role of an older brother. Chapter 65, The Zhong Family. Chen Xiaomao observed the man before him and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, "Chengge, I'm 23, so I'm a few years younger than you. I shall call you Chengge as well." "Haha, splendid. By the way, my younger brother, what is the finest hotel in Qiantang County? I should check in first and later. I'll treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for your assistance today." "There is no need for such formality, Chengge. It was merely a small favor. The best hotel in Qiantang County is the Mengshan Grand Hotel, which offers comprehensive dining and accommodation services. You can stay there." "All right, I'll heed your advice and stay at the Mengshan Grand Hotel," Zhong Cheng said with a generous disposition. As another thought crossed his mind, he turned to Chen Xiaomao and asked, "Brother, what do you do for a living?" "Chengge, I work at the Qiantang County government as a minor civil servant," Chen Xiaomao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Cheng felt a surge of joy. It appeared he had truly encountered the right person. He recalled his grandfather's words about his brother being a secretary to a deputy county chief in the Qiantang County government, and it was undeniably Chen Xiaomao standing before him. He couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Xiaomao further. On the phone, the elder had advised him not to disturb Chen Xiaomao, as he had yet to devise a plan for handling the situation. The elder intended to let Chen Xiaomao develop on the grassroots level for a few years, establishing a foundation before assisting him in ascending to a higher position. However, Zhong Cheng was naturally impulsive, and having never had a younger brother, the sudden emergence of a cousin prompted him to take immediate leave from his unit and drive to Qiantang County, eager to meet this long-lost brother. The serendipitous encounter only deepened his fondness for Chen Xiaomao. Chen Xiaomao looked at the composed man beside him and cheerfully inquired, "Chengge, may I ask what you do?" "Little brother, I serve in a special forces unit of the Taipei military region. I'm a soldier. I took leave to attend to personal matters in Qiantang County today, and I never expected to meet you. We should enjoy a few drinks tonight and have a good chat." Hearing about the prospect of drinking, Chen Xiaomao felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Although he rarely attended drinking gatherings, he had honed his skills alongside seasoned drinkers like Cheng Fangxiong, Li Jian, and Huang Xiaohua. However, glancing at Zhong Cheng's robust physique made him hesitate. He had heard that soldiers could drink well, and Zhong Cheng's imposing presence suggested that he could indeed hold his own. Chen Xiaomao contemplated inviting Cheng Fangxiong and the others to join if necessary. "Ah, so Chengge is a soldier. I have always admired military personnel, and it brings me immense joy to meet you," Chen Xiaomao expressed earnestly. "By the way, Chengge, how about I call a few friends tonight to join us? It will be more lively with a larger group." Zhong Cheng had no objections. His generous nature was complemented by a desire to gauge the kind of friends his brother had. Since he often had many responsibilities, he hoped that Chen Xiaomao would have trustworthy friends to rely on. Upon receiving Zhong Cheng's agreement, Chen Xiaomao contacted Cheng Fangxiong and arranged for Li Jian and Huang Xiaohua to join them at the Mengshan Grand Hotel that evening. After the call, noticing that there was still time, Chen Xiaomao led Zhong to a specialty noodle shop. After Zhong had a light meal, they planned to stroll around Qiantang County. Qiantang County was rather small and lacked notable attractions, but Mengshan was quite beautiful, though it was already afternoon, leaving little time for a mountain excursion. With no other options, they settled for a leisurely walk around Qian'an Lake Park. For Zhong, the destination mattered little. This trip was unlike any other, as he was not bound by any mission. His sole purpose was to meet Chen Xiaomao, and now that he was in his presence, the specifics of their outing were inconsequential. The bond of blood relations is indeed wondrous. Despite their recent acquaintance, the two found themselves easily conversing. Chen Xiaomao enjoyed hearing about Zhong Cheng's experiences in the military, while Zhong was eager to listen to Chen Xiaomao's past and how he had navigated life over the years. When Chen Xiaomao recounted the discrimination and humiliation he faced as a child after losing his father, Zhong felt a surge of anger. Such incidents were unfathomable to him. Throughout his life, he had been met with unwavering respect, and he had never encountered anyone bold enough to bully him due to his name, which carried weight in their society. Yet, here was his younger brother, who should have been afforded the same respect. Yet due to the turmoil of war and the hardships of life, he found himself in such a predicament. How unjust fate could be. Later, as he listened to Chen Xiaomao's romantic experiences, particularly the tale of a beloved girl whose parents disapproved of their relationship due to his humble background, Zhong Cheng's fury escalated. How could anyone dare to look down upon a descendant of the Zhong family? In all of Huaxia, how could there still be those who belittled the Zhong name? In this moment, Zhong felt an overwhelming surge of anger rising within him. He longed to proclaim to Chen Xiaomao, "You are a descendant of the Zhong family. Your grandfather is a national hero. We of the Zhong lineage need not be modest. Those who look down upon you are, in fact, insignificant." You could easily spit in their faces without a second thought. However, Zhong restrained this impulse, aware that he could not disrupt his grandfather's plans, as they were crucial to the family's overarching strategy. Although the Zhong family was currently thriving, with many leaning upon them, they still faced impending crises. Not in the present, but looming in the future. Zhong firmly suppressed the desire to unveil Chen Xiaomao's lineage, for as a member of the Zhong family, he was acutely aware of their situation. While the family appeared to flourish like a towering tree, robust and verdant, this prosperity relied upon the continued vitality of their venerable patriarch, Zhong Yuan. The old man had weathered countless storms and made significant contributions to the nation and its people. Yet, at over 80 years of age, despite seeming well, one could never predict when fate might intervene. Among the second generation of the Zhong family, the eldest, Zhonghua, was currently prospering as the governor of Jiangnan province, while the second, Zhong Jianya, served in the military as the deputy commander of the Kuan City military district with the rank of major general. Although their prospects appeared promising, Zhonghua had surpassed 50 years of age. Should he fail to ascend further in rank or secure another term, he risked exiting the political stage altogether. Conversely, Zhong Jianya's military career faced significant limitations. Should their grandfather pass, the Zhong family would require a political figurehead. The third generation, however, seemed less fortunate. Zhong Xinhua's daughter, Zhong Ru, was exceptionally talented, having become a division-level cadre by her late 20s and currently working in the National Policy Research Office. Yet, being a woman in a predominantly male political arena posed considerable challenges, as opportunities for women in leadership roles remained scarce. Zhong Jianya, although blessed with a son, had fostered a passion for the military in him from a young age, leading him to forego university for military training. Despite his commendable skills and noble character, he lacked the political acumen that even his cousin Zhong Ru possessed. Thus lay the greatest crisis for the Zhong family, a dearth of successors. Once their grandfather was no longer present and the second generation exited the political arena, how many would remember the Zhong family a decade hence? Would those high-ranking officials still regard them as their spiritual leaders? The answers were evident. Consequently, the Zhong family had been deliberating on finding a politically astute and reliable successor, preferably of the Zhong lineage, as trust in outsiders was inherently tenuous. Previously, the patriarch had even contemplated grooming Zhong Ru for this role, given that she was the only member of the third generation engaged in politics. Thus, her ascent was rapid. Upon graduating from university, she spent a year in the organization department before transitioning directly to the National Policy Research Office, marking a high starting point. In this regard, her husband, Su Jianjun, was equally accomplished, having been her university classmate and a childhood friend. Their grandfathers had once served together in the military, forging a bond of camaraderie. Su Jianjun's capabilities shone in his role at the National Development and Reform Commission, where he too had reached the level of division cadre. Originally, everything was progressing along this trajectory until the unexpected arrival of Chen Xiaomao. Should the Zhong family have a male descendant willing to pursue a political career, it would afford the patriarch an alternative consideration. In the current climate, attaining higher positions was markedly more challenging for women, not out of discrimination, but rather due to inherent biological differences. Thus, with Chen Xiaomao's emergence, the elder Zhong was compelled to reassess the successor issue. Through indirect inquiries, he discovered that Chen Xiaomao was undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps inheriting the Zhong family's political talents. An individual with no prior experience in politics, upon entering the arena, seemed to navigate it with remarkable ease, earning the respect of superiors and peers alike, a testament to his innate political aptitude. Yet, while the notion was appealing, the approach to nurturing this potential required careful contemplation. Directly placing him on a national stage, as had been done with Zhong Ru, will be ill-advised given Chen Xiaomao's differing upbringing. A swift ascent could lead to psychological pressure. In truth, Chen Xiaomao's current position was commendable, starting at the county level, which forms the foundation of the nation, would allow him to grasp the existing issues and cultivate his abilities through practical problem-solving, laying a solid groundwork for future leadership. If the Zhong family refrained from aiding Chen Xiaomao, it would be difficult for him to break through the lower ranks, a long-standing reality in domestic politics. Without robust upper-level connections, individuals from ordinary backgrounds seldom ascended to division cadre status. However, those who did succeed were often extraordinary individuals. The elder Zhong resolved to take a calculated risk, viewing it as a test for Chen Xiaomao. He sought to determine whether, without the family's backing, Chen Xiaomao could rise to the level of division cadre on his own merits. Should he succeed, it would demonstrate his capability, prompting the elder to invest the family's resources in his development. Conversely, failure would necessitate re-evaluation of Chen Xiaomao's potential. This decision was fraught with risk, given the current political landscape where even the most talented individuals could struggle to gain traction, not due to lack of ability, but because of various external factors. Perhaps it was also a matter of fortune, which was another reason for the elder's decision, to assess whether Chen Xiaomao possessed the requisite luck, as only those with abundant fortune could steer the Zhong family ship forward. Zhong Cheng grasped some of these complexities, though not to the extent of his grandfather. He understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that it was a matter of the family's fate, one that he could not afford to treat lightly, which is why he refrained from speaking out. The two brothers conversed by the picturesque Qiantang Lake for quite some time. Chen Xiaomao could not recall the last time he had so freely opened his heart, nor did he anticipate being so candid before a brother he had just met. He attributed this openness to Zhong Cheng's military background, feeling a sense of trust in him. As the sun began its descent over the western shore of Qiantang Lake, casting a fiery glow, the two were blissfully engrossed in their conversation. However, with prior arrangements to meet Cheng Fangxiong and others, they realized that time was slipping away. Each took to their respective vehicles, heading toward the Mengshan Grand Hotel in Qiantang County. To their surprise, perhaps due to the weekend, the hotel parking lot was teeming with private cars, making it a challenge to find a vacant space. Consequently, they decided to split up and search the parking lot separately. Suddenly, Chen Xiaomao noticed an available parking space ahead and pressed the accelerator, causing the front half of his vehicle to enter the spot. Just as he was about to instinctively apply the brakes, he felt a violent jolt at the rear of the car, immediately realizing someone had collided with him. He quickly brought the car to a halt, flung open the door, and stepped out. Raising his gaze, he discovered a silver Hyundai had struck the rear of his Passat at an awkward angle. A sense of familiarity washed over him regarding this Hyundai. At that moment, a figure emerged from the driver's seat, a man sporting a slick, three-part hairstyle and an excessively oily face. Was it not Wang Qua, the son of Vice County Chief Wang Guishan? Chen Xiaomao felt utterly speechless. How was it that he encountered this individual everywhere? Perhaps it was simply the small size of Tang County. As Wang Qua exited the vehicle, three others emerged from the passenger and back seats. One of whom was a familiar face, the scruffy-haired youth who had previously clashed with Chen Xiaomao and Lu Chong. Wang Qua, in that moment, was consumed by a mix of anxiety and anger. He had intended to host a distinguished guest for dinner at the Mengshan Grand Hotel that evening. Upon arriving at the parking lot and finding no available spaces, he had become increasingly agitated. After circling the lot several times, he saw a car leave a spot and hurriedly accelerated towards it, failing to notice that a Passat was also entering from another direction. By the time he reached the parking space, it was too late to brake, resulting in a loud crash as he collided with the vehicle before him. In that instant, panic set in for Wang Qua. Upon realizing that the person exiting the Passat was Chen Xiaomao, Wang Qua's emotions spiraled into turmoil. How could he, the son of a vice county chief, be driving a mere Hyundai worth around 100,000? While this impoverished country boy was behind the wheel of such a fine car, did he truly deserve to drive such a vehicle? Consumed by jealousy, Wang Qua lost sight of the fact that he was the one at fault, particularly as he thought of the woman he adored, who seemed to have an affinity for this man. Wang Qua's fury erupted uncontrollably as he shouted at Chen Xiaomao, "Are you blind? You saw my car coming and still tried to park here." The three individuals trailing Wang Qua, witnessing his outburst, rolled up their sleeves and prepared to confront Chen Xiaomao, who was leaning against the Passat. Reacting instinctively, Chen Xiaomao began to defend himself. Having engaged in numerous fights since childhood, he was relatively agile. But with three opponents closing in, he knew that a direct confrontation would be detrimental. In a series of evasive maneuvers, he fought while retreating. Just as he found himself cornered by a line of parked cars, Wang Qua and his companions encircled him, ensuring he had nowhere to escape. Just as Chen Xiaomao braced himself for an impending beating, a thunderous voice rang out. A robust figure appeared, Zhong, who had parked his car and approached. Observing the group closing in on Chen Xiaomao, fists raised, he surged forward, thinking, "You dare lay a hand on my brother? Regardless of who you are, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Earlier that day, Chen Xiaomao had recounted tales of past bullying, igniting a sense of righteous anger within Zhong, making the arrival of these troublemakers quite timely. As the captain of a special operations unit within the field army, Zhong Cheng's prowess had been honed through real combat experience. He could handle not just these ruffians, but potentially even 10 or 8 more without breaking a sweat. A cacophony of anguished cries soon echoed as Wang Qua and his three companions suffered grievous injuries, collapsing to the ground in agony, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Perhaps someone had witnessed the altercation and called the authorities, as the wailing of police sirens soon filled the air. A police car pulled up, and several uniformed officers disembarked. Upon seeing the middle-aged officer leading the group, Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. He quickly reasoned that it was not surprising. The Mengshan Grand Hotel and the previous incident at the fried chicken restaurant were both situated on Zhongshan Road, under the jurisdiction of the Zhongshan Road Police Station. Therefore, it was only natural that the responding officers were from that precinct. Observing the grim state of the individuals sprawled on the ground, the officers became tense, brandishing their rubber batons and encircling Chen Xiaomao and Zhong, commanding, "Do not move. We are the police." Chen Xiaomao and Zhong exchanged helpless shrugs, recognizing the officers' uniforms and acknowledging their authority. Perhaps they had watched too many Hong Kong cop dramas. At this moment, Zhong Zuan, trailing behind the officers, spotted Chen Xiaomao, a flicker of recognition igniting within him, although he couldn't immediately place where he had seen him before. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiaomao greeted, "Deputy Director Zhong, good to see you again." Upon hearing this, Zhong Zuan suddenly remembered who Chen Xiaomao was. He pondered whether there was some unresolved animosity between the two parties, as it seemed they were once again embroiled in conflict. Chapter 68. A return to the Zhongshan Road Police Station. Deputy Director Zhong Ziyuan of the Zhongshan Road Police Station in Tang County looked at Chen Xiaomao, who was smiling at him, and felt a headache coming on. How was it that these two individuals had crossed paths once more? Last time, they had managed to downplay a significant matter, yet here they were again, seemingly addicted to brawling. Seeing the smiling Chen Xiaomao, Zhong Zuan felt a wave of exasperation. Clearly, this individual was not one to be trifled with. Here was the son of a vice county chief, and Chen Xiaomao seemed unperturbed about offending him. After narrowly avoiding a serious altercation last time, it appeared that this time they had dealt a significant blow to Wang Qua. It remained to be seen who would come to their aid this time. "I remember now. Your name is Chen Xiaomao, correct? What brings you two together again? Is this gentleman your friend? Tell him to remain calm. Any issues can be resolved at the station." It seemed he surmised that Chen Xiaomao's combat prowess was not as fearsome as it appeared, given the state of the four individuals now lying on the ground. Likely the result of Zhong Cheng's intervention. Chen Xiaomao, ever the rational thinker, understood that regardless of his strength, Law enforcement was to be respected and that a direct confrontation would be unwise. He turned to Zhong Cheng and remarked, "Brother Cheng, it seems we have no choice but to pay a visit to the police station." In truth, Zhong Cheng had no fear of the officers with his credentials. Even the director of the Liaohai Public Security Bureau would have to let him pass. Certain individuals within the national power apparatus enjoyed special privileges, including someone of Zhong Cheng's stature. Yet, he did not oppose Chen Xiaomao's suggestion. The police station? Let us go. I'm curious to see how they plan to handle this. Observing Wang Kuo and his companions moaning in agony on the ground, Zhong Ziyuan promptly called for an ambulance to attend to their injuries, dispatching several officers to accompany them to the hospital, while the remaining two escorted Chen Xiaomao and Zhong Cheng to the Zhongshan Road police station. As the wail of the sirens faded into the distance, the chaos of the scene quieted, leaving only a few drops of blood to hint at the recent turmoil. Once more, they found themselves at the Zhongshan Road police station. For Chen Xiaomao, this location was not unfamiliar, having spent a few hours there not long ago. Recalling that previous visit, he had been accompanied by Li Yin and Lu Chong, yet this time, he was with the newly acquainted Zhong Cheng. Thoughts of Li Yin filled him with a tinge of melancholy. Even though he had been brought into the station due to a brawl, her presence had softened the experience, turning a troubling memory into one tinged with sweetness. Beep, beep. Chen Xiaomao, feeling cornered, reluctantly handed his incessantly ringing phone to the young officer. As the officer took the phone and prepared to forcibly end the call, the name flashing on the screen halted his actions. Cheng Fangxiong. Upon encountering the name, the young officer instinctively paused his actions, for the name Cheng Fangxiong was all too familiar to him. As the resolute deputy chief of the county police, Cheng Fangxiong had become an idol for many officers. Over the years, he had ascended from an ordinary detective to the captain of the criminal investigation team, and then to the deputy chief responsible for criminal investigations and public security, consistently solving remarkable cases. Thus, the young officer found himself momentarily stunned upon seeing the name, pondering whether it could be a coincidence of nomenclature. Could it be that this call truly originated from Deputy Chief Cheng? Ultimately, he dared not be negligent and hurriedly approached Deputy Director Zhong Jiqiang, saying, "Director Zhong, do you think this call could be from Chief Cheng?" Zhong Jiqiang, upon hearing this, also froze momentarily. He took the phone, hesitated briefly, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiaomao. Have you arrived? Li Jian and the others are already at the hotel." The resounding voice from the receiver immediately confirmed Zhong's suspicion. It was undoubtedly Deputy Chief Cheng Fangxiong. Having heard Cheng's speeches before, characterized by such a vigorous tone, coupled with the mention of Deputy Captain Li Jian's name, the coincidence seemed too precise to be merely a matter of shared names. "Chief Cheng, greetings. This is Zhong Jiqiang from the Zhongshan Road police station. You are looking for Chen Xiaomao, who is presently at our station." "Chief Cheng, we just received a report from the public regarding a brawl in the parking lot of the Mengshan Grand Hotel. A few officers and I responded, and the instigators were indeed Chen Xiaomao and his friends. The opposing party has sustained severe injuries and has already been sent to the county hospital's emergency department." "What? How could such a situation arise?" "Keep an eye on Chen Xiaomao. I'm heading over immediately." Zhong Jiqiang hesitated for a moment and quietly said, "Chief Cheng, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention." "What is it?" "Speak quickly," Cheng Fangxiong urged loudly. "Among the injured, one is the son of Deputy County Head Wang Guishan. This matter may not end well. Regardless of whose son it is, we shall adhere to the facts. Wait for my arrival to discuss further." It was clear that Cheng Fangxiong was anxious as he abruptly ended the call. Zhong Jiqiang set down the phone, lost in contemplation. The last time they dealt with an incident involving Wang Ku, Chief Lu Siping had personally called to inquire. Now, it seemed that this situation involving Chen Xiaomao was distinctly connected to Deputy Chief Cheng Fangxiong, which could lead to a considerable uproar. Within the entire Front Tang County Police Department, nearly all officers were aware of the subtle relationship between Lu and Deputy Chief Cheng. A few years back, when the position of police chief became vacant, both Lu Siping and Cheng Fangxiong, then serving as deputy chiefs, had opportunities to ascend. Based on the majority opinion of the officers and Cheng's accomplishments over the years, it seemed a foregone conclusion that he would assume the role of police chief. However, to their surprise, Lu Siping was ultimately appointed. Rumors later surfaced that Lu's spouse had some familial ties to the then county head, Go Ziki, and the two families had maintained connections. During this crucial juncture, Go Ziki had supported Lu's rise, and after successfully taking over as the county party secretary, He facilitated Lu's promotion to the position of deputy county head, while also placing a thorn in the side of the subsequent county head, Li Jiahao. As such, within the county police department, the greatest discontent towards Lu Siping came from Chen Fangxiong. Although Cheng lacked a profound background, his achievements were tangible and indisputable. Consequently, Lu Siping found it challenging to suppress Cheng, resulting in a working dynamic filled with tension. Reflecting on these matters, Zhong Jiqiang felt a headache coming on. The conflict of titans could easily ensnare him, a minor deputy director at the police station. Chapter 69. A gathering at the police station with Deputy Chief Chen Fangxiong's call. The officers on duty at the Zhongshan Road police station treated Chen Xiaomao with newfound courtesy, abandoning their earlier formal demeanor. They invited him to sit and poured water for both him and Zhong Cheng. Observing Zhong Cheng, the tall figure appeared nonchalant, seemingly intrigued by the station, which left the officers wondering about the true identity of this killing god. The earlier victims had indeed suffered greatly, and witnessing the gruesome injuries firsthand was a harrowing sight. While awaiting Deputy Chief Cheng's arrival, the officers proceeded with the formalities, collecting Chen Xiaomao's statement. According to his account, despite the severe injuries on the opposing side, they had initiated the confrontation and were the first to resort to violence. How to handle this case remained uncertain, as it typically required coordination between both parties to seek an amicable resolution. However, given that Deputy County Head Wang Gishan-san was severely injured, it was unlikely they would agree to a peaceful settlement, particularly with Deputy Chief Cheng involved. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes resonated from the courtyard outside the station. The officers stood up, and before they could step outside, 3 robust figures strode in. Leading the group was none other than Deputy Chief Chen Fangxiong, followed by 2 familiar faces, Deputy Captain Li Jian of the Criminal Investigation Team and Huang Xiaohua, the captain of the Public Security Team. Since Chen Fangxiong had previously served as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team, it was unsurprising to see them together. Zhong Jiqiang noticed that all 3 were dressed in civilian clothing. Earlier, Deputy Chief Cheng had mentioned being at the hotel, so it was apparent they had arranged to dine with Chen Xiaomao. Recalling that Chen Xiaomao worked at the county supply and marketing agency, Zhong felt a twinge of admiration. This newly inducted civil servant seemed to have quite an extensive network to dine with the deputy chief of police. Upon entering, Chen Fangxiong immediately spotted Chen Xiaomao seated and approached him, asking Xiaomao, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Zhong Jiqiang, overhearing this, was momentarily speechless. The two were in perfectly good health while the condition of the injured in the hospital remained uncertain. "I am fine, Brother Cheng," Chen Xiaomao replied softly. Hearing Chen Xiaomao's affectionate address caused Zhong Jiqiang to feel a pang of anxiety, realizing that he had been fortunate to avoid offending Chen Xiaomao during the previous incidents. Otherwise, given Deputy Chief Cheng's fierce temperament, he could have faced dire consequences. Noticing the inquiry record laid out before the young officers, Chen Fangxiong approached it, picked it up, and scrutinized it. Turning to Zhong Jiqiang, he remarked, "Based on this, it appears the other party initiated the collision first before subsequently ganging up on him. The case should not be difficult to adjudicate." After hearing Chen Fangxiong's words, Zhong Jiqiang wiped the perspiration from his brow and awkwardly replied, "Well, Chief Cheng, we still need to examine the surveillance footage, and the injuries on their side seem quite severe." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily darted towards the towering figure of Zhong Cheng seated nearby. Having already perused Chen Xiaomao's statement, Chen Fangxiong was aware that it was this very Zhong Cheng who had delivered the blows. When Chen Xiaomao had called earlier to introduce a new friend, it was evidently this formidable individual. However, the specifics of Zhong Cheng's background remained elusive. Given that, we should promptly arrange for someone to retrieve the hotel surveillance footage to clarify the matter, Chen Fangxiong instructed. "Understood, Chief Cheng. I've already dispatched personnel, and I anticipate the results will be forthcoming shortly." Then Zhong Jiqiang stepped aside to make a phone call, presumably urging the officers to promptly retrieve the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Chen Fangxiong turned to Chen Xiaomao with a smile and said, "Xiaomao, this gentleman beside you must be the friend you mentioned today, right? I didn't expect to meet here." Chen Xiaomao, with a resigned smile, replied, "Yes, Brother Cheng, I also didn't anticipate being here. Allow me to introduce. This is a good brother I have recently met. His name is Zhong Cheng." At this moment, Zhong Cheng also stood up, and Chen Xiaomao continued the introductions. "Chengge, these 3 are the good brothers I intended to introduce you to today. The gentleman in front is Chen Fangxiong, the Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau. This is Li Jian, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. And this gentleman is Huang Xiaohua, the captain of the public order team. Zhong observed the three men with interest, realizing that his brother had quite the knack for making friends. These three individuals were upright and held significant positions within the County Public Security Bureau, which was not an easy feat to achieve. Following Chen Xiaomao's introductions, Zhong and the three men shook hands, marking their formal acquaintance. Chen Fangxiong inquired about Zhong Cheng's profession, to which Chen Xiaomao responded, "Brother Cheng is a soldier." Upon hearing this, Chen Fangxiong and the others nodded in understanding, as such a background indeed suited the stature of this tall man, who must have undergone military training to possess such a robust physique and skills in handling multiple opponents. While they conversed, Deputy Director Zhong Jiqiang re-entered the room, smiling as he addressed Chen Fangxiong. "Director Cheng, the surveillance from the hotel has arrived. It confirms what Comrade Chen Xiaomao stated. It was indeed the other party's vehicle that struck his, and their people initiated the altercation, thus the fault does not lie with Comrade Chen Xiaomao." "That's good. Let us expedite the paperwork. We still have to go for drinks," Chen Fangxiong instructed. "Understood, Director Cheng. I will have the paperwork prepared immediately. Comrade Chen Xiaomao and his friend may leave the station for now, and we will contact them if further cooperation is needed." "All right, proceed as necessary. Since the facts are clear, we will act according to the evidence," Chen Fangxiong affirmed. Shortly thereafter, the officers from the Zhongshan Road Police Station completed the necessary paperwork and handed it to Zhong Jiqiang. With the documents in hand, Zhong Jiqiang approached Chen Xiaomao and said with a smile, "Chen Xiaomao, please sign here, and then you can take your leave." "Who dares to leave? No one is permitted to exit." A sudden thunderous voice interrupted from outside, as an individual strode into the room. Chapter 70. Director Zhao Gongxiang of the police station. Upon hearing the abrupt reprimand, everyone turned to see a man in a police uniform, of average build, with a square jaw bearing a resolute expression. It was Zhao Gongxiang, the director of the Zhongshan Road Police Station. He had arrived after receiving a call from Liu Siping, the director of the County Public Security Bureau. Liu Siping's involvement stemmed from a familiar source, as Vice County Head Wang Guishan had once again reached out to him regarding the incident. Upon seeing his son lying in a hospital bed, with both legs encased in plaster and bandages, emitting groans of pain, Wang Guishan felt a surge of urgency and anger. This was his only son, mercilessly harmed. The perpetrators must pay dearly for their actions. Disturbed by the situation, Wang Guishan excused himself from the room to make a call to Liu Siping in the corridor, seeking assistance. Liu Siping found the situation rather amusing. A troublesome son was indeed a burden. However, upon learning that Wang had suffered a broken leg, he promptly agreed to oversee the matter, subsequently calling Zhao Gongxiang to ensure the assailants faced severe consequences. Zhao Gongxiang, a former military personnel, was known for his decisive actions and military demeanor. Given that Liu Siping also hailed from the military and shared the same military district as Zhao Gongxiang, he had taken a particular interest in him after his transfer to the County Public Security Bureau. Recognizing Zhao Gongxiang's efficient style and strong execution, Liu Siping sought to cultivate a partnership, ultimately making Zhao Gongxiang a key member of his team. Although Liu Siping, a former military officer, possessed a certain vigor in his work, his investigative skills paled in comparison to those of Chen Fangxiong, a professional trained in police work. This disparity often placed Liu Siping at a disadvantage in terms of practical capabilities. When both were deputy directors of the Public Security Bureau, Liu Siping, despite lacking Chen Fangxiong's expertise, had leveraged his experience as a political commissar in the military to rally a faction of officers, many of whom were former military personnel, creating a balance against Chen Fangxiong's police academy allies. As Liu Siping rose through the ranks, his faction also gained promotions, and Zhao Gongxiang successfully ascended from a deputy director in a remote township to the director of the central police station in the county, a progression supported by Liu Siping. Rumors circulated that Liu Siping was advocating for Zhao Gongxiang to become the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. At this moment, everyone looked towards Zhao Gongxiang, puzzled by the meaning of his earlier declaration. In a solemn tone, Zhao Gongxiang addressed Chen Fangxiong. "Director Chen, the officers reported that the other party involved in the brawl has sustained serious injuries and is currently receiving treatment at the county hospital. Therefore, these individuals cannot be allowed to leave for the time being." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongxiang firmly stated, "Director Chen, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you face. You know this does not comply with protocol. Chen Xiaomao was not surprised by Zhao Gongxiang's defiance, understanding it to be part of his character. Despite their opposing factions, Chen Xiaomao held a deep respect for Zhao Gongxiang as steadfastness and commitment to his principles. At that moment, Chen Xiaomao recognized Chen Xiaomang's predicament. He understood his brother's unwavering integrity and knew it would be unreasonable to ask him to circumvent the rules. He smiled at Chen Xiaomao and said, "Brother Chen, it's fine for us to wait here. I trust our Public Security Bureau will handle this matter justly." Surprised by Chen Xiaomao's words and noting his familiarity with Chen Xiaomao, Zhao Gongxiang began to regard the young man with newfound respect. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiaomao relented, saying, "All right, Xiaomao, you all can wait here. I'll arrange for someone to bring you some food, so you won't go hungry." "Thank you, Brother Chen. You should also grab something to eat," Chen Xiaomao replied. Everyone then busied themselves with various tasks. Some arranged to procure meals, others organized documents, and some revisited the surveillance footage from the parking lot of the Mengshan Grand Hotel, hoping to uncover additional details. At that moment, the urgent ring of Chen Xiaomao's phone pierced the air. Chapter 71. Instructions from the Secretary and the County Head. The tranquility of the Zhongshan Road Police Station's case handling area was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of a phone. Deputy Director Zhong Jiqiang, on duty, glanced around, noticed that Director Zhao Gongxiang was absent, and gestured to Chen Xiaomao, saying, "Chen Xiaomao, if you have a call, please take it." With a smile, Chen Xiaomao replied, "Thank you." He promptly answered the call. "Xiaomao, where are you?" "County Head Chen would like to see you. Tomorrow morning, the county government will convene a meeting to discuss the project for the power plant in Qingtang County. County Head Chen wants to organize the speaking notes and would like to convey several key points to you in person. You need to finish the draft tonight. It must be ready for tomorrow morning's meeting." The gentle voice of Li Qiao, the deputy director of the government office, emanated from the phone. "The police station? Xiaomao, what has happened?" Chen Xiaomao then recounted the events of that afternoon to Li Qiao. Upon hearing the account, Li Qiao responded, "All right, Xiaomao, I understand. I will report this matter to County Chief Chen and see what he has to say." After hanging up, Li Qiao hurried to the office of Deputy County Chief Chen Bin, knocked on the door, and reiterated the situation involving Chen Xiaomao. After listening, Chen Bin picked up the phone, intending to call Chief of Public Security Lu Siping. However, he hesitated, realizing that the other party involved in the conflict with Chen Xiaomao was Wang Guishan's son. This meant Wang Guishan would undoubtedly approach Lu Siping, as they were allies, both staunch supporters of County Party Secretary Guo Ziqi. Therefore, contacting Lu Siping seemed futile. Had it not involved Wang Guishan, perhaps he might have been inclined to offer some leniency, but since it did, Lu Siping would likely prioritize their faction's interests. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Bin again picked up the phone and dialed County Chief Li Jiahao's number. "Hello, County Chief. Where are you?" "Chen County Chief, I am in the office." "What is the matter?" came a cheerful voice of Li Jiahao. "County Chief, I would like to discuss the power plant project that will be on the agenda for tomorrow's meeting." "All right, I am not busy at the moment. Please come to my office." A few minutes later, Chen Bin entered Li Jiahao's office. Approximately half an hour later, the phone rang in the office of Lu Siping, the public security chief. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was County Chief Li Jiahao calling, and he quickly answered. Although Lu Siping was not in the same political camp as Li Jiahao, he was still the county chief, the head of the county government, and Lu Siping, as the deputy county chief, was nominally his subordinate. Thus, he felt it necessary to show the proper respect. "Hello, County Chief. This is Lu Siping. How may I assist you?" "Hello, Lu County Chief. Today I heard that Secretary Cheng's secretary had a conflict with Wang County Chief's son. Young people, in their exuberance, can be impulsive. I understand Secretary Cheng's secretary is currently detained at the Zhongshan Road Police Station. Could you look into this matter and see if it can be resolved amicably? Furthermore, with tomorrow's government meeting approaching, Secretary Chen is the primary person responsible for the power plant project, and his secretary's cooperation is essential. If possible, please arrange for his release." Upon hearing this, Lu Siping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the individual who had clashed with Wang Guishan's son was Chen Bin's secretary. "Understood," he replied. After ending the call, Lu Siping contemplated the situation, deciding to contact Secretary Guo Ziqi's assistant. When the call connected, he quietly said, "Hello, Secretary Zhong. Is the boss busy?" Zhang Dewei, Secretary Guo's assistant, glanced at the caller ID and politely responded, "Hello, Lu County Chief. The boss is currently occupied with a card game, but should be able to take your call. Please hold." "Thank you, Secretary Zhong." Soon, a sharp voice came through the receiver, Ping, what is the matter? Lu Ping briefly outlined the events of the day and mentioned County Chief Li Jiahao's concerns. After hanging up, Lu Ping felt conflicted. The directives from the county chief and the secretary were at odds. Being a loyalist to Go Ziqi, he felt compelled to heed the secretary's wishes. However, offending the county chief was not a wise course of action. Everyone aspires to hold an official position, yet the role is fraught with challenges. Resolving to adhere to the regulations, he decided not to release the secretary prematurely, knowing that even if the county chief was displeased, he was merely following protocol and could not be faulted for it. This thought brought him a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, the phone rang again, causing a jolt of anxiety within him. He contemplated silencing his phone, as the frequent interruptions were beginning to fray his nerves. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Initially, he considered dismissing the call, but reconsidered, fearing it might be a leader trying to reach him. So he answered. "Is this Chief Lu of the Front Tang County Public Security Bureau?" A robust voice inquired. Lu Ping realized he did not recognize this voice. Since assuming the role of deputy county chief and concurrently serving as the chief of public security, he was typically addressed as Lu County Chief. It had been a while since anyone had referred to him as Chief Lu. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" Lu Ping replied in a deep tone. "This is Zhong Hongkai from the Liaohai City Military District." Hearing this name startled Lu Ping. While he had little direct interaction with Zhong Hongkai, he was aware of his significant stature as the commander of the Liaohai City Military District and a member of the City's Standing Committee. Although he seldom attended meetings, he was a figure not to be underestimated. Lu Ping understood well that offending him could have dire consequences for his own position, especially since any shifts in his status would require deliberation by the Standing Committee. "Chief Lu, one of my old comrades has encountered some trouble involving his child in your Front Tang County. I hear he has been detained at the police station. I hope you can inquire whether there are any serious issues. If it is not a grave violation of the law, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating the child's release." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping promptly assured, "Rest assured, Commander Zhong, I will promptly address this matter. May I ask your comrade's child's name and which police station they are being held at?" "His name is Zhong Cheng, and he should be at the Zhongshan Road Police Station." "The Zhongshan Road Police Station?" Lu Ping involuntarily echoed, his tone rising. He had not anticipated that it was also the same station involved in the incident with Wang Guishan's son. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Hongkai detected the unease in Lu Ping's voice and inquired. "Understood. I appreciate your help, Chief Lu. I will await your good news." After hanging up, Lu Ping was engulfed in contemplation. The coincidence was striking. Both cases involved the Zhongshan Road Police Station. He wondered whether Zhongcheng was linked to the altercation with Wang Guishan's son. He resolved to reach out to Zhao Gangchong for clarification. Once again, Zhao Gangchong received a call from Lu Ping. This time, Lu Ping inquired in detail about the case, including the sequence of events and the individuals involved, ensuring he gathered comprehensive information. Consequently, he confirmed that the child mentioned by Commander Zhong, Zhongcheng, was indeed one of the parties involved in the brawl. Zhao Gangchong explained that he was not on duty that day. The shift was led by Deputy Director Zhong Zichong. He had rushed to the station after receiving Lu Ping's call, and by that time, the on-duty officers had already completed their questioning of Chen Xiaomao. Perhaps due to Deputy Director Cheng Fangxiong's timely arrival, they had not yet questioned Zhongcheng. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they established that the fault lay with Wang Kuyi's side, and thus decided to release both Chen Xiaomao and Zhongcheng without further inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping expressed his frustration. What was the on-duty officer thinking? Even if there were higher-ups present, they must fulfill their responsibilities. How can a suspect brought into the station go uninterrogated? What if they are a fugitive on the national wanted list? Is it not possible that a villain has inadvertently been let go? Upon hearing Lu Ping's somewhat exasperated voice, Zhao Gangxiang found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that this was primarily directed at Cheng Fangxiong, their antagonism was indeed palpable. Perhaps suddenly reminded of the military district commander, Zhang Hongkai, Lu Ping suppressed the surge of anger that had just flared up within him, softening his tone slightly as he spoke to Zhao Gangxiang on the other end of the line. "Gangxiang, this matter has already implicated several leaders at the county and even municipal level. It cannot be taken lightly. You must exercise caution. Arrange for someone to further investigate that Zhongcheng's background and ascertain his true intentions, but do so discreetly. Contact me directly with any information." "Understood, Director Lu. I will make arrangements immediately." After hanging up the phone, Lu Ping gradually regained clarity of thought. This seemingly trivial incident of brawling had escalated into a far more complex issue, with the highest officials of Qiantang County issuing directives and the military district commander's intervention complicating matters further. However, a new development emerged. The military district commander of Liaohai City personally called, and to disregard this courtesy would undoubtedly plant a bombshell for himself. Should it detonate, the aftermath would be severe. Contemplating the situation, he realized that if he were to call the county party secretary, Go Ziki, it was likely that Go would be displeased. It was bothersome to trouble him over such a minor issue. Moreover, if he learned that Commander Zhong from the military district had made a request, it would place him in a difficult position. Certainly, he would not want to offend Commander Zhong. Releasing Cheng Bin's secretary would leave Go Ziki feeling resentful. Thus, he decided against making the call, opting instead to take matters into his own hands by releasing Chen Xiaomao and Zhong Cheng. By the time Go Ziki found out, it would be too late for him to intervene, and with Commander Zhang's endorsement, Liu hoped he would be understanding. Naturally, he could also time the release to his advantage, perhaps delaying it until after 10 o'clock this evening to maintain appearances on all fronts. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept onto Liu Siping's face, reveling in his own cleverness. Just as he was about to call Zhao Ganxiang to instruct him to proceed with his plan, his phone rang once more, causing his heart to skip a beat. Upon glancing down, he saw a very familiar number. Chapter 73, The Second Generation. Liu Siping gazed at the name flashing on his phone screen, Gomeng. The sight of this name caused a slight ache in his jaw, for he was not a source of comfort. Indeed, he was quite the infamous figure in Qiantang County, leveraging his father's position as Go Ziki to embroil himself in trouble over the years. Compared to him, Wang Gishan's son, Wang Ku, could only be deemed an innocent child. Although Go Ziki was not a native of Qiantang County, he had served there since the beginning of his career, ascending from vice mayor to mayor of Chengwan Town, and later to party secretary, eventually becoming the county's mayor and then the county party secretary. He was thus a product of Qiantang County, with friendships and connections spread throughout the region. After his ascension to the position of county mayor, the sitting county party secretary found it impossible to wield power effectively, as the county's most vital departments, such as public security and finance, openly defied the secretary while remaining obedient to Mayor Go Ziki. Within the county party committee, a majority leaned toward Go Ziki, leading to a situation where committee meetings became dominated by his voice, a stark contrast to other regions where the secretary held sway. This peculiar phenomenon was noted in a municipal committee meeting, but thanks to the support of Mayor Gao Chengguang, Go Ziki remained unscathed. Following the resignation of the previous county party secretary, Go Ziki smoothly ascended to his current position. Subsequent discussions in municipal committee meetings raised concerns about Go Ziki's excessively authoritarian style and his one-man rule being detrimental to organizational development, raising alarms about potential issues. Consequently, it was decided in the committee that Li Jiahao would take over as the county mayor. Li Jiahao was a capable individual, previously serving as the executive vice mayor in another county under Liaohai City, known for his prowess in economic development. Recognized by the then newly appointed Mayor Che Wenliang, he was brought to the city government as secretary. When Che Wenliang later rose to the position of municipal party secretary, Li Jiahao found himself in an awkward position, unable to accompany him to the municipal party committee due to his rank. This uncomfortable situation lingered for over a year until he reluctantly accepted the role of county mayor in Qiantang, albeit not entirely satisfied. Li Jiahao indeed proved himself capable, managing to create a few ripples in the intricate web woven by Go Ziki over the years. Understanding that he could not outmaneuver Go Ziki through connections or committee votes, he focused on his work, increasing investment efforts and emphasizing economic development, all while strengthening local enterprises. Since assuming office, he accomplished tangible results, earning the respect of several officials, including those aligned with Go Ziki, many of whom were locals with families and friends in the area. In light of Li Jiahao's pragmatic approach, Go Ziki did not suppress him excessively, recognizing that the government's achievements ultimately benefited him as well, provided everything remained under his control. In Qiantang County, Go Ziki maintained absolute authority. With a father as powerful as Go Ziki, Go Meng commanded considerable influence in Qiantang County, surrounded by many petty thugs, and even mingling with individuals from the political and legal systems. A few years back, the most notorious nightclubs in the county, 0 Hour Disco and 0 Hour Bar, were rumored to be under Go Meng's control. Operating such establishments lawfully was a daunting task, as they often became entangled with vice and drugs, much to the dismay of local residents who feared their children would be lured into such environments. During Go Ziqi's tenure as county mayor, Go Meng's misconduct escalated. Drugs became commonplace in his bar, leading some patrons to financial ruin. At this juncture, Go Meng's usury business thrived, preying on those addicted to drugs. Many citizens, unable to tolerate these criminal activities, repeatedly contacted the police. But upon learning of the connection to Zero Hour, the police were reluctant to respond, knowing it would yield no results. The lack of accountability for these illegal activities disheartened the community, prompting numerous complaints to the municipal party committee and even the provincial level. Later, when Go Ziqi became county party secretary, fearing that his son's actions might jeopardize his own career, he strongly urged Go Meng to leave Qiantang County, suggesting he take his money to the provincial capital to develop there. After all, money could be made anywhere. During Go Meng's time in Qiantang County, he had caused considerable trouble for Liu Siping, who, as the head of the Public Security Bureau, had shown him a degree of leniency. The bars and discos frequently reported incidents of brawling, and complaints about drug use flooded the Public Security Bureau's inbox, all of which Liu Siping had suppressed. Thus, regarding Go Meng, Liu Siping's thoughts were undoubtedly to keep a respectful distance. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Go Meng had departed from Qiantang County, relieving him of the burden of his troublesome affairs. Unexpectedly, however, he received a phone call from him, which instilled in him a feeling of being besieged by calamity. "Xiaomeng, what brings you to call?" Liu Siping answered with an attempt at a calm tone. "Hello, Uncle Liu, what are you busy with? It's been a while since I've troubled you." "Xiaomeng, you have ventured into the business world and expanded to the provincial capital. You no longer need Uncle Liu to support you." "Uncle Liu, you're too modest. I'm merely engaged in small business ventures, and I will inevitably need your assistance again. In fact, I have a matter to discuss today." Liu Siping thought to himself, it seems that what one fears often comes to pass. He was uncertain what trouble this young master had stirred up now. Chapter 74, Government Office Meeting. Receiving a call from Go Meng, Liu Siping's heart was a tumultuous mixture of emotions. Over the years, he had assisted Go Meng with numerous outrageous cases, which had taken a significant toll on his mental well-being, often leaving him with chest pains and sleepless nights. It was only 2 years ago, when Go Meng left Qiantang County, that his life began to improve. Little did he expect another call today. Instinctively sensing that this young scion had once again landed himself in a significant predicament that would require his intervention. On the other end of the line, Go Meng's cold laughter resonated as he spoke. "Uncle Liu, this time it's nothing serious. I am accompanying Mayor Gao's son, Gao Xiaowang, to visit our Qiantang County. We had arranged for Wang Ku to treat us to dinner tonight, but after waiting, we discovered he had been attacked in the hotel parking lot and is now hospitalized. Gao Xiaowang is quite displeased and has mentioned that the security environment in Qiantang is too poor, which does not bode well for attracting external investments. He has already informed his father, and Mayor Gao is paying close attention to this matter. Uncle Liu, has your police department apprehended the assailants? They must not be let off lightly. Mayor Gao is keeping a close watch on this incident." After concluding the call with Go Meng, Liu Siping found himself in a quandary once more. It turned out that Wang Ke had intended to host Go Meng and the mayor's son at the Mengshan Grand Hotel, and the secretary of Chengbin had managed to create quite a stir by assaulting the son of Wang Guishan. This had offended not only a number of influential young men, but also attracted the mayor's scrutiny. How could this situation possibly be resolved? Contemplating this, he hesitated to call Zhao Gongxiang. Given that these two had caught Mayor Gao's attention, they could not be easily released. Otherwise, if the mayor inquired, how would he explain it? Even with the backing of Commander Zhong from the military district, this matter could only be handled delicately, as Mayor Gao was the primary leader of Liaohai City and the ultimate authority in this hierarchy, a true protector of Go Ziqi. Although Zhang Hongkai was a member of the standing committee, his power was limited, and should Mayor Gao become displeased, it could swiftly lead to 1's downfall. Understanding these intricate relationships, Liu Siping's resolve strengthened. Chen Xiaomao and Zhong Cheng could not be released. He would see if he could classify their actions as excessive self-defense and find a way to transfer them to the detention center. Thus, Chen Xiaomao and Zhong Cheng spent the night in the case handling area of the police station. Naturally, due to Cheng Fangxiong's influence, they did not suffer any hardships. They had food and drink, and even a sofa to rest on. As the sun rose the next day, news of the incident involving the vice-county head Wang Gishan's son and Chengbin's secretary spread like wildfire through the county committee and government offices of Qiantang. At 9:10 a.m., the government office meeting, presided over by county head Li Jiahao, commenced punctually in the conference room. At the large meeting table, County Head Li sat at the head, with Vice County Head Wang Guishan and Police Chief Lu Siping to his left, and Vice County Heads Cheng Bin, Li Wenping, and Chen Yuchao to his right. The first position on the left, which should have belonged to Executive Vice County Head Wu Yu, was occupied by Wang Guishan. As Wu had tragically perished in a car accident, perhaps Wang felt only he was worthy of that seat. County Head Li Jiahao lifted the water cup from the table, took a gentle sip, and then placed it back down with a slight force, producing a resounding sound that signaled he was about to speak. Everyone, please be quiet. Today, we convene to discuss the project approval for the Qiantang County Thermal Power Plant. Before we begin, let us address any pressing issues encountered in our work and summarize recent important matters. Who would like to begin? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Guishan, sitting at the left, cleared his throat. Allow me to say a few words. Pausing briefly, he continued, I believe some of our leadership should enhance their management of those around them. Just yesterday afternoon, in the parking lot of our county's most upscale hotel, a leader's secretary openly assaulted someone, creating a significant negative impact on society. Everyone knows that the Mengshan Grand Hotel is a landmark establishment in our county where many external investors stay. Engaging in public brawls, especially by a secretary of our leadership, raises questions about how the public perceives the officials of Qiantang County. As national officials, how can we behave like common thugs, resorting to violence on a whim? This matter demands our serious attention. I would like to formally suggest to Vice County Head Liu that the police department must rigorously address the assailants to mitigate the negative repercussions that have already arisen. Upon hearing Wang Guishan's impassioned speech, the meeting room fell into silence. Most present were aware of the events from the previous day and understood that the leader he referred to was Vice County Head Cheng Bin. Consequently, no one dared to respond, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. At this moment, Vice County Head and Police Chief Lu Siping felt compelled to speak. He had just received a call from County Head Li Jiahao the day before, but had not managed to downplay the situation as instructed. Instead, it had escalated. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he had initially wished to refrain from commenting further on the incident, but seeing Wang Guishan speak without anyone responding, he reluctantly took the opportunity to ease the tension. He chuckled awkwardly and said, Rest assured, County Head Wang, the assailants are currently detained at the police station, and we will handle the situation according to the specifics. Upon hearing Lu Siping's remarks, Wang Guishan's expression relaxed slightly, grateful that he had Lu Siping's cooperation within the government. Among the vice county heads, aside from Cheng Bin, who closely followed Li Jiahao's lead, the other two maintained neutrality. Without Lu Siping's strong support, accomplishing some tasks assigned by Secretary Go would indeed be challenging. Chapter 75, Alternative Locations. During the government office meeting in Qiantang County, Vice County Head Wang Guishan and Lu Siping exchanged remarks regarding Chen Xiaomao's case, directing their focus towards Vice County Head Cheng Bin. This compelled Cheng Bin to speak up, unable to contain his anger. May I ask, County Head Wang, if a leader's secretary is to be held accountable by the leader, should not the actions of the leader's children and family also be subjected to strict oversight? If inappropriate behavior by children results in adverse consequences, should not the leader also bear responsibility? Upon hearing Cheng Bin's words, Wang Guishan's face flushed with indignation, and he was poised to retort vehemently. Just then, County Head Li Jiahao interjected, pressing his hands forward and raising his voice. The two gentlemen need not be anxious regarding the case of the parking lot at the Mengshan Grand Hotel. I trust that the public security authorities will render a fair judgment. Let us all await the outcome and refrain from causing disorder among ourselves. Observing County Chief Li Jiahao stepping forward to mediate, both Wang Guishan and Cheng Bin felt it prudent to remain silent, their indignation evident as they sat in their chairs. Brooding. Noticing the room had fallen silent, County Chief Li Jiahao cleared his throat and proclaimed, Since there are no other matters at hand, I shall proceed with a report regarding the establishment of the County Thermal Power Plant project. Last week, Vice County Chief Zhong personally visited the capital for a few days. Through tireless efforts, he has achieved remarkable results. Director Su Jianjun from the National Development and Reform Commission has agreed to approve our power plant project. Subsequently, it will be presented at a ministerial seminar for project validation. If all goes smoothly, the Front Tang County Thermal Power Plant project may soon be officially implemented. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted in the small conference room, sparked by an unknown individual. Once the clapping subsided, Li Jiahao felt satisfied. He harbored great expectations for this project. If successfully realized, it would be the largest project he had secured during his tenure, in terms of scale, investment, and influence. Making a monumental impact across Liaohai, and even within the province of Dongshan. At this juncture, we must extend our gratitude to Comrade Cheng Bin for his diligent contributions. And we should continue to strive forward, proactively addressing our tasks, rather than waiting until the project is approved to devise plans, as that would significantly hinder progress. Therefore, I propose that we immediately establish a project team for the Frontang County Thermal Power Plant, with myself as the team leader and Comrade Cheng Bin as the deputy leader, to swiftly implement the preliminary work of the project. Having said this, Li Jiahao paused to sip some water. The other vice county chiefs pondered his words, recognizing the project's significance. Thus, when they heard that Li Jiahao would personally lead the project team, they were not surprised, nor did they oppose Cheng Bin's appointment as deputy leader. Since the project's inception, Cheng Bin had been quietly following up on it, and now that it had shown some promise, it would not be easy for others to claim credit, especially since Cheng was closely aligned with Li Jiahao. Although they all desired the position of deputy leader, none had a legitimate reason to assert themselves. Even Wang Guishan, with jealousy in his eyes, felt powerless. Li Jiahao continued, "Additionally, we must discuss the site selection for the power plant. Based on the current coal reserves in Frontang County, Vice County Chief Cheng and I have deliberated and proposed Tonko Town and Nansuan Town as candidate locations for a vote at the County Standing Committee. These two towns possess some of the richest coal reserves in the county, with mining potential extending over 50 years, sufficient to meet the coal consumption needs of the plant post-construction. I welcome any differing opinions." The room fell briefly silent before Wang Guishan spoke up from the left, stating, "I feel we should add another candidate location. With the abundance of coal resources in Frontang County, it seems unjust to limit our selection to just these two locations. I believe Qinglu Town also boasts substantial coal reserves, enough to sustain the power plant for 50 years, and should be included among the candidates." Upon hearing this, those present secretly chuckled, recognizing Wang Gishan's transparent motives. Who was unaware that he hailed from Qinglu Town, eager to draw benefits toward his own doorstep? As no one else spoke, Li Jiahao had no choice but to respond. Vice County Chief Wang's suggestion of Qinglu Town is indeed valid, as it possesses rich coal resources. Initially, we were concerned about the accessibility of Qinglu Town, given its mountainous terrain and the underdeveloped roads, which could pose challenges during construction. However, since Vice County Chief Wang believes Qinglu is suitable, we shall include it among the candidate locations for discussion and confirmation at the Standing Committee. Hearing that County Chief Li Jiahao had accepted a suggestion, Wang Guishan felt a rush of joy, thinking to himself that although Li Jiahao was the county chief, he still needed to heed his opinions on certain matters. Should he successfully secure the position of executive deputy county chief, his standing within the county government would be further solidified. He recalled the words of County Party Secretary Go Ziki, who had assured him during their last meeting that he had discussed Wang's prospects with Mayor Gao, who promised to advocate for him at the Standing Committee for the position of Executive Deputy County Chief. Go Ziki advised him to focus on his work and keep a vigilant eye on various matters, promptly reporting any issues to him. With this assurance, Wang Guishan felt that the position of Executive Deputy County Chief was virtually his, merely awaiting the official announcement from the Municipal Organization Department to assume his duties. Immersed in this bright vision of his future, Wang Guishan felt optimistic about what lay ahead. Li Jiahao continued to preside over the meeting. Glancing at the other vice county chiefs, he noted that Wang Guishan and Lu Siping were aligned in their views, while Li Wenping and Chen Yuchao remained neutral, hesitant to take sides amid the prevailing influence of Go Ziki. At present, only Cheng Bin shared his vision, and it was crucial to consider Cheng's interests in their collaborative efforts, ensuring that he did not feel sidelined. Noticing the silence in the room, he stated, "The primary content of the power plant project is as outlined. The specifics will be determined once the working group commences its operations. Does anyone have any further matters to discuss? If not, we shall conclude today's meeting." Believing that the meeting was drawing to a close, Li Jiahao was taken aback when Wang Guishan leaned forward, clearly eager to speak. "I have one more matter to address," he said. "In light of Vice County Chief Wu Yu's tragic passing, we cannot allow the work of the county government to falter. I propose that we redistribute the responsibilities previously overseen by Vice County Chief Wu until a new deputy is appointed." The seasoned officials in attendance quickly discerned Wang Gishan's underlying intentions. He was positioning himself to assume the responsibilities once held by Wu Yu, anticipating his own promotion to executive deputy county chief. Li Jiahao was incensed by Wang Gishan's presumption to dictate how the county's responsibilities should be allocated, believing it was his prerogative as the highest-ranking official to make such decisions. Thus, he suppressed his anger and replied solemnly, "With comrade, will you no longer with us? I trust the municipal party committee will soon assign us a new deputy. There is no urgency in reallocating responsibilities at this moment. We can revisit this once the new deputy arrives. Furthermore, the duties previously managed by the deputy are being competently handled by various departmental units and will not disrupt the normal functioning of the government. So there is no need for haste." Wang Guishan was preparing to counter with his arguments, as similar government meetings had often seen Li Jiahao and Cheng Bin in agreement, with Lu Siping supporting Wang Gishan's proposals. As for the other three deputy county heads, Wu Yu was a quintessential soft-hearted individual during his lifetime, often indulging in a few drinks and adhering to a principle of not offending anyone in his work. The remaining two deputy county heads maintained a position of neutrality, allowing the conflict between Li Jiahao and Wang Guishan to escalate unchecked. Of course, this was merely a small-scale struggle within the county government. When significant matters arose that necessitated a meeting of the county committee, County Head Li Jiahao would find himself at a disadvantage, with no chance of success. The intentions of the county party secretary, Go Ziki, would prevail, and any matter that displeased him would undoubtedly fail to pass through the committee. Understanding this, Wang Guishan displayed remarkable assertiveness during the county government meeting, showing no fear towards County Head Li Jiahao. Consequently, upon hearing Li Jiahao's dismissal of his opinions, he prepared to retaliate. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing ringtone interrupted him, revealing that it was the phone of Deputy County Head and Public Security Bureau Director Lu Siping. Since it was a small meeting, Li Jiahao had not mandated that attendees silence their phones. The ringing of Lu Siping's phone fortuitously interrupted Wang Gishan's impending rebuttal, and Li Jiahao felt a sense of relief. He smiled at Lu Siping and said, "Director Lu, please take the call. Your matters are urgent, and we must not delay significant issues." "Understood," County Head Lu Siping responded, reaching for the phone. Upon seeing that it was Zhao Gongxiang calling, he pressed the answer button, unaware of the urgency behind the call. "Director Lu, something terrible has happened." Zhao Gongxiang's voice came through, tinged with panic. This surprised Lu Siping, as he knew Zhao to be a composed individual who rarely panicked. "What has you so flustered?" he chastised quietly. The relatively quiet atmosphere of the meeting room allowed the others present to overhear the conversation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Siping felt a headache brewing. He had never anticipated that a simple brawl would entangle so many prominent figures. Had he known, he would have preferred to take a vacation with his wife in Hainan, far removed from the ensuing chaos. However, he recognized that he could not evade this responsibility. "Let me think. If necessary, we should detain both parties. The special operations team is not to be trifled with." "Understood, Director Lu. I will arrange it immediately." Just as Zhao Gongxiang finished speaking, a loud bang echoed through the phone, startling everyone in the meeting room, leaving them bewildered about what had transpired. In Chapter 77, the county committee's meeting room was filled with tension as the attendees processed the sudden commotion from Lu Siping's phone. Lu Siping's heart raced, his face flushed, and he struggled to form coherent words. At this moment, County Head Li Jiahao, remaining relatively composed, stood up and addressed Lu Siping quietly. "Director Lu, hand me the phone." Lu Siping weakly lifted his hand and passed the phone to Li Jiahao. "Comrade Zhao Gongxiang, this is County Head Li Jiahao. Please stabilize the scene. Director Lu and I will be there shortly. Remain calm and communicate effectively with the officers. Do not escalate the situation. This is an order, understood?" After hanging up, Li Jiahao turned to his aides and declared, "As you all heard, there is an emergency at the Zhongshan Road Police Station. I hereby announce the immediate adjournment of today's meeting. We will address any unfinished business at a later date. If there are no pressing matters, I urge everyone to proceed to the scene." Among the attendees, Deputy County Head Lu Siping, as the head of public security, felt compelled to respond, while the other deputies were less enthusiastic about involving themselves in a matter that had escalated to military involvement. Particularly, Deputy County Head Wang Guishan was the first to voice his reluctance, stating that he had urgent matters at his factory to attend to and would not accompany them. He had not anticipated that one of those involved in the conflict with his son would be a colonel, should he be recognized as the father of the opposing party. He risked a humiliating confrontation with the soldiers. Thus, he firmly decided against going. The only female deputy, Lu Wenping, instinctively wished to withdraw upon hearing of the violent incident, and politely expressed that she had urgent matters at home and would not attend. Another deputy, Chen Xiaomao, also opted to avoid the situation. This left Deputy County Head Cheng Bin who felt it inappropriate not to join after witnessing 3 deputies abstaining, especially since County Head Li Jiahao intended to go personally. He promptly declared his intention to accompany them to the police station. Thus, the 3 county heads from Qiantang County proceeded to Zhongshan Road Police Station. Simultaneously, within the office of the county party secretary, Go Ziki received a call from Deputy County Head Wang Guishan, who relayed the events that had just unfolded. After a moment of contemplation, Go Ziki replied, "I am aware of the situation. Since County Head Li has already gone, I will refrain from attending. Please keep a close watch on this matter and inform me of any developments immediately." "Understood, boss," Wang Guishan replied humbly, as if Go Ziki were standing beside him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Liaohai Municipal Party Committee, the 11 highest-ranking decision-makers of the city were seated, engaging in a fervent discussion. The municipal party secretary, Che Wenliang, spoke first. "Comrades, just last week, Comrade Cheng Bin from Qiantang County visited the capital and has successfully engaged with leaders from the National Development and Reform Commission. Following discussions within the ministry, the project for the Qiantang County Thermal Power Plant is poised to be approved. I believe everyone understands the significance of this project. It carries immense implications not only for Qiantang County, but for the entire Liaohai city. Therefore, I propose that Comrade Cheng Bin be appointed as the Executive Deputy County Head of Qiantang County, a decision that would greatly facilitate the implementation of the power plant project." As soon as he finished speaking, the municipal secretary, Pan Jianhui, nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur with the secretary's remarks. Appointing Comrade Cheng Bin as Executive Deputy County Head is indeed appropriate for the development of Qiantang County." Following suit, the Municipal Organization Minister, Zhong Xiaomao, echoed, "I also support Comrade Cheng Bin assuming the role of Executive Deputy County Head of Qiantang County." After Zhong Xiaomao spoke, the Municipal Propaganda Minister, Chu Yanhong, briefly added, "I agree as well." Once she concluded her statement, the room fell silent, a familiar occurrence when contentious matters arose. After these 4 voices had been heard, it was time for Mayor Gao Qingwang to make his appearance. Indeed, clearing his throat, Mayor Gao Qingwang remarked, "Regarding the issue of the Executive Deputy County Head of Qiantang County, I hold a slightly divergent view. Comrade Cheng Bin is competent. However, he has only been in Qiantang County for a little over 2 years. Should we promote him at this juncture? It may dishearten a number of cadres who have dedicated many years of service to the county. For instance, Comrade Wang Guishan, who previously served as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau for many years, demonstrated exemplary diligence in his work. The environmental efforts in Qiantang County were notably remarkable during his tenure. Subsequently, as deputy county head, he has continued to work assiduously and selflessly. It would be rather unjust not to accord such a diligent official with due recognition. Hence, I propose that Comrade Wang Guishan be appointed as the Executive Deputy County Head of Qiantang County." As soon as Mayor Gao concluded his statement, Executive Deputy Mayor Luo Guoqiang echoed his sentiment, saying, "I concur with Mayor Gao's opinion." Deputy Mayor Hu Jiping promptly added, "I too support Mayor Gao's perspective." The Minister of the United Front Work Department and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Qi Longfei, also chimed in, "I likewise agree with Mayor Gao's viewpoint." The atmosphere momentarily froze, a scene that had played out countless times in the Liaohai City Committee meetings. This indicated that Secretary Che Wenliang did not have complete control over the standing committee, apart from Secretary Pan Jianhui and Organization Minister Zhang Xiaomao, who fully supported him. The other members, including the 2 deputy mayors and Qi Longfei, sided with Mayor Gao. The remaining members, Secretary of the City Discipline Inspection Commission Li Tongyuan and the commander of the Military Division Zhang Hongkai, maintained neutrality, casting abstaining votes in each standing committee meeting. Through the discussion regarding the appointment of the Executive Deputy County Head of Qiantang County, it became evident that the Liaohai City Standing Committee had devolved into a stalemate, with both the Secretary and the Mayor each holding 4 votes. Excluding the 2 neutral votes, the final member, Deputy Secretary Li Lei, became a pivotal figure, swaying between the 2 opposing factions depending on which side offered him greater incentives, rendering his vote crucial. At this critical juncture in the Standing Committee meeting, both the Secretary and Mayor cast 4 votes in favor, turning everyone's attention to Li Lei. Based on past experiences, his vote was typically the decisive one. Li Lei savored the attention directed towards him, relishing the moment as he understood the power he wielded, though not being the Secretary or the Mayor himself. He could determine the outcome for both sides. He thought to himself, "Once both sides have sufficiently clashed, I shall emerge to deliver the final blow." a notion he found immensely gratifying. Having experienced such scenarios numerous times before, he remained undeterred. He recalled the most thrilling instance concerning the appointment of the Qiantang County Party Secretary, where Secretary Che Wenliang sought to promote Secretary Li Jiahao to that position, while Mayor Gao Qingwang favored the then county head Go Ziki. In their pursuit of the position, both parties conceded significant interest to Li Lei, who ultimately aligned with Mayor Gao, albeit without severely offending Secretary Che, facilitating Li Jiahao's ascent to the role of county head. Through that particular standing committee meeting, Deputy Secretary Li Lei also secured the position he desired, bestowing roles upon several officials who aligned with him. At times, Li Lei pondered that Secretary Che Wenliang lacked the requisite decisiveness and exhibited a somewhat feeble approach to governance. In each standing committee meeting, he hesitated to employ a veto, and his negotiations regarding relevant interests paled in comparison to Mayor Gao's magnanimity, resulting in several setbacks during meetings. This time, Mayor Gao had once again communicated with Li Lei in advance, promising that upon Wang Gishan's appointment as executive deputy county head, he would allocate the vacant deputy county head position to Li Lei, a remarkably generous offer, considering the significance of such a role. Conversely, Secretary Che Wenliang was less magnanimous, only agreeing to provide a position as deputy secretary of the city committee, which, while still a deputy-level role, lacked the substantiality of a deputy county head. After a brief pause, Li Lei proclaimed loudly, "I support Mayor Gao's proposal for Wang Guishan to assume the role of executive deputy county head of Qian'an County." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Secretary Che Wenliang was engulfed in frustration and anger. Li Lei's sudden shift was perplexing. He had assured support prior to the meeting, yet now he had aligned with the opposing faction, evidently enticed by greater benefits. This was a clear betrayal of Li Jiahao's trust, leaving Secretary Che feeling somewhat impotent in his efforts to realize his ambitions. The expressions of joy on the faces of Gao Qingwang and his colleagues were unmistakable. They were keenly aware that this victory was not merely a triumph, but a significant boost to morale. By afternoon, the results of the standing committee meeting would disseminate throughout Liao Hai City's political landscape, ensuring that the mayor's influence over the committee was well known and prompting wavering neutrals to make their choices. Meanwhile, outside the Zhongshan Road police station in Qiantang County, a bustling scene unfolded. Military vehicles encircled the station tightly, blocking entry and exit completely, with two large off-road vehicles sealing the main entrance. Passers-by had never witnessed such a spectacle. Eager to approach for a closer look, they were deterred by the imposing soldiers clad in camouflage, armed and vigilant, forcing them to observe from a distance. Suddenly, the sound of brakes echoed as two vehicles approached, the first being an Audi adorned with a license plate Dong 80002, followed closely by a police car. It was County Head Li Jiahao and Deputy County Head Cheng Bin who had arrived. They alighted from the Audi's rear seat, while Deputy Public Security Chief Liu Siping emerged from the following police vehicle. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the trio was momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a situation. With approximately 100 soldiers surrounding the police station, a scenario that would be hard to believe had they not seen it with their own eyes. They cautiously advanced, with Cheng Bin being the first to speak, approaching one of the soldiers and softly inquiring, "Hello, young comrade. I am Deputy County Head Cheng Bin of Qian'an County. This is our county head, Comrade Li Jiahao. May I ask who is in charge here? Could we have a word?" The soldier, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Bin's words, stood rigidly and bellowed. "The Special Operations Team is executing an urgent mission. Please, unrelated personnel, evacuate immediately." "Then how can we reach your commander?" Cheng Bin pressed it. "County Head, that Zhong Cheng is with the Special Operations Team of the Taipei Military Region. Our military division commander, Zhang Hongkai, is subordinate to Taipei Military Region. Furthermore, Commander Zhang called me yesterday, indicating he has some connections with Zhong Cheng and requested that I release him. If we could locate Commander Zhang, we should be able to find someone who can command these soldiers," Liu Siping explained. Upon hearing Liu Siping mention yesterday's events, Li Jiahao shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, "You, the public security chief, are quite bold. With both a county head and a military division commander calling you to intervene, yet you remained obstinate. Now you see the consequences, don't you? If it weren't for the potential embarrassment this might cause the Qiantang County government, I would rather not wade into this murky water and witness how you handle the fallout." It seemed Liu Siping sensed the underlying message in Li Jiahao's gaze, lowering his head in shame. After listening to Liu Siping's words, Li Jiahao the former county governor of Qiantang, felt a deep-seated discontent within him. However, faced with the insurmountable predicament before him, he reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed the secretary of the municipal committee secretary, Yuan Xianwei. Yuan, is the secretary busy? At that moment, Yuan Xianwei was stationed in a room adjacent to the conference hall of the municipal office building, where various leaders were engaged in an important standing committee meeting. Several secretaries were arranged to wait nearby, prepared to attend to any urgent matters that the leaders might require. Upon seeing the incoming call, Yuan Xianwei recognized the number. It belonged to his former superior. When Li Jiahao served as the Secretary General in the municipal government, Yuan Xianwei was merely a clerk, and it was through Li's recommendation that he later became the secretary to Mayor Che Wenliang. As such, Yuan Xianwei held great respect and gratitude for Li Jiahao, while he might exercise some discretion with other county leaders seeking to meet Secretary Che. He never dared to slight Li Jiahao's call. This deference was also due to the fact that Li Jiahao was one of Secretary Che's most trusted confidants, a distinction that Yuan, having served as a secretary for several years, was keenly aware of. Yuan, this matter is rather urgent. Can you contact the secretary immediately? Li Jiahao's tone made it clear to Yuan that the situation was indeed pressing. Otherwise, given Li's usual composure, he would not have called during an ongoing standing committee meeting. Recognizing the urgency, Yuan decided to risk a reprimand from the secretary and said into the receiver, "Old leader, please hold on a moment. I will seek out the secretary." He then took his phone and walked toward the conference hall. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere had turned stagnant following the words of Zhong Kai, the commander of the Liaohai military district. "I support Cheng Bin for the position of executive vice county governor." Equally bewildered was Li Tong Yuan, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. A veteran cadre who had transitioned from military service, he was known for his integrity and aversion to corruption, earning him the respect and apprehension of many officials in Liaohai City. Typically, he refrained from participating in the internal power struggles of the city, focusing solely on combating corruption. Seeing Zhong Kai, who had previously abstained from voting, now openly supporting Cheng Bin, took Li by surprise. He pondered, "What has come over this old comrade today? We usually enjoy tea and conversation together, agreeing to steer clear of such petty matters." Indeed, as a cadre nurtured in the military, Li Tong Yuan and Zhong Kai shared a mutual respect, having been friends for many years. After Zhong cast his affirmative vote, Li hesitated briefly before following suit, stating, "I too support Cheng Bin as the executive vice county governor." This declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. Zhang's vote had initially resulted in a tie, with both Secretary Che and Mayor Gao Chengguang receiving 5 votes each. However, with Li's vote, Cheng Bin's support surged to 6, surpassing Wang Guishan's 5 votes. It appeared that Li did not fully realize the significance of his vote, but rather instinctively aligned with Zhang's support. Consequently, Secretary Che Wenliang's favored candidate, Cheng Bin, unexpectedly triumphed. This outcome disrupted Mayor Gao Chengguang's plans. He had been willing to sacrifice a vice county governor position for the backing of Deputy Secretary Li Lei, believing victory in this standing committee meeting to be nearly assured. Yet the results veered off course. What had things gone awry? It became clear that Zhong Kai's endorsement of Cheng Bin did not equate to support for Secretary Che Wenliang, but rather was a straightforward endorsement of Cheng himself. Did this imply a connection between Cheng Bin and Zhong Kai? Clearly, there had been a lapse in due diligence regarding Cheng Bin's background. It was known that he had some ties to the former chairman of the Municipal Political Consultative Conference, but after the chairman's retirement, he had become somewhat of an outsider, only to gain traction thanks to Li Jiahao's favorable view. One wondered how he had managed to connect with the military district commander. As for Li Tong Yuan's vote, it was easily understood given his rapport with Zhong Kai. Following Zhang's lead was a natural course of action. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to engage with Cheng Bin in the future. Clearing his throat, Secretary Che Wenliang announced, "Since everyone has expressed their opinions, it appears that Comrade Cheng Bin has garnered 6 votes in favor, surpassing the majority. Therefore, Cheng Bin shall assume the role of Executive Vice County Governor of Qiantang." Pausing for effect, he continued, "With Cheng Bin's appointment, a Vice County Governor position will become vacant in Qiantang County. Since we are all present, let us discuss this matter together." Upon hearing this, Mayor Gao Chengguang's expression shifted as he realized that Che Wenliang intended to seize the opportunity to fill the vacant Vice County Governor position as well. At that moment, Che Wenliang signaled to the Minister of Organization, Jiang Xiao Yi, who promptly understood and coughed lightly. He then solemnly stated, after the organization department's assessment of the cadres in various levels of party committees and considering the current developmental needs of Qiantang County, we recommend that Comrade Zhong Zifang, currently the Deputy Director of the Municipal Policy Research Office, be appointed as the Vice County Governor of Qiantang. As soon as he finished speaking, Secretary General Pan Jianhui and Minister of Propaganda Chu Yanhong expressed their agreement. Just as Secretary Che Wenliang was about to voice his approval, an unexpected voice interjected, I agree. Chapter 80. Another abstention. Secretary Che Wenliang, on the verge of endorsing the organization department's recommendation, was taken aback by the sudden declaration. Turning to see who had spoken, he was surprised to find it was Deputy Secretary Li Lei. Earlier, having observed that Military District Commander Zhang Hong Kai and Discipline Inspection Secretary Li Tong Yuan had aligned themselves with Secretary Che, he feared that they had reached an unspoken accord, thereby diminishing his own advantageous position. With their 2 votes, Secretary Che could easily achieve 6 votes and fulfill his intentions without needing to consult him further. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Deputy Secretary Li Lei swiftly made his judgment, preemptively supporting the organization department's proposal before Secretary Che could voice his agreement. He hoped this would win him favor with Secretary Che, thereby securing the vacated position of Deputy Director of the Municipal Policy Research Office for himself. Mayorgao Chengwang, however, perceived Li Lei's maneuverings with clarity, internally scoffing at his short-sightedness. Li Lei was quick to shift his stance at the prospect of immediate gain. Secretary Wenliang, too, had not anticipated Li Lei's premature expression of support, which further elevated his spirits. It seemed that the Vice County Governor position would be easily secured. He then softly affirmed, I concur with the organization department's candidate. Meanwhile, those aligned with Mayor Gao Chengguang stood to oppose the proposal, suggesting their own candidate. They were aware that the tide had turned against them, but felt compelled to contest what they could. When everyone anticipated that Military District Commander Zhang Hong Kai would cast his vote in favor, yet another surprise unfolded. He, as before, simply uttered 2 words, abstain. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Li Tong Yuan followed suit, echoing, abstain. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals abstaining from voting once again, Mayor Gao Chengguang felt a stirring within. It seemed that his initial thoughts were indeed correct. Zhang Hongkai merely supported Cheng Bin, without fully aligning himself with the Secretary of the Municipal Committee, Che Wenliang. This was rather encouraging news. Ultimately, despite the 2 abstentions, the proposal secured 5 votes in favor, thanks to the support of Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee, Li Lei, surpassing Mayor Gao Chengguang's count by 1. As the minority yields to the majority, the motion to appoint Zhang Zifang as the Deputy County Head of Qiantang County was thus deemed approved. After concluding this agenda item, Deputy Secretary Li Lei cast an expectant glance towards Secretary Che Wenliang, hoping he would allow him to propose a candidate for the position of Deputy Director of the Municipal Research Office. Prior to the meeting, he had promised a loyal subordinate to advocate for him as Deputy Head of Qiantang County. Now, with that position seemingly out of reach, securing the role of Deputy Director of the Research Office would at least elevate him to a Deputy Department level. However, it appeared that Che Wenliang was oblivious to Li Lei's eager gaze. He surveyed the room and inquired, have we accomplished our objectives for today's meeting? Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? Resolute, Li Lei decided that if Che Wenliang would not bring it up, he would directly address the matter himself. He opened his mouth, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Soon after, they beheld the secretary's aide, Yuan Xinwei, quietly entering. Li Lei felt a surge of frustration. It seemed the aide had chosen the most inopportune moment to interrupt, disrupting the atmosphere he had been cultivating. Though he glared at Yuan Xinwei, he refrained from uttering any words, recognizing the aide's position as the secretary's secretary. Che Wenliang, however, displayed no sign of displeasure, for he understood his aide well. Yuan would not disturb him without pressing reasons. Yuan approached Che Wenliang and whispered, Secretary, it is County Head Li Jiahao from Qiantang County. He claims he has urgent matters to report. Che Wenliang took the call, speaking in a grave tone. This is Che Wenliang. Secretary, I have a matter that requires your attention. Just moments ago, approximately 100 soldiers surrounded the Zhongshan Road Police Station in Qiantang County. Would it be possible for you to consult Commander Zhong from the military district and expedite the soldiers' withdrawal? This situation could lead to unfavorable repercussions. Upon hearing this, Che Wenliang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He responded, understood. Coincidentally, Commander Zhong is here with me. I will inquire immediately. Let us end this call for now. After hanging up, he turned to Zhong Honkai with a smile. Commander Zhong, is there a mission that warrants this assembly of soldiers around the Zhongshan Road police station in Xiantang County? Zhong Honkai, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. He replied, Secretary Che, I was initially hesitant to disclose this matter, but since you inquired, I shall elucidate. Just yesterday, the child of an old superior of mine arrived in Xiantang County, and, due to a parking dispute, he clashed with another individual. While it was not a serious issue, the opposing party, relying on his status as the son of the deputy county head, initiated the conflict. In self-defense, my superior's child retaliated, resulting in the other party being hospitalized. Regrettably, the Zhongshan Road police station took him into custody. I contacted the director of the Public Security Bureau in Xiantang County yesterday, requesting his release, but received no response. It seems that now, the military personnel have intervened, complicating matters for me. Although we belong to the same military district, we are not one unit, and I lack the authority to command them. After Zhong Honkai's explanation, the attendees began to grasp the implications of the situation, though they were surprised to learn that it stemmed from the child of a superior. Zhong Honkai, having served in the military for many years and held various positions, was uncertain of the rank of the superior in question. However, considering the mobilization of troops to surround the police station, it was evident that this superior must possess considerable influence. Che Wenliang, donning a conciliatory smile, remarked, Commander Zhong, among us, you are the sole representative of the military. This matter necessitates your assistance in coordinating a resolution, as its prolongation does not reflect well on any of us. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Honkai replied, Very well. I shall call Zhong Cheng. Chapter 81. Conditions. Zhong Honkai picked up his phone and dialed Zhong Cheng's number. The phone rang 3 times before a hearty voice responded. Hello, Uncle Zhong. What instructions do you have? Zhong Cheng, I've heard that you've surrounded the police station. I believe it would be prudent to withdraw swiftly. It does not reflect well on the local authorities. Uncle Zhong, I must protest. I did not order them to surround the police station. It was entirely the initiative of these young soldiers. I trust you, Zhong Cheng. Please ensure the soldiers withdraw immediately. Do not obstruct the police station any longer. Understood. Uncle Zhong, I will head out right away. After concluding the call, Zhong Honkai grinned at Secretary Che Wenliang, stating, Secretary, I made the call. If that young man respects our relationship, he should facilitate the soldiers' withdrawal. Thank you, Commander Zhong. As members of the same team, there is no need for formalities. However, I wish to address an issue. The rampant disregard for rules among the children of officials is becoming increasingly prevalent, leading to public discontent. I believe this phenomenon warrants intervention. For instance, the deputy county head of Xiantang County indulges his son. Could this not indicate further issues in other areas? Should the Discipline Inspection Commission not investigate? Moreover, Gao Qingguang harbored a premonition that such officials would likely be found wanting upon scrutiny, and it would be no simple task to exonerate them. The Secretary of the Municipal Committee readily agreed, promptly stating, Then I shall trouble Secretary Li to arrange for an investigation. It is our responsibility to supervise officials, and we will ascertain whether any issues exist. If not, then we have nothing to fear from an inquiry. Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Li Tongyuan, promptly nodded. Understood, Secretary Che. I will ensure to follow your directive after the meeting. Che Wenliang felt elated. Today's standing committee meeting had been remarkably fruitful, unparalleled in recent years. He declared with enthusiasm, All right, if there are no further matters, we shall adjourn the meeting. As the attendees filed out of the conference room, their spirits varied. Inside the Zhongshan Road police station, Zhong Cheng observed Chen Xiaomao and chuckled. Xiaomao, I just heard that your county head has arrived. I will step outside to see. Chen Xiaomao wore a rueful smile, responding, Chengge, this is quite the display. Where did so many soldiers come from? You frighten me. These are my men. They must have come upon hearing I was detained here and couldn't sit idle any longer. Chengge, go out and negotiate. Once settled, have the soldiers withdraw. It's not good for them to remain here. Rest assured, brother, I have it under control. With that, Zhong Cheng made his way outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the police station, he was greeted by a chorus of soldiers standing at attention, who called out in unison, Good day, Captain. Zhong Cheng waved his hand, and the soldiers fell silent. Outside, County Head Li Jiahao, along with Deputy County Head Cheng Bin and Lu Sipin, turned their attention toward the entrance upon hearing the soldier salutation. They quickly surmised that the robust man with piercing eyes stepping out must be Zhong Cheng. Seeing Zhong Cheng's gaze directed at them, Chengbin promptly approached, smiling. "Greetings, you must be Colonel Zhong?" Chengbin, the former deputy county chief of Tang County. He was unaware of Colonel Zhong Cheng's position and thus addressed him by his military rank. "Colonel Zhong." It seems this matter has turned into a misunderstanding, just like floodwaters washing over the Dragon King's temple. Chengbin explained with a forced smile. "County Chief Cheng, do you have the final say in this matter, or should I converse with your county chief?" Colonel Zhong inquired. "Our county chief, Li, is present. You may speak with him," Chengbin replied, introducing Li Jiahao to Colonel Zhong. Li Jiahao regarded Zhong Cheng thoughtfully, pondering what experiences had shaped this young man, who exuded an aura of authority at such a tender age. With a light chuckle, he addressed Zhong Cheng. "Colonel, regardless of the circumstances, we are all part of one family, military and civilian alike. Let us find a way to resolve any misunderstandings, and perhaps we could have the soldiers step back." Without further ado, Zhong Cheng stated, "I have 3 conditions." Li Jiahao promptly replied, "Please, Colonel, speak your mind. We shall comply with what is feasible. First, I demand the immediate release of my good brother, Chen Xiaomao, and an assurance that he will not be blamed for today's events." "That is not an issue. You may rest assured," Li Jiahao affirmed. "Secondly, concerning the altercation at the parking lot, I expect the responsible party to face stringent legal repercussions." After hearing this, Li Jiahao turned to Liu Siping, saying, "County Chief Liu, as the head of public security, this matter falls under your jurisdiction. It must be handled according to the law. We cannot allow the suspects to evade justice." He was acutely aware of the complications surrounding this issue and felt compelled to delegate it to Liu Siping. Liu Siping, too, found himself in a quandary. He was hesitant to investigate Wang Ku, yet the current situation necessitated a response. Reluctantly, he agreed. "Understood, Colonel. I will take care of this." Internally, he mused that among those involved in the fray, aside from Wang Ku, there were 3 petty thugs. Perhaps they would be the ones to bear the brunt of the consequences, while Wang Ku would receive a lighter punishment, considering the implications for Wang Gishan's reputation. As for my third point, my brothers arrived here late at night and haven't had a proper meal. I kindly asked the county chief to arrange something for them. Li Jiahao chuckled heartily. "That is no problem. I will promptly arrange for the municipal reception center to prepare lunch for the soldiers." Once all matters were settled, Zhong Cheng ordered his soldiers to form ranks, marching triumphantly towards the municipal reception center, this time with the intent of indulging in a sumptuous feast. Chapter 82. The Capture of Wang Ku. In a private room at the Mengshan Grand Hotel in Tang County, 5 individuals were enjoying drinks and lively conversation. Chen Xiaomao, Zhong Cheng, Cheng Fangxiong, Li Jian, and Huang Xiaohua. After arranging for the soldiers to dine at the municipal reception center, Zhong Cheng departed with Chen Xiaomao. The dinner they had planned for the previous evening had been postponed and turned into lunch the following day. However, after such an ordeal, the initial awkwardness dissipated, and their straightforward natures made for a convivial atmosphere. Cheng Fangxiong, Li Jian, and Huang Xiaohua occasionally exchanged glances at Zhong Cheng, surprised to find that this young colonel commanded a band of brave and spirited brothers, an admirable sight indeed. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, cries resembling those of a slaughtered pig echoed from the emergency room of the Tang County Hospital, accompanied by shouts of, "What are you doing? I'm still injured," and threats such as, "My father is the deputy county chief. If you touch me again, I'll have him remove your positions." The public security department, under Huang Xiaohua's purview, quickly took action, albeit somewhat harshly. Several individuals with bandaged legs began to wail, being dragged onto police vehicles. Among them was Wang Ku, the son of Deputy County Chief Wang Guishan, who could not escape the clutches of the law, although Liu Siping intended to let him off the hook later. The necessary formalities demanded he be detained for a few days. Wang Gishan's wife, witnessing her son being taken away by the police, was distraught, frantically dialing her husband in a state of panic. At that moment, Wang Guishan was on the phone with County Party Secretary Goziki, reporting on the events at the Zhongshan Road police station. He had only heard that the soldiers had been dispatched. Due to a busy line, Wang Gishan's wife struggled to reach him, exacerbating her anxiety. When she finally connected, she angrily recounted the events at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Wang Gishan's temper flared. He immediately called Liu Siping. Realizing it was Wang Guishan on the line, Liu Siping understood that news of Wang Ku's arrest had reached him. After a moment's contemplation, he silenced his phone and attended to other matters, allowing it to vibrate incessantly. Meanwhile, in the county government office building, County Chief Li Jiahao, beaming with satisfaction, looked at Cheng Bin seated on the sofa and exclaimed, "County Chief Cheng, congratulations. You've been promoted from deputy to executive deputy county chief. You will need to exert more effort in the government moving forward." "Thank you, County Chief. Had it not been for your recommendation, I would not have achieved this position. I am profoundly grateful and assure you that I will double my efforts and my duties to repay your kindness," Cheng Bin responded sincerely. Listening to Cheng Bin's heartfelt gratitude, Li Jiahao felt immensely satisfied. With Cheng Bin's successful promotion to executive deputy county chief, he now had a steadfast ally within the county committee. Although he could not rival Goziki's formidable influence, he would no longer feel isolated and could count on at least one person to support him. After a moment's reflection, Li Jiahao turned to Cheng Bin and inquired, "By the way, do you know Commander Zhong Honkai for the military district?" He mentioned to Secretary Che Wenliang during a phone call the proceedings of the recent committee meeting, expressing suspicion that you and Commander Zhong might be acquaintances, given your unexpected support for the proposal. "Commander Zhong? I do not know him," Cheng Bin replied thoughtfully. "Oh, if you do not know him, then that is that." It was merely a casual inquiry. Li Jiahao observed Cheng Bin's demeanor, which seemed genuine, yet he remained skeptical, suspecting that perhaps Cheng Bin wished to keep his cards close to his chest. Moving forward, he resolved to handle his relationship with Cheng Bin with greater caution, ensuring he remained firmly within his circle. After a brief pause, Li Jiahao added, "Tomorrow, Comrade Fan Jiang, the executive deputy minister of the Municipal Organization Department, will come to the county to announce the appointment. Please prepare accordingly." "Understood, County Chief." In the family quarters of the Liao Hai city government, a two-story villa suddenly echoed with the sound of a door opening. The woman of the house looked up in surprise at the man who entered. Liao Hai City's mayor, Gao Qingwang, said sternly, "You are busy. You can't stay at home for long." The woman, frustrated, went to make a phone call. At that moment, Deputy County Chief Wang Guishan was like a cat on a hot tin roof, calling Deputy Chief of Public Security Liu Xiping repeatedly, but to no avail. Uncertain of Liu Xiping's whereabouts, he contemplated whether to seek assistance from County Party Secretary Goziki, urging him to intervene with the police to expedite his son's release. He sensed that something was amiss. In the past, when Wang had encountered trouble, a few kind words to Liu Xiping had sufficed for his release. This time, however, the lack of communication suggested a more serious situation. Meanwhile, County Party Secretary Goziki was also in a foul mood. Hearing the news from the municipal committee meeting that Wang Guishan had not been promoted to executive deputy county chief, but rather Cheng Bin had taken that position, did not significantly impact him. He still held firm control over the committee, and the additional vote in County Chief Li Jiahao's favor was of little consequence to him. This matter, however, does not bode well. The mayor, Gao Qingwang, who has always wielded influence in the municipal committee, has surprisingly stumbled this time, which is the root of Goziki's frustration. It is essential to understand that Mayor Gao Qingwang is Goziki's pillar of support. When Gao exerts his strength in the committee meetings, those who follow him can hold their heads high. Conversely, should he falter, they may face oppression. One cannot help but wonder if the tides are turning for Liao Hai City. Chapter 83. Announcement of appointments. Gao Qingwang, the mayor of Liao Hai City, spoke earnestly to his son, Gao Xiaowang, who stood before him. "Xiaowang, I have heard you have been frequenting Qian'an County lately." "Father, I have some business over there and merely wish to check in and meet with friends," Gao Xiaowang replied respectfully. "Let me impart 2 pieces of advice for you to remember. First, avoid any further contact with Deputy County Head Wang Guishan and his son. Second, refrain from unnecessary trips to Qiantang," Gao Qingwang warned. Gao Xiaowang hesitated. "Father, I have no issue avoiding the Wang father and son, but my dealings in Qiantang are legitimate. It would be unreasonable for me not to attend." "Xiaowang, a gentleman does not linger in perilous situations. You are my son. I would never lead you astray. That is all for now. I must be on my way," he concluded, donning his coat and making for the door. "You do not understand. This matter is significant and must be addressed in person. I will be leaving. Do not wait for me for dinner," he said, hastily exiting, as Gao Qingwang's figure disappeared. Gao Xiaowang pondered his father's intent. As the son of a mayor, he possessed a degree of political acumen. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the implication. Wang Guishan of Qiantang County was indeed a potential threat, and he must distance himself from them. However, abandoning business in Qian'an was not a trivial matter. It was a lucrative opportunity. The gathering of Chen Xiaomao and his companions extended for several hours. Having spent a night in the police station, Deputy County Head Cheng Bin granted Chen Xiaomao a day off to recuperate from the shock. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomao and his associates took leave to accompany Zhong for drinks. Director Liu Siping and county head Li Jiahao had no objections, as ensuring the comfort of this esteemed guest and facilitating his departure from Qiantang County was their utmost priority. Chen Xiaomao recalled Deputy County Head Cheng Bin. The previous day, Li Qiao had called to request that Chen Xiaomao write an article, but he had been unable to leave the police station. He wondered who ultimately penned the piece. Could it have been Li Qiao? He also heard that a county government meeting was to discuss the power plant issue, but he resolved to wait for news upon returning to work the next day. Additionally, he considered acquiring a television for the dormitory to stay informed about local and national news. That night, Deputy County Head Cheng Bin found it difficult to sleep. The prospect of becoming the executive deputy county head stirred a tempest within him. After years of perseverance, his career was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. How could he not feel exhilarated? Following the departure of the former leader, he had felt like an abandoned child in the political arena, an unsettling sensation that led him to believe his career was stagnating. Yet, unexpectedly, he had ascended to the position of executive deputy county head. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recalled Liu Siping mentioning earlier that Zhang Hongkai had intervened on behalf of Colonel Zhong, indicating a significant connection between Zhong and the colonel. The only person he could connect with was his newly appointed secretary, Chen Xiaomao, who seemed to have a good rapport with Zhong Cheng. After all, they had fought together. Could it be that Chen Xiaomao played a pivotal role in this? It appeared that he should not underestimate his secretary. He resolved to converse with him more upon returning to work. The following morning, as a car approached the Qiantang County government, two impeccably dressed and imposing officials emerged. County head Li Jiahao, along with the government team, awaited the arrival of Fan Jiang, the executive deputy minister of the municipal organization department, who had traveled from Liaohai City. Chen Xiaomao trailed behind the group, having just arrived at the government office. He overheard discussions about Deputy County Head Cheng Bin's impending promotion to Executive Deputy County Head. He recalled receiving a call from Li Qiao in the capital, alerting him to the car accident involving the former Executive Deputy County Head, Wu Yu. At the time, Chen Xiaomao felt indifferent, but he was astonished that it was now Cheng Bin who had been elevated to the position. Chen Xiaomao's Pazit remained parked at the Mengshan Grand Hotel, having been slightly damaged when struck by Wang Ku's vehicle. Although the impact was not severe, it required some touch-ups. He had not driven it the previous day due to drinking and intended to take it for repairs during lunch. The Public Security Division Chief, Huang Xiaohua, informed Chen Xiaomao that Wang Ku should cover the repair costs. However, Chen Xiaomao was not particularly concerned about the money. He simply hoped for Wang Ku to receive appropriate consequences. Chapter 84. Reassignment of County Head Duties. Observing the figures emerging from the vehicle, Chen Xiaomao could not help but admire Fan Jiang, the executive deputy minister of the organization department. He appeared relatively youthful, around 40, exuding an air of competence with a well-proportioned physique and a warm smile that radiated positivity. Upon entering the grand hall of the government building, it was revealed through introductions that accompanying Fan Jiang was the newly appointed deputy county head of Qiantang, Zhong Zifang. Zhong was of medium height, with a round face of a reddish hue, and his small eyes sparkled with good-natured friendliness. First, Executive Deputy Minister Fan Jiang announced the appointment of Cheng Bin as the Executive Deputy County Head of Qian'an and Zhang Zifang as the Deputy County Head. Subsequently, County Head Li Jiahao welcomed Deputy Minister Fan's visit, congratulated Deputy Head Cheng Bin on his new role, and expressed enthusiasm for Deputy Head Zhang Zifang joining the team in Qian'an. Li Jiahao was particularly pleased with Zhang Zifang's arrival, as he had previously served as the Deputy Director of the Municipal Political Research Office, closely associated with the Municipal Secretary, Che Wenliang. Zhang's transfer to Qiantang County strengthened Li Jiahao's position, providing him with an additional ally during government meetings. As long as matters did not require the county committee's deliberation, Li Jiahao would no longer feel constrained by Wang Guishan and Liu Siping. With the support of Executive Deputy County Head Cheng Bin and Deputy Head Zhang Zifang, he could now exercise greater control over the county government meetings. Meanwhile, Deputy County Head Wang Guishan, seated on the platform, wore a face etched with discontent, resembling a piece of weathered tree bark. He felt beset by misfortune. His son had been apprehended by the police, and the coveted position of Executive Deputy County Head had slipped through his fingers. His request to meet with the county party secretary, Go Ziki, had been outright rejected, prompting him to question whether he had inadvertently offended some deity, as everything seemed to conspire against him. Once the meeting concluded and Executive Deputy Minister Fan Zhong departed Qiantang County, Chen Bin summoned Chen Xiaomao to his office, greeting him with a smile. "Xiaomao, you must have had a challenging night at the police station." "Indeed, it was quite an experience," Chen Xiaomao replied with a chuckle. "By the way, I hear you have a good relationship with Zhong." "Chen, Deputy County Head, we have only just met, but we seem to have gotten along famously," Chen Xiaomao replied. "Excellent. Excellent," Chen Bin responded enthusiastically. "He is a fine individual. You should engage with him more." "Understood, Deputy County Head," Chen Xiaomao acknowledged. "Very well, you may leave for now." After organizing some materials in the secretary's office, Chen Xiaomao received a notification from the government office that a county government meeting would convene at 3 o'clock that afternoon, which he promptly communicated to Deputy County Head Chen Bin. During the lunch break, Chen Xiaomao delivered his Passat to the auto body shop for repairs. Huang Xiaohua advised him to take it to the 4S dealership instead, citing the inferior paint quality in the county and the likelihood of color discrepancies. However, since there was no 4S dealership in Qiantang County, and Chen Xiaomao was too lazy to venture to Liaohai, he settled for a mere functioning vehicle. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the government meeting of Qiantang County commenced punctually. Attending were County Mayor Li Jiahao, Executive Vice Mayor Chen Bin, Vice Mayor Wang Guishan, Public Security Chief Liu Siping, and other deputy mayors including Li Wenping, Chen Yuchao, and Zhang Zifeng, along with the director of the county government office, Wan Chunjiang. The secretarial team was tasked with diligently recording the proceedings. As a newcomer, it was Chen Xiaomao's first experience in such a formal assembly. He sat in a chair against the wall of the conference room, curiously observing the county government leaders at the table, wondering how they would conduct the meeting. However, he felt no pressure, knowing he had no personal stake in the discussions, and focused instead on attentively listening and taking notes. After a brief wait, the meeting officially commenced. Wan Chunjiang, the director of the county government office, picked up several sheets of paper from the table, cleared his throat, and began to read aloud to all town and township governments, county government departments, vertical management entities, and enterprises, in light of work requirements. We have decided to adjust the division of responsibilities among the leadership of the Qiantang County government. The revised responsibilities are as follows. Li Jiahao would oversee all county government operations, focusing on finance and auditing, while Chen Bin would manage the executive functions of the government, assisting the mayor with finance and auditing, and overseeing various departments including development and reform, major project construction, human resources and social security, and state-owned asset management. Wang Guishan would handle transportation, land use, comprehensive administrative law enforcement, and ecological environment protection. Liu Siping would continue his responsibilities in public security, veterans affairs, and legal affairs. Li Wenping would oversee education, sports, culture, health, and civil affairs. Chen Yuchao would manage commerce, taxation, market regulation, and foreign affairs, while Zhang Zifeng would be responsible for agriculture and rural work, water conservancy construction, and supply and marketing. Wan Chunjiang concluded by stating that all leaders must not only focus on their designated tasks, but also ensure the safety, reform, ecological environmental protection, integrity, ideological awareness, and risk prevention in their respective departments. Chapter 85, The Vote. Once Chunjiang finished reading the latest division of responsibilities, there was a moment of silence before Vice Mayor Wang Guishan abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, "Mayor Li, why has the industrial sector been taken from my portfolio?" Prior to Wan Chunjiang's announcement, each leader had received a notification outlining their responsibilities, and Wang Guishan had been comparing it with his own. He noticed his areas of responsibility had remained largely unchanged, except for the industrial sector, which had been transferred to Executive Vice Mayor Chen Bin. This was unacceptable to him. Despite the county's industrial sector being in decline, it still comprised hundreds of factories and significant economic pillars, such as coal mines. The abrupt reassignment of such a crucial sector sparked considerable discontent within him. The other vice mayors found their responsibilities unchanged. Liu Siping continued with his original duties related to politics and legal affairs, as did Li Wenping with her focus on education and health. Chen Yuchao maintained his oversight of commerce and taxation, with only a few less significant departments being reassigned to the newly appointed vice mayor Zhang Zifeng. Zhang Zifeng, having taken over responsibilities from former executive vice mayor Wu Yu, now managed agriculture, water conservancy, and additional departments. Chen Bin's role was notably significant, as he retained his economic and investment responsibilities while also assuming major project construction, human resources, and state asset management from Wu Yu, along with the industrial sector from Wang Guishan. Thus, Cheng Bin emerged as the most burdened vice mayor in terms of responsibilities, while the other vice mayors expressed no objections. Wang Guishan was particularly incensed by the transfer of industrial oversight to Cheng Bin. In response to Wang Guishan's outburst, Mayor Li Jiahao calmly regarded him and explained, "Transportation and land use are critical areas for the county's work. Given the lackluster progress in the industrial sector and frequent safety issues in the coal mines, it is reasonable to relieve you of this burden to better manage your other responsibilities. Furthermore, Cheng Bin is the deputy head of the county's power plant project, a priority for our county. For better coordination on this project and future coal supply issues, it is only logical for him to oversee the industrial sector. If you have differing opinions, we can proceed to a vote." Without hesitation, Wang Guishan replied, "Very well, let us vote." Historically, during similar disputes requiring a vote, he and Liu Siping would align, while Li Jiahao would garner Cheng Bin's support, leading to other vice mayors often abstaining, thus maintaining the status quo. This time, Wang Guishan naturally opted for a vote. Li Jiahao scanned the room, slowly nodding as he declared, "All right, let us resolve this with a vote. Those in favor of the latest division of responsibilities, please raise your hands." After Li Jiahao's announcement, he was the first to raise his hand, followed by Cheng Bin. All eyes turned to Vice Mayor Li Wenping, the sole female member of the county government, who, as usual, refrained from immediate comment. Suddenly, the room noticed that Vice Mayor Chen Xiaomao had raised his hand high, surprising the other leaders, as he typically abstained during disputes. This time, however, he clearly supported the mayor's stance. Next, the newly appointed Vice Mayor Zhong Zifeng also raised his hand. Those familiar with the underlying dynamics would not be surprised. Zhang Zifeng had arrived at the Qiantang County government backed by the support of Party Secretary Cai Wenliang, effectively on a mission to bolster Mayor Li Jiahao's initiatives. Thus, when called upon, he had no choice but to render his unwavering support. As for the previously neutral Chen Xiaomao, the reason he chose to support this time became apparent to several leaders upon reflection. The underlying cause was clear. He recognized the current direction of the county government. With the newly appointed county head, Li Jiahao, having secured a staunch ally in Zhang Zifeng, along with the robust backing of the executive deputy county head, Cheng Bin, Li Jiahao had firmly established his dominance within the county government. Supporting Li Jiahao at this juncture seemed to be a sagacious decision. Moreover, Chen Xiaomao, who possessed his own channels of information within the municipal party committee, had also learned the intricate details surrounding Cheng Bin's rise to prominence. He discerned that the municipal party secretary, Cai Wenliang, aimed to gain the upper hand, and thus, aligning himself with Li Jiahao at this moment could potentially earn him a modicum of goodwill. Waiting until Cai Wenliang's faction solidified its control would undoubtedly be less advantageous than seeking an alliance in advance. Most attendees could intuitively grasp Chen Xiaomao's reasoning, and given that each had navigated their own paths to attain their current deputy department-level positions, it didn't take long for them to comprehend the crux of the matter. Consequently, Li Wenping, who had hesitated earlier, also opted to raise her hand in support. Wang Guishan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of indignation. He had not anticipated such widespread support for the new division of responsibilities. Did this not imply that many were inclined to oppose him? He sensed that the divisions among the other deputy county heads had little impact, except for Cheng Bin's, which had been strengthened, leaving him with the greatest detriment. Wang Guishan firmly believed this was a targeted maneuver against him, and despite the evident support for county head Li Jiahao, he remained resolutely opposed. After voicing his dissent, Wang Guishan turned to his ally, Deputy County Head and Public Security Bureau Chief Liu Siping, hoping for his immediate backing. However, Liu Siping displayed an expression of uncertainty. He recognized the futility of opposing the decision. In the past, he might have stood with Wang Guishan, but considering the current dynamics within the municipal party committee, he found himself wavering. Chapter 86. Dinner at Uncle's House. Former Deputy County Head and Public Security Bureau Chief Liu Siping felt a profound internal conflict. He closely followed County Party Secretary Go Ziki, yet opposing County Head Li Jiahao within the county government was not his desire. Ultimately, Liu Siping resolved to abstain from expressing his opinion, realizing that casting a dissenting vote would be pointless and counterproductive. Wang Guishan's eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. Isolated, he felt like a jester ridiculed by the assembly, as the sense of power he once wielded within the government vanished. Li Jiahao, satisfied, raised his hand and declared currently, "We have 5 votes in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. In accordance with the principle of majority rule, this division of responsibilities is approved." Director 1 will be responsible for its distribution post-meeting. Yes, County Head, Wan Chunjiang respectfully replied. Having attended numerous county government meetings, it was Wan Chunjiang's first experience witnessing such a decisive victory for County Head Li Jiahao. Although he acknowledged Li Jiahao as a pragmatic and diligent official, he had often encountered resistance in his work. Observing this obstacle dissipate brought Wan Chunjiang genuine joy. Well then, if there are no other matters, we shall adjourn. Li Jiahao's resounding voice echoed, marking the conclusion of this significant county government meeting. Deputy County Head Wang Guishan rose, somewhat forlorn. And even before County Head Li Jiahao exited, he hastily left the meeting room. Chen Xiaomao turned to Wang Guishan's secretary, Zhong Chang, and noted that the usual air of arrogance had vanished from his face. Zhong Chang rose with a heavy heart and followed Wang Guishan out. The following day, news of the meeting's outcome spread throughout the government compound. The office of Executive Deputy County Head Chungbin buzzed with activity, as several bureau chiefs and deputy chiefs sought meetings with him. They first approached Chen Xiaomao's secretary's office, courteously inquiring about Chungbin's availability. Chen Xiaomao diligently registered each visitor and relayed their request to Chungbin, who would meet with them when time permitted. It was evident that compared to before Chungbin's appointment as Executive Deputy County Head, he was now considerably busier, with an increasing number of people wishing to pay him a visit. On Friday afternoon, Chen Xiaomao received a call from his uncle, Luo Jiarong, inquiring whether he had plans for the evening. If free, he was invited for dinner at home. Chen Xiaomao pondered. Since starting his career, he had seldom visited his uncle's house. One reason was the numerous other commitments binding him, while another significant factor was his aunt's disposition. Chen Xiaomao's aunt, Lu Xiuli, worked at the county tax bureau and was known for her rather irritable temperament. She often complained that her husband, Luo Jiarong, lacked ambition, earned little, and failed to navigate the political landscape effectively to attain a position such as bureau chief or deputy chief. In reality, Luo Jiarong was quite accomplished among his peers, having become a section chief in the Civil Affairs Bureau before reaching 40. Though not a high-ranking official, he was regarded as a promising young cadre within his unit. However, Lu Xiuli held a different view. She compared him unfavorably with her friends whose husbands thrived in business or had already made significant strides in government. Lu Xiuli's deep-seated feelings of imbalance stemmed from her perception that her husband was excessively honest and lacked the ability to cater to leadership expectations, making substantial progress in the political sphere difficult. Furthermore, she looked down upon Luo Jiarong's rural origins, as he had emerged from a peasant background, with relatives who were also farmers and lacked any influential connections. Consequently, Lu Xiuli generally dismissed anyone from her husband's hometown. In the past, when Chen Xiaomao visited, Lu Xiuli would often ignore him, so he felt more comfortable leaving quickly whenever she was home. However, with Luo Jiarong personally inviting him this time, Chen Xiaomao felt obliged to go. In the customs of Fengtang County, maternal uncles held significant status. Moreover, Chen Xiaomao held great respect for Luo Jiarong's character and was always eager to seek his advice. This respect was partly why he applied to the supply and marketing cooperative, as it was his uncle's recommendation, although he later found the cooperative's tranquil environment unappealing. Without that experience, he would not have crossed paths with Deputy County Head Chungbin and would not have become his secretary. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Chen Xiaomao felt a considerable sense of gratitude toward his uncle. That evening, he purchased a few gifts, primarily milk and alcohol, and drove to the residential complex where his uncle lived. Luo Jiarong resided in a former staff building sold by the Civil Affairs Bureau, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room, covering only about 80 square meters. This was another point of contention for Lu Xiuli, who constantly criticized Luo Jiarong for not being able to afford a larger house. Each time Luo Jiarong heard these complaints, he could only sigh, as he was a diligent worker who refrained from indulging in corrupt practices, relying solely on his monthly salary. It was indeed challenging for him to save much. After ringing the doorbell, Chen Xiaomao was greeted by a smiling Lu Xiuli, much to his surprise. When his uncle had called him for dinner, he had instinctively assumed that only his uncle would be home, but he was pleasantly surprised to find his aunt present as well. Xiaomao, come in. Your uncle is cooking. You two must have a good drink together. Lu Xiuli cheerfully called out. Hello, aunt. There's no need to fuss. It's just family, Chen Xiaomao quickly replied, internally astonished by her unusually warm demeanor, which he had never experienced over the years. After changing into slippers and entering the house, he noticed that the dining table was already set with 4 dishes, both meat and vegetables, while in the kitchen, his uncle Luo Jiarong busily prepared the meal. Chen Xiaomao was aware that, typically at home, it was Luo Jiarong who took on the responsibility of cooking, while his aunt seldom entered the kitchen. Observing his uncle's diligent figure, a wave of emotion washed over Chen Xiaomao. Having lost his father at a young age, he often felt a sense of emptiness in the household. Watching his uncle prepare a meal for him, he couldn't help but reminisce about his father. How wonderful it would be if his father were still alive to share a meal together. In Chapter 87, the dishes were soon ready, a total of 6, appearing both delectable and enticing. Once seated, Chen Xiaomao could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Uncle, is there something on your mind today?" At that moment, his aunt, Lu Xiuli, interjected, "Jiarong, why be so formal with your nephew? If there is something to discuss, just say it." "Xiaomao, let me explain." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomao promptly encouraged his aunt, "Please go ahead." "Xiaomao, I heard you become secretary to Deputy County Chief Cheng. Your uncle has been a section chief at the Civil Affairs Bureau for several years. There's a deputy chief who is being reassigned, and we were hoping your uncle could seize this opportunity. He mentioned that he doesn't have many connections above, so we thought perhaps you could arrange for your uncle to meet with Deputy Chief Cheng to seek assistance regarding this position." Chen Xiaomao felt a bit troubled. He had only just begun his role as secretary and was hesitant to make such requests. Yet, he knew he could not disregard his uncle's situation. "Uncle, Aunt, I will look for a suitable moment to mention this to Deputy Chief Cheng," he finally replied. Luo Jiarong quickly added, "Xiaomao, don't feel pressured. If the opportunity arises, just speak up. If not, it's perfectly fine. We wouldn't want to upset the leadership." Lu Shili shot her husband a bemused glance, chuckling. "Xiaomao is now a county chief secretary, close to the leadership, so he certainly can convey our thoughts." Chen Xiaomao nodded. "Yes, I will definitely find a way to assist." The meal was quite satisfying, and as they left, both his uncle and aunt accompanied Chen Xiaomao downstairs, a gesture that indicated the importance Lu Xiuli placed on her husband's potential promotion. The following Saturday, Chen Xiaomao, having arranged a meeting with Deputy Chief Cheng, walked to the county government office building early in the morning. The quarters he resided in were in close proximity to the office, allowing him to reach there in a matter of minutes without needing to drive. His vehicle was typically parked in the residential complex's lot, only brought out when necessary. When the driver, Wang Wei, arrived with Deputy Chief Cheng, they set off together, their first destination being Tankou Town. Located approximately 10 kilometers southwest of the county seat, a 20-minute drive. Before long, they reached Tankou Town, where the clean streets and bustling crowds indicated a robust infrastructure and a thriving commercial atmosphere. The roads were lined with 2-story buildings, the ground floors bustling with various businesses, exuding a sense of prosperity. Next, they proceeded to the Tankou coal mine. From the entrance, the mining area appeared well organized, as Tankou Coal Mine was under the jurisdiction of the Qiantang County State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, ensuring a relatively formal management structure. This town had a concentrated coal mining area, with only this one mine in operation. A few kilometers south of the town lay a substantial expanse of farmland, earmarked for the planned construction of a thermal power plant. Cheng Bin led Chen Xiaomao on foot to assess the site, carefully observing for any external factors that might hinder the project's development. After a thorough inspection, they found no issues. With the field survey in Tankou Town concluded to Cheng Bin's satisfaction, having avoided disturbing local officials, they drove to the next location, Nansuan Town. Located less than 20 kilometers directly west of the county seat, they arrived at Nansuan Town shortly thereafter. Upon entering the town, Chen Xiaomao was taken aback by the sight of the pothole-ridden roads, some filled with black, murky water. As vehicles passed, they created a jarring ride and splashed the foul water, causing pedestrians to scatter in alarm. The streets were lined with dilapidated storefronts, devoid of shoppers. Cheng Bin instructed Wang Wei to head toward the mining area. Unlike Tankou Town, Nansuan had 3 or 4 privately contracted coal mines, without any involvement from state-owned assets. Traveling west out of the town, they soon arrived at the first mine, named Wanlong Coal Mine, owned by a man named Lu Wanlong, hence the name. This mine was the largest in Nansuan Town, making it their initial stop. As they slowly approached the mine, Chen Xiaomao noticed various sizes of water-filled depressions in the fields flanking the road, some several acres wide, others nearing an acre. It dawned on him that these were likely subsidence pits. Although his hometown of Xijing Town had no coal mines, he had heard stories about towns in coal-producing regions experiencing ground subsidence due to underground coal extraction, which locals referred to as subsidence pits. When such situations arose, mine owners typically compensated the villages where these pits appeared, Villages affected by subsidence not only received monetary compensation from a mine, but could also lease the pits to villagers for fish farming, allowing the village committees to profit from both ends. Many villages adjacent to coal mines were quite wealthy, with some village heads driving luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. As their vehicle neared the mine's entrance, they noticed the ground littered with coal debris from trucks, the entire area tinted black, and the air thick with the scent of coal dust. Just as they were about to stop and survey the area, a group of young men with dyed yellow hair approached swiftly, prompting driver Wang Wei to halt the vehicle. The group circled the car, pointing and murmuring among themselves. After a moment, a leader among them knocked on the window. Wang Wei rolled it down, and the individual exclaimed, "What are you doing here? This is a mining area. You can't just wander around." Chen Xiaomao leaned out, responding, "We've come to purchase raw coal and are looking for the right contact." The young man seemed taken aback by this response, not expecting them to be buyers. He gestured toward a row of low buildings nearby, saying, "You can ask at the office over there." Wang Wei drove toward the indicated office, but as they rounded a corner and got closer, Chen Xiaomao noticed a road branching off toward the mine's exit. He quickly pointed out to Wang Wei, urging him to take that route. Upon hearing Chen Xiaomao's direction, Wang Wei promptly accelerated, and as the car sped away, the group of young men realized they had been deceived and sprinted after the vehicle, attempting to stop it. However, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, they had already left the mining area. Seated in the back, Changbin had remained silent, but felt a sense of satisfaction with Chen Xiaomao's quick thinking. This outing was meant for discreet investigation, free from engagement with local officials. Observing the demeanor of the young troublemakers, it was evident they were hired thugs from Wanlong coal mine. Had they been intercepted, entangling with them could have led to awkwardness. Even if invoking the deputy county chief's name might have provided some leeway. Ultimately, it was far simpler to make a clean getaway. In truth, Chen Xiaomao did not ponder too deeply. Having heard in his previous life that certain private coal mines employed thugs, he instinctively sought to evade their entanglements. These enforcers typically maintained order within the mines, as coal mining is a lucrative venture that invariably attracts those eager to partake in the profits. Furthermore, they serve to deter journalists and others seeking to uncover the hidden underbelly of operations, secrets not meant for outsiders. Observing the chaotic state of this coal mine, he surmised that the other smaller mines could hardly be better off. Consequently, they opted not to visit additional mines, but followed Changbin's lead to a larger expanse of flat land southwest of the town, which served as the second alternative site for the power plant project. Here, they did not encounter any sinkholes. However, passing by the waterlogged areas earlier had stirred a primal concern that this land, too, might one day succumb to collapse. Simultaneously, a young man with yellow hair at Wanlong coal mine was reporting to mine manager Lu Wanlong via phone. "Manager, a small car just circled the entrance of the mine. Initially, they claimed to be interested in purchasing coal, but then they sped off." Lu Wanlong shouted through the receiver, "You useless fools. You couldn't even stop them at the gate. Did you see if they were reporters? Did they have a camera? Where's their license plate from?" The young man replied, "Manager, why didn't he see a camera? There was a young guy in the car. Looked like he worked in an office. The license plate was from Qiantang, beginning with 80. After hearing this, Lu Wanlong mused that they did not seem to be reporters. A vehicle starting with 80 might belong to a county leader. Yet, he found it strange since county officials typically arrived accompanied by local personnel, indulging in meals and gifts, and he had never seen one come alone. After contemplating, he barked into the phone, "All right, be more vigilant in the future. If outsiders sneak in again, don't let them escape. Lock them up first." Chen Xiaomao accompanied Changbin as they disembarked and strolled around the prospective site for the power plant. Noticing local farmers engaged in their work, Changbin approached one and greeted him. "Hello, brother. Busy today?" With a chuckle, he continued, "The wheat looks splendid. It seems this year will yield a bountiful harvest." The old farmer, pleased by Changbin's compliment about his crops, relaxed and happily engaged in conversation. After a while, Changbin inquired, "Brother, I noticed several sinkholes over there on my way in, yet your land here appears intact." The farmer replied, "Indeed, the coal beneath this land has yet to be excavated. Who knows what the future holds? If it collapses, it would be a dire situation. We would have no land to cultivate." Changbin asked, "Doesn't the government provide compensation if the land collapses?" The farmer responded, "There's supposed to be compensation, but by the time it reaches the common people, it dwindles significantly. I've heard that the big bosses of these mines have connections within the county. When incidents occur, the compensation is minimal and the town and village take their cut, leaving the common folk with very little. This was the first time Changbin had heard such accounts. He was aware that the government had explicit regulations regarding compensation for such sinkholes, yet he feared that in some areas, implementation might fall short of expectations, leaving the people dissatisfied. Some citizens had no alternative means of income. If the land they relied upon for survival vanished, they truly would not know how to live. Moreover, such issues did not merely affect one or two individuals. They could easily escalate into collective grievances. As for the farmer's claim regarding the coal mine owners having county leaders involved, Changbin had no means to verify this. As he was not the head of the Discipline Inspection Commission, certain matters needed to be substantiated with facts. Changbin continued to question the farmer. Brother, have there been any incidents at these coal mines in our town? Upon hearing this, the honest farmer's face bore a hint of sorrow, and he spoke in a subdued tone. How could there not be? Every year there are incidents. One year, a mine experienced a water leak, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 individuals, all farmers from nearby villages, including children as young as a few years old. Some parents became lonely widows and widowers after losing their children. It's truly tragic. Changbin fell silent, softly asking, can't the common people work elsewhere instead of the mines? The farmer sighed, the wages here are high, and it is close to home. Many come with a sense of luck, believing that accidents will not befall them. The farmer further lamented, it's also the fault of the greedy bosses. Those working in the mines say that these owners are obsessed with profit. They refuse to replace old equipment and invest in new machinery, relying solely on labor in the shafts, which makes accidents far too probable. Changbin silently noted these issues. As a member of the county committee, he was entitled to participate in meetings and would raise these concerns at the next opportunity. This led him to reflect on another matter. As a newly appointed member of the county committee, he expected Secretary Go Ziki to hold a meeting to introduce him formally. However, a week had passed without any sign of such an event, as if he had been forgotten. Chen Xiaomao inquired, Leader, I noticed that the alternative site for the power plant includes Qinglu Town. Are we not going there? Changbin replied with a smile. If there were substantial development in Qinglu Town, the roads would need to be improved first. The county currently lacks the capacity for that. Going there would make little difference. In truth, Chen Xiaomao was aware that in his previous life, the power plant was constructed in Tonko Town, and it appeared that this time, the final decision would likely also favor Tonko, as today's site inspection hinted at certain indications. Upon returning to the office building of the Front Tang County government, it was already afternoon. Changbin informed Chen Xiaomao that there were no pressing matters for the weekend, allowing him some time to rest. The following day, Chen Xiaomao visited an electronics store to purchase a large television. Once the installation was complete, he gazed contentedly at the clear images emanating from the screen. At this moment, Chen Xiaomao's small home in Front Tang County began to take shape, though it still paled in comparison to the well-furnished apartment in Taipei City. At least it was somewhat comfortable to live in. Reflecting on his Taipei residence, he realized he had not stayed there for over 6 months, deeming it a waste. When he found some free time, he intended a visit. However, working alongside the diligent deputy county head, securing a few days off proved to be a challenge. Indeed, the very next day at work, Chen Xiaomao's small office was bustling once more. It seemed many wished to meet with deputy county head Changbin, necessitating that Chen Xiaomao meticulously register their names before reporting back to Changbin to determine whether to grant an audience. When Chen Xiaomao delivered the compiled list to Changbin's office, he found Changbin engrossed in a document. Chen Xiaomao stated, County Head Cheng, here is the list of departmental leaders scheduled to report to you today. Please take a look. Changbin casually replied, all right, just place it on the desk. Noticing that Chen Xiaomao did not immediately exit the office as usual, Changbin curiously asked, what's wrong? Is there something else? Chen Xiaomao hesitated before saying, County Head Cheng, Luo Jiarong from the Civil Affairs Bureau wishes to report on his work. Changbin looked up, an expression of intrigue crossing his face. He chuckled, you? Chen Xiaomao, all right, I understand. After leaving Changbin's office, Chen Xiaomao was filled with questions. What did County Head Cheng mean by I understand? He was uncertain whether mentioning his uncle to County Head Cheng would displease him. With a sense of trepidation, he spent the next 2 days. That afternoon, County Head Cheng summoned Chen Xiaomao to his office and, smiling, said, Xiaomao, your uncle is a cadre in the Civil Affairs Bureau, which is not under my jurisdiction. It would not be appropriate for him to report to my office without prior notice. Chen Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat, thinking that County Head Cheng was unwilling to meet his uncle, Luo Jiarong. However, he was then surprised as Changbin shifted his tone, saying, ask your uncle if he is available for dinner tonight. Arrange a quiet place for a meal together and have a chat. Chen Xiaomao was filled with joy at the prospect of County Chief Zhong dining with his uncle. It was indeed splendid news. Observing Chen Xiaomao stepping out to make a phone call, Changbin nodded with a smile. Although this secretary had worked with him for a short time, he exhibited a commendable sense of propriety in his tasks. He was bold when necessary and demonstrated quick thinking in unexpected situations. It was quite remarkable that he had proactively recommended his uncle to Changbin, indicating that this uncle held substantial significance in his mind. Upon returning to Qiantang, Changbin reflected on his recent confrontation with Wang Gishan's son, the deputy county chief, which may have influenced military district commander Zhong Hongsai's vote in his favor, ultimately enabling him to ascend to the position of executive deputy county chief. Perhaps this was the essence of fate aligning. Since Chen Xiaomao sought to recommend his uncle, it would be prudent to meet him, as Changbin also needed to establish a reliable team. When Chen Xiaomao called, Luo Zhong was evidently unprepared for the dinner with the deputy county chief. He had initially planned to dine with friends that evening, so he canceled other arrangements and instructed Chen Xiaomao to find a quiet hotel, reserving a private room for the meeting with County Chief Zhong. Chen Xiaomao located a hotel slightly distant from the government office. Though modest in size, it offered a peaceful retreat amidst the bustling surroundings, presenting a charming ambience. After work, Chen Xiaomao drove to fetch County Chief Zhong. Watching him navigate the car with finesse, Changbin remarked with amusement that he had not anticipated Chen Xiaomao's driving skills. He refrained from inquiring about the source of funds for the vehicle. Upon arriving at the hotel, they noticed Luo Zhong waiting at the entrance. After a brief introduction, the three entered the private room. It was apparent that Luo Zhong felt somewhat anxious, as his hand trembled slightly when he raised his glass to toast Changbin. Changbin smiled at Luo Zhong, observing that he seemed to be a person of earnest character, though he remained curious about his capabilities. Following several rounds of drinks, Changbin turned to Luo Zhong and inquired about his responsibilities at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Luo Zhong articulated his duties with clarity and confidence, having prepared for this moment in advance. Changbin, noting Luo Zhong's composed manner of discussing his work, thought to himself that he found this individual quite appealing, practical, and devoid of guile. After enjoying their meal, Changbin remarked to Luo Zhong, "You are currently at the Civil Affairs Bureau, which is not under my jurisdiction. Should opportunities arise, consider exploring a different work environment." Luo Zhong promptly expressed his gratitude to the deputy county chief, realizing this was an implicit promise. He had not previously contemplated changing units, but given Changbin's suggestion, he sensed that the deputy county chief harbored certain intentions, which delighted him. In truth, Changbin's thoughts were merely transient. He understood the current dynamics within the county. With Go Ziki controlling personnel matters, it was not easy for a newly appointed standing committee member to promote others. Patience was essential. Luo Zhong, with a wry smile, responded, "It is not as simple as you perceive, County Chief Zhong, since you do not oversee the Civil Affairs Bureau. Appointing a deputy director requires deliberation at the County Committee's standing meeting. Then this meal was for naught?" Lu Shili shot a disapproving glance at Luo Zhong. "How can one say it was for naught? At the very least, County Chief Zhong has made my acquaintance. Should a suitable opportunity arise, he may well remember me." "Well, let us see if he does," Lu Shili replied, seemingly lacking optimism. Suddenly, as Chen Xiaomao watched the news from Dongshan province, he spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 90, officially transferred to the county government. Upon seeing Zhu Xian's recognizable slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses on the television, Chen Xiaomao felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, Zhu Xian had come to Dongshan province to serve as governor, and certain events from his previous life remained unchanged. Reflecting on the policies Zhu Xian had implemented during his tenure, Chen Xiaomao silently resolved to prepare adequately, hoping to capture Zhu Xian's attention when they next met. The following day, in Deputy County Chief Changbin's office, Li Qiao, the Deputy Director of the Government Office, smiled and remarked, "County Chief Chen Xiaomao has been serving you for nearly a month now. What are your thoughts? If all is well, we can officially transfer his status to the government." Changbin, recalling that Chen Xiaomao had initially been on loan, instructed Li Qiao, "Then let us proceed with the transfer." Changbin said little else. But Li Qiao understood that Chen Xiaomao had garnered the deputy county chief's favor and was set to be retained. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office, and Chen Xiaomao entered with a smile, nodding at Li Qiao before addressing Changbin. "County Chief Chen, I just received word from the county committee office that you are to attend the standing committee meeting at 9:30. Upon hearing this, Changbin contemplated that the long-anticipated meeting was finally upon him. It had been over a week, and he was about to make his debut as a new standing committee member. Once Chen Xiaomao finished his report, Li Qiao cheerfully informed him, "Xiaomao, County Chief Cheng has arranged for your files to be transferred from the supply and marketing cooperative to the government. You no longer need to worry about your background. Just focus on providing excellent service to County Chief Cheng." Chen Xiaomao's heart leaped with joy at this news. It was clear that County Chief Cheng had recognized his potential. He resolved to apply himself diligently moving forward, striving to excel in his duties. With gratitude, he exclaimed, "Thank you, County Chief Cheng. Thank you, Director Li. I appreciate your trust." Cheng Bin and Li Qiao exchanged smiles with Chen Xiaomao. Cheng Bin advised, "Xiaomao, with your files now transferred, focus on your work. I look forward to witnessing your progress." "Of course, County Chief Cheng. I will do my utmost," Chen Xiaomao responded eagerly. Cheng Bin then stated, "I must meet with County Chief Li to discuss matters for the upcoming Standing Committee meeting." Subsequently, he visited County Chief Li Jiahao's office to communicate the topics prepared for discussion at the meeting. At 9:30 that morning, in the conference room of the Qiantang County Committee office building, the 11 standing committee members of Qiantang County entered the room, locating their designated seats according to the nameplates on the conference table. When County Secretary Go Ziki entered last, the standing committee meeting of Qiantang County officially commenced. As all members settled in, Go Ziki waved his hand and addressed the assembly. "Comrades, it brings me great pleasure to announce that our committee welcomes a new member today, Comrade Cheng Bin, the newly appointed Executive Deputy County Chief of Qiantang County." Applause erupted in the meeting room, and Executive Deputy County Chief Cheng Bin stood to acknowledge the warm welcome. Go Ziki continued, "Comrade Cheng Bin is no stranger to us. He has served as Deputy County Chief for over 2 years, demonstrating diligence in his work, which has not gone unnoticed. We hope he will continue to strive for even greater achievements." After welcoming Cheng Bin, Go Ziki proceeded to invite the organizational department to present several personnel changes. These proposals received immediate endorsement from several committee members, including the Deputy County Secretary, the Director of the County Committee Office, the Publicity Minister, and the Political and Legal Committee Secretary. With the additional support of Organizational Minister Li Hongyuan and County Secretary Go Ziki easily secured a majority vote in the Standing Committee, solidifying his authoritative stance on personnel matters. This dominance contributed to Go Ziki's formidable presence in the Standing Committee meetings. County Chief Li Jiahao had grown accustomed to not opposing personnel appointments, recognizing the futility of resistance. Among the committee members, only the Discipline Inspection Secretary Peng Tianmu and the Political Commissar of the Armed Forces Department Deng Qi maintained a neutral stance, while the others aligned themselves with Go Ziki's directives. In the county, several pivotal positions are held by individuals appointed by Go Ziki. Only occasionally are some deputy department-level positions assigned to allow Li Jiahao to place a few officials, as much of the county committee's work requires robust support from the government. Once the personnel adjustments are complete, Go Ziki turned to Li Jiahao and, with a light chuckle, inquired if there were any issues that required discussion at the meeting. Clearing his throat, Li Jiahao solemnly addressed the assembly. The government currently faces several significant matters, one of which is the project approval for the county power plant. The preliminary work primarily involves planning. Although the National Development and Reform Commission has yet to formally approve the project application, we must ensure that certain tasks are completed. Currently, several pressing issues need to be addressed, the foremost being the site selection. Last weekend, County Mayor Cheng Bin conducted an on-site investigation. Let him share his findings. Following Li Jiahao's remarks, the attendees turned their attention to Cheng Bin. This was Cheng Bin's first participation in the county's standing committee meeting, yet he appeared unfazed. He spoke confidently. "Esteemed leaders, last weekend I visited Tanko Town and Nansun Town, the two prospective sites for the power plant, and the differences are quite pronounced. Tanko boasts a superior environment and effective coal mine management. Considering that once the power plant is established, we will need to attract skilled professionals, including potentially recruiting university graduates from other regions. A poor local environment could hinder our ability to retain talent. This challenge is especially evident in Nansun Town, where the impact of unregulated coal mining has severely degraded the external environment, resulting in numerous subsidence pits and substantial safety hazards. If the power plant is built there, it would not only deter talent, but also pose significant safety risks post-construction. Should the project receive approval, higher-level officials will likely visit Tanko to assess progress, and exposing the dire conditions in Nansun would reflect poorly on the local government. Therefore, my recommendation is to designate Tanko Town as the sole site for the project." Chapter 91. Determining the location, Cheng Bin eloquently presented his case, prompting deep contemplation among the committee members. He was indeed correct. The power plant project, due to its scale and status as one of the leading thermal power projects in the province, would have considerable influence. Numerous officials would come to inspect, and everyone was acutely aware of Nansuan's situation. The only reason Nansuan was included as an alternative site was due to the local party secretary, Zhou Shuiping, being a trusted confidant of Go Ziki, who wished to support him in the event of favorable developments in the county. However, when personal interests are at stake, it compels everyone to tread carefully. If higher-ups were displeased, it could jeopardize the entire leadership of Qianan County. Even Go Ziki, upon hearing Cheng Bin's words, felt a twinge of doubt. To favor his subordinate at the potential cost of his own career advancement seemed unwise. With this in mind, he couldn't help but raise his voice, declaring, "Very well, since County Mayor Cheng has conducted thorough investigations, let us designate Tonko as the exclusive site." The committee members quickly reached a consensus, affirming Cheng Bin's recommendation to establish Tonko as the sole location for the power plant. As for the alternative site of Qinglu Town, it was met with silence, underscoring the collective understanding that such a location was wholly unsuitable for a project of this magnitude. At this juncture, Li Jiahao resumed the conversation, stating, "With the location issue resolved, we must now address personnel matters. The county government has established a working group for the power plant project, with myself as the leader and County Mayor Cheng as the deputy leader. We intend to draw some staff from various departments within the county to specifically oversee the project's operations, necessitating coordination with Secretary Go and the organizational department." Upon hearing Li Jiahao's remarks, Go Ziki began to contemplate the importance of this project. He wished to personally lead the group, but since the county government was primarily responsible, with Li Jiahao overseeing the project, it seemed inappropriate for him to assert such authority. Nevertheless, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he pondered how he might complicate matters for the government. He addressed Li Jiahao. "Given the significance of this project, having only one deputy leader seems inadequate. Comrade Wang Guishan possesses extensive experience and expertise in environmental issues. Let us appoint him as a deputy leader as well." Go Ziki had felt a twinge of regret over Wang Guishan not being appointed as the executive deputy mayor and saw this as an opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, last week, Wang Guishan had approached him multiple times, requesting assistance with the Public Security Bureau regarding his son's release. Go Ziki had already spoken to the bureau chief, Liu Siping, who indicated that due to military involvement, it was best to keep Wang detained a bit longer. Securing Wang Guishan a position within the project group could serve as a form of compensation, particularly if this project proved successful, laying a foundation for future advancement. As for Li Jiahao's suggestion to allocate personnel to the working group, Go Ziki had no objections. One could not expect the horse to run without providing fodder. Essential positions remained untouched, allowing for the transfer of lower-level officials without significant repercussions, and the county committee would undoubtedly share in any successes. Go Ziki reveled in the sense of control he wielded, feeling as if everything was within his grasp. Thus, he added, regarding the transfer of officials to the working group, "County Mayor Li, please proceed with the arrangements. Just have the organizational department draft a list for my review." Observing Go Ziki's imposing demeanor, Li Jiahao felt compelled to comply. The county secretary held sway over personnel matters, and given his commanding presence, Li Jiahao could only acquiesce to the arrangements. Once the discussion about the power plant concluded, Li Jiahao continued, "In addition to the power plant project, the county government also has another pressing task: the restructuring of county-owned enterprises. Currently, several large enterprises within the county are struggling, particularly the paper mill and brewery, which were once the county's flagship businesses. Both facilities have a significant number of employees and face the heaviest restructuring burdens. I plan to assign County Mayor Cheng to oversee the restructuring of these two enterprises, with government involvement guiding them back on track to achieve profitability." Hearing that Cheng would again be entrusted with responsibility, Go Ziki raised his gaze towards Li Jiahao, stating gravely, "County Mayor Li, given that County Mayor Cheng is already serving as the deputy leader and project head for the power plant, isn't it a bit too much to also charge him with the restructuring of two major enterprises? Shouldn't we distribute the workload among other deputy mayors?" Li Jiahao appeared prepared for this inquiry. Responding with a smile, Secretary Go, "My recommendation for County Mayor Cheng to lead this initiative is based on two considerations. First, the power plant project's approval process with the National Development and Reform Commission is likely to be lengthy. In the interim, County Mayor Zhong can focus on the restructuring of the two enterprises. If the power plant project receives expedited approval, we can always appoint someone else to manage the enterprises. The second reason is that County Mayor Zhong has been responsible for the county's investment attraction efforts for the past 2 years and has already engaged with several large investment firms. Our future enterprise restructuring will likely require external funding, making County Mayor Zhong the most suitable candidate for this task. Thus, I believe it prudent to have County Mayor Zhong take the lead on this matter. After listening, Go Ziki contemplated that reforming the enterprise is indeed a thankless task. He decided to let Changbin take the lead for now, believing that if notable achievements were to arise, they could find someone else to take over later. With this thought in mind, Go Ziki agreed. Following the county committee meeting, Wang Guishan, who received the news, felt a thrill of excitement. During the last government office meeting, he was envious when he saw Changbin appointed as the deputy leader of the power plant project. It was common knowledge that this was a lucrative opportunity. Who wouldn't covet it? Initially, he thought he had no stake in the matter, but unexpectedly, Secretary Go had insisted on securing the position for him. Although he had been troubled recently due to his son's issues, Secretary Go and Liu Sipin had promised that he would be released soon, primarily to maintain appearances for certain individuals, and that there wouldn't be any substantial repercussions. Thus, reassured by the title of deputy leader, Wang Guishan felt a sense of elation. On the following day at the county government, Wang Guishan arrived with a beaming smile, exuding goodwill. Many within the government greeted him with nods and smiles, leaving others puzzled about what had prompted this change in demeanor. Typically, Wang Guishan presented a stern face at work, seldom engaging with others. Upon entering his office, he was taken aback to find several individuals waiting for him. Chapter 92, Double Regulation. As former Vice County Mayor Wang Guishan stepped into his office, he was startled to discover several people inside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them seated on the sofa, Do Yong, the deputy secretary of the Liaohai City Discipline Inspection Commission. As a key aide to the secretary Li Tongyuan, Do Yong had garnered a reputation for uncovering numerous corrupt officials, instilling fear in the local political sphere. In addition to Do Yong, Wang Guishan noticed several uniformed young individuals standing nearby. As Wang Guishan entered, 2 of the young men instinctively moved behind him, blocking the office door, a customary action for investigators concerned that their subjects might attempt to flee. However, this seemed unnecessary for Wang Guishan, who had already collapsed to the floor upon seeing the gathering. Rising to his feet, Do Yong addressed Wang Guishan with solemnity. "Comrade Wang Guishan, we are from the Liaohai City Discipline Inspection Commission. Following our investigation, we have decided to place you under double regulation, requiring you to comply with our examination at the designated time and location." Upon hearing this, Wang Guishan fell prostrate to the ground. Do Yong ordered to take him away, prompting 2 young men to lift the incapacitated Wang Guishan and escort him to the waiting investigative vehicle. This scene drew murmurs from passersby. Not far away, Deputy Mayor and Public Security Bureau Director Liu Sipin observed the unfolding drama through the office window, his heart racing. He had always been close to Wang Guishan, collaborating on numerous occasions during government meetings. The sudden sight of his ally being taken away for investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission filled him with dread. In the county mayor's office, Li Jiahao leisurely sipped from a teacup while watching the scene outside, internally reflecting on Go Ziki's apparent miscalculation. It was surprising that someone who had just been supported in the standing committee meeting the day before was now apprehended by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Although the role of deputy leader was not particularly influential and no formal appointment notice had been issued, the events documented in the meeting records indicated that Go Ziki had misjudged Wang Guishan's capabilities. Meanwhile, Changbin, witnessing Wang Guishan being taken away, felt a mix of emotions. Just a day prior, he had worried that Wang Guishan's new role as deputy leader might create obstacles for him in the project. Little did he know that his concerns would dissipate in such an unexpected manner. After regaining composure, Liu Sipin picked up the phone and dialed, instructing, "Let's hold off on releasing Wang Ke for now. Ensure that the other youths accompanying him are detained as well, and review previous cases to preserve evidence." He contemplated that Wang Ke should remain in custody for the time being, as he had previously assisted him multiple times and could potentially be implicated in violations. With Wang Guishan now under double regulation, releasing Wang Ke could lead to unintended consequences if he spoke indiscreetly. At dinner time in the family quarters of the Environmental Protection Bureau, Deputy Director Li Yimin sat at the table with a furrowed brow, staring at the array of dishes prepared by his wife, lacking the appetite to lift his chopsticks. His wife, noticing his gloomy demeanor, softly comforted him. Don't be too upset. Li, Wang Guishan has been apprehended. At most, we may lose this directorship, but there will be other opportunities. Li Yiming shook his head helplessly, his heart swelling with bitterness as he thought, you have no idea what I'm truly worried about. Missing out on the directorship is secondary. I recently gave Wang Guishan 50,000 yuan. If that comes to light, who knows what repercussions I might face. Reflecting on his life, Li Yiming realized he had dedicated himself to his work and, after much effort, had finally attained the position of deputy director. Although not the highest-ranking official, he was respected in the bureau. Recently, he had foolishly heeded Wang Guishan's counsel, dreaming of becoming the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. Now that Wang Guishan was in trouble, he feared for his own safety. Sitting quietly beside him, Li Yin ate her meal, methodically sending grains of rice to her mouth. Seemingly oblivious to her parents' conversation, her mother glanced at her daughter but chose not to say anything further. After a while, Li Yin finished her meal without uttering a word and headed straight to her bedroom. Li, look at Xiao Yin. She comes home every day with this indifferent demeanor. What should we do? His wife remarked. Is her relationship with Wang Ku truly over? Li Yiming pondered for a moment before responding. Wang Guishan is merely under investigation. What if he emerges unscathed? Don't forget his connection with Secretary Go. Let us wait and see. They both sighed in unison. Of course, County Chief Cheng. I am at your disposal for any tasks you need. By the way, after the long holiday, I will begin addressing the restructuring of 2 major state-owned enterprises. You should gather information on the Hongxing paper mill and the Qiantang beer factory in advance. Upon hearing the mention of the Hongxing paper mill, Chen Xiaomao was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 93, Hongxing paper mill. When Deputy Mayor Cheng Bin mentioned the Hongxing paper mill, Chen Xiaomao suddenly froze. Cheng Bin, noticing this reaction, casually asked, what is the matter? Is there an issue? Chen Xiaomao quickly composed himself, responding loudly, no problem, leader. I assure you I will fulfill the task. All right, you may proceed. Now that County Chief Cheng had tasked him with compiling information on these 2 factories, Chen Xiaomao would once again have the opportunity to engage closely with the mill he had worked at for several years. The following day was Friday, and with no other responsibilities during the day, Chen Xiaomao sought out relevant departments to obtain information on the Qiantang County Hongxing paper mill and the Qiantang County beer factory, gaining a deeper understanding of both enterprises. First, regarding the Hongxing paper mill, Chen Xiaomao was relatively familiar, having worked there for several years. The factory operates as a mixed ownership enterprise, with the Qiantang County State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission holding the majority of shares and collective ownership comprising a smaller portion. Although not all enterprises nationwide face such issues, many long-standing state-owned enterprises are plagued by numerous shortcomings. A cadre of middle management, wielding authority, tends to exploit their positions for personal gain, with little regard for the company's survival. Furthermore, as the government intensifies scrutiny over environmental concerns, heavily polluting industries, such as paper manufacturing, find themselves in dire straits. Without substantial funds to address these environmental challenges, the inevitable closure of such enterprises becomes a matter of time. The Hongxing paper mill, much like numerous county-owned paper factories, struggles to resolve its pollution problems and lacks the financial means to upgrade to more advanced equipment, resulting in a gradual obsolescence of its products, overshadowed by larger, more advanced paper mills. When the enterprise begins to experience financial strain, these quasi-state-owned businesses resort to various means to solicit funds from the government, ideally seeking interest-free or low-interest loans. If that fails, they are willing to accept loans at higher interest rates. Once these funds enter the company's accounts, many mid-level managers swarm like leeches, devising all manner of schemes to siphon the money into their own pockets. If this situation persists, the inevitable outcome for the enterprise is bankruptcy. Similarly, the Qiantang Brewery has been experiencing comparable difficulties as a wholly state-owned entity. The consolidation within the brewing industry has been as fierce as that in the paper industry, escalating in recent years. Many breweries, large and small, either face bankruptcy or are absorbed by few major domestic conglomerates. The once beloved Qiantang beer has gradually been supplanted by larger brands. The catchy slogan "Drink Qiantang beer, make true friends" is now scarcely remembered. Both enterprises employ around 5,000 to 6,000 individuals, categorizing them as significant employers within the county. Yet they simultaneously grapple with operational hardships, eliciting a sense of lamentation. Chen Xiaomao completed the documentation for both companies and noted the time. It was afternoon, signaling the official commencement of the May Day holiday. Many might relish this beautiful break, indulging in vacations, but Chen Xiaomao, having recently parted ways with Li Yin, felt little inclination to enjoy such pursuits alone. Lost in contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Chong, a university classmate residing in Taipei City. Upon answering, Lu Chong's resonant voice greeted him. Xiaomao, are you busy? Are you free from a day? Come to the provincial city for some fun. A few classmates working here are planning a gathering. After spending merely a day at home, Chen Xiaomao set off on the afternoon of May 1st, driving directly to Taipei City. 2 hours later, his relatively new Passat smoothly entered the provincial capital. Shortly after entering the city, he caught sight of the familiar gates of Taipei University. Although less than a year had passed since graduation, it felt as if he had drifted far from the institution. Aside from a few familiar professors, his classmates had scattered in all directions, making reunions a rare occurrence. Continuing past, he soon spotted a tall, residential complex with the name Fonglin Shengjing prominently displayed. Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but reflect on how many years it had been since purchasing the property, yet he had spent only a handful of nights within its walls. Upon reaching the entrance, a tall, slender security guard halted his vehicle. Chen Xiaomao rolled down the window to address him. The guard, upon noticing the out-of-town license plate, instinctively assumed he was a visitor and instructed, "Please park outside. External vehicles are prohibited from entering." When the guard realized Chen Xiaomao was an owner, his tone softened. "Oh, you're an owner? This plate ISNT registered, so you can't enter. Please register with the property management, and then you'll be able to come and go freely." Reluctantly, Chen Xiaomao parked outside and registered his license plate with the property management. Finally, he was able to drive into the complex and park in the garage, which had lain dormant for years, now fulfilling its intended purpose. Upon reaching his third-floor apartment, a faint musty odor greeted him, a consequence of prolonged vacancy. He hurriedly opened all the windows to dispel the stale air. After dinner, Chen Xiaomao strolled through the community, observing the twinkling lights of various homes. Realizing that the once sparsely populated complex was now nearly full. Returning to his room, he found the unpleasant odor had dissipated. As he lay on the bed, thoughts of Li Yin surfaced, reminiscing about a memorable night spent in this very room, a beautiful moment now irrevocably lost, leaving a bittersweet ache in his heart. Chapter 94. Class Reunion. Noticing the time on his phone had surpassed 10 o'clock, Chen Xiaomao concluded he could not keep his classmates waiting any longer. He descended to his car and set off toward the hotel designated for their gathering. The reunion was to take place at the Longting Grand Hotel. Owned by his university classmate Li Chenglong, the initiator of this gathering, which made the choice of venue fitting. Perhaps due to the holiday season, traffic was heavier than usual, and an abundance of out-of-town vehicles, likely tourists, filled the roads. What should have been a half-hour journey stretched into over an hour before he finally reached the hotel. Upon entering the parking lot, he found ample spaces available, choosing one close to the entrance before making his way into the hotel lobby. After inquiring about the private dining room, he headed toward it, hearing boisterous laughter emanating from within, unmistakably Li Chenglong's voice. During their university days, Chen Xiaomao often teased Lu Chong, jokingly labeling him a nouveau riche due to his family's sudden wealth from a relocation. In contrast, Li Chenglong's family had been in business for 3 generations, starting with his grandfather, who opened a restaurant in Taipei. By the time it reached his father's generation, the business had flourished, culminating in the establishment of a star-rated hotel. The Longting Grand Hotel was renowned throughout Taipei. Upon entering the room, Chen Xiaomao spotted Li Chenglong laughing heartily while conversing with others. Noticing the lone, empty seat, it was evident that he had arrived last. The room already accommodated 7 individuals, with Li Chenglong occupying the central seat at the head of the table. To his left sat a fair-skinned young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who Chen Xiaomao recognized as their former class monitor, Zhong. Lu Chong had mentioned that Zhong had entered the civil service after graduation and now worked in the reception office of the Taipei Municipal Committee. On Li Chenglong's right sat a captivating young woman clad in a floral dress, her oval face adorned with charming dimples, and her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms. This was Lin Nana, one of the 2 most beautiful girls from their class, her allure contrasting that of Li Yan's ethereal beauty. Lin Nana's family owned a decoration company, and after graduation, she had chosen to assist with the family business rather than seek employment elsewhere. Next to Lin Nana was a fresh-faced girl with short hair, exuding a sense of clarity and grace. The girl is named Duffy, the only outsider among the attendees. It is said that she has secured a teaching position in Taipei City and is now a middle school Chinese teacher. Next to her is another girl, Wang Lijuan, whose appearance is rather ordinary, framed by black-rimmed glasses that give her an air of quiet modesty. It is rumored that after graduation, she became a journalist at the provincial television station, and her family has some connections in the city. Sitting next to Wang Lijuan is Chen Xiaomao's closest acquaintance from university, Lu Chong. An empty seat beside Lu Chong is clearly reserved for Chen Xiaomao. Between the vacant seat and the class leader Zhong sits a young man named Jingbin, who also possesses an unremarkable appearance and had a rather average performance in university. His small, watery eyes occasionally dart toward the girl Lin Nana across from him, only to quickly avert in embarrassment. It is said that Jingbin has also taken the civil service exam and is currently working at the Cultural Bureau of Taipei City. Li Chenglong is laughing heartily, conversing with Zhong and Lin Nana, but upon noticing Chen Xiaomao's entrance, their chatter abruptly halts. Zhong and others remain seated, but Lu Chong, sitting with his back to Chen Xiaomao, seems to understand the situation and promptly stands to pull Chen Xiaomao into the empty seat beside him. Only then does Li Chenglong leisurely rise and address Chen Xiaomao, saying, "Minister Chen, you've arrived fashionably late. You'll owe us 3 rounds of penalty drinks." He still calls Chen Xiaomao by his title from university, leaving one to wonder if he is jesting. Chen Xiaomao can only respond with a smile. "All right. I accept my punishment, but please forgive me. It's understandable. After all, you all are in Taipei, while I've come all the way from Liaohai City." A few of the attendees chuckle at Chen Xiaomao's words. Once everyone is seated, Chen Xiaomao notices the table is laden with an abundance of food and drink. Several young men have bottles of white liquor before them, while the 3 young women have glasses of crimson red wine, indicating a special treatment for the ladies today. Seeing everyone settled, Li Chenglong raises his glass and addresses the group. "Dear classmates, it's hard to believe it has been almost a year since our graduation. It is remarkable that we can gather here, the 8 of us. Let us raise a toast." With that, Li Chenglong downs his glass of white liquor in one go. The other young men follow suit, while the 3 young women merely sip delicately from their wine glasses. Chen Xiaomao wastes no time and finishes his drink as well. Li Chenglong continues. "Moreover, there is another piece of joyous news today. Our class leader Zhong is soon to be promoted to a deputy section chief, embarking on the fast track of advancement. I propose we congratulate him and wish him a bright future and smooth career." Upon hearing this, everyone turns their attention to Zhong with keen interest. Lin Nana, seated across, gazes intently at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly brimming with admiration. Jingbin, sitting close to Zhong, stands up excitedly, bending slightly to raise his glass towards Zhong, humbly stating, "Class leader, congratulations. Don't forget to look out for your old classmates once you achieve success." Chen Xiaomao observes Zhong, contemplating his remarkable accomplishment. Although the position of deputy section chief may not seem significant, it marks the beginning of a career in the bureaucratic world. Zhong's ability to secure such a position within a year of graduation is no small feat generally. One must work for at least 2 years to attain such a role, with swift promotions typically reserved for those showing exceptional performance or those possessing influential family connections. Zhong must embody at least one of these attributes, if not both. Chapter 95, Mockery. After Jingbin's words, Lin Nana, seated across the table, also raises her glass, remaining seated while elegantly extending her long, fair arm across Li Chenglong, smiling sweetly at Zhong. "Class leader, congratulations on your promotion. Do remember to support our family business in the future." Chen Xiaomao ponders that Zhong might have some budget for renovations at the municipal reception office, which explains why Lin Nana looks at him with such intensity. However, can Zhong truly influence such decisions? Moreover, Li Chenglong's evident regard for Zhong suggests that he is doing quite well at the municipal reception office, likely holding some power, which could facilitate certain reception tasks at the Longting Hotel, thus providing substantial support to Li Chenglong. Seeing Lin Nana speak, Duffy and Wang Lijuan feel compelled to contribute to the conversation, exchanging smiles before simultaneously raising their glasses to Zhong. "We also congratulate our class leader and wish you continued success." After taking a small sip of red wine, Lu Chong glances at Chen Xiaomao, and they both understand each other's sentiments, lifting their glasses to Zhong as well, saying, "Congratulations." It appears Zhong is quite enjoying the compliments. Li Chenglong and Jingbin, seated beside him, join in the chorus of congratulations. Lian's beauty was widely recognized back then. Few boys in class weren't smitten. Zhong and the others likely harbored their own affections. Yet they were taken aback when Lian ultimately chose Chen Xiaomao, the seemingly impoverished lad. Although Chen Xiaomao is not unattractive, he is certainly not exceptionally handsome, and his family's circumstances are evident. The fact that he ended up with a beautiful girl left them feeling deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, Lin Nana, after hearing Jiang Zheng's words, feels a twinge of jealousy. Having always considered herself stunning, she had been overshadowed by Li Yin during their school days, and seeing Jiang Zheng, the object of her affections, mention Li Yin only heightened her agitation. Consequently, her gaze towards Chen Xiaomao becomes less than friendly. Chen Xiaomao understands their feelings and wishes to avoid discussing Li Yin, merely offering a smile without engaging further. However, Lu Chong, aware of Chen Xiaomao's recent breakup with Li Yin, senses his discomfort and steps in to ease the tension, urging everyone to drink and refrain from discussing irrelevant matters, while clinking glasses with those present. Lu Chong's family business has been thriving in recent years, successfully completing several major government projects with high quality, thus expanding their company and fostering numerous connections within the government. This has earned him respect among the attendees, particularly from Li Chenglong and Lin Nana, whose families are engaged in business with Lu Chong's company. Even Jiang Zheng holds Lu Chong in high regard, having witnessed the camaraderie between Lu Chong's father and their department head during banquets. Therefore, when Lu Chong raises his glass, everyone readily participates, toasting with him. However, glances directed at Chen Xiaomao carry a hint of disdain, as many contemplate how this country bumpkin managed to land Li Yin as his girlfriend. Of course, Lu Chong, Duffy, and Wang Lijuan are exceptions to this mockery. Lu Chong is Chen Xiaomao's best friend, while Duffy and Wang Lijuan are both serene individuals who remain indifferent to such matters. As the group continues drinking, the atmosphere becomes less spirited. Soon, several young men display hazy eyes, while the women, having consumed red wine, are slightly better off. With Li Chenglong and Jing Bin deepening their rapport with Jiang Zheng, and Lin Nana frequently leaning in to share a drink with him, Jiang Zheng is on the verge of slumping over the table in slumber. Sensing the situation has become untenable, Li Chenglong stands to announce the conclusion of the evening's gathering, and everyone begins to assist one another as they make their way to the parking lot outside. At this moment, near the hotel lobby's parking lot, a Porsche had just parked in a space. 3 individuals emerge from the vehicle, with the one in the center exuding an extraordinary presence. He was notably tall, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, with a shiny bald head and a fierce countenance that inspired a sense of respect and distance among onlookers. Flanking him were 2 companions, both slightly shorter. One had long hair cascading to his shoulders, his triangular eyes glinting with menace, complemented by a pronounced hooked nose that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The other sported a buzz cut, appearing somewhat more composed compared to the other 2. The trio strode towards the hotel lobby with an air of indifference. "Oh, this is quite amusing," remarked the long-haired youth. The bald man turned to him and inquired, "Mengzi, what do you find amusing?" "Haha, erge, I spotted a license plate from our hometown. What a coincidence." The long-haired youth replied with a grin. "What's so remarkable about seeing a license plate from Liaohai? With 8 million people, hundreds or even thousands come to the provincial capital daily for business," erge retorted. "It's not just any Liaohai plate. You see, I had a plate reserved back in the county, ready to mount it, but my father summoned me to the provincial capital. The county's vehicle management office had already reserved me a set of plates, like the one on that black Passat over there. East 80016, the bald man recited. "How intriguing. The plate I chose back then never got used. But now someone else has it," the long-haired youth chuckled. "That must be a small plate. Did some leader from your county take it? Who knows who mounted it? But anyone from Qian'an County must bow and scrape when they see me, haha," the long-haired youth boasted. "No need for that. I already called a designated driver." Chen Xiaomao interjected. The other classmates, except for Lu Chong, looked at Chen Xiaomao in surprise. Jiang Zheng remained silent, while Jingbin exclaimed, "Well done, Chen Xiaomao. I heard you're a civil servant in the county. What is this? Embezzlement? How did you manage to buy a private car so quickly?" Chen Xiaomao ignored their comments as they approached his car, where a designated driver stood by. He addressed the group, "My driver has arrived. I shall take my leave." With that, he pressed the remote key for the Passat. As the front and rear lights flashed, he was about to slide into the car when a voice called out from a distance, "Hey, kid, wait a moment." Chapter 96, Seeking Help. In the parking lot of the Longteng Grand Hotel in Taipei City, just as Chen Xiaomao was about to enter his car, he suddenly heard a call. "Hey kid, wait a moment." Turning around, he saw the long-haired youth who had spoken, looking at him with an air of familiarity, though Chen Xiaomao was taken aback. "Were you calling me?" he asked. The long-haired youth flicked his hair back and replied loudly, "Who else would I be calling? Don't you recognize me? He looked seriously at Chen Xiaomao and said, I'm Go Meng. Are you sure you don't know me? In Go Meng's view, anyone who could mount such a license plate in Qian'an County must have some stature. Even if they had never met, surely the name Go Meng would ring a bell. However, after confirming once more, Chen Xiaomao confidently declared, I do not recognize you. This response embarrassed Go Meng, who had just boasted to his friends in Taipei about his influence in Qian'an County, claiming that even the most obstreperous children would cease their cries at the mere mention of his name. Now, someone was publicly denying his existence. He glared at Chen Xiaomao, stating, You hail from Qiantang? Humph, someone from Qian'an claims not to know me? I'll make sure you do today. With that, he lunged forward, attempting to grab Chen Xiaomao by the collar, but Chen Xiaomao swiftly sidestepped his grasp. Although many bystanders were present, no one intervened. Even Go Meng's burly companion merely crossed his arms and watched the unfolding drama with interest. Among Chen Xiaomao's classmates, Li Chenglong, Zhong, and Jingbin stood by wide-eyed, as if witnessing a grand performance, secretly thinking that Chen Xiaomao deserved any trouble for dating the most attractive girl in class and driving such an impressive car. They had no intention of stepping in to help. The three girls had already retreated in fear, while only the stout Lu Chong observed the confrontation intently, seemingly ready to intervene. As a friend of Chen Xiaomao, Lu Chong was aware of his skills. In a fair fight, as long as his opponent wasn't a trained fighter, Chen Xiaomao would likely hold his own. Thus, he refrained from rushing in, choosing instead to assess the situation. Although Go Meng was not particularly short, he appeared clearly weakened by indulgence, swinging at Chen Xiaomao, but failing to connect, nearly stumbling instead. Seizing an opening, Chen Xiaomao delivered a kick to Go Meng's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Seeing Go Meng down, the burly man could no longer remain passive. He and the buzz-cut companion advanced towards Chen Xiaomao. Lu Chong promptly stepped forward, standing beside Chen Xiaomao. The other male classmates, Li Chenglong, Zhong, and Jingbin, felt compelled to join in, stepping forward as well. With the commotion escalating, the hotel security had already noticed and alerted their supervisor via radio. Upon learning that the boss's son was involved, the supervisor quickly dispatched several security personnel to intervene, recognizing the potential threat posed by the burly man and his companion. Had they not stepped in, Chen Xiaomao might have suffered greatly. Seeing the crowd that had formed in front of Chen Xiaomao, the burly man, though confident in his abilities, hesitated to act. His eyes gleamed with menace as he pointed at the group and declared, Oh, so you think you can rely on numbers? If it's a matter of numbers, I'm not afraid. Do you even know who you're messing with? He then picked up his phone and dialed, instructing, Sanzi, bring me a dozen men. I need to take care of a few people. After hanging up, the burly man stood defiantly at a distance, glaring at Chen Xiaomao and his friends. Suddenly, Li Chenglong's face turned pale. He whispered to the others, This guy is Yan Wang. Who is Yan Wang? Zhong asked, intrigued. Yan Wang is the most notorious thug in Beicheng, with a gang of followers known for their violent skirmishes, Li Chenglong explained. Hearing this, Zhong and Jingbin's expressions shifted, realizing the danger they faced. Jingbin turned to Chen Xiaomao and urged, Chen Xiaomao, we can't afford to provoke them. You should apologize and see if you can gain their understanding, lest we all suffer the consequences. Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if he bowed to such a person, he doubted they would let him off easily, not to mention the cost of doing so. After pondering, he realized that the only person he could turn to for help in the provincial capital was his relatively new acquaintance, brother Zhong Cheng. Chen Xiaomao took out his phone and dialed Zhong Cheng's number. He soon heard Zhong Cheng's warm voice on the other end. What's up, Xiaomao? What made you think of calling me? Chen Xiaomao quickly recounted the incident he had just encountered. After listening, Zhong Cheng chuckled and reassured Chen Xiaomao, saying, They're just a few small-time thugs. Don't worry, Xiaomao. Our camp is stationed on the eastern outskirts of Taipei City. It won't take long to reach the Longting Hotel you mentioned. Just wait a moment. I'll arrange a small team to deal with this. Feeling a sense of relief from Zhong Cheng's words, Chen Xiaomao settled down and awaited the arrival of Zhong Cheng and his men. After Chen Xiaomao ended the call, Li Chenglong turned to him and remarked, Chen Xiaomao, what good is that call? You must not know the nature of Yan Wang. It is futile for an ordinary person to approach him. He does not care for anyone's account. He then glanced at Zhong, who had finally sobered up from his drunken stupor and suggested, Your department's reception director interacts with many people. Perhaps he might have connections. Could you ask him to intervene? Zhong appeared troubled and hesitantly replied, I cannot bring this matter to my superior. If they find out I'm involved in a conflict with someone from the underworld, it would reflect poorly on me. Li Chenglong pondered this and felt increasingly despondent. Today was his gathering, hosted at his own hotel, and if trouble arose, it would be quite embarrassing. He couldn't help but blame Lu Chong, the overweight individual who insisted on bringing Chen Xiaomao along, leading to this predicament. Resolving to call his father, who had more influence and might know a few people from the streets, he dialed his father and explained the situation. Li Shanglong's fata, Li Mao, the founder of the Longting Hotel, was taken aback by his son's call. He thought to himself, why must this child provoke Yin Wang? Although I know a few people from the underworld, I doubt I could sway Yin Wang. He sternly advised his son, you must control your emotions and avoid any confrontation with Yin Wang. The consequences could be dire. After hanging up, he hurried from his office on the top floor of the hotel to the parking lot. As Chen Xiaomao and his companions were in a state of panic, a series of rapid car engines roared outside the parking lot. Several vehicles swiftly entered, circling around before converging on the crowd gathered around Chen Xiaomao. With at least a dozen cars arriving, from each vehicle emerged 3 to 4 young men, some sporting various hairstyles while others had buzz cuts, and some wielded knives or iron rods. They quickly approached the bald, muscular man standing nearby, shouting, second brother. Seeing this group arrive, Gomeng, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, suddenly sprang to life, rolling up his sleeves to confront Chen Xiaomao. However, noticing that the newcomers had not yet engaged, he hesitated to advance. Just then, a middle-aged man, panting heavily, rushed down from the upper floors. It was Li Mao, the owner of Longting Hotel and father of Li Chenglong. He approached Yin Wang, clasped his hands together in apology, and said, Mr. Yin, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us talk this over calmly and not stoop to the level of these kids. Evidently, Yin Wang recognized Li Mao and replied, Li Mao, step aside. This is not your concern. I have my sights set on that kid over there, and nothing can change that. Today, I will have him dealt with. As he spoke, Yin Wang moved forward, and the crowd of thugs began to encircle Chen Xiaomao and his companions. Li Chenglong and Zhong were both terrified at the sight of the armed thugs. Suddenly, Jingbin yelled, it's not my fault. I didn't do anything. Let me go. Yin Wang glanced at the panicking Jingbin with disdain, then looked at the encircled group and thought that perhaps it was too excessive to harm so many people. He pointed at Chen Xiaomao and declared, I only want to deal with this kid. Everyone else, get lost. I'll count to 3, and anyone still here will be dealt with as well. He began to count, 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, Jingbin darted through an opening and escaped, followed by Zhong, Li Chenglong, and several security guards. Only Chen Xiaomao and Lu Chong remained. Yin Wang looked at Lu Chong with interest and remarked, it seems you're prepared to take the beating alongside him. In truth, Lu Chong was also quite scared, but he could not abandon Chen Xiaomao to face this situation alone. Thus, he stood firm. Faced with Yin Wang's menacing words, he found himself at a loss for words. The crowd surged forward, ready to unleash a brutal assault. At that moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. A commanding voice boomed, we're the Special Operations Unit of the Field Army. You are surrounded. Everyone inside, drop your weapons and crouch with your hands in your head. All eyes turned toward the sound, and to their astonishment, a battalion of soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with machine guns had surrounded the thugs, numbering over 100. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The thugs had never encountered such a scene and quickly became agitated, desperately seeking an escape route. But the soldiers had them cornered, forcing them to comply and place their weapons on the ground, crouching with their hands on their heads. Even the bald man, Yin Er, and Gomeng followed suit. In the center of the scene, only Chen Xiaomao and Lu Chong remained. Lu Chong, looking dazed, stared at the soldiers who had seemingly descended from the heavens, while Chen Xiaomao maintained a calm demeanor. Shortly after, a tall figure emerged from behind the soldiers, a broad smile illuminating his dark face as he approached Chen Xiaomao. Xiaomao, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, he said with a grin. Chen Xiaomao responded joyfully, Chengge, your timing is impeccable. If you had arrived any later, I might have needed a trip to the hospital. After Chen Xiaomao's words, Zhong turned to the subdued thugs and commanded his soldiers, break all their legs and hand them over to the local authorities for processing. With a resounding cheer, the soldiers swiftly executed his orders, and the air filled with the anguished cries of the defeated thugs. Chapter 98. Returning to campus with Zhong Cheng's command. The soldiers efficiently incapacitated the thugs, including Yin Er and Gomeng. Outside, Li Chenglong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the moaning figures sprawled on the ground. What was happening? Li Mao, seasoned in the ways of the world, had never witnessed such a spectacle, especially with someone as notorious as Yin Wang being beaten. Yet, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, turning to his son and asking Xiaolong, "What exactly does your classmate do?" "He works as a civil servant in a county. I believe it's in Tianhai's Qiantang County," Li Chenglong replied. "Xiaolong, your classmate is no ordinary person. To have the military intervene on his behalf is no small feat. You should cultivate this relationship," Li Mao advised. "Understood, Li Shanglong, Rapulia." Li Chenglong whispered softly, turning his gaze towards Lu Chong, who stood alongside Chen Xiaomao, pondering that no matter what, he could not rival the bond between this portly fellow and Chen. Earlier, the rest of them had discreetly distanced themselves, leaving only Lu Chong steadfastly by Chen's side. In times of hardship, true friendship reveals itself. Yet it seemed the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Chen Xiaomao had slipped away. Meanwhile, Zhong wore a slightly ashen expression, harboring resentment as he thought about how Chen Xiaomao had the audacity to summon military personnel to his aid. He had anticipated witnessing a reprimand for Chen, which would have offered him some solace, only to be met with disappointment. The three girls, who had previously taken refuge at a distance, now cast curious glances at Chen Xiaomao. Having felt anxious for him moments ago, they now observed with admiration as he commanded a group of soldiers to stand by him, finding him rather impressive in this moment. Earlier, Zhong had already contacted personnel from the Criminal Investigation Department of the Dongshan Provincial Public Security Bureau. They had collaborated multiple times and were quite familiar with the captain of the department. Soon, a convoy of police vehicles arrived, taking the group of ruffians, including Yan Er, into custody for further investigation. Chen Xiaomao glanced at Lu Chong, smiling as he said, "Let us go, my friend." With that, he pulled Lu Chong towards the car, casting a farewell glance at a few classmates nearby, calling out, "We're leaving." "Goodbye." Li Chenglong quickly echoed goodbye. Yet, a pang of bitterness lingered in his heart, wishing Chen Xiaomao had invited him to join, seizing the chance to meet that formidable officer. Regretfully, he had not chosen to stand with Chen earlier. The remaining classmates watched with mixed emotions as Chen Xiaomao's Passat slowly drove away. They eventually found a tea house where the three of them settled down. Looking at the chubby Lu Chong, Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. This hefty fellow, though seemingly simple-minded, demonstrated a commendable bravery by standing alongside Chen Xiaomao amidst the crowd. It appeared that he was indeed a friend worth knowing. Most of the time, Lu Chong merely listened to Chen Xiaomao and Zhong converse, grinning foolishly while occasionally refilling their teacups. A few hours later, Zhong had to leave early due to an urgent task, leaving Chen Xiaomao and Lu Chong to chat a little longer. Chen Xiaomao inquired about Lu Chong's family business and learned that his father had transformed the company into a thriving enterprise. They no longer merely operated as a construction crew. They had established a dedicated real estate firm, securing 2 plots from the government and constructing residential complexes, with one building already topped out and selling exceptionally well. Lu Chong had finally stepped into the realm of a true affluent heir. No longer the nouveau riche that Chen Xiaomao once described. He was now primarily responsible for the residential projects, planning to sell both developments before pursuing further land acquisitions for more housing projects. Chen Xiaomao felt genuinely happy for Lu Chong's burgeoning success. Suddenly, Lu Chong softly asked, "Xiaomao, is it true that things are completely over between you and Li Yan? You two were so close. Can't you try again?" Chen Xiaomao paused, his voice heavy as he replied, "It's likely not possible anymore. Her parents are vehemently against us, and Li Yan is a dutiful girl. It seems we truly cannot be together." "What a pity," Lu Chong remarked with a hint of regret. "I always thought you two were a perfect match and believed you would end up together." "Marriage relies on fate," Chen Xiaomao sighed. "By the way, how about you? It's been quite a while since graduation. Have you found a girlfriend?" "Hee, I have someone I like, but I'm unsure if I can win her over." "Oh, really? Who is it? Do I know her?" "Of course. It's Du Fei from our class. She is currently teaching at Taipei No. 2 High School." Chen Xiaomao was surprised to learn that Lu Chong had feelings for Du Fei, but considering her as a potential partner made sense. She was stable in character and down-to-earth. "That's great. With Du Fei as a teacher, you'll have an advantage in educating your future children. You should strive to win her heart." "Yes, I will do my best." On a breezy night in the 3rd lunar month, the gentle wind felt refreshing against Chen Xiaomao's face as he drove with the window down. Relishing the vibrant glow of neon lights along the road, his spirits lifted. After a restful night, the following day, feeling a bit bored, Chen Xiaomao thought it best to visit his former university professor, Wang Wen. After all, he had learned much during those years under Professor Wang's guidance, and it was an opportune moment to reconnect. Having called Professor Wang in advance, Chen Xiaomao arrived at Taipei University. The campus security stopped his car, inquiring about his visit. After confirming with Professor Wang, they allowed him entry into the campus. Professor Wang still resided in his previous home, making it easy for Chen Xiaomao to locate him. As he walked through the familiar university grounds, nostalgia washed over him. Upon reaching Professor Wang's residence, the two greeted each other warmly. It had been nearly a year since their last meeting, and both had undergone significant changes. Chen Xiaomao had transitioned from student to civil servant, having also served as a supply and marketing cooperative employee and assistant to the vice county chief. Meanwhile, Professor Wang had moved from frontline teaching to an administrative role, now serving as the deputy director of the Chinese department. In Chapter 99, the longest conversation ensued. Chen Xiaomao visited Professor Wang, and they chatted amiably for a long time. Eventually, Professor Wang advised, Xiaomao, if you get the chance, consider furthering your education. As a civil servant, if you aspire to ascend to higher positions, enhancing your knowledge is crucial for your future development. Chen Xiaomao contemplated this and replied, Professor, I am eager to learn more, but now that I am working, it's challenging to find time to pursue a graduate degree. Professor Wang smiled and said, you're just starting your career, not in a high-ranking position, and you're not yet married with children. Looking forward, the next 10 or 20 years may present the most free time. If you truly wish to study, I can recommend you. You can take an exam, and if you pass, you won't need to attend full-time classes. The professor will tailor the schedule to your availability. Chen Xiaomao felt elated upon hearing this and asked, that sounds wonderful, Professor. Should I continue with Chinese language studies? Professor Wang chuckled. Since you've chosen to pursue a political career, consider studying economics. The professor I mentioned is an old friend of mine from the economics department, named Zhuo Lining. Have you heard of him? The name sounded vaguely familiar. Perhaps he had heard it mentioned before. Okay, thank you, Professor. After bidding farewell to Professor Wang, Chen Xiaomao went to a bookstore in the afternoon, purchasing materials for economics graduate entrance examinations, resolved to study diligently. After dinner, with nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Xiaomao visited an internet CAF in his community, intending to pass the time online. Just as he logged into his QQ account, he noticed a notification indicating that his online romantic interest, Xia Rongyan, had messaged him. Darling, how come you have time to be online? I haven't seen you lately. Huh. I've recently taken up a position as a secretary to a leader, so my schedule isn't as free as it used to be. How have you been? I'm doing well, just feeling a bit sentimental as graduation approaches in a little over a month. Indeed, who would have thought it would come so quickly? You're about to graduate from university. Darling, how is your job going? Is it smooth sailing? I'll be starting work in a few months too. Chen Xiaomao felt somewhat at a loss for words, unsure how to express his feelings toward this girl he had met online. The two individuals engaged in conversation were quite happy, and it was evident that Xia Rongyan was a kind-hearted and innocent girl. Chen Xiaomao constantly feared that he might inadvertently hurt her, even in the virtual realm. He was torn between the anxiety of causing her pain through indifference and the worry that his excessive devotion might prove futile. What's wrong, darling? Why are you silent? Don't you wish for Yin to be a little closer to you? It's not Liaohai. My father no longer works there. He has been transferred to Taipei. I plan to find a job in Taipei. Oh, that sounds good. Taipei is the provincial capital, after all, with more job opportunities. Have you made any contacts yet? I have some potential leads, but nothing is confirmed yet. I'll let you know when I do. After saying this, Xia Rongyan sent a smiling emoji, leading Chen Xiaomao to instinctively feel that the young girl likely had a nearly finalized job opportunity, merely wanting to keep it under wraps. Thus, he refrained from pressing further. Chen Xiaomao sent a sweating emoji in response. Upon reflection, he realized that he had never typed the word wife on the screen. Previously, perhaps in his heart, Li Yin was the only one he envisioned as his wife. In this lifetime, he wished to marry her alone, which made him reluctant to utter such sacred terms casually. Since I, Chen Xiaomao, am now a single man, why should I be overly concerned? This girl across the screen has always resonated with me, hasn't she? What harm is there in calling her wife online? Thus, with a hint of nervousness, Chen Xiaomao typed out the two characters, wife. Xia Rongyan was taken aback to truly see Chen Xiaomao refer to her as wife. She was overjoyed. Having never heard such an address before, she had occasionally felt a tinge of disappointment. Now, a satisfied smile graced her face. Perhaps this was also a form of fate. That night passed without dreams, and the next morning, Chen Xiaomao drove towards Qiantang County. Chapter 100, Arrival at the Hongxing Paper Factory in Qiantang County. At the home of the county party secretary, Go Ziki, his wife anxiously held the phone, speaking to him. Ziki, I haven't been able to reach Xiaoming. Something might have happened. Don't worry. You know your son-esque character? He probably drank too much and turned off his phone. But I've been trying to call since yesterday, and it's almost noon now. You should ask your friends in the provincial capital to help find him. Okay. You worry too much. If it weren't for your insistence on sending him to the provincial capital, I could see him every day. This is all your fault. All right, let's not dwell on that. I will contact my friends in the provincial capital to look for your son. About an hour later, Go Ziki hung up the phone. His brow furrowed. His wife, noticing his demeanor, rushed over and asked, Ziki, what did they say? Did they find him? Go Ziki pondered for a moment. I heard from my friend that Xiaoming was taken away by the Provincial Public Security Bureau. What? Go Ziki's wife staggered, her face turning pale. What happened to Xiaoming? How did he be taken away? My friend mentioned it might be related to gang activities, but I don't have further details. Our Xiaoming could never be involved in such things. It must be a mistake. You need to find someone to look into this and get our son out. I don't have any contacts at the Provincial Bureau. I'll ask Lu Ping. He works in the public security system and might know someone. Please hurry. Our son must be suffering in there. Go Ziki called Lu Ping, and upon hearing that Go Meng had been taken by the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Lu Ping felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had a direct connection to Go Meng and was unaware of what trouble the boy had found in the provincial capital that led to his apprehension. If Go Meng revealed anything about their past in the county, Lu Ping would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. As these thoughts raced through his mind, cold sweat beaded on Lu Ping's forehead. When Go Ziki asked him to reach out to someone at the provincial bureau, he immediately agreed. Recognizing that this was no longer just Go Ziki's problem, it concerned him as well. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomao's Passat rolled into Qiantang County, contrasting sharply with the bustling streets of the provincial capital. Although Taipei is not classified as a first-tier city, its economic vitality far surpasses that of a small county like Qiantang, with the roads often congested during peak hours. The county may be small, but its size has its advantages. The driving experience is remarkably pleasant, free from traffic jams. While driving, a sudden thought crossed Chen Xiaomao's mind: to visit the Hongxing paper factory. He turned the car around and headed north towards the city outskirts. The Hongxing paper factory occupies over 1,000 acres on the northern outskirts of Qiantang County and is considered one of the larger factories in the area. In its heyday, the vicinity was bustling with small businesses, restaurants lined up next to one another, along with convenience stores, billiard halls, and a lively atmosphere. Chen Xiaomao arrived at the west gate of the paper factory, observing the somewhat dilapidated storefronts on either side of the road. While they were far from the vibrancy of the past, they were still in better shape than he had expected. In Chen Xiaomao's memory, this area had been devoid of any businesses, and in a few years, as the factory's performance declined, it had been on the brink of closure. Although he harbored no profound feelings for the Hongxing paper factory and had reservations about some mid-level management, the majority of the workforce consisted of ordinary workers, some of whom he was familiar with. Witnessing the factory's gradual decline was something Chen Xiaomao found disheartening. He recalled that among the workers were fathers and sons, couples, and even entire families employed at Hongxing. When the factory's efficiency waned and salaries went unpaid, many struggled to afford meals. Currently, several major enterprises in Qiantang County face various challenges, and the situation is similar in other factories. The locals, with their relatively conservative mindset, had only a few who chose to leave the county in search of work elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaomao's car had arrived at the entrance of the factory's office building. Given the large area of the Hongxing paper factory, there are multiple gates. Typically, factory workers enter and exit through the main production gate, while management uses the office building entrance. At Hongxing, workers and management were easily distinguishable. Workers donned blue uniforms and were prohibited from entering the factory without them, while management wore casual attire and displayed a golden nameplate indicating their name and position, a symbol of status within the factory. In the past, Chen Xiaomao rarely had the opportunity to visit the office area, as despite the factory's declining performance, security measures were stringent. The factory had a dedicated security department, and the guards wielded significant authority, responsible for maintaining order and discipline throughout the premises. For instance, workers were required to walk in groups of 3, dress appropriately, and refrain from riding bicycles or slouching. Any violation, if caught by patrolling guards, would result in their names being recorded and reported to the company office, leading to potential salary deductions for those who breached discipline. Moreover, workers were not allowed to wander about the factory. If they were assigned to a particular workshop, they were not permitted to switch to another, let alone roam around the office area where factory leaders congregated for fear of creating any negative impressions. In summary, the guards wielded considerable power, and most workers would avoid them at all costs. Thus, in his previous life, Chen Xiaomao rarely ventured into this office area. As he drove slowly, a sense of curiosity enveloped him as he gazed at the tall building before him. Though only 5 stories tall, this building stands as the tallest structure in the northern outskirts of Qiantang County, surrounded solely by factories and similar establishments. As a vehicle approached the office entrance, 2 young security guards in uniforms abruptly emerged, their expressions brimming with arrogance. They approached Chen Xiaomao's car, which he had already parked. One guard pointed downwards and shouted at Chen Xiaomao inside the vehicle, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get out for inspection." Chen Xiaomao found their demeanor somewhat amusing. It seemed these guards had grown accustomed to wielding their authority within the factory grounds, mistaking themselves for the police. Instead of exiting the vehicle, he simply rolled down the window and regarded the guards with a cool demeanor, asking, "What do you want?" His tone was less than polite, but he peered closely inside the vehicle. He noticed a young man in his 20s gripping the steering wheel, clearly not a leader, perhaps merely a driver. The guard's bravado surged. One stepped forward, yanked open the driver's side door of the Passat, and with a glare, demanded, "Did you not hear me? Get out of the car." As Chen Xiaomao flung the door open, the guard was forcefully pushed back, nearly losing his balance. Standing upright, he glared at Chen Xiaomao, ready to confront him. At that moment, a young man on a bicycle rode up to the office entrance, noticing the commotion. He approached and called out, "What is going on here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, one of the guards quickly greeted him with a smile. "Director Zhong, hello. This person has been loitering at the entrance, and we suspected he might be a spy sent by a competitor, so we stopped him." The newcomer, Zhang Yongliang, a deputy director at the Hongqing paper factory, glanced at Chen Xiaomao's car and its license plate, which began with an 80, causing a pang of concern. He frequently hosted county leaders, who often drove vehicles with similar plates. Zhang quickly shouted to the guards, "Stop this nonsense. Have you seen too many spy films? There aren't that many competitors. Go back to your posts. I'll handle this." Turning to Chen Xiaomao, Zhang noticed the young man exuded an air of calm, reminiscent of a recent university graduate. Yet he did not appear to be an inexperienced novice. Was there some underlying support he possessed? Zhang approached with a smile, addressing Chen Xiaomao. "Hello, comrade. My apologies for the guard's rudeness. They were concerned you were sent from another paper factory. I am Zhang Yongliang, the deputy director of the factory. May I ask your name?" Upon hearing Zhang's title, Chen Xiaomao assessed him. Zhang's demeanor was gentle, and his sincerity was evident, making him well-suited for office work. Although Chen had not met him in his previous life, he had heard of Zhang Yongliang, known for his competence. Now, as the deputy director, it seemed Zhang was on the path to promotion. Considering the upcoming restructuring of the Hongqing paper factory, Chen decided it was unnecessary to conceal his identity. He smiled and replied, "Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Chen Xiaomao, and I work in the county government office." Zhang, not surprised by this revelation, had already inferred Chen's position from the license plate. "Ah, nice to meet you, Director Chen. Welcome to the paper factory for your inspection." He laughed heartily, extending his hand. Chen Xiaomao shook his hand, responding, "Director Zhang, I'm not a director. I'm actually secretary to Deputy County Head Zhong, who is overseeing the restructuring of the Hongqing paper factory. I simply wanted to familiarize myself with the area." Zhang's interest piqued upon learning of Chen's role. Recognizing the significance of being a deputy county head's secretary, such a position could lead to higher authority in the future. Eager to connect, Zhang warmly invited Chen to visit his office. However, Chen felt it would be inappropriate to enter the office unaccompanied, so he politely declined Zhang's invitation. Zhang, unperturbed, suggested they exchange phone numbers for future communication, warmly assuring Chen that he could reach out anytime when visiting the Hongqing paper factory. As Chen observed Zhang, who rode away on an old bicycle, he found the encounter quite intriguing. Meanwhile, not everyone was enjoying their day. Some were grappling with their own troubles. As the highest official in a county of hundreds of thousands, Go Ziki usually thrived on the sense of control that came with his position, having established a firm grip on Qiantang County over the years. Who would dare disrespect him? Even county head Li Jiahao could not diminish his authority, despite being close to the municipal party secretary. However, Go Ziki felt increasingly frustrated these days, since learning that his son had been taken by the provincial public security department. He had leveraged many connections to expedite his son's release. Yet, after 3 to 4 days, no one had been able to help him. Despite his esteemed position, he found little respect in Taipei City, where no one was inclined to cater to a county party secretary. The County Public Security Bureau chief, Liu Siping, informed him that a former comrade in the Provincial Public Security Department had inquired about the situation, but all they could ascertain was that his son was somehow linked to a local gang leader. Beyond that, the criminal investigation team was tight-lipped, leaving Go Ziki at a loss. His hair was turning gray from worry. Reflecting on his wife's words, he pondered whether sending his son to develop in the provincial capital had been a mistake. Initially, he had wanted to send his son away to avoid the negative influence of his idleness at home. Little did he expect this series of unfortunate events. If his son had remained in Qiantang County, Go Ziki felt confident he could have resolved any issues that arose, provided they weren't of a severely disruptive nature. Meanwhile, the deputy director of the county's Environmental Protection Bureau, Li Yimin, was also experiencing a difficult time. After a long-awaited May Day holiday, his wife had urged him to join her and their friends on a trip, but he had firmly refused. He had no desire to travel, especially after Deputy County Head Wang Guishan had been placed under investigation by the disciplinary committee. Li Yimin, who was not naturally easygoing, found himself increasingly tormented by the situation. Observing his husband's hair turning gray, his wife snapped, "It's just a bureau chief. Look at you now. Are you trying to make life unbearable for me?" Unable to travel, her temper flared as she watched others enjoying their vacations while she remained stuck in Qiantang, feeling humiliated in front of her friends. Moreover, old Li, I have heard that Chen Xiaomao from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has been transferred to the county government, becoming the secretary to Vice County Head Cheng Bin. It seems that this impoverished young man possesses some talent. Do you think forcing Xiaoyan to break up with him was a mistake on our part? You, as a woman, may not have a broad perspective. He lacks any substantial background, merely a poor boy from the countryside. Even if he is now a secretary to the vice county head, how far can he truly go? Our Xiaoyan is beautiful and well-educated. Even if Wang Guishan is no longer an option, there are certainly other suitable candidates. We must not allow her to pursue that impoverished boy. Observing her seclude herself in her room yet again, Li Yimin's wife could only sigh, saying nothing further. On the morning of May 6th, Chen Xiaomao had no other commitments and arrived early at the office. Cheng Bin looked at Chen Xiaomao with satisfaction. The report he prepared was comprehensive and evidently the result of diligent effort, demonstrating a solid understanding of the two factory situations. Setting down the documents in hand, Cheng Bin looked up at Chen Xiaomao and said, "Well done. The information is quite thorough, and you seem to have grasped most of the issues. When we start work on the 8th, we will first visit the brewery." "Certainly, County Head Chen Xiaomao replied promptly. On the morning of the 8th, Chen Xiaomao accompanied Vice County Head Cheng Bin and Deputy Director of the Government Office, Li Qiao, to the Qiantang County Brewery. Even before entering the factory premises, the rich aroma of hops mixed with a hint of sourness wafted through the air. As their vehicle approached the entrance of the brewery, they spotted a group of 5 or 6 individuals standing at the gate, where a red banner hung overhead, proclaiming a warm welcome to the county government leaders for their inspection. Driver Wang Wei brought the car to a halt, and Chen Xiaomao quickly exited, moving to the left rear door to open it for Cheng Bin. A portly middle-aged man approached them with a genial smile, saying, "Welcome, County Head Cheng, to the brewery for your guidance." Cheng Bin returned the smile and said, "Director Luan, no need for formality. The county has sent me here primarily to participate in the brewery's restructuring efforts, and we will need your cooperation moving forward." Director Luan Zhuoji of the brewery promptly clasped his hands and replied, "We will cooperate wholeheartedly. County Head Cheng, please do not hesitate to give us any directives." The group exchanged pleasantries and proceeded into the factory area. It was Chen Xiaomao's first time in the production zone of the brewery, and he felt a sense of curiosity as he observed the various production equipment. In the production workshop, he watched the beer production process and the busy workers, surprised to learn that this seemingly thriving factory was facing financial losses. After touring the production workshop, everyone gathered in the factory's conference room. Luan Zhuoji personally briefed Cheng Bin and the others on the current situation of the brewery, providing more detailed and direct insights than Chen Xiaomao had previously gathered. In summary, the Qiantang County Brewery's current predicament stemmed largely from fierce industry competition, with large beer conglomerates consolidating the domestic market. Presently, there are 3 major beer giants in the country: Jinghua Beer Group in the north, China Beer in the south, and Hongdao Beer within Dongshan Province. Besides these 3 conglomerates, most others are small to medium-sized breweries. As market competition intensified, price wars began to emerge. Some companies lacking core product competitiveness and facing tight cash flow were the first to succumb to market pressures, declaring bankruptcy. Meanwhile, the more robust large beer groups began to merge with smaller factories, gradually increasing their production capacities. Ultimately, numerous breweries across the nation were either invested in or directly acquired by these large groups. Those unable to be merged faced a grim fate, collapsing in the harsh competitive landscape. Currently, the Qiantang County Brewery finds itself in a similar situation. Without investment from larger firms, it risks closure. Director Luan continued, "We are actively seeking collaboration with large beer groups, with our primary consideration being the Hongdao Brewery in our province. We have sent representatives to negotiate with them several times, and I have personally approached one of their vice presidents. However, their feedback has not been particularly encouraging. I later learned the reason is that the breweries in Wuyuan County and Meng County have already established partnerships with them, completing their layout in Liaohai. County Head Cheng, I must express my regrets to the county government. This oversight from our brewery's leadership has led to our failure to make timely judgments and reach out to Hongdao Brewery sooner. This has resulted in our inability to find investment partners in a timely manner, making our situation increasingly dire." Seeing Luan Zhuoji's remorseful expression, Changbin could only offer consolation. "Director Luan, there is no need to be overly self-critical. Now that the situation has occurred, we must focus on finding solutions. If Hongdao Brewery is not a consideration, there are still 2 other large breweries, correct?" County Head Cheng, Luan Zhuoji replied, "We have reached out to the other 2 large groups as well. Qian'an primarily focuses on the south and has no plans for development in the north, leaving only Jinghua Beer as a viable option. We are currently in contact with Jinghua's representatives, but the situation does not appear promising." "What is the current status of Jinghua Beer?" Changbin inquired. Luan Zhuoji pondered briefly before responding, "Jinghua Beer, with its headquarters in the north, has plans for expansion in Dongshan province. However, since this area is the stronghold of Hongdao Beer, Jinghua's development here has not been very substantial. We have contacted Zhou Xiunqi, the head of their market expansion department, and he indicated that in the next year or 2, Jinghua plans to only take a stake in one slightly larger brewery. Consequently, many breweries are vying for collaboration with them." Pausing momentarily, Luan Zhuoji continued, "From what I gather, over 10 breweries have approached Jinghua for negotiations, the most promising of which is the Baekwon Brewery in Taipei. This brewery is the largest among those seeking collaboration, boasting the most advanced equipment, and being located in the provincial capital, its transportation advantages far exceed those of our county-level factory. Thus, the chances of collaboration for a county-run factory like ours are virtually nil, which is why I initially overlooked this opportunity." After listening to Luan Zhuoji's insights, Cheng Bin and the others who were previously unaware of the situation suddenly understood that the Qiantang Brewery was indeed in a precarious position, caught between a rock and a hard place. Cheng Bin also felt quite helpless. It seemed that the restructuring of this brewery would indeed prove challenging. Regarding beer and market conditions, Cheng Bin was not particularly knowledgeable. Each field has its own expertise. Although he is the county head, he cannot possibly be well-versed in everything. Thus, he turned to Luan Zhuoji and, after some contemplation, said, "At present, it seems that Jinghua is our only hope, although the prospects are slim. I believe that even if there is a glimmer of opportunity, we must pursue it. Even if we ultimately fail, at least we will have made the effort." Director Luan, this is not merely about our own pursuit. Think of the thousands of employees in the factory, each with families, parents, spouses, and children to support. If we strive hard, we might be able to help them secure their livelihoods. We cannot let down these thousands of brewery workers. After a moment of silence, Luan Zhuoji nodded solemnly and said to Cheng Bin, "County Head Cheng, rest assured, I will endeavor to secure a partnership with Jinghua Beer. If kneeling would help, I would do so to persuade them. Here and now, I vow to you, if we cannot achieve a collaboration with Jinghua, I will resign." Upon hearing Luan Zhuoji's impassioned words, Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of admiration. It was evident that Luan Zhuoji genuinely cared for the factory and was a responsible leader. After listening to Luan Zhuoji's words, Vice County Mayor Cheng Bin stood up abruptly, extending his hand to firmly grasp Luan Zhuoji's, speaking earnestly. "Old Luan, we are genuinely dedicated to serving the workers. The eyes of the masses are discerning and will undoubtedly recognize our efforts. I have faith that you will achieve success." At this juncture, Cheng Bin paused thoughtfully before continuing. "Do you happen to know where the person in charge of Jinghua Beer is located? If feasible, I could accompany you to meet them. The county government can directly propose a collaboration, as the county brewery is also a state-owned enterprise, which would demonstrate our sincerity in partnership." As Luan Zhuoji spoke, He retrieved a notebook. I have reviewed the visitation schedule they provided. The 16th of this month is the date for visiting the Qiantang County Brewery, and, at that time, County Mayor Cheng can meet with their representative. Cheng Bin nodded in acknowledgement and said, "All right, please contact my secretary, Chen Xiaomao, in advance to confirm the time. I will discuss matters with them." The morning passed swiftly with the brewery investigation concluding. At noon, Wan Zhuoji invited Vice County Mayor Cheng to lunch, but Cheng Bin politely declined, opting to return to the county government cafeteria. After a simple meal at the cafeteria, Cheng Bin instructed Chen Xiaomao to reach out to Hongxing Paper Mill in the afternoon for an on-site visit. Chen Xiaomao noted the task and took a brief rest in the office. By 2 o'clock, he retrieved the phone number for Hongxing Paper Mill, and after a few rings, it was answered. "Hello, this is Hongxing Paper Mill. May I ask where you're calling from?" The voice on the line sounded somewhat familiar. Chen Xiaomao realized it was Zhong Yongliang, the deputy director of the factory, whom he had met not long ago. "Hello, Director Zhong. This is Chen Xiaomao from the county government office. We met a few days ago." "Ah, Secretary Chen, hello. How may I assist you?" Zhong Yongliang responded, recalling Chen Xiaomao vividly. "Director Zhong, this afternoon, County Mayor Cheng is planning to visit Hongxing Paper Mill for an inspection. I want to give you a heads up." "Understood. Secretary Chen, I look forward to seeing you this afternoon." After hanging up, Chen Xiaomao approached Vice County Mayor Cheng to inform him that the arrangements with Hongxing Paper Mill had been finalized and they were ready to depart. As in the morning, the driver, Wang Wei, drove the 4-person delegation towards Hongxing Paper Mill. Approaching the entrance, they were greeted by a cacophony of drums and gongs. Chen Xiaomao initially thought there might be a celebration occurring within the mill. Upon nearing, they observed a vibrant scene at the entrance, adorned with flowers and a festive atmosphere. A crowd had gathered, with several factory leaders in the forefront and a line of young female workers behind them, each holding bouquets and wearing overly formal smiles. Seeing this spectacle, Cheng Bin's brow furrowed. As a pragmatist, he was particularly averse to such ostentatious displays. A simple banner, like the one at the brewery, he could accept, yet the grandiosity exhibited by Hongxing Paper Mill seemed excessive, wasteful of resources, and might lead the public to believe Cheng Bin favored such extravagance. Chen Xiaomao glanced at Cheng Bin, noting his increasingly displeased expression, and inquired, "County Mayor Cheng, should we stop the car?" "Just drive straight in," Cheng Bin replied tersely. The driver, Wang Wei, did not apply the brakes. Upon reaching the entrance, the vehicle slowed briefly before proceeding past the gathered crowd and entering the premises. Parking beneath the office building, a few individuals quickly jogged to the office building. At this moment, Chen Xiaomao had already opened the car door and watched as Cheng Bin stepped out. A man of medium stature with a somewhat gaunt face approached briskly, extending both hands with a beaming smile, welcoming Cheng Bin. "Welcome, County Mayor Cheng, to our paper mill inspection." Cheng Bin shook one of his hands, stating, "Director Chen, our paper mill is also facing tough times. We should discontinue these wasteful displays at the entrance." Hearing Cheng Bin's words, Chen Zhonghua immediately understood the crux of the issue. It was evident that Cheng Bin disdained such flamboyant gestures, in stark contrast to the previous industrial supervisor, Wang Guishan, who relished grand welcomes and would be displeased if the ceremonies were too simple. Rumor had it that due to such preferences, Wan Zhuoji had been reprimanded by Wang Guishan on multiple occasions for his perceived lack of diligence. Chen Zhonghua promptly replied, "Ah, County Mayor Cheng, this was orchestrated by the office personnel. I have admonished them on numerous occasions, yet they refused to heed my words." Chen Xiaomao couldn't help but reflect that he was somewhat familiar with Chen Zhonghua. He had previously encountered his eloquent speeches in various settings, which were often moving and impactful. However, in his past life, Chen Xiaomao had only been an audience member, never having the opportunity for close interaction. Now, witnessing Chen Zhonghua's adeptness in handling the situation was truly impressive. Cheng Bin, observing the unfolding scenario, chose not to dwell further on the matter. They proceeded to the conference room, where Chen Xiaomao suddenly recognized a familiar figure bustling about. It was Zhong Yongliang, the deputy director of the office, diligently attending to refreshments for the visiting leaders. Upon noticing Chen Xiaomao's entrance, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from approaching to speak. In the conference room of Hongxing Paper Mill, Vice County Mayor Cheng Bin listened to a report from the mill's director, Chen Zhonghua. The challenges faced by Hongxing Paper Mill were distinct from those of the brewery, yet similarities existed. Firstly, both factories grappled with fierce market competition, leading to price wars that undermined profit margins. The domestic paper industry was saturated, compounded by the influx of international capital, resulting in a significant oversupply. This imbalance between supply and demand directly translated to plummeting product prices, often to unsustainable levels. Moreover, Hongqing Paper Mill faced an even more pressing issue than the brewery: severe environmental concerns. The government had placed a high priority on environmental protection, and for the paper mill to survive, it needed to address these issues. However, this required substantial investment in environmental technology and upgrades to meet national standards, a challenge that Hongqing Paper Mill evidently lacked the financial resources to tackle. Thus, for the past few years, Hongqing Paper Mill had been operating on the edge of regulations, doing just enough to pass inspections and resorting to public relations maneuvers when they could not comply. Maintaining normal operations had become increasingly arduous. After absorbing director Chen Xiaomao's exposition, Chongbin fell into deep contemplation. The core dilemma for Hongqing Paper Mill was undoubtedly financial. Resolving the environmental issues would permit it to operate sustainably. However, this required significant capital investment. Despite the fact that over half of the mill's shares were state-owned, expecting the government to inject additional funds seemed unrealistic. The county's fiscal situation was already strained, with little surplus capital available. Furthermore, a fundamental principle of the recent restructuring of county-owned enterprises was to divest state shares, transferring them to individuals or private entities. This aimed to alter the nature of the enterprises and shift the mindset of employees towards a market-oriented approach, abandoning the previous entitlement mentality associated with state ownership. Therefore, it is an impossible task to expect the government to invest further funds into the Red Star paper mill. Seeking foreign investment for the mill presents a potential avenue. Yet this endeavor is fraught with challenges. Significant transformations invariably lead to gains for some and losses for others, inevitably prompting fierce opposition from those whose interests are jeopardized. Previously, there have been multiple discussions between investors and the Red Star paper mill, but due to disagreements over profit distribution, no substantial outcomes have emerged. In a moment of contemplation, Chongbin could not devise a satisfactory solution. So he suggested to Chen Xiaomao that they visit the production workshop to gain first-hand insight into the manufacturing situation. Chen Xiaomao personally led the office staff, accompanying Chongbin and his group to the workshop. Chen Xiaomao trailed behind, his emotions tumultuous as he walked slowly. As they traversed the path to the workshop, memories flooded Chen Xiaomao's mind. He had walked this route countless times before, clad in blue work attire, cautiously navigating the factory grounds for fear of encountering security personnel enforcing discipline, worried they might discover any irregularities. Upon reaching workshop number 1, Chen Xiaomao felt a surge of emotion, for it was the very workshop where he had toiled for several years. The machinery appeared even newer than he remembered, yet a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him. Subsequently, he followed the group to workshop number 2 and then to workshop number 3. As they entered workshop number 3, Chen Xiaomao's heart skipped a beat. A familiar figure stood at the paper selection station before him. In Chapter 105, amidst the bustling atmosphere of workshop number 3, Chen Xiaomao was momentarily frozen upon recognizing a female worker he knew well, Yang Na. During a time when he had just graduated from university and struggled to find suitable employment, he reluctantly joined the Red Star paper mill, plagued by a sense of despair. It was there that he met Yang Na, a paper selector. Although she could not be described as a beauty, years of labor in the workshop had endowed her with a healthy allure. Yang Na, intrigued by the fresh university graduate, often aided him when he was at a loss for tasks. Her kindness had lightened his spirits during his most challenging moments, leaving him eternally grateful. Seeing this familiar yet distant person momentarily disoriented Chen Xiaomao. However, as he lingered at the back of the group, his presence went largely unnoticed. Zhang Yongyang, the deputy director of the factory office, who was also trailing behind, took note of him. Having shared an introduction previously, he sensed that Chen Xiaomao was no ordinary individual. He exuded a calm and dignified aura that piqued Zhang's interest. Observing Chen Xiaomao's unwavering gaze fixed on a young woman at the workbench, Zhang instinctively turned to look as well, recognizing her as a young lady with a robust physique and a touch of elegance. Meanwhile, the others in front remained oblivious to the unfolding dynamics behind them, continuing their journey towards the paper production area. Yet, having pondered the situation, Zhang decided to let it be. After all, he was dispatched by the county to address issues. Thus, he gestured broadly, leading the group towards the wastewater treatment area. In his previous life, Chen Xiaomao had never visited the direction of the wastewater treatment facility, as it was deemed a confidential location inaccessible to non-staff. The security measures here far surpassed those at the office entrance. With Chen Zhonghua leading the way, they encountered no obstacles at the iron gate outside the treatment facility, where several security personnel observed the Group S entry. From a distance, Chen Xiaomao was assaulted by a pungent odor reminiscent of decaying straw, the very material used for paper production at the Red Star paper mill. As the mill relied on wheat straw as its raw material, this odor was to be expected. With advancements in production technology, many prominent paper enterprises in the country had abandoned straw in favor of wood pulp, which, while yielding superior product quality, incurred higher costs. In contrast, the Red Star paper mill continued to utilize the more rudimentary straw paper-making method, which, although less efficient, allowed the mill to assist the local government in managing straw utilization and qualify for low-interest loans. As Chen Xiaomao pondered these issues, he had arrived alongside the group at the wastewater treatment facility, gazing at the rows of black water pools. The stench intensified. Clearly, it was Changbin's first visit to this location as well, and he furrowed his brow, turning to Chen Zhonghua and inquiring, "Director Chen, is this wastewater discharged directly?" Chen Zhonghua offered a sheepish smile, responding, "It undergoes some treatment before being released." "And what sort of treatment is that?" Changbin pressed further. "Essentially, it undergoes purification and is allowed to settle for an extended period," Chen Zhonghua replied, lacking confidence in his explanation. Changbin understood the implications and chose not to pursue the matter further. Chen Xiaomao recalled how, on windy days, a distinct odor often wafted through the county town, likely emanating from the paper mill's wastewater facility. After exiting the treatment area, Changbin lost interest in remaining at the Red Star paper mill. "We should concentrate more on the development of the enterprise and refrain from engaging in trivial matters," he remarked, causing Chen Zhonghua's face to flush slightly. Upon returning to the county government office, Changbin assigned Chen Xiaomao a task. "Xiaomao, you accompanied us throughout the day and observed the conditions at both factories. Please prepare a report. It will likely be needed for the upcoming standing committee meeting." Chen Xiaomao promptly agreed. That evening, he dedicated himself to organizing materials and drafting the report. By the next afternoon, when Chen Xiaomao presented a thorough 6- or 7-page report to Changbin, he was somewhat taken aback by the swiftness of its completion. Changbin placed the report on his desk, and once he finished his current tasks, he began to review it. He discovered that Chen Xiaomao had indeed been meticulous, clearly outlining the conditions and challenges faced by both factories, even offering several recommendations. For the Red Star Brewery, the proposed solution was to expedite the introduction of external funding, with the greatest hope resting upon a potential collaboration with Jinghua Brewery, which was expected to send representatives in a few days, a critical opportunity that should not be missed. As for the Red Star paper mill, Chen Xiaomao suggested pursuing product upgrades within the limits of their capabilities. In his previous life, he had observed many successful paper enterprises that expanded into consumer paper products, as the demand for such goods surged alongside rising living standards. One particular mill had unexpectedly launched a natural-colored consumer paper, breaking the conventional product mold by producing a yellowish paper that starkly contrasted with the previously pure white variety. The highlight of this natural-colored paper was its lack of whitening agents, promoting better health for consumers. Chen Xiaomao proposed that the Red Star paper mill could leverage its current raw material, straw, which bore a similar hue to the natural-colored paper, to produce this wheat-colored consumer paper. However, this would necessitate an investment in new machinery for producing sanitary paper. The machinery employed in the production of household paper differs significantly from that of conventional paper mills. However, their raw materials are interchangeable. Thus, transitioning from a standard paper mill to the manufacture of sanitary paper hinges primarily on the investment in production equipment. Nevertheless, the machinery required for producing household paper is considerably more economical compared to the exorbitant costs associated with printing paper production equipment. Through product innovation, the Hongxing paper mill ultimately achieved profitability, enabling it to increase its environmental protection efforts, a vision proposed by Chen Xiaomao in his report. This impressed Vice County Mayor Changbin immensely. Chapter 106. Representatives from Jinghua Beer arrive. Upon reading Chen Xiaomao's report, Changbin was struck with admiration, pondering how such a young individual could possess such innovative ideas. The notion of having the Hongxing paper mill produce household paper had never crossed his mind. Indeed, over the past few years, the societal developments have made it abundantly clear that the public's demand for household paper has risen significantly. The variety of household paper brands in supermarkets has also proliferated. Furthermore, Chen Xiaomao's proposal for unbleached natural color household paper was a product he had never even heard of before. Reflecting on this, Chen Bin summoned Chen Xiaomao to inquire about the inspiration behind such a product. Chen Xiaomao explained that a classmate of his, who had studied abroad, informed him that such sanitary paper had already been introduced in another country. Chen Bin, satisfied with this explanation, did not press further as he watched Chen Xiaomao leave. As he gazed down at the substantial report in his hands, Chen Bin pondered the challenges ahead. While the report was innovative and highly actionable, convincing the county's primary leaders to endorse it would prove quite difficult, given that County Mayor Li Jiahao's influence within the Standing Committee was rather limited. 2 days later, during the Standing Committee meeting, when Chen Bin presented the report, aside from County Mayor Li Jiahao's strong endorsement, the other committee members remained ambiguous. Following a clear opposition from County Party Secretary Go Ziki, the majority of the committee members cast their dissenting votes. Although a few acknowledged the report's feasibility, Chen Bin felt helpless, unable to make the final decision, thereby relegating the report to obscurity. In truth, County Party Secretary Go Ziki might have recognized some merit in the report. The county's investment in purchasing machinery for household paper production was not out of the question, provided it revitalized the Hongxing paper mill. However, Go Ziki was preoccupied with personal matters, particularly concerning his only son, who remained detained within the Provincial Public Security Department's Criminal Investigation Unit without resolution. This turmoil left him no mind to contemplate the Hongxing paper mill's predicament. Moreover, the fact that such a commendable proposal was not brought forth by someone close to him irked him. Despite recognizing Chen Bin's capabilities, he felt Chen Bin was too aligned with Li Jiahao, which displeased him. While the county leaders convened for the meeting, a figure approached the front of the Tang County Commission for Discipline Inspection, head bowed. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Yimin, Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. As days passed, the pressure mounted on Li Yimin, observing that Wang Guishan had yet to emerge safely from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The mounting stress became unbearable, leading to sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Ultimately, he decided to confess to the county's Commission for Discipline Inspection, admitting to having previously given Wang Guishan a sum of 50,000 yuan. Following the Standing Committee, after conducting preliminary research on the two major factories, Vice County Mayor Chen Bin resolved to establish a temporary enterprise restructuring task force, as he had other responsibilities to attend to and could not manage everything personally. He instructed Chen Xiaomao to arrange a meeting with his uncle, Luo Jiarong, to report on the work at Chen Bin's office. Upon receiving the call, Luo Jiarong was ecstatic. Ever since dining with Vice County Mayor Chen Bin, he had a premonition that Chen would seek his involvement. Having prepared himself, Luo Jiarong arrived at Chen Bin's office, where he was finally reunited with the Vice County Mayor. Chen Bin expressed his intent to draw Luo Jiarong from the Civil Affairs Bureau to serve as the executive deputy leader of the Enterprise Restructuring Task Force, overseeing the specific affairs during the restructuring process. Without hesitation, Luo Jiarong agreed, recognizing the honor of being called upon by leadership. On May 15th, Chen Xiaomao received a call from the Qiantang County Brewery, informing him that representatives from Jinghua Beer would arrive the following day. Chen promptly relayed this information to Vice County Mayor Chen Bin, who urged him to coordinate the timing with the brewery, as he wished to engage directly with Jinghua Beer's representatives. The next afternoon, the leadership of the Qiantang County Brewery hosted guests from Jinghua Beer at the Mengshan Grand Hotel. For 2 hours that morning, Jinghua Beer's market expansion team conducted an on-site visit of the Qiantang County Brewery, yet they refrained from offering any evaluations regarding the counter-run brewery's overall situation. The brewery's director, Wan Zhuaji, personally invited the guests to lunch, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xuanqi from Jinghua Beer accepted the invitation. As a leading enterprise in the domestic beer industry, Zhou Xuanqi was well-versed in the formalities of hospitality, and while sharing a meal was customary, it did not guarantee collaboration. This understanding was mutual among the attendees. Nevertheless, a meal could still be afforded regardless of the brewery's financial struggles. Naturally, the venue was the finest hotel in Qiantang County, the Mengshan Grand Hotel. When it was announced that the Vice County Mayor would attend the banquet, Zhou Xuanqi was not particularly astonished. Having worked in the market department of Jinghua Beer for many years, he had interacted with various entrepreneurs and government officials, and, in his eyes, officials below the rank of department head were hardly noteworthy. This was indeed the case. Wherever they went, Jinghua Beer's presence commanded attention. It was not uncommon for county leaders to personally receive them upon arrival. During the banquet, Cheng Bin first extended a warm welcome to Minister Zhou Xuanqi and his delegation on behalf of the Qiantang County government, after which the leaders present shared toasts with him. As the revelry reached its peak, County Mayor Cheng Bin sincerely invited Minister Zhou Xuanqi to collaborate with the Qiantang County Brewery, emphasizing that the brewery was a nationally recognized enterprise, and thus, its affairs were the government's affairs. Collaborating with the brewery meant collaborating with the Qiantang County government. Zhou Xuanqi remained non-committal in response to Cheng Bin's speech. In his heart, he regarded the county-operated Qiantang County Brewery as lacking any competitive advantage. Over the past 2 years, Jinghua Beer had only established one strategic partnership in Taishan province, and it was unlikely that they would choose the Qiantang County Brewery. With a smile, Zhou Xuanqi turned to Cheng Bin and remarked, "County Mayor Cheng, we greatly appreciate the county government's attention to us. However, any decisions regarding collaboration with your county's brewery must be reported to our senior leadership, as Jinghua Beer is merely a subsidiary of the Beijing International Trade Group, and such significant matters require deliberation by the group's board of directors." Upon hearing the name Beijing International Trade Group, Chen Xiaomao, seated further down the table, felt a sudden jolt of recognition. Chapter 107. The Promise of a Deputy Section Chief. When the name Beijing International Trade Group was uttered by Minister Zhou Xuanqi from Jinghua Beer, Chen Xiaomao was taken aback. He recalled that the chairman of this company was none other than Brother Ji, whom he had conversed with during their previous meeting at Ma Lao's Bengu Zhai in Beijing. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Xiaomao could not help but feel a surge of excitement, as if he had grasped something pivotal. Hearing the evasive remarks from Minister Zhou, the deputy county head felt it inappropriate to say more and thus warmly encouraged everyone to drink. The drinking culture in Taishan province is quite robust. Although Zhou Xuanqi and his companions protested against consuming alcohol, they ultimately found themselves quite inebriated at the hands of the locals from Qiantang County. After bidding farewell to the representatives from the Jinghua Beer Market Expansion Department, Chen Xiaomao joined the others in the brewery's conference room. The brewery's director, Wan Zuoji, cast a helpless glance at Cheng Bin and remarked, "County Head Cheng, as you can see, it is not that we lack enthusiasm. Everyone here is fervently drinking with the other side. They take one drink, and our people accompany them with two, yet these fellows refuse to budge. It appears they are not satisfied with our offerings. Old Wan, all we can do is our best. Let things unfold naturally," Cheng Bin replied, equally exasperated. The room fell into silence. At that moment, Chen Xiaomao suddenly spoke up, "County Head Cheng, there is something I am unsure whether I should say." "Xiaomao, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need to be so formal," Cheng Bin smiled. "I have an acquaintance who is purportedly from the Jingsheng Guomao group. Perhaps I could reach out to him and see if he can assist us." Cheng Bin and the others thought that given Chen Xiaomao's youth, it was likely he had a classmate who had secured a position at the Jingsheng Guomao group. Yet, they wondered how much help someone of his age could provide. Chen Xiaomao stood up, preparing to exit the conference room to make a call. Cheng Bin gestured for him to stay, saying, "Xiaomao, there's no need to step outside. You can call from here." Reluctantly, Chen Xiaomao halted, opened his phone's contact list, found the name Ji Feng Yuan, and dialed. After a few rings, the call was answered. "Hello? Is this Xiaomao? What prompted you to call me?" "Hello, Brother Ji. I have an important matter to discuss with you today. I hope you are free at the moment." "Of course, speak your mind. As long as it is within my capacity, I will do my utmost to assist you." The brewery in our county intends to bring in a partner and has recently made contact with Jinghua Beer. I just learned that Jinghua Beer is a subsidiary of Jingchang Guomao. So I was wondering if you could perhaps put in a good word to facilitate this collaboration. A hearty laugh came from the other end. "Xiaomao, such a partnership would require discussion at the board level. However, I'm aware of this matter, and I will communicate with a few board members to assess whether your county's brewery meets the necessary conditions. If the conditions are similar, there should not be any major issues." Chen Xiaomao felt a wave of joy wash over him, exchanged pleasantries with Ji Feng Yuan, and ended the call. The people in the conference room listened quietly as Chen Xiaomao spoke on the phone, with no alternative options available. They viewed Chen Xiaomao's acquaintance in the Jingsheng Guomao group as a flicker of hope. However, when the words indicating that there should not be any significant problems reached their ears, they were still somewhat taken aback. Who was this individual to speak with such confidence? Could it be a mere ruse to placate Chen Xiaomao? Cheng Bin, however, did not share this skepticism. Through his recent interactions with Chen Xiaomao, he had come to regard the secretary as a reliable individual. His demeanor was consistently steady, and the people he knew were unlikely to be mere blowhards. Thus, he inquired of Chen Xiaomao, "Xiaomao, What position does your brother Ji hold at Jingchang Guomao? In a soft voice, Chen Xiaomao replied, he is Ji Fengyuan, the chairman of Jingcheng Guomao Group. As soon as these words left his lips, the room fell into stunned silence. They may have speculated that the individual could be a minor leader, thus leaving a modicum of hope for the situation. Yet, none had dared to imagine that the person in question would be the chairman of Jingcheng Guomao. That was simply astounding. Does this not bode exceptionally well for our prospects? Luan Zuoji suddenly stood up, approached Chen Xiaomao, and bowed deeply, his voice tinged with emotion. Secretary Chen, if this comes to fruition, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the 800 employees of the brewery. Chen Xiaomao hurriedly stepped forward to support Luan Zuoji, exclaiming, Director Luan, please, what are you doing? This is merely my duty. Besides, the outcome is still uncertain. Whether successful or not, I am grateful to you, Secretary Chen, Luan Zuoji insisted. Changbin chuckled at the side, realizing that his secretary had indeed surprised him. After all, the chairman of Jingcheng Guomao Group was no ordinary individual. He pondered how Chen Xiaomao had come to know such a person. It is essential to note that while Jingcheng Guomao Group operates as a company, it is also a central state-owned enterprise and functions as a vice-ministerial unit. The chairman of Jingcheng Guomao Group holds a status equivalent to that of a vice-ministerial leader within the political sphere, several ranks above Changbin, who is merely a deputy county head. Changbin would be content to retire at the level of a full department head, while the leap to a vice-ministerial position seemed a distant dream. Casting a thoughtful glance at Chen Xiaomao, Changbin solemnly declared, Xiaomao, this matter holds immense significance. If we can successfully secure this collaboration, it will be monumental for our entire Qiantang County brewery. You will be considered a benefactor of Qiantang County. Here and now, I assure you that upon the successful completion of this endeavor, you will be promoted to a deputy section chief. Chen Xiaomao felt elated at this prospect. Attaining the rank of deputy section chief would mark the beginning of his official career, as this tier is regarded as the entry level for civil service in China. Those present exchanged smiles, recognizing the fortuitous fortune of this young man. To ascend to the rank of deputy section chief at such a tender age is a remarkable feat. While many toil for decades in the political arena and still find themselves unable to achieve even that rank, Luo Jiarong, serving as the deputy leader of the working group, accompanied them throughout the day. He felt a mix of pride for his nephew while also reflecting on the passage of time. It had not been long since Chen Xiaomao sought his counsel regarding civil service examinations, and now his nephew was on the verge of a promotion. In contrast, Luo Jiarong had dedicated 10 years to his career and could barely claim the title of a section-level officer, falling short of even the deputy rank, and not yet recognized as a formal civil servant. As they gazed upon Chen Xiaomao's youthful visage, a collective sigh of admiration filled the room. Chapter 108, The Great Greed. In the residential complex of the Environmental Protection Bureau of Qiantang County, at Li Yimin's home, the past few days had been the most leisurely Li Yimin had experienced in many years. With no work-related matters to disturb him, he spent his days reading and watching television, finding a newfound tranquility in his thoughts. The burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart were finally lifted, resulting in improved sleep quality. He could finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Li Yimin's wife observed her husband, harboring a hint of resentment for the sudden misfortune that had befallen him due to a single mistake, leading to his suspension from the position of deputy director. Living in a residential area primarily occupied by colleagues from the county's Environmental Protection Bureau, she felt the weight of their gazes, finding it difficult to hold her head high when venturing outside. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that at least her husband remained in good health and had not been incarcerated. He had not lost his freedom, which was indeed a blessing. It was hard to fathom what life would have been like had her husband been detained by the disciplinary committee. Lian looked at her father, who appeared somewhat downcast, and her hardened heart softened considerably. In recent days, they had hardly exchanged a word, marking the longest period of silence between them. Although Li Yin had an outwardly amiable demeanor, she could be quite stubborn. When faced with an emotional impasse, she would often withdraw from communication for days on end. This trait, in fact, was inherited from her father, who was known for his obstinacy. As a result, the father-daughter duo frequently found themselves at odds, but this time, their silence had persisted longer due to Chen Xiaomao's involvement. Nonetheless, deep down, Li Yin was a kind-hearted girl, especially when it came to her own father. Seeing Li Yimin suffer a significant blow due to his professional missteps, Li Yin felt a wave of compassion for her father. She rose to brew him a cup of his favorite jasmine tea and gently presented it to him, saying, "Dad, Have a cup of tea. Just let work matters unfold naturally. Li Yimin was taken aback. This stubborn daughter, who had not shown much concern for him in a while, suddenly expressed such tenderness, bringing warmth to his heart. As he accepted the cup and savored the fragrant tea, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yin, are you no longer angry with your father? Truly, what father does not cherish his daughter? Seeing you distressed pains me as well. My opposition to your relationship with Chen Xiaomao was solely for your own good. Noticing Li Yan's silence, he continued, from now on, I do not wish to interfere in your affairs. If you wish to continue your relationship with Chen Xiaomao, I shall not hinder you. Do as you please. After a brief pause, he added, however, considering your future, it would be prudent to seek a partner from a more favorable background, as it could benefit your career. You may not yet comprehend this, but within the system, lacking connections makes progress exceedingly challenging. Li Yin, having listened to her father's words, merely whispered, I understand, and fell silent. Observing his daughter's expression, Li Yimin could only sigh helplessly within himself. Meanwhile, approximately 50 kilometers away in Wuyuan County, in a room at the Wuyuan Hotel, Wang Guishan, the former deputy county head of Qiantang County, was being held for investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission. After about half a month of scrutiny, Wang Guishan confessed to numerous issues. However, as the confinement extended, his psychological defenses began to crumble. One day, the commission staff informed him that Li Yimin, the deputy director of the Qiantang County Environmental Protection Bureau, had voluntarily confessed to having given Wang Guishan 50,000 yuan. Under the relentless questioning, Wang Guishan's nerves frayed, and upon hearing this revelation, he surrendered and began to divulge his own transgressions. Currently, the most serious charge against Wang Guishan involved the rampant acceptance of bribes totaling as much as 50 million yuan from subordinates and business people. Additionally, he held shares in 2 private coal mines within the county, participating in profit distribution at the end of each year, while also turning a blind eye to environmental and safety issues concerning those mines. Through Wang Guishan's confessions, the staff discovered nearly 50 million yuan in cash, along with gold, jewelry, and paintings, amounting to a total value close to 60 million. This case, in terms of both the sum and its implications, marked the largest corruption scandal in the history of Qiantang County. The municipal disciplinary inspection personnel involved in the case felt invigorated from many young investigators. This was their first encounter with such a significant corruption case, instilling a profound sense of achievement within them. A specialized report detailing the list of bribing officials and businesspersons was compiled and submitted to the municipal party committee leaders. Upon receiving this report, Municipal Party Secretary Che Wenliang slammed the table in astonishment, exclaiming that he never expected a mere deputy county head to embezzle such a staggering amount of money and to influence so many officials and business people. He took up his pen and meticulously instructed in the report, please ensure Secretary Li Tangyuan thoroughly investigates the relevant individuals, regardless of their identity. Leave no stone unturned. In response to Che Wenliang's directive, Li Tangyuan promptly mobilized, establishing a dedicated task force to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the issues surrounding Qiantang County. On May 20th, Chen Xiaomao, the head of the Qiantang County Hongxing paper mill, was taken away for questioning by the task force. On May 21st, Hui Yuan, the director of the Qiantang County Industrial Bureau, was also apprehended. This continued with the Environmental Protection Bureau head on May 22nd and the Land Bureau head on May 23rd, followed by the Transportation Bureau head on May 24th. For several consecutive days, various leaders from Qiantang County faced investigations by the Municipal Disciplinary Commission, creating an atmosphere of anxiety throughout the local political landscape. Even some businessmen and coal mine operators were summoned for questioning. County Party Secretary Go Ziki found himself increasingly distressed. With his son's issues unresolved, the county was descending into chaos, and his tenure as secretary had never been so tumultuous. The mayor of Liaohai City, Gao Chengguang, had already reprimanded him multiple times over the phone, questioning whether he could still serve as county party secretary. He warned that if the situation could not be controlled, Go Ziki should consider resigning. Chapter 109, A Shift in Dynamics. Amid the unprecedented turmoil in Qiantang County, Secretary Go Ziki faced a barrage of criticism from Mayor Gao Chengguang. This left Go Ziki in a state of sincere trepidation. Having endured significant challenges to reach his current position, he never anticipated such turmoil this year. And now he was being chastised by his powerful backers. Was he destined to face ill fate this year? Observing the current situation, Many members of the county's standing committee began to contemplate their own positions, sensing Go Ziqi's mounting pressure and speculating whether he could effectively navigate the emerging crisis. In the realm of politics, they're only enduring interests, not perpetual allies. While one may enjoy favor today, many will flock to support, but should one fall from grace, they will scatter like leaves in the wind. Moreover, the political landscape is rife with astute individuals who can perceive the subtle hints of change. Previously, Wang Guishan privately referred to Go Ziqi as his boss, and it was well known that he was a staunch ally. How could it be believed that Go Ziqi remained unscathed amidst Wang Guishan's extensive corruption? Among the standing committee members closely aligned with Go Ziqi, individuals like Organization Minister Li Hongyuan, Propaganda Minister Lu Peng, and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Gao Ge began covertly exchanging glances with County Head Li Jiahao, each contemplating their futures. As the results of the Municipal Disciplinary Commission's investigations were unveiled, all implicated officials from Qiantang County were stripped of their positions, with future legal repercussions to be determined based on the severity of their misconduct. Given the substantial number of officials being investigated at once, concerns arose about the potential disruption to the normal operations of various departments. The Municipal Party Organization Department urged Qiantang County to convene a standing committee meeting promptly to address the vacancies resulting from Wang Guishan's case. Thus, on the last day of May, the Qiantang County Standing Committee convened as scheduled in the County Party Office's conference room. During the meeting, Organization Minister Li Hongyuan proposed that, due to the dismissal of former Hongxing Paper Mill Director Chen Xiaomao over his disciplinary case, the Deputy Director, Shi Hongguang, be appointed as the acting director to ensure the mill's operations and ongoing restructuring were not adversely affected. He also suggested that to prevent incidents similar to Chen Xiaomao's, Luo Zhong, the deputy leader of the enterprise restructuring team, be appointed as the party secretary of Hongxing Paper Mill, clearly designated as a deputy section-level position, primarily responsible for supervising the performance of the mill's leadership team. Upon hearing Li Hongyuan's proposal, Go Ziqi was initially astonished. In prior standing committee meetings, Li Hongyuan would always consult with him in advance regarding personnel recommendations, with most decisions aligning with Go Ziqi's preferences. The sudden promotion of a deputy section-level official without his consent was unexpected. Moreover, Luo Zhong, being a member of the county head Li Jiahao's faction, raised questions about Li Hongyuan's motives. Before Li Hongyuan could elaborate, Go Ziqi interjected, "I do not agree with this proposal." Everyone turned to look at Go Ziqi, noting the flush on his face and the veins protruding from his neck. County head Li Jiahao replied with a gentle smile, "Since there is a dissenting opinion, I suggest we proceed as before and have the committee vote on the matter." With that, Li Jiahao was the first to express, "I support the organization department's recommendation." As his words resonated in the meeting room, the silence was so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. It appeared to be the first time that the two principal leaders of the county committee and the county government confronted each other directly. In the past 2 years, since Li Jiahao assumed the role of county magistrate in Qiantang County, he had consistently displayed a demeanor of gentleness, never engaging in a hard clash with Secretary Go Ziqi, which had fostered a misleading impression of him as a moderate who would never find himself in disputes. However, on this occasion, he boldly stood in opposition to Go Ziqi. Subsequently, the director of the county committee office, Zhong, aligned himself with Secretary Go's perspective. As a longtime subordinate, he was fiercely loyal to Go. Naturally, the executive deputy county mayor, Cheng Bin, voiced his support, as the proposal concerning Luo Zhong was someone he had intended to promote. Conversely, the deputy secretary, Ji Shunsheng, who had historically backed the secretary, chose to abstain from voting. Following this, the Minister of Propaganda, Lu Peng, and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Gao Ge, surprisingly cast their votes in favor. This left Secretary Go Ziqi rather disheartened, as these key figures had previously stood by his side, yet now seemed to have shifted allegiance to the county magistrate. Fortunately, even when including Organization Minister Li Hongyuan, their total was merely 5 votes. The current situation reflected 5 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention, with 3 individuals yet to cast their votes. The Deputy Secretary, Zhao Qifa, who had often collaborated with Go Ziqi, was expected to abstain as well, although he might not align with Go this time. Meanwhile, the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Peng Tianmu, and the Political Commissar of the Armed Forces Department, Deng Shi, were known for their habitual abstentions, rarely expressing opinions on personnel matters unless it pertained to internal appointments within the commission. Given that the Armed Forces Department was under the jurisdiction of the military sub-district, The county committee and government refrained from involvement. In the standing committee meeting, Deng Qi was nearly invisible. Should all three choose to abstain, the total votes in favor would remain at 5, prompting Go Ziki to prepare to exercise his veto power as secretary of the county committee, arguing that the number of votes was insufficient. Subsequently, Deputy Secretary Zhao Qifa contemplated briefly and indeed cast an abstention vote, precisely as Go had anticipated, which brought a smile to Go's face. However, he was unprepared for the ensuing votes from Secretary Peng Tianmu and Minister Deng Qi, both of whom unexpectedly supported the proposal. Go Ziki felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. What was happening today? After years of maintaining control over the county standing committee, he found himself losing grip. Faced with a scenario of 7 votes in favor, even his position as secretary of the county committee could not easily overturn the outcome. After all, the principle of the minority yielding to the majority was fundamental. In Chapter 110, the appointment plan for the secretary and acting director of the Hongxing paper mill was smoothly passed in the county standing committee meeting, marking the first significant decision of the day regarding personnel appointments. Following this, Organization Minister Li Hongyuan recommended several mid-level cadres from the Hongxing paper mill, such as the former office director Wang Changjiang being dismissed and succeeded by the current deputy office director Zhang Yongliang. Though these positions were relatively inconspicuous, they did not stir significant reactions in the room. Among the next important appointments, the current director of the county brewery, Wan Zuaji, was reassigned as the director of the County Industrial Bureau while simultaneously taking on the role of secretary of the Brewery S Party Committee, akin to Luo Jiarong's responsibilities. It is worth noting that Wan, who previously held a deputy section chief position, was now legitimately promoted to a section chief role. The position of the brewery director was assigned to one of the current deputy directors, Jiang Zhong. Subsequently, the heads of the County Environmental Protection Bureau, the County Transportation Bureau, and the County Land Bureau were also recommended by Li Hongyuan, and it became evident that all candidates were aligned with County Magistrate Li Jiahao. Once the organizational recommendations were put forth, Go Ziki felt compelled to oppose them. Yet, much like the initial votes, the outcome was predominantly in favor of County Magistrate Li Jiahao. This feeling of helplessness was an unfamiliar experience for Go Ziki, having not encountered such a situation for many years. After all personnel appointments were approved, the meeting was adjourned. Observing the despondent Go Ziki exit the meeting room, everyone sensed that with the conclusion of this meeting, an era in the leadership of the Qiantang County Committee had drawn to a close. In the outskirts of Liaohe City, within a vast and heavily guarded compound, Zhang Hongkai, the commander of the Liaohe military subdistrict, was engaged in a game of chess with Li Tangyuan, the secretary of the Liaohe City Discipline Inspection Commission. Don't speak carelessly. Changbin is already over 40. I certainly don't have such a large, illegitimate child. It's merely a favor to assist an old comrade. Nothing more, Zhang Hongkai chuckled. In truth, Zhang Hongkai had not received any orders from the old leader. He was acting independently in support of Changbin. Since the grandson of the old leader served as his secretary, supporting Changbin could be interpreted as supporting Chen Xiaomao. The aftershocks of the Qiantang County Standing Committee meeting persisted until mid-June, with various government agencies abuzz with discussions. The officials involved in the Standing Committee had gradually begun their appointments, yet everyone seemed to harbor an unspoken anticipation for an event to unfold. Indeed, on June 28th, Li Tangyuan personally arrived at Qiantang County to announce the decision to place Go Ziki under double regulation in his office. It turned out that in the report concerning Wang Gishan's corruption case, the final testimony revealed that he had delivered over 10 million yuan in cash to Go Ziki's wife on several occasions, a sum subsequently discovered beneath the bed in Go Ziki's bedroom. Although Go Ziki vehemently denied any knowledge of this money, claiming it was solely his wife's personal dealings. Additional allegations emerged regarding the condoning of his children's business activities and shielding criminal acts. This primarily referred to his son, Go Meng, whose numerous transgressions in Qiantang County were notorious. Reports suggested that under interrogation by the Provincial Public Security Department's Criminal Investigation Division, Go Meng quickly confessed to his past crimes. Leveraging his father's protection, Go Meng had engaged in operating nightclubs, bars, drug trafficking, brawls, organizing prostitution, coercing individuals into sex work, running casinos, engaging in usury, and employing violent debt collection tactics, among other offenses that could fill pages. Additionally, he was involved in the operations of several local coal mines, participating in profit-sharing alongside the relatives of several leaders, including Wang Gishan's son, Wang Ku, Another individual implicated in this web was Gao Xiaoguang, the son of Liaohe City Mayor Gao Chengguang. The reason Gao Meng had been able to operate with impunity for so many years in Qiantang County, committing such numerous crimes without facing justice, was primarily due to the protective influence of his father, Gao Ziki, whether in his capacity as county magistrate or later as county committee secretary. Several of Gao Ziki's longtime subordinates, such as former deputy county mayor Wang Guishan and public security bureau chief Liu Siping, were directly complicit, turning a blind eye to Gao Meng's actions and failing to fulfill their duties. When Secretary Li Tongyuan expressed a desire to speak with Deputy County Mayor Liu Siping, Liu unexpectedly clutched his chest and collapsed. This sudden turn of events astonished the disciplinary committee staff, who merely sought to gather information concerning Gao Ziki. Unforeseen, Liu Siping suffered a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital, passing away that very night. This shocking news left many in disbelief. Previously, there had been murmurs about Liu Siping's fragile health, yet no one anticipated such a tragic conclusion, due to the involvement of key municipal leaders. A separate report regarding Gao Xiaoguang's participation in the coal mine operations in Qiantang County was submitted to the Liaohe City Party Committee Secretary, Che Wenliang. Holding the report, Che Wenliang fell into deep contemplation. He had a considerable understanding of his old partner, Gao Chengguang, the mayor of Liaohe City. Although Gao's work style was rather assertive, he was undoubtedly reliable when it came to economic matters. This incident was likely just a personal misstep of his son. Pursuing it for a thorough investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission would probably yield little significance. After careful consideration, Che Wenliang instructed his secretary to reach out to the mayor's office and arrange for Gao Chengguang to visit him. Upon receiving the summons from the party secretary, Gao Chengguang arrived at the office with an air of calmness. "Secretary Che, you called for me?" he inquired with a smile. "Please, Mayor Chengguang, have a seat," Che Wenliang replied. As Gao settled onto the sofa, Che handed over the report. With a look of surprise, Gao took the report and began to read. The deeper he delved into it, the darker his expression became, and the calm demeanor he initially wore dissipated. "What gives them the right to offer you shares? They're merely giving you money out of respect for your father." This thought nearly drove Gao to the brink of fury. Chapter 111. The Exchange of Interests. Holding the report handed to him by Secretary Che Wenliang, Gao Chengguang's hands trembled with anger. What had this scoundrel been doing behind his back? If this report were to reach higher authorities, what consequences would he face? Would his political career be jeopardized? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden realization struck him. If Secretary Che Wenliang intended to have him removed from his position, why not directly submit the report to the provincial level? Although they had their share of workplace skirmishes over the years, nothing had escalated to a major conflict. Moreover, based on his understanding of Che Wenliang, while he was politically astute, his character leaned towards being somewhat accommodating. He typically refrained from taking extreme measures. This indicated that Che's intent in presenting the report to him was not to escalate matters further. Instead, it was quite evident that he was seeking some form of political quid pro quo. With this clarity, Gao Chengguang regained his composure and spoke to Che Wenliang with sincerity. "Secretary Che, I must reflect on the issues concerning Qiantang County. I insisted on appointing Gao Ziki as the county's party secretary, and I had not anticipated the ensuing problems. I bear responsibility for my inability to identify capable individuals." After a brief pause, he continued, "In hindsight, Comrade Li Jiahao is indeed the best candidate for the position of Qiantang County Party Secretary. To avoid further hindrances to the county's work, I propose we convene a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee to confirm Comrade Li Jiahao's appointment." Gao Chengguang's intention was clear. He sought to trade the position of party secretary for leniency regarding his son's misconduct. Che Wenliang pondered this proposition. When Li Jiahao competed against Gao Ziki for the position of party secretary, Che had not advocated for him vigorously. In truth, Li should have been appointed 2 years prior. Given Gao Ziki's recent troubles, it was only fitting for Li Jiahao to assume the role of party secretary. However, if this was the sole outcome of Che's maneuvering, it fell short of his expectations. Observing Gao Chengguang's resolute expression, Che understood that the mayor possessed considerable confidence, particularly in economic matters, and was not lacking in political acumen. Additionally, he was favored by the current provincial secretary, Wang Yunlu. Thus, in his dealings, Che had maintained a low profile, having retreated into a less influential position within the People's Congress, all the while striving to unite all members of the team and avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, with Gao Chengguang's son embroiled in significant trouble, Che saw an opportune moment to leverage the situation. In a swift moment of clarity, Che Wenliang smiled at Gao Qingguang and remarked, Mayor Qingguang, given the recent turmoil in Qiantang County, we must promptly determine the leadership of the county. Moreover, the immediate priority is the power plant project. I suggest that once Li Jiahao assumes the role of party secretary, we appoint the executive deputy county mayor, Cheng Bin, as the acting county mayor to ensure the project's timely advancement, as he has been instrumental in its development. Additionally, Cheng Bin has been serving as deputy county mayor for many years and is well qualified for promotion. Upon hearing Che's proposal, Gao Qingguang felt a pang of discomfort. Che was seizing the opportunity to assert his demands, aiming to secure both the party secretary and county mayor positions for himself, effectively consolidating control over Qiantang County's future. Whether to agree to this was indeed a conundrum. Glancing at the report in his hand, Gao realized he had little choice. After all, he had given Che the leverage with his son's indiscretions. Reluctantly, he conceded, regarding Qiantang County, Secretary Che, your foresight is commendable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Seeing Gao Qingguang's acquiescence brought Che considerable satisfaction. It was a rare occasion in their years of collaboration that felt so gratifying. Reflecting on Cheng Bin, Che acknowledged that fortune had favored him. Had he not lacked suitable candidates at the moment, Cheng Bin would not have been the one to assume the county mayor position. After all, Li Jiahao had recommended Cheng Bin to him, suggesting he was closely aligned with Li, thus making him a suitable choice for the role. Meanwhile, Cheng Bin, diligently working in the Qiantang County Government Office, remained blissfully unaware that a conversation between two influential figures had already determined his fate. The prospect of a promotion to a department-level position, which had previously seemed distant, was now within reach. Preoccupied with the recent chaos in Qiantang County, Cheng Bin was too busy to pay much attention to the leadership changes. With a heavy workload, including overseeing corporate restructuring and gathering information for the power plant project, he felt little concern over who would become the county party secretary. It was beyond his purview to worry about such matters. 3 days following the discussion between Che Wenliang and Gao Qingguang, another meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee convened. Che Wenliang opened the meeting with the following words. Comrades, as you are aware, there have been issues within the leadership of Qiantang County. Certain individuals have displayed political instability and have committed egregious errors against the trust placed in them by the people and the government. After discussions with Mayor Qingguang, it is imperative that we resolve this matter swiftly to ensure the continuity of Qiantang County's work. To avoid further disruption and facilitate the smooth operation of the power plant project, we will make some adjustments to the county's leadership. I would like Minister Zhong from the organization department to read the adjustment plan for us, after which we will proceed to a vote. Upon finishing his statement, the attendees instinctively turned their gazes towards Zhong Xiaoyi, who produced a document and read aloud. In light of the current circumstances in Qiantang County, it is recommended that Comrade Li Jiahao assume the role of County Party Secretary, while Executive Deputy County Mayor Cheng Bin is appointed as the acting county mayor to oversee all government affairs in Qiantang County. The members present displayed a mix of surprise, as it had not been long since they had discussed Cheng Bin's appointment. Yet he was now being elevated to the position of acting county mayor, a rapid advancement indeed. Chapter 112, Unanimous Approval. In a meeting room of the Liaohai Municipal Party Committee, the members of the Standing Committee were taken aback as they listened to Minister Zhong read the proposal regarding the new candidates for the County Party Secretary and County Mayor positions. The appointment of Li Jiahao as the County Party Secretary was undoubtedly a fitting decision. However, the rapid ascension of Cheng Bin to the role of acting county mayor, despite his brief tenure as Executive Deputy County Mayor, raised eyebrows. The Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Li Lei, was the first to voice his concern. Minister Zhong, is it truly appropriate to elevate Cheng Bin to county mayor so soon after he assumed the position of Executive Deputy County Mayor? Upon hearing Li Lei's inquiry, Zhang Xiaoyi was about to respond when Zhang Hongkai, the commander of the military district, placed his teacup down with a resounding thud, capturing everyone's attention. Turning toward the assembly, he declared loudly, "Who says a newly appointed Executive Deputy County Mayor cannot become county mayor? An executive deputy is still a deputy mayor. What is the issue with his promotion?" His barrage of questions left Li Lei momentarily stunned. The military personnel certainly spoke with fervor. An air of awkwardness enveloped the conference room as Li Lei contemplated how to ease the tension. Before he could utter a word, Mayor Gao Qingguang interjected. He articulated that the foremost priority for Qiantang County was the power plant project, a task that Cheng Bin had been diligently managing. Thus, Appointing him as acting county mayor was indeed fitting. Moreover, he was merely an acting mayor, temporarily overseeing the county's governmental operations until a formal appointment could be made following the next People's Congress election, at which point Bin would have amassed sufficient experience in his role. This unexpected alignment left many bewildered. Those present understood that Zhong Xiaomao, the organization minister, was essentially a spokesperson for the municipal party secretary, Chen Xiaomao. The fact that Mayor Gao Qingguang had so readily endorsed the organization department's stance was unusual, prompting confusion among his colleagues, including Executive Vice Mayor Luo Guoqiang and Deputy Mayor Hu Jiping. Could the Liao High Municipal Standing Committee be on the verge of an unprecedented consensus? Despite the ambiguity surrounding Gao's intentions, the two vice mayors chose to refrain from speculation and express their support for the organization department's position. The secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Li Tanyuan, was even more enthusiastic, given his prior experience in backing Bin. Others aligned with Secretary Che Wenliang similarly rallied in support. Ultimately, only Li Lei remained, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as he faced the prospect of being the sole dissenter among 11 standing committee members, an embarrassing predicament indeed. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he too acquiesced to the organization department's proposal. A rather peculiar scene unfolded, as a proposal that initially appeared illogical garnered unanimous approval from all 11 standing committee members. Such an occurrence had likely never transpired in recent municipal leadership meetings, and the harmonious atmosphere raised questions about whether future Liao High Municipal Standing Committee gatherings would maintain this newfound camaraderie. The first proposal, having passed with unprecedented unanimity, marked a conclusion. Yet, Li Lei stood once more, internally resisting the notion of this singular unified front. He preferred the former dynamic, where the municipal party secretary and the mayor were engaged in a vigorous and balanced contest, allowing him to glean benefits from both sides. Clearing his throat, Li Lei articulated, "Since we're discussing matters concerning Qian'an County, it is only fitting that we also address the vacancies in other key positions. With Wang Guishan under investigation and Lu Siping deceased, and now Cheng Bin's promotion, we find ourselves lacking 3 deputy mayors." His intention was transparent, with so many positions vacant. Surely he deserved a seat at the table. In truth, Secretary Che Wenliang had already intended to address the selection of candidates for these roles, recognizing that a lack of personnel would hinder the government's functionality. With both the county party secretary and the county mayor positions secured, relinquishing a deputy mayor role would be of little consequence. Thus, Che Wenliang smiled and remarked, "Secretary Li Lei raises an important point. It is indeed inappropriate for Qian'an County to be short-staffed. Let us deliberate on this matter." Turning to Mayor Gao Qingguang, he inquired, "Mayor Cheng, do you have any suitable recommendations for the position of Executive Deputy County Mayor in Qian'an County?" Gao, feeling a surge of delight, thought to himself, "Che Wenliang is surprisingly generous, relinquishing such a valuable opportunity and bestowing it upon me. If I were in his position, I would not so readily part with such a privilege." It appeared that Che Wenliang was perhaps too yielding, allowing him to orchestrate matters without fully claiming his own share. After a moment's contemplation, Gao replied, "The deputy director of the Municipal Transportation Bureau, Jing Shitao, has been with the bureau for several years. I believe he would benefit from some practical experience in the field." Given Che Wenliang's suggestion, there was little doubt that this candidate would also receive unanimous approval. Next, Che Wenliang turned his attention to the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Li Tanyuan, asking, "Secretary Li, are there any personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission who aspire to gain practical experience in local governance?" Previously, during a critical moment, Zhang Hongkai and Li Tanyuan had supported him, and while military personnel and local officials typically operated independently, the Discipline Inspection Commission could indeed transfer personnel to local roles. Li Tanyuan, pleasantly surprised by Che Wenliang's inquiry, recognized the significance of an executive deputy mayor position. Such an opportunity was indeed a considerable boon. His previous assistance to Che Wenliang had yielded unexpected rewards. He responded with a smile. "The director of the Second Supervision Office, Xin Bo, exhibits a diligent work ethic and youthful exuberance. Let him gain some experience in the field." Once again, the proposal passed unanimously. With one deputy mayor position still unfilled, Li Lei began to feel a sense of urgency. Previously, he could afford to wait for discussions between the two factions. Now, he found himself at the mercy of others' decisions. A disconcerting loss of control over his destiny. As he observed Li Lei anxiously awaiting his turn, Che Wenliang couldn't help but chuckle. Once a master of navigating the political landscape, Li Lei now appeared flustered, likely due to the evident alignment between him and Mayor Gao Chengguang. Nevertheless, Che Wenliang was cautious not to alienate Li Lei entirely. Once the current situation in Qiantang County diffused, differences of opinion between himself and Gao Chengguang would likely resurface. Pushing Li Lei too far toward the opposing camp could prove detrimental. In a gesture of goodwill, Che Wenliang allocated the final deputy mayor position to Li Lei. Mayor Gao Chengguang mused on how adeptly Che Wenliang managed to balance all parties without causing offense. Li Lei, incredulous that Che Wenliang had handed him the last deputy mayor nomination, momentarily doubted his own hearing. After a brief pause, he quickly replied, "Yes, yes, indeed. The deputy director of the Municipal Letters and Calls Bureau, Li Wang, is a deputy-level official. Let him be transferred to the county for some practical experience." Everyone present understood the implications. Serving as a deputy director in the Letters and Calls Bureau was often thankless, and the disparity in influence and reputation between a deputy director and a county deputy mayor was stark. However, since Che Wenliang intended to grant this opportunity to Li Lei, he opted not to question his choice of candidate. In truth, barring a few exceptionally talented individuals, most candidates were relatively comparable. If he could perform the duties, so could others, provided they had the backing of leadership. As anticipated, the motion passed unanimously. At this moment, all the standing committee members turned their gaze toward Che Wenliang, contemplating that the meeting had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and it was time to declare its adjournment. Unexpectedly, Che Wenliang did not announce the end of the meeting immediately. Instead, he smiled and continued speaking. "Now that the positions in the Qiantang County Party Committee and government have been filled, we still need a deputy director for the Qiantang County People's Congress. I believe that Comrade Zhong, the director of the county party office, is quite suitable for this role. What do you all think?" Zhong, the director of the Qiantang County Party office, was closely associated with the former county party secretary, Go Ziki. However, with Go Ziki currently under investigation, it was found that aside from his former subordinates, Wang Guishan and the deceased Lu Siping, others did not have significant issues, including Zhong. His most notable characteristic was his obedience. He complied with all of Go Ziki's arrangements. It displayed no evident record of misconduct. With Li Jiahao soon to take charge of the Qiantang County Party Committee, it was indeed inappropriate for Zhong to remain in the role of the county party office's principal. Transitioning to the position of deputy director at the People's Congress appeared to be a judicious choice. The standing committee members were all aware of this, and thus no objections were raised. However, this did create a vacancy for the director of the county party office. Nonetheless, there was no apparent competition for this position. Although it was a role within the county party committee, it held a unique status, primarily serving the county party compound. In simpler terms, it was akin to being the chief steward for the county party secretary. It would not be appropriate to appoint anyone untrustworthy to such a position. Thus, when a minister of the organization department, Jiang Xiaoi, proposed that Dong Huafei, the director of the municipal propaganda department's office, be appointed as a standing committee member and the director of the Qiantang County Party office, there were no objections, and it received unanimous approval once again. As Che Wenliang, the municipal party secretary, announced the successful conclusion of the meeting, the 11 standing committee members gradually exited the conference room. This extraordinary meeting would undoubtedly astonish many. Li Jiahao was also taken aback when he received a call from Yuan Xinwei, uncertain of the purpose behind it. He inquired, "Xinwei, I'm not busy at the moment. Please go ahead with what you need to say." "Ha. Congratulations to the old leader. You have finally become the head of Qiantang County," came Yuan Xinwei's deliberately subdued voice from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Li Jiahao felt a surge of excitement. Ever since Go Ziki had been placed under investigation, Li Jiahao had been awaiting this moment. He understood the dynamics of the municipal standing committee. Mayor Gao Chengguang held considerable influence, and Secretary Che Wenliang could not fully control the committee. Therefore, he refrained from seeking out Che Wenliang, knowing that as long as there were matters to be pursued, Secretary Che would undoubtedly assist him without needing to add pressure. However, he did not expect such good news to arrive so swiftly. "Xinwei, has the municipal meeting concluded?" "Old leader, the meeting has just ended, and it was all regarding the appointments of officials in Qiantang County. You were unanimously elected as the county party secretary." After asking, he realized that such inquiries were inappropriate for Yuan Xinwei, a mere secretary who merely attended the meeting and could not know any insider information. Since it was a unanimous election, it was evident that Secretary Che and Mayor Gao had reached a consensus. Outsiders would not be privy to these details. Fortunately, Yuan Xinwei had been a subordinate for many years, allowing for a relatively casual relationship. On the other end of the line, Yuan Xinwei chuckled softly and continued. Deputy County Head Cheng Bin will serve as the acting county head. If it was merely his own appointment as secretary, it wouldn't have been too surprising. But the appointment of Cheng Bin as the acting county head was entirely unanticipated by Li Jiahao. This was because throughout the Liao Hai municipal political sphere, it was widely known that Cheng Bin was aligned with him. If Li Jiahao were to smoothly assume the role of Qiantang County Party Secretary and appoint Cheng Bin as the county head, it would imply that Qiantang County had effectively become a one-man show. The county head being someone close to the secretary would be quite problematic. Yet, this was indeed the reality. Following this, Yuan Xinwei elaborated on the appointments of several deputy county heads. Upon hearing that 3 deputy county heads were nominated by 3 different factions, Li Jiahao felt that this was a more standard procedure. As for the new director of the county party office, Dong Huafei, Li Jiahao was not familiar with him. However, since he was selected by the organization department, he would likely be an ally of Secretary Che's faction, and Li Jiahao trusted he would cooperate effectively in their future endeavors. Moreover, with the previous intent to align with him, the county party organization minister Li Hongyuan, the county party propaganda minister Lu Peng, the county political and legal affairs committee secretary Gao Gu, and the newly appointed acting county head Cheng Bin. Li Jiahao's side already secured 6 votes within the standing committee, surpassing a simple majority. Henceforth, any promotion of officials in Qiantang County would be easily achievable.